Leah found an excuse and left the VIP room. She recruited a confidant and asked a few words softly. After learning that Luli said, she returned to the house. Sorry, Mr. Steve, let you wait for a long time. It's okay, Miss Leah, I am plenty of time. As long as I can talk about this business, how long will I wait for? Luli said with a smile. Leah took the potion on the table again and NBP, I looked at it again, and she couldn't see anything special. Mr. Steve, you said that this is the potion of life, but I still don't understand what it means, can I explain it? It can restore the infected person to normal. Luli was very easy to speak, but it fell in Leah's ears, but like a thunder. What? Are you not kidding me? Leah widened her eyes, and thought she had heard it wrong. It's true, better than ding. This? I can think about it. Leah looked dignified and started thinking. If this potion really has the effect of Luzibai, it is not a problem of $800. After some ideological struggle, Leah finally made a decision. Mr. Steve, I promise your price, I don't know how much potion do you have to sell? Not much, there are hundreds of bottles on your hands. Luli said casually. How many, hundreds of bottles? Leah is obviously scared by this number. 1 bottle of 800 gold coins, 10 bottles of 8,000 gold coins, and 100 bottles of 80,000 gold coins. Hundreds of bottles, don't it cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins? This is almost the turnover of the entire transaction for half a year. Leah suddenly felt a little difficult to breathe. Before she looked at her up, she heard Luli make up another sentence. If it is not enough, I can get a few thousand bottles back, just wait a few days. Enough. Enough. When Leah heard that, she quickly stopped the way. If you come again, I am afraid that the trading business will not get so much gold coins. Thinking of this, Leah suddenly shined. Mr. Steve, I have a way. What is it? We can host an auction to ensure that we can make a lot of money. Although there are so many goods in the transaction, there are so many rich people in Rice City. This kind of good thing believes that those nobles must be willing to buy at a high price. After all, these nobles are all very unfortunate guys. Auction? It sounds very interesting. Luli heard his words, thinking about it. Otherwise, this batch of goods will also take the auction. I will go back and prepare some. When the auction will be prepared, come to you. Luli's materials are still sufficient, enough to make a few thousand copies. If this is the case, it will be better. But in recent days, you may have to work hard. Just make money, nothing to work hard. Luli smiled. After that, the two discussed the auction in a detailed discussion. The auction is tentatively held after 3 days, and the location is in the auction room of the Tianqing Trading Fair. Leah immediately called the convener to get busy. She needs to spread news about the auction in the city of Les in these 3 days. The bigger the trouble, the better, it is best to know. Luli and Leah said goodbye, just prepared to go out, and the mutation suddenly became born. Dozens of strong men rushed into the door of the Star Trading Bank and blocked the door. The palace night's work. Everyone. Don't move. A man stepped forward and talked loudly. When the people in the trading hall heard the man, they were so scared that they couldn't dare to move. Again of the knights of the palace. Why do they come here? I don't know. Let's not provoke this group of guys. When Luli saw the coming, his brows could not help but look up. The man who took the lead in shouting was not someone else, it was Hanji, who stopped Luli at the door that day. At this time, Hanji looked like a high toe, and it looked so prestigious. Before Luli had time to speak, Leah walked up and asked. Why do you block the door of my star trading? Who are you? Hanji looked at Leah and asked. I am the person in charge of the Star Trading Bank, Leah. Although there is something to tell me, I can be the master here. Leah is extremely calm. Are you Leah? That's right. Come. Get her back. Hanji beckoned to the soldiers behind him. What are you doing? Leah heard that she stepped back subconsciously. His Royal Highness Alwyn has orders. Order me and wait for you to bring you back to the palace. Speaking, two knights came up and forcibly took Leah forcibly. No. I won't go. You can't take me away. Leah shouted a little in horror. That's not you. Take her away. Seeing that the two grabbed Leah's arm, Luli really couldn't stand it anymore. He is not a sense of justice, nor does he want Hero to save beauty. He was just worried that Leah was taken away, which would affect the auction. Stop. Let go of her. Luli took a step forward and drank. Hanji heard Luli's voice, suddenly stunned. Steve, why are you here? Hanji saw Luli's inexplicable hair. Before he was pitted by him. Captain Hanji, what are you going to do? Actually, forcibly plunder the woman under the light of light? Luli coldly asked. Steve, let you open. I'm not here to trouble you today. Hanji said. I don't care, anyway, you want to take Miss Leah in front of me today. Luli's tone is firm. Leah, who was still panicked, heard Luli's words, and suddenly felt a lot of peace of mind. She broke away from the restraint and ran to Luli. Mr. Steve, you don't have to speak for me. You seem to be misunderstood, I just don't want to delay the process of the auction. Luli's words made Leah's words stuffed, and she had to smile embarrassed. It seems that she thinks too much. The moment Luli came out just now, she saw the ghost figure appear. But when she looked at her again, Luli turned back to the original appearance again. Sure enough, it was just dazzling just now. Somehow, Leah's heart was lost. Steve, I advise you to not come to this muddy water, it's related to His Royal Highness Alvin, don't ignite and burn your body. Otherwise, even His Royal Highness Mars can't keep you. Hanji warned landing. Oh? Is it? Then I have to intervene today. I want to see how you can take me. If you have the ability, try it. Luli was not allowed, and the scene was stalemate for a while. Okay. This is what you are looking for. Brothers, go. Give me this guy. Hanji finally ordered to order. Go. Grasp this guy. Hanji waved his hand and stemmed to the soldiers behind him. Under the order of Hanji, more than a dozen soldiers instantly surrounded Luli and Leah. It's just right, no one is worried about it. Luli sneered and pulled out the sword. I want to do it. Hurry up and win him. Hanji ordered. Suddenly, more than a dozen soldiers approached with their weapons towards landing. Leah was so frightened that she was in love and went straight to Luli. Don't be afraid, there is me. Luli was calm. He held, bladively, and began to charge. When the attack of more than a dozen soldiers was coming, Luli suddenly appeared. A strange purple knife appeared out of thin air, and the space became a bit distorted. Before the group of soldiers reacted, they were dragged forward by a huge force. Oh my God! What is this? Why my body is not controlled? The soldiers exclaimed. Where did they see the skill of pulling the sword, and for a while, they wanted to flee out. How can Luli leave them so easily? He waved again, a skill, dimensional cut, launched again. At the same time, the impact and strength are attached, so, dimensional cut, will attach an effect of absorbing the enemy into front. Just now the crowd was scattered, and the damage was hardly hit. This time, dimensional cut, finally played all the power. The soldiers were squeezed into a ball and couldn't move. This strike, dimensional cut, directly cut off their blood volume. Mr. Steve, they are people in the palace, can't kill. Lia quickly reminded. Luli is not stupid. Naturally, he knows that the consequences of that are doing that are to attract the pursuit of the entire palace knights. However, you always have to try these guys a little bit. Luli went out again, and took a few times, disabled the soldiers of the soldiers, and then waved a knife to repel everyone. The soldiers flew out, and they fell to the ground and mourned, apparently lost their combat effectiveness. Seeing this scene, Hanji couldn't help but have a headache. Where did he think Luli was so difficult to deal with? Steve, do you know what you were doing? Of course, as long as I am there today, you want to take Miss Lia. Luli said strictly. This? Do you continue to catch people, or do you get it? Hanji fell into thought for a while. Hanji, if you don't want to make things big, take your people away here, otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Don't forget, I still have this. Luli took out the token of breaking the halberd and NBP, Mu Lin, and began to threaten Hanji. He has the token of these two great gods, and wherever he goes. Hanji thought for a while, and then made a decision. Brothers, follow me. He shouted loudly to his men. Including those injured soldiers also left the trading hall. Before leaving the door, Hanji came to land from a resentful gaze. After finally having a chance to do things for His Royal Highness Alwyn, Luli suddenly ran out and stirred. Steve, I wrote down this time, I hope you will not fall in my hands in the future. Otherwise, I must be good looking. Hanji gritted his teeth. Seeing Hanji and others walking away, Luli finally relieved. Mr. Steve, thank you so much this time. If you weren't for your shot, I'm afraid. Before Lia finished speaking, Luli interrupted her. I don't need any thanks, as long as you can help me Zhang Luo's good auction. Okay, I will do it with my heart. Lia owed her slightly and expressed her gratitude to Luli again. By the way, you have to trouble you to help me get some materials. Luli currently has sufficient stocking of brown mushrooms, and other materials for making potions, and gold apples are not enough. What do you need? Despite your opening, I will make people arrange it right away. Apple, gold ingot, and glass bottles, and hell warts. Let me get me 1,000 copies. 1,000 copies. Lia thought he had heard it wrong, and quickly confirmed it again. Yes, it is 1,000 copies. In short, you can give me as much as you can, I want it all. The materials of the previous refining medicine were Luli let Wendy go to Zhang Luo. Although Wendy was happy, Luli was embarrassed to trouble him. This time, with the opportunity to cooperate with the Star Trading Bank, let them run their legs. Luli threw a gold coin bag with tens of thousands of gold coins. Lia received the gold coin and hesitated to speak. Mr. Steve, I have a question, I don't know if you can answer it for me. What doubt, let's say. Dare to ask you to collect so many materials, are you ready to make yourself? Lia looked forward to Luli's eyes. Of course. What? Is there any problem? Luli was somewhat inexplicably asked by Lia. It's okay, I will ask casually. Lia hurriedly waved and explained. If it's okay, I'll go first. After speaking, Luli will turn and leave. Seeing this, Lia hurriedly stopped Luli. Wait a minute. Mr. Steve. What's wrong? After those materials are ready, do you take it yourself, or do we send you it? Oh yes. I almost forgot this stubble. Lia didn't say, he almost didn't remember. Luli thought for a while, and finally left the address of Wendy. He is large enough and complete facilities. It is a good place for refining medicine. Liama sent a lot of excitement in his heart. Miss Lia, do you want to send someone to follow this person? A man walked out of the dark and asked Lia to ask. No, you tell others that this Steve is an important role and must be attacked well, you must not offend. Leah said seriously. When she first saw Luli, only when he was an ordinary young man. I thought Luli took the auction of the auction. After all, the entire Les city of alchemists who can make so many high-grade potions is also a few. She never thought that these things were made by Luli. Initially, Liao just wanted to draw the master of medicine behind him through Luli. However, after Luli took the thunder's shot with the enemy of the enemy, it was too shocking. This subverts her cognition. As a result, there was the problem before leaving. Leah is trying, she wants to see if Luli is a pharmacist. If Luli said false, Leah can judge on the spot. After Luli's answer was very confident, it completely dispelled Leah's concerns. Thinking of this, Leah suddenly felt somewhat. Before the ghost noodle enchanting artist, now met a promising young master. It seems that your luck seems pretty good. Luli returned to Wendy's house and began to prepare. The other materials have not been delivered, and Luli can only first make the fermented spider eye made of splattered weak potion first. Without a few, the spiders on Luli's hand were exhausted. In other words, Luli is still short of almost 1,000 spiders. With so many quantities, even Luli has a brushing cage for a while. Luli returned to the ground and was ready to transform the spider to the strange cage into a monster tower. First, expand the space near the monster cage. 9 square meters of length and width, and then dig down 15 to 16 grids. When it comes to 16 square meters, brushing the monster will fail. Then, the stone pillars are erected in the bottom area. The placement of these stone pillars is also very particular. The height of the stone column is 3 squares, and the distance between each stone pillar is 1 grid. The reason for the height of the 3 cell is because the height of the spider is 15 square meters. In this way, the spiders falling from the brushing cage will be stuck between the stone pillars and cannot move, which is convenient for Luli to kill. After spending almost an hour, Luli finally completed the transformation of the spider brush. The next thing is much easier. Luli only needs to stand below the stone pillar, wait for the spider to fall, and then kill it. In this way, the efficiency of getting the spider eye has become higher. Lilian did not intend to waste the time when the monster was refreshing. He put the synthetic table below, while synthetic fermentation spider eye, waiting for the spider to refresh down. Every few minutes, when the number of spiders gather more, Luli will take a shot to solve it. After a dozen hours, Luli finally got enough materials. A total of more than 1,000 spiders just raised Luli more than 40 levels. Thinking of the huge experience in forging in the future, Luli was a little bit bottomed out. At that time, even if there is a monster cage, I am afraid that experience will not be enough. Luli returned to the room and opened the door. Wendy kept standing downstairs, and when he saw Luli, he quickly greeted him. "Teacher. You can calculate." "What's wrong, panic?" Luli asked in doubt. A group of people just came, they pulled a lot of materials to the door, and left without saying a word. Wendy explained. "It's okay, don't worry, they are the people of the Star Trading. Daoxing Trading Line." Wearing Wimble's words on the spot. "Yes, I bought some materials from them, is there any problem?" Luli asked. "Teacher, there have been major events recently. You still don't have a good deal with Tianqing." "What do you mean?" Luli looked at Wendy in doubt. 2 days ago, His Royal Highness Alvin was beaten to the Tianqing Trading Bank. It is said that he almost lost his life. After the king heard the news, he was furious and said that he wanted to check the murderer. "That's it? I thought something happened." After listening to Luli, there was a lack of interest. This thing may be a little surprised in other people's ears, but for Luli, it is like a joke. Because Elwyn was injured by Luli. Just kidding. Also investigate the murderer. Luli didn't think they could find out anything. After all, the identity of the ghost noodle is randomly edited by Luli, and is not afraid of people to recognize it. As long as Luli is willing, he can get another new identity. Seeing Luli's calm look, Wendy was at ease. The two carried them in the box at the door and put them in the refining room upstairs. Teacher, then you are busy first, I'll go out first. Wendy is going out after speaking. Luli hurriedly shouted him. Hey, don't leave first. Teacher, and NBP, do you have any instructions? Wendy looked at Luli suddenly. This time, you don't need to avoid it, help me fight. 3 days, it has been half a day now. Time is urgent, and it is definitely impossible to refine so many potions by relying on Luli alone. Then, I can only pin it on to the chief disciple, Wang Di, who wants to pin. Really? I really can stay? Wendy's eyes were bright, with an incredible expression. Of course. You are my big disciple, so why do I have to teach you something? Luli patted Wendy's shoulder. Teacher. When Wendy heard Luli's words, he couldn't even speak excitedly. Luli's refining technology is one of the best in the entire Block Kingdom. Even the president of the Pharmacist Association treats Luli. Wendy was obsessed with refining medicine throughout her life, but unfortunately, she was high, and the level of refining medicine was difficult to advance. If you can get Luli's personal guidance, the benefits of Wendy will be unimaginable. Don't make ink. Come over and help. Luli didn't think so much at all, he had started to refine the medicine. Wendy hurried to Luli's side and waited for sending. At the beginning, Luli was just a refinery for himself. Don't ask anything, just look at me. Wendy nodded quickly. As an alchemist, Wendy naturally has 2 brushes. Even if you stand on the side and watch silently, Wendy can learn a lot. He carefully stared at the landing of the landing, for fear of remembering it wrong. After a while, Luli stopped and asked. How is it? How is it? Teacher, forgive students are stupid. I haven't learned yet. Wendy said with shame. It's okay, take it slowly. Luli comforted. After speaking, Luli started a real teaching. He first introduced the materials for making splattered weak potions to Wendy. When Wendy saw a whole box of brown mushrooms, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Teacher. Where do you get so many brown mushrooms? Wendy had traveled throughout the city of Rice before, and only collected a little bit. And when Luli is here, it is as cheap as Chinese cabbage. Dig on the roadside, don't care about these details. Luli just found an excuse to perfunctory the past. It is an unspeakable secret to be able to enter and exit the fog forest at will. Even if Wendy is his own student, Luli has to keep his mouth like a bottle. After explaining the entire refining process to Wendy, Luli asked again, Did you learn this time? Demi hesitated, nodded first, and then shook his head again. Although the whole process is remembered, after all, there is no actual operation, he doesn't know if he is learning. Luli can't do so much. Regardless of whether Wendy learned or not, he left him a few materials. There are 10 materials here, you can try it yourself. Luli's materials are not abundant, and there are not many waste. If the 10-time refining fails, it can only show that Wendy's technology and qualifications are not enough. Okay. I'll go. Wendy took the materials and trembled with both hands. This time, I finally had the opportunity to prove my strength to Luli. Wendy walked to a secluded place in the corner and started refining medicine. Try for the first time, end with failure. It's okay. It's just a failure. He comforted himself in his heart. The second time, still failed. Wendy's mentality is normal. After the third failure, Wendy was a little anxious. Duda's sweat beads slipped from his head. However, what I need to refine is calm and calm. The more anxious Wendy, the faster the failure. The fourth time, the fifth time, until the ninth failure. There was only one material left in front of Wendy. If it fails, the whole army will be overwhelmed. Thinking of Luli's expectation of his expectations, Wendy felt ashamed. Just as he was struggling to continue refining, Luli came over. Teacher, As soon as Wendy wanted to say that she was going to give up, Luli interrupted him. You fire, the medicine is too much, so it has been failed, just put it less. Luli has been quietly noticing the movement of Wendy's side. After a period of observation, Luli found that Wendy's previous operations were perfect, that is, there was a small problem in the end, which would lead to failure. Okay, let me try again. After getting Luli's instructions, Wendy was slightly stable in his heart. After a few minutes, I came to the link of adding fire and medicine again. Wendy put a little less according to Luli's guidance. After more than 10 seconds of waiting, the potion in the brewed table stopped boiling. Refining has been completed. Luli walked to the brewing platform and picked up the potion bottle to see it. Wendy stared nervously, for fear of hearing the bad news of failure. Well, do it well. Continue to work hard. Luli patted Wendy and encouraged. Wendy was stunned at first, and then excited. Success. After experiencing this success, Wendy seemed to be a trick. After all of them were successful, and there was no failure. Luli was also satisfied with Wendy's performance. However, after all, Wendy was an ordinary person after all. Teacher, I can't. Wendy was paralyzed and sat on the ground. Luli glanced at Wendy and was startled. Wendy's blood bars are almost bottomed out. Luli quickly took out a golden apple to feed him, and Wendy looked a little rosy. If it is a little later, Wendy may have to fart. Good guy. You can also work hard. Go for a while. Wendy reluctantly stood up and went back to her bedroom to rest. After sleeping for a few hours, Wendy returned to the refining room again. Then I was exhausted again. Open your eyes to refine the medicine, and go to rest when you are sleepy. With Wendy's joining, Luli was a lot easier. 2 people used for 2 full days to complete all the 1,000 copies of materials. 1 in the big box behind Luli's body, full of dwellers are all splattered weak potions and golden apples. Rao is Luli's fortune. After experiencing such a high-intensity work, he also feels a little tired. Not physical fatigue, but spiritual numbness. There was still half a day when I was looking at the auction, and Luli thought to go back to ride the big black. Before leaving, he ordered Wendy to ask him to send things in the box to the Star Trading Bank. Then, this transmitted back to the grassland where Dahe was located. Luli came to the grassland and looked around. This time I didn't see Dahe directly. He went deep inside and still didn't have big black figures. This guy, where did you go? When Luli doubted, a hustle and bustle came from the distance. Luli raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a smoke rolled on the horizon in the distance. The sound of the rushing horseshoe gets closer and closer. Luli's look condensed, put his hand on the sword. If there is danger later, he can enter the battle state at any time. At first, Luli thought it was a group of cavalry. But when they approached, after the smoke gradually dispersed, Luli found that he was thinking wrong. Where is this cavalry? There is no personal shadow at all. Yes, it is just countless Mustang. This is actually a group of Mustang. Luli was dumbfounded. What happened? How can there be so many Mustang on the grassland? And it seems that their cues seem to be neat, like a group of trained soldiers. This makes Luli curious. The most important thing is that Luli glanced at it and did not find darkness in the horse group. Where did the big black go? A group of brown Malaysia headed by Mustangs suddenly whispered to landing. Luli is a little puzzled. What is it to do? The next second, a wonderful scene happened. From behind to before, Ma Kun automatically separated a passage. You guys mean, let me go in? Luli stunned, and asked some uncertainty. Luli just asked, casually. I did not expect that the brown Malaysia seemed to understand again. It slowly walked in front of Luli and lowered its head, meaning to let Luli come up. This time it was completely indifferent to Luli. He brought the letter to the brown Malaysia, and after confirming that the other party was not malicious, he turned into the horse. The brown horse raised his head, hissing cheerfully. Luli was carrying the channel in the middle of Ma Kun by it. Luli was sitting on the back of the brown Malaysia, and couldn't help it. Brown Malaysia traveled and ran forward, quickly. Luli was not idle, and he roughly counted the number of Ma Kun. It doesn't matter, it is scared. Before going out, Luli has already seen more than 1,000 horses. The horse group in front still can't look at it. In other words, there are at least thousands of Mustang here. Thousands of wild horses are gathered together. If you say that no one behind this is commanded, Luli must not believe it. Maybe, this is the masterpiece of a great master of horses. Just as Luli's brain added the story behind the horse, the brown Malaysia stopped suddenly. Before Luli reacted, the formation of the entire Mustang group began to shrink. Thousands of wild horses surrounded Luli in the middle, seeming to have the trend of stars. Luli was stunned. Is this group of Mustang afraid of being injured, so would he protect himself? This is too human. The brown Malaysia under Luli made a long sound, and the entire horse group began to move. They turned together and ran towards the direction when they came. Luli was the first time to enjoy this treatment. He now feels like a general, leading thousands of troops to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Ma Kun took the landing and ran towards the deep part of the grassland. This walk is more than half an hour. Luli sat on the horse's backboard, and he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, the brown Malaysia underneath hissing again. Luli woke up. When he saw the previous situation, he looked surprised. How come here? Not far ahead of Ma Kun, a dense forest appeared. Throughout the far away, Luli saw the white mist spreading around the forest. Although Luli does not know his specific position, it can be inferred from the mark on the map that he should now be near the fog forest. The area of the fog forest is very large, almost spanning the territory of the Kingdom of the Kingdom. Luli's hometown Carlo village is located on the west side of the fog forest, and this should be located in the southeast position of the fog forest. Well, actually borders the fog forest here. The black dragon also felt the breath of the fog forest and couldn't help sighing. Xiao Hei, this group of Mustangs seems to take me in, shouldn't I get lost in it? Luli asked. This? I dare not be sure, after all, this is not my site. Black Dragon hesitated. Hey, it seems that you can only want this group of horses to know the road. As soon as the words fell, Ma Kun entered the forest. Due to the lush trees, after entering the forest, Ma Kun chose to be scattered. After a while, Luli completely lost his direction. The scenery here looks the same, and you can't recognize the southeast and northwest at all. However, this group of Mustang didn't seem to care. They crossed the woods and ran in the same direction. After walking between the woods for more than 10 minutes, the roar came from the front. There is movement in front. Black Dragon reminded. Luli, who was about to fall asleep, was about to fall asleep. The closer, the clearer the sound of the water flow. Luli could even feel the earth trembling slightly. It is conceivable how fierce the water flow in front is. It didn't take long for Ma Kun to get out of the forest. The vision in front of you suddenly enlightened. It is a shocking picture in front of Luli's eyes. The end of the forest is open. For more movement, you can see a giant waterfall with a tall 100-meter high. The position where Luli is now is the top of the waterfall cliff. Looking down, I saw the turbulent water flowing down, falling into the valley below, splashing the water mist of the sky. Oh my God! Where is this here? Luli couldn't help but the tongue road. If you remember correctly, this should be one of the 4 major restrices of the fog forest. The black dragon explained. The 4 major restricted areas? Cracks, deep valleys? What are these things? Luli heard the words. He still heard these things for the first time. The fog forest is far greater than you think. The most dangerous place is these 4 restricted areas. Heilungs, pretending to be high. Really? Then you talk about which 4 restricted areas? Luli asked, curiously. Except for the deep valleys in front of us, the remaining 3 forbidden areas are to echo the cave, the dragon marsh, and the horizontal mountains. For ordinary people, these 4 restricted areas are the restraints that come back. Danger is extremely dangerous. Don't think about it when you go in. Black Dragon explained patiently. Wait. Sleeping the dragon swamp? Isn't that the deep pool you trapped? Luli suddenly thought of the swamp lake that killed the black dragon before. Hey, I didn't expect this to be discovered by you. Heilung smiled. Damn. You guy, you really put gold on your face. There are 4 major restricted areas. Luli finally taught this time what it means to be shameless. Hey, can't say that. The danger of the 4 major restricted areas is for ordinary people. But brother, you are different. The 4 major restricted areas, like your strength and face value, are just a decoration. The words of Black Dragon are extremely level, and Luli is extremely useful. However, brother, you can't take it too lightly. If you go out, be careful. It seemed to be afraid that Luli was too swollen, and the Black Dragon added another sentence. His little life is still in Luli's hand now. If Luli had an accident, he would also be unlucky together. Luli nodded, and took it seriously. There is no life. This is an eternal truth. I don't know where this Mustang wants to take himself. Luli has already prepared to be ready. Brown Malaysia landed and walked down slowly. After more than 10 minutes, Luli successfully reached the bottom of the valley. Just now, Luli was shocked by the waterfall. But waiting for the valley, looking up, it was another feeling. Luli is in front of the waterfall like a little ant. The rolling water impact sound echoed in the valley, and water vapor was permeated in the air. Due to all year round, a huge deep pond has been formed below the waterfall. The overflowing pond water flowed along a stream to the depths of the valley. The Mustang moved all the way along the stream. After walking, a flat open space appeared in front of the valley. After Ma Kun entered the open space, he consciously ranked 2 columns. They were scattered on both sides, leaving Luli again. At the end of the road is a cave. Luli looked at it curiously, but didn't see anything. Brown Malaysia came to the door of the cave, leaned down, and motioned for Luli. Then, Brown Malaysia ran to the door of the cave and walked in. It didn't take long for the cave to come out of 3 figures. When Luli saw the last figure, he suddenly stunned. Big Black. How could it be here? In order to clarify the reason, Luli hid aside. Walking at the forefront, it was the Brown Malaysia. Behind it is the mother donkey, Indahe, and the previous. The next second, a dumbfounded scene appeared. Dahe appeared, and thousands of wild horses present lowered their heads at the same time. Somehow, they seemed to treat Dahe as the boss of Ma Kun. All the Mustangs saw Dahe walking, and they looked respectful. Luli had a big mouth, and he couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he slowed down. Good guy. I said where this guy ran. It turned out to be here as the boss. Big Black is the color of the face on the nose. Seeing so many Mustangs surrender to it, he was suddenly confident and twisted, and Luli almost couldn't hold back and jumped out. Dahay is simply a villain's expression, which is too bad. After watching for a while, Luli couldn't help it. He walked out of the horse and came to the Big Black body. The Big Black, who was still unable to live, suddenly frightened when he saw Luli. Big hey! You come over for Lao Tzu. Luli drank loudly. Dahay looked at the Mustang who was Zhou, hesitated, and then walked slowly to Luli. No way, it is now lofty, you must pay attention to the image. Luli was angry at a glance, and he shouted. Tell you to pretend to be compared. Give me old real. Dahay lowered his head, and he didn't dare to move. The surrounding horses began to commotion. They surrounded Luli Chi, and their hoofs kicked restlessly. Obviously, Luli's actions have been angry. Seeing this, Dahay quickly whispered. After hearing the instructions of Dahay, the restless Mustang group retreated. Luli was surprised to see this scene. You are comfortable here as the king of the mountain. I only found it here when I was abolished. Luli said angrily. Big Black hearing his words, he trembled. It hurried up and used his head to slap Luli, to show off. Honestly, what did you do in the past few days? How did you come here? Luli stared at Dahay. He hummed twice in the Big Black mouth, looking at the mother donkey behind him. The mother donkey nodded towards Dahay, and the two seemed to be communicating. After a while, Dahay lowered his body. Luli was in love and turned directly over the horse. One person and one horse walked towards the cave. The cave is very dark, but fortunately, there is fluoride as a light source, but he can barely see the road. Judging from the structure of this cave, Luli dares to be sure to be artificially built. The neat stones on the ground are the best evidence. This cave was deep, and Luli and Dahay walked for several minutes and did not reach the end. Luli sat on the horse's back, full of doubts. Unfortunately, Dahay couldn't speak, and he couldn't answer his questions. Walking, the road ahead began to narrow. The channel began to extend towards the ground. The terrain of the valley was originally low, and then went down, and the base rock layer was about to go down. At this moment, Dahay suddenly whispered. Luli looked forward, and saw that there were some dim passages in front of him gradually brightening. After taking a few steps forward, Luli could already feel a heat wave coming. Is there an magma in front? This is Luli's first reaction. Sure enough, a large area of magma lake appeared in front of Luli. The area of this magma is estimated to be thousands of square meters, and it is almost impossible to look at it at a glance. There is an island in the center of the magma lake. If you want to go to the island, you must pass through this magma lake. If you want to reach the center of the magma lake, there is only a narrow circular road. The Big Black head looked at the center of the magma lake, but did not dare to step forward. Luli wen xiong dai hei. Do you want me to go there? Big Hay nodded again and again. Okay, then you wait here, I'll go and see. Dahay dare not go, Luli is not afraid. He turned over and stepped on the round stone trail. This road is only wide and very narrow. Next to the rolling burning magma, it is inevitable to be a little frightened. Luli passed through the round stone road and came to the island in the center of the lake. Said to be a small island, in fact, it is just a 10 square meter round stone square. There is a high platform in the center of the round stone square. Luli went forward to check. Well, there will be a knife hanging here. On the high platform in front of the eyes, there is a black shelf. This seems to be hanging the sword with a sword and hanging the table. Since the knife hangs on the table, it should also have a matching sword, right? Luli started to find nearby. But I found a whole circle, and I didn't find the trace of the sword. Strange, what about the sword? Can't you be taken away? Lulibai was puzzled. Originally, the sword of the wilderness was strange. As a result, the sword pulled out was taken away, which was even more strange. He found a circle nearby, only this knife-hanging platform. In addition, there is no other thing. Hey, I thought there was something good. As a result, there was only one knife hanging to the stage. It's boring. Luli sighed, a little disappointed. However, it is so called that the thief does not go empty. Such people like Luli naturally cannot return empty-handed. To put it, he will put the knife into the backpack. However, when Luli's hand touched the knife hanging, a current poured out of the knife hanging. Luli was shocked and wanted to close it, but he couldn't let it go. Fuck. This stuff is so evil. Luli exclaimed. With the roll of current, some information appeared in Luli's head. Fortunately, you must have discovered the knife hanging on the platform I left. Introduce myself, my name is Zhuer, I am a sword forged. I forged a lot of powerful swords that I couldn't remember how much I couldn't remember. I hide these swords in various places and wait for the people to take it away. On the knife in front of you, there was a sword pulling a sword. I put it in a place called the Twilight Forest. If you can take the sword pulling the sword and put it back to the platform, you can get the remaining place where the sword is pulled out. Come on, adventurer, I believe you can. Lu Dai scratched his head, a little bit embarrassed. What happened? Why did you suddenly get the Twilight Forest? According to Lu Jishuan, there are more than one sword in the Twilight Forest. The other party didn't say which one was, couldn't it be taken back? What is the sacred guy named Zhuer? For a while, Luli was in contemplation. It wasn't until the call of Dahe came that Luli returned to God. Dahe stood on the other side and was hissing on the landing. It thought Luli had something to do. Luli left the Shirshir Plaza and returned to Daheshing. Dahe stunned Luli, and then settled. What are you in a hurry, I won't happen. Seeing this, Luli said with a smile and touched the big black head. Before leaving, Luli turned his head to look at the lonely knife hanging on the table. Wait, I will definitely come back again. Luli thought secretly in his heart. This task may be impossible to complete for others, because they don't know where the Twilight Forest is at all. But Luli had a map of the Twilight Forest. This is his advantage. Several swords of the Twilight Forest are extremely powerful. If these sword-pulling swords are really forged, how powerful will the rest of the sword-pull swords be? If you can get other powerful swords, it will be exciting to think about it. Moreover, Luli's big sword has swallowed enchantment, and he is not afraid that those swords cannot be used to use, and it will be done directly when it is swallowed. When Luli walked out of the cave with Dahe, it caused a commotion. Luli noticed that the status of the mother donkey and the Mustang seemed very high, and all Mustangs had to bow their heads when they saw her. Well, there is actually a sky horse here? This is really rare. The black dragon suddenly emerged and said in surprise. Tianma? Where is the sky horse? Luli looked around, and he didn't see anything at all. That's one. Black Dragon pointed at the mother donkey. Wait for a while. Do you care about it? Luli almost vomited blood. Yeah. Didn't you see the white wings on both sides of her? That is the symbol of Tianma. Wing? Luli was stunned, and he took a closer look. I found a pair of small wings. It's just that the color of the wings is too similar to the hair color, and it is difficult to see. It's normal that you have never seen it. The number of Tianma clan is very small. Even I have only seen it once or twice. Tianma suppression of ordinary horses has blood veins. It is estimated that these wild horses are like this. The black dragon explained. Then you say, do you will fly? Luli suddenly wanted to ask. Of course. The combat effectiveness of adults and horses is very strong. It can even be comparable to ordinary dragons. So cow? Luli heard the words, and he was endless. A horse can be compared with a dragon, which sounds unscientific. However, there is no science in the world. However, people are obviously Tianma, and they shouted with a mother donkey, which is really shameful. But then, there is no difference between the face and figure of Tianma and the figure. The most proud of the Tianma family is their speed of flight, and even the dragons can't reach it. Real? When he heard the black dragon, Luli looked at Tianma's eyes suddenly changed. If you can tame it into a mount. Before Luli finished speaking, Dahe was anxious. It screamed a few times, expressing its dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm kidding. Luli touched his head. I almost forgot, this is the big black wife. If he really does that, it is really not suitable. Even if Dahe didn't find him desperately, the thousands of wild horses would not let him go. Luli thought about it, and then showed a kind smile. He filmed Big Black and said, Big Black, come on. Strive to give me a bunch of little Tianma. Dahe looked at the landing away in horror. It seemed to think of something. Luli patted his head and took out the same thing from his backpack. Dahe, I will bring you good things this time. Luli took out the lightning rod. Big black eyes looked at the strange things in front of him, and he didn't understand Luli's words. After the meeting, I will use this stuff to lead the lightning down and split on you. It may be a bit painful at that time, you try to hold it. Luli said with a smile. This time, Dahe finally understood. Its eyes were full of horror, and his legs were shaking. Big Hay took the step, and as soon as he wanted to go, he was stopped by Luli. What are you running? Didn't you start yet? Dahe sobbed twice, looking at the landing off, and a silent protest. Protest ion invalid. Luli said categorically. After speaking, Luli found an open space and dug a pit on the ground. Dahe walked in reluctantly. Luli touched his head. Don't be afraid. It's fine for a while. Tianchima was looking at Dahe very much. Seeing this scene, Luli was ashamed. Even his own mount has found an object, and he is still a single dog, which is unreasonable. Luli put the lightning protection needle above Dahe. This can directly lead the lightning to Dahe. It didn't take long for the lightning rod, and the sky began to sound. Luli was a little nervous. He never tried to do so, and he didn't know if he could do it. I hope Dahe can resist, don't get something wrong. With a few steps out of Luli, a lightning dropped from the sky and split near the lightning needle. Lightning bombed a large pit on the ground, almost spreading to the position of Dahe. There was a commotion in Makun. Where did they see the power of lightning, and they were scared to mess around for a while. Before they reacted, it was a lightning split. This time, the lightning was impartial, and it just hit Dahe. The position of Dahe was bombed a deep pit, and the soil splashed. Seeing this, Luli rushed over and accepted the lightning rod. Just split it. If you come again twice, I am afraid that the little life of Dahe will have to be explained. Luli came closer and looked at the deep pit that was blown out by lightning. In the deep pit, there are no big black figures, only one coke. Fuck. Shouldn't it give to death? Looking at the black coke, Luli was very blame in his heart. At that time I shouldn't let Dahe try it. Now it is good. The skeleton horse has not become, and he has settled in Dahe. When Lu was very sad, the black dragon suddenly said, Look. There is movement. Luli looked at the deep pit, and saw a figure climbing up slowly from the deep pit. This is Big Black. Big Black is not dead. Seeing this scene, Luli was shocked and happy. The Big Black at this time has long been like before. The flesh and blood on it is gone, leaving only an empty skeleton. Compared to before, Dahe's body seems to be smaller. However, its strength and speed are greatly improved. Dahe was a little bit stubborn. It just remembered that it was split by the thunder just now. After waking up, it changed from an ordinary dark horse to a handsome skeleton horse. Dahe slowly walked to the water and looked at his reflection. He can no longer recognize his own appearance. However, that Tianma can still distinguish Dahe. Two horses sticking together, Qingqing me and me, very close. Luli couldn't look at it, and he coughed deliberately. Dahe remembered Luli aside, and he hurried to Luli. Your guy is really blessed. I didn't expect it to be successful. Luli said with a smile. Dahe also jumped around in place. Go. Let's go out and try. Luli rolled over and rode on Dahe and ran between the valley. It didn't take long for Luli to obviously feel that the speed of darkness became a lot faster. Not only that, the jumping power of Dahe also increased a lot. In the past, I could only cross a staircase of 1 high, and now it can easily span the height of 2 or 3 square meters, and even the highest level can be skipped. Dahe ran more and more excited, and finally picked it into the water. Ordinary horses cannot walk in the water, but the skeleton horse is completely unlimited. Luli was caught off guard, planted into the water, and drank a stomach. Fuck. You have no conscience. Can you tell me before entering the water? Lao Tzu was almost drowned. After a lap in the valley, Luli returned to the cave. Seeing Dahe, Mustang all began to tremble. Why did this group of Mustangs scare this one by one? Luli watched the Mustang, asks a little doubt. This is the suppression of blood and race. The black dragon explained. Between creatures, the suppression of race and blood is inherent. Even the powerful dragon tribe is difficult to escape, and even the situation is even more serious. Oh? Is there such a saying? Luli felt a little fresh, and he was the first time he heard about this. According to the black dragon, the Mustang Kun was originally served to the big black Chen only because of the blood suppression of Tianma. Now, Dahe has become a skeleton horse, and his strength is higher. Even without the existence of Tianma, they will be afraid of Dahe from the heart. I was not early, and Luli was going to return to Les City. He looked at Dahe and asked. Dahe, do you plan to keep here, or go back with me? Dahe and Tianma glanced at it, and then moved towards Luli. Don't worry, I will take you back if you have time. Luli filmed Big Black and said. Seeing Dahe was willing to follow himself, Luli was quite pleased. Dahe came to Luli and bowed down. Luli turned over and rode up. Landing from the big darkness, the Majesty walked in front of the Mustang, raised his head to his hiss. The Mustang looked at Dahe respectfully. As soon as he heard the big black order, all the Mustangs ranked again. Set off. With the order of landing, Mustang group began to move. The big black was surrounded by the Mustang star arches and walked towards the valley. At first, in the fog forest, everyone's travel speed was almost the same. But when you come out of the forest, come to the vast grassland, the situation changes. Dahe step by step, jumping out a few meters. The Mustang looked at it enviously. At this time, the speed of Big Black is extremely fast, just like a lightning. With a few steps, it has rushed to the front of Ma Kun. And the speed of Big Darkness is still accelerating. In the end, Ma Kun directly left behind. Until the junction of the desert and grassland, Luli stopped Dahe. The two waited for a while, and the Mustang in the rear just arrived. This time, the number of Mustangs that comes out of the Big Black is more than before, and it is estimated that there are tens of thousands of. For a while, Wanma was galloping, and the grassland set off a overwhelming smoke. With a black scream, Mustang group stopped almost at the same time. They looked at darkness and seemed to be very reluctant to leave. No matter how many big blacks were, the hoof dumped and turned away from landing. The wild horses have been giving Dahe away in place, and it is not until they can't see its figure, and then they slowly leave. Although he finally took away Dahe, there were always several questions in Luli's heart that he had not been answered. Why do tens of thousands of wild horses appear on a grassland at the same time? Why does the extremely rare Tianma appear in the restricted area of the fog forest? Who built the cave in the deep valley of the cracking ground? Although Dahe is human, he can't speak after all. So Luli could not be known at all. The only clue left to Luli is the information of the sword-casting master Zhuer. The sword hidden in the twilight forest may be the key to solving the puzzle. There is a map of the twilight forest in Luli's hand. He intends to wait for the auction to end and go to the twilight forest. After the big black becomes a skeleton horse, the speed has increased much worse than before. Not long after running, Luli returned to the desert oasis. The pigman Antau was busy. It is staring at the reclamation of the vegetable field, while it is also necessary to fill the deep pit fried before Luli. Turner has also settled with his men near the oasis. Because of the existence of Luli, the two groups got along well. This is also what Luli is willing to see. If he couldn't mix in Les City or the Kingdom of the Block, these people would be his guarantee. Luli and Turner greeted and took away several groups of carrots. The treasure map of the treasures from the Black Dragon before Luli has not had time to use it. Many treasures are buried in the sea, and the visibility of the sea bottom is very low, so carrots need to be used to make night vision. Luli rode in Big Black and galloped in the direction of rice. Dahe is now speeding up in the past, which can be said to be thousands of miles a day. Originally a day and a half, Dahe arrived only in half a day. When Luli reached the gate of Les City, it was already late at night. At this time, there was no one over the streets in the city. This is the heart of Luli. After all, the skeleton horse is a fresh thing. If it is seen by too many people, maybe a lot of jealous people may be attracted. Luli took the entrance to the ground area. The guards in charge of the inspection at the door were wary when they saw the big black look. There is a monster. The guard shouted loudly. The sound of the sound cuts through the silent night sky. Dozens of armed soldiers hurriedly rushed out of the door of the palace. They looked at Dahe, and looked at Luli, and some couldn't figure it out. Who? I don't sleep here in the middle of the night. Hanji of the royal palace night slept right, and was suddenly awakened by people. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and walked out unhappy. Captain Hanji. Monsters appeared outside the palace. Seeing Hanji's arrival, the guard quickly came up to report. Monster? Hanji was awakened at once. Monsters appeared outside the palace, which was unharmed. In case a monster slipped into the palace, what casualties were caused, then Hanji was about to fall into mold. Hurry up. Take me to see. Yes. Hanji followed his men and came to the guard point quickly. This is the junction of the land area and the palace, and it is also the most prone to problem. Every few days, guards can seize 3 or 2 thieves trying to break into the palace. Captain. Just there. His men pointed to the front. Hanji looked at the direction of his hand, and then stunned. How could it be him? Seeing that it was Luli, Hanji's brows frowned suddenly. Last time Luli was forcibly prevented Hanji from taking Lia in the Tianqing Trading Bank, Hanji still remembered it clearly. As soon as he returned that day, His Royal Highness Alva scolded a dog blood. It didn't take long for Hanji to go to Elwyn for a long time. He thought he could fly Huangtingda. He did not expect that, because of Luli's troubles, he was once again transferred to guard the gate of the palace. In this regard, Hanji had complaints. But he didn't dare to complain with Elwyn, and could only hold it in his heart. Now that he saw Luli, Hanji was almost angry. He now hates Luli's teeth. Yo! Isn't this Captain Hanji? I haven't seen you for a long time. Luli rode darkness and greeted Hanji with a smile. Hanji was black, and said, Steve, what ghost you do not sleep in the middle of the night, run around. Captain Hanji, wrong. I am busy outside for a whole day. I just got home and was stopped by you. Luli pretended to be extremely wronged. Honestly. What monster you ride? Do you want to go to the palace to make trouble? Hanji asked at the big black quality. Olympic, you say it is just a horse, but it is more weird. Luli explained. Do you think of my eyes blind? How can there be a horse with a bone shelf? This is clearly a skeleton monster. Hanji said. Captain Hanji, you are really humorous, this is obviously a horse. Where is the monster? Luli still wanted to say something, but Hanji didn't listen at all. I said it is a monster, it is a monster. Come, grab this monster. Hanji waved his hand and ordered his men. The soldiers quickly surrounded Luli and Dahe. Seeing the other person's real movement, Luli was too lazy to talk more nonsense with them. Captain Hanji and NBP, this is you forced me, don't blame me without warning you. I didn't bring enough hands last time, this time I see how you run. Hanji said arrogantly. I ate in Luli's hand last time, and I must get back the field this time. He didn't believe it, Luli could resist the siege of nearly 100 soldiers. If you can capture Luli and take it to His Royal Highness, maybe you can make up for it. Thinking of this, Hanji became more excited. Hurry! Give me this guy. As soon as Hanji's words fell, the soldiers pulled out their weapons and approached landing. Luli sneered with disdain, leaned down, and said gently by the big black head, Big Black, ready to let this group of unknown villagers opened his eyes. When he heard the words, his forefoot rose high, and he whispered to the night sky. Seeing that the soldiers' attacks were coming, Luli was still panicked. Dahe slightly accumulated, the horse's body sank slightly down, and then his limbs were struggling, and he struggled to jump high. The soldiers looked at the big black and Luli, all of them were dumbfounded. Fuck! What kind of ghost is this? How can you jump so high? Is this really a horse? Can you jump too? Luli looked at the soldiers under him, and there was a disdain in the corner of his mouth. A group of unsightly guys. Hanji did not expect that Luli was so easy to escape from the encirclement circle. After Dahe jumped out of the encirclement circle, he quickly ran towards Hanji. Not good. As soon as Hanji changed his face, he turned to hide into the door of the palace behind him. Luli would not give him this opportunity. Luli jumped off directly from Dahe, pulled out the sword in the air, and a forward stab came to Hanji, blocking his way. Want to run? Do you think you can run away? Luli sneered at Hanji. Steve. This is the gate of the palace here. If you dare to make trouble here, you have no good fruit to eat. Hanji tried to threaten Luli with the power of the palace, but Luli didn't eat that set at all. Don't say that this is the gate of the palace. Even if the king comes, I will do it today. The blade of Li in Luli's hand flipped slightly, and a cold mang flashed in the moonlight. Hanji was scared by Luli's murderousness. At this moment, he felt like Luli was like an invincible killing god in the world. The fear of death rushed to Hanji's heart, and his legs were scared, and he fell to the ground with a sound. Those soldiers who had previously besieged Luli were coming to support, but Hanji was shouted. Don't come. Hanji's forehead sweat was cold. If he is not sensible, I am afraid he will be a dead body in the next second. You are quite smart, knowing not let your hands come. Luli's blade of Li was put on Hanji's neck and said with a smile. Brother Steve, just misunderstood, an accident. You are so powerful, why bother with me like me? You will make great compassion, forgive me. Hanji asked for mercy. Gentle you, okay, then you can give me a few sounds first. Luli said indifferently. This? Hanji hesitated. Why? Unwilling? Then I can do it? Luli said, he was going to wave. Seeing this, Hanji quickly lay down and left the landing. Is this okay? Hanji asked. I can't even hear a sound, there is no sincerity, otherwise I still do it yourself. Hey. Don't yeah. I will hit it. This time, Hanji was very hard. His head was stuck on the ground, and it rang. It's enough to bite enough, I will count it for you, I will do it when I dare to be lazy. Hearing Luli's words, Hanji almost didn't cry. He then stabbed 3 or 4 times, his head was fainted, and his forehead began to bleed. If it is 100 times, it is estimated that it can die directly. But he did not dare to pay for it with Luli, so he had to continue his head and continued. 10, 11, 12, come on, there are 80 left. Powerful, I want to hear the sound. Hanji held his head and Luli had always counted. From time to time, you have to pick some trouble. Hanji was humiliated. His face was stained with red with blood flowing down his forehead, which was extremely miserable. After Hanji stabbed the 48th ringing, his head was crooked and fell directly to the ground. Luli was stunned, and then shouted to the soldiers behind him, I have seen it. I didn't do it. He had to be injured by himself. The soldiers heard Luli's words, and they were immediately angry. Do you dare to be shameless in front of you? If their captain was not forced, how could they fall to this tragic situation? Although the soldiers knew it, none of them dared to stand up to refute Luli. Luli's ability, they have also seen it. Who dares to oppose, it is estimated that the next one will fall to the ground. Don't speak. That's the default. Go. Big hey, let's go home. Luli spoke herself, turned around, and walked directly into the house. The soldiers did not dare to stop Luli, fearing to become the next victim. When Luli went away, they hurried to Hanji and started to view. Luli hummed Shoutsue and returned home leisurely. Here. This is your new home. Beautiful. Luli took Dahe and came to the horse he specially built. The ground of the horse is paved with wheat. Not only is the texture soft, but you can eat it as a meal when you are hungry. Dahe jumped around in the horse, and it looked very excited. I feel good today, add a meal for you. Luli took a few carrots from the bag and threw it to Dahe. Big Black's eyes were bright, and one of the ground was picked up, and he had to eat. Suddenly, Dahe stiffened in place. Carrot dropped from his mouth. Luli was stunned. What's wrong? Don't you like this? Luli asked in doubt. Dahe hummed twice, a little aggrieved. Brother, this guy has become a skeleton horse, how can you give him food? The black dragon really couldn't stand it anymore, and reminded. Yes. Why did I forget this stubble? Luli patted his head and suddenly realized. Dahe is no longer available, and ordinary food can't be eaten. If you remember correctly, the skeleton horse should be regarded as an undead creature. Skeleton horses cannot eat blood, and can only recover with potions. And you can only use the damage to the skeleton horse to return the blood, and it must be instantly damaged the potion. It is useless to continue hurting the potion. If you treat potions, it will play a reaction to blood loss. In this way, Luli has to prepare some instantage to hurt the potion. Speaking of dry, Luli returned to the basement and began to prepare materials. Watermelon needs to be used in the moment of making damage to the potion. Before Luli obtained watermelon seeds from the artificial mineral channel, it has not had time to plant. This time it will start with planting watermelon. The planting method of watermelon is different from other crops, but it is the same as pumpkin. After the watermelon matures, it does not grow in place, but will grow in a field near the watermelon vine. If adjacent cultivated land, soil or grass, there is already a watermelon. Then before the watermelon disappears, there will be no new watermelon on the watermelon vine. Moreover, if the land is a cultivated land, it will be destroyed and become dirt after the watermelon grows. Therefore, when planting watermelon, be sure to pay attention to a line of distance. Otherwise, there will be no long watermelon. After the watermelon is picked, watermelon vine will be left. As long as the watermelon vine is still there, you can grow new watermelon. Like other crops, watermelon needs enough light to grow. At least one space above the watermelon vine must be left, so that watermelon can grow smoothly. The growth rate of watermelon is slower than other crops, and the harvest time is long. Although watermelon seeds can be ripened by bone meal before growing into watermelon vines. But after turning into a watermelon vine, bone meal is not available. Therefore, Luli can only wait for a few days to harvest first. After thinking about it, Luli decided to make a redstone watermelon farm. The structure of the watermelon redstone farm is simple. Just place the piston on the beside the watermelon. When the watermelon grows, it is just in front of the pistons. Pistons and watermelons are set into rows, and a canal is dug next to it. Then use redstone powder to connect these pistons and receive the bottom tie rod control. After the watermelon matures, you only need to pull the trolley and the piston. Pistons will push the mature watermelon and drop watermelon slices. Watermelon slices will fall into the canal. As the water flows into the funnel, and then enter the box of Luli. In this way, you can save a lot of time. If you can find slim, get mucus balls and make sticky pistons. Luli can be a fully automatic watermelon farm, and that efficiency will be higher. However, the conditions generated by slime are very harsh and difficult to encounter. Slime can be generated in a specific block below 40 layers, and can also be generated in the 50 to 70 layer of the swamp, and the brightness level of the brightness is less than 7. Slime will not be generated within a 24 square distance, and they will disappear at any time if no one is within a 32's distance. If the distance exceeds 128 blocks, slime will disappear directly. If you want to find wild slime, you can almost only rely on luck. But you can build a slime farm out. The premise is to find a swamp. The generation of slime is generally below the height of the 39th floor. Building the first generation area on the 39th floor, the size is 16 x 16 or 18 by 18 pumpkin lamps can be embedded on the ground for lighting. After that, you can expand 3 grids around the platform, and then continue to build a slime generation area of the same size. The interval between the two areas is above 3 grids. Because the largest slime has 2 highs height, all slimes of all sizes may be refreshed. Sniles to generate 5 to 6 floors to generate areas, and then put iron and funnel on the bottom layer. After slime is generated, he will attack the iron puppet, and then be beaten to become a mucus ball falling into the box from the funnel. After Luli was busy finishing the farm, the sky was about to light up. After a while, the auction will begin. Luli just wanted to go out and saw the man he met before. The man was standing outside the door and waiting. "What time is this? Why did you come so early?" Luli walked to the man, curiously. I'm afraid that I can't rank late." When the man saw Luli, he said with a smile. Somehow, Luli always felt an inexplicable pressure when talking to the man. "By the way, what coffee you drank 2 days ago, are you still?" The man looked forward to the landing and asked. "Yes, what's wrong?" "That's it. I drank your coffee that day. After returning home, I was full of energy, and I worked even more, so I want to try it again." It's good to say. The most lack of coffee here is. Speaking, Luli walked in and poured a cup of coffee for the man. Drink, fresh and hot. The man took the cup from Luli, and couldn't wait to take a small sip. Immediately, there was an expression on his face. This coffee is really a good thing. The man couldn't help but admire. Luli has no time to discuss so much with him now. He took Dahe from the horse, turned over, and was ready to participate in the auction. Luli went out of the door with Big Black and disappeared in the corner. The man looked at the back of the landing and disappeared, and the corner of his mouth was slightly up. It's an interesting guy, it seems. You have to check the origin of this person. Luli first came to Wendy's house and instructed him to send the potion and gold apple to the trading store first. As soon as he opened the door, Luli was almost startled. Wendy, how did you make this look? Luli asked with concern. Wendy had 2 dark circles hanging on her face, and she knew that she hadn't slept all night at a glance. In recent days, he has been focusing on studying drug refining technology in recent days, and he has almost been abandoned. Teacher, I'm okay. Wendy barely showed a smile and said. Although the apprentice of Wimity is a bit older, he has a good talent, and there is room for progress. Wendy has been trapped in the intermediate alchemist for a long time. After getting the guidance of Luli, his refining technology has made rapid progress. On the spot, it will definitely become a qualified senior pharmacist. Pay attention to your body, although refining medicine is important, but your health is the most important. I still have a lot of new potions to help you have recently. Don't lie down. Luli patted Wendy and said. Thank you, teacher, for your care. I will pay attention. Wendy was flattered and nodded again and again. As soon as he heard Luli and had a new potion to refine it, he immediately came to the spirit. This means that he can learn a new formula from Luli. For a pharmacist, nothing is worth looking forward to. You go to help me get a few sets of brewing tables, always disturb you, weird. Luli said. This, you have to go to the Pharmacist Guild for approval. Wendy said with some embarrassment. Each pharmacist only has the opportunity to apply for brewing table a year. Last time, there were several brewing tables that were broken. Those are the inventory of Wendy over the years. Okay, then I'm busy and go for myself. Luli did not continue Wendy. At that time, go to the headquarters of the Pharmacist Guild to find Carl. After all, he is the chairman of the Pharmacist Association. It should be okay to get a brewing table for himself. Luli rode Dahe, left from Wendy's house, and went to the Stars Trading. Before I reached the gate, Luli saw several exquisite carriages parked at the door of the trading bank. The people who came from the carriage were all luxurious and bright. These people received the invitation to participate in the auction. Leah stood at the gate and enthusiastically greeted guests present. Seeing Luli's arrival, Leah immediately greeted. Mr. Steve, you can count, go in with me, the auction will start. Luli nodded and followed Leah and walked in. As soon as he entered the auction hall, Luli was shocked. Oriot, this place is so big. There are at least tens of thousands of square meters, and densely are seats. At this time, the scene was almost full. Here is the second largest place in Rice City, and NBP, only when the auction is held. Leah explained. Then why not go to the largest place? Luli heard the words and asked. Leah obviously did not expect that Luli would ask this question. Her face was a little weird, saying, do you want to go to the palace for auction? This, okay, when I didn't say it. Luli froze for a moment, and instantly understood the meaning of Leah. But think about it, the entire city of Les, only the palace can have such a magnificent building. Leah led landing and came to the second floor. This is our VIP area. Almost every room is the official of Les City, and you must be cautious when talking and doing things here. Luli had such a savvy person, and he heard something in Leah's words at once. It is estimated that she was afraid of being here to warn herself euphemistically. Okay, I know, you're going to be busy, you don't care about me. After finding an excuse to support Leah, Luli was a lot easier. He pushed the door into the room. The setting in the room is very simple. There is only one sofa and a table. There are soft carpets on the ground, and there are still many fruits on the table. Sitting on the sofa, you can see what happened downstairs through the window of the room. It didn't take long to sit down, and one figure passed by the window. Luli recognized this person, the man who lined up at the door in the morning. Unexpectedly, he came here too. Luli quickly sat up from the sofa. Hey! Stop! When the man heard Luli's words, he stopped. So coincidentally, are you here too? Seeing that it was Luli, the man smiled and said, I am idle, and I just came to make a fun. How about you? Aren't you staying in my cafe? How can you come here? Luli asked. The man paused. I'm here to make fun too. That's right, I'm bored alone, come here. Luli enthusiastically invited the man. Isn't it good? Isn't it that you can't rush to the room? The man hesitated. What's wrong? The person in charge here is very familiar with me. I will give you something wrong. Without thinking about the man, Luli directly pulled him to the room and sat down. The man couldn't laugh and laughed, but he didn't refuse any more. Look. It's about to start. It didn't take long before the two sat down, and the auctioneer came to power. The auctioneer this time was personally responsible for Leah. The men in the audience saw Leah's appearance, all of which were in front of them. Among them, many people came at all to Leah. As soon as Leah appeared, an excited man wanted to rush on the stage to hug Leah. As a result, he was caught by the guard at the scene and dragged it out directly. Leah was obviously taken aback, but she quickly recovered her calm and began to host the auction. I announced that the auction conference officially started. As soon as Leah announced the opening, the hall immediately quietly. Hello everyone, introduce myself, I am the person in charge of the Star Trading Bank. Today, you are willing to enjoy his face to participate in this auction meeting. I guarantee to everyone that things that will be auctioned will not be disappointed. Luli stood in front of the window and couldn't help nod. Leah is indeed professional and speaks very well. After a simple opening word, the guests present felt comfortable. When the man saw Luli's expression, he couldn't help asking, Little brother, how do you think this one is this? Pretty good. Luli returned casually. The man heard the words and smiled even more. That little brother, do you want to marry her home as a wife? This time, Luli was hesitant a little, and then shook his head. He said very much that a woman will only delay the speed of my sword, so when he heard Luli's answer, the man first stunned, and then laughed. Little brother, have personality. Just go to you friend, I have made it. Are you a big man? How can you make friends with you? Luli looked at the man in doubt. The man was answered by Luli for a while, and he had to cough twice embarrassingly. Kiki, when I didn't say. Lu Dai scratched his head, turned his head to continue looking downstairs. To say, the man's eyes looked more complicated. As soon as Leah's hand waved, someone brought a tray. Above the tray, a bottle of splattered weak potion is placed, and a golden apple. Everyone's eyes gathered on that tray. Everyone is guessing what these two things are used. Apple, potion? De Lao Yuan shouted us, wouldn't you be ready to get these things, to fool us? Someone immediately questioned. Soon, others also started to coax. Yes. What is the use of this stuff? Is there no even a magic equipment? I am preparing 500,000 gold coins today. Just prepare to buy a weapon that takes advantage of it. Suddenly, the auction would become a little noisy. Leah seemed to be prepared for a long time. She made a quiet gesture to the crowd, and then said, "Everyone is a little irritable, listen to me first, and it will not be late at that time." Leah's ability to control the field is definitely first class, and a word allows everyone in the audience to be quiet. She picked up the golden apple and showed it to everyone. "Everyone, do you know what this is? Isn't it an apple? What's so great? It's all the streets." Soon, some people couldn't help spitting. "No, this is not an ordinary apple, but a golden apple." Leah shook her head with a smile. "Golden apple? Is there any difference between that as from ordinary apples?" As soon as Leah's words fell, someone asked immediately. Others did not know, but Luli had guessed it. Most of these questions were asked by Leah. It is the existence of these trustees that can attract everyone's interest. Most of these questions were asked by Leah. It is the existence of these trustees that can attract everyone's interest. This guest asked well, "This golden apple in my hand is much more precious than ordinary apples. Ordinary apples can only be used to fill their stomachs, but golden apple can be used for emergency healing, even life-saving. It is worth mentioning that its blood recovery effect can be similar to the treatment of potion." The names of the golden apple were originally dismissed. In their eyes, apple is apple. Even if it is a golden apple, it must be eaten. However, when everyone heard that the golden apple could return blood, and even comparable to the treatment of the potion, they finally moved. The value of treatment of potions does not need to be said. As long as there is a breath, you can save it. This is also one of the reasons why the pharmacist is so sought after. These rich people are all worthy of money, and they are very afraid of death. They often prepare a bottle of treatment of medicinal water to prepare from time to time. In this way, the price of the treatment of potions rose all the way. The alchemists who can produce the treatment of potions are scarce, and the demand is quite large and the supply is in short supply. There is almost no treatment of medicinal water on the market. Even if a few bottles can flow out occasionally, it is sky high. The cheapest price of potions requires tens of thousands of gold. In fact, there are still many things to save lives, such as the life spell of the Cavaliers. But life spells are only open to the Cavaliers. Even if others have money, they may not be able to buy it. Therefore, the treatment of potions is so respected. Today, Leah actually said that this apple can replace the treatment of potions. This is undoubtedly a heavy news. When everyone discussed, some people questioned it. "I don't believe it. How could an apple have such a powerful effect? I suspect you are deceiving." Needless to say, this must be questioned again. Luli was sitting back on the sofa, and the man stared at the stage intently. This guest, our Tianqing Trading Bank, has always been honest, and will not exaggerate the facts, please rest assured. Leah patiently explained. "Huh. I don't believe it. Unless you can prove the scene." As soon as this statement came out, everyone on the stage immediately coaxed. "We want to verify on the spot." "Yes." Empty mouth. "Let's take a look at the effect." Seeing such a reaction, Leah's mouth appeared with a touch of uncomfortable smile. Her purpose has been achieved, and next, the golden apple has achieved the effect. Leah patted her hands, and someone immediately took an iron sword. "Since you want to see the effect of the golden apple, let me show you." After speaking, Leah handed the long sword to his men next to him. "Cut me with a sword," I said. "Stop." Although the man was ready for a long time, when he was really shot, his hand couldn't help shaking. "Miss Leah, I dare not," his men said, embarrassed. "It doesn't matter, despite the hands, just stop after 3 swords." Leah said calmly. "All right." Everyone was confused, and I didn't know what Leah wanted to do. As a result, the man on the stage actually waved his sword and chopped to Leah. Leah's face was pale and sorrowful. But she still maintains her original posture. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? Luli was also startled. He knew this link in advance. But Leah did not tell him that she was going to play the effect of a deposit apple in person. Luli couldn't help but sigh, this woman is really cruel to herself. Is a big deal. The man sitting next to Luli saw this scene and sat up suddenly. Isn't this a noise? No. I have to stop her. After speaking, the man will rush out. Seeing this, Luli quickly held him. Hey, brother, what are you so anxious? This is designed in advance. No problem. Luli and the man explained it, and he took his heart. So, but she is too desperate. The man frowned. After a misunderstanding, the two continued to look at the platform. Liaqiang said with the pain and said, don't panic, this is what I was voluntarily injured, and then everyone knows the effect of the golden apple. Suddenly quiet. There are two swords, continue. Leah ordered his men. He nodded with his nods hard and chopped a sword again. This time, Leah couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. His hands were scared and his legs were soft, and hesitated to continue to do it. Miss Leah, otherwise, forget it. It's okay, continue. Leah gritted her teeth. Everyone's hearts were mentioned. You know, Leah did not wear any defense protective gear. Ordinary people are cut into dying by the iron sword 3 times. If not treated in time, you will die too much. Leah has already eaten 2 swords, and a sword is really dangerous. Luli was not very worried, and talked with the man and laughed. But when he accidentally swept Leah's blood bars, he couldn't calm down. When the 3rd sword under his man was about to fall, Luli suddenly exclaimed, stop. While shouting, Luli bent and arrowed, and shot out. Before the sound spread to the stage, the arrow flew first. With a moment, the arrow hit the blade of the iron sword accurately. The powerful impact directly bounced the sword body, and the danger avoided the Leah on the ground. Luli's move shocked the audience. Everyone looked at the 2nd floor of the auction hall, and then everyone was stunned again. They saw that a figure jumped from the 2nd floor. Lied. Someone jumped off the building. The people below were shocked. The next second, everyone realized something wrong. Luli held, bladively, and sprinted towards the stage for several consecutive. No. He didn't jump off the building. He was flying. He would fly. Someone exclaimed again. People who looked at landlords were stupidly descended from the sky and flew all the way to the auction platform. The man sitting beside Luli was also stunned by the scene. He never expected that Luli was so hidden. Luli landed steadily and pushed the man away. Miss Leah. How are you? Luli asked nervously. At this point, Leah had lost consciousness and passed out. Also, and there is a sword, do you want to continue? The subordinates asked, stuttered. Continue. She is almost dead. Luli was angry. It turned out that Luli suddenly discovered that Leah's blood bars were about to bottom out, and then they stopped. At this point, Leah had only a little blood left. If the sword fell just now, Leah would definitely die on the spot. Leah originally had 20 points of blood. It may be because it was too hard for the recent auction, and the blood volume was less. That's why the 2 swords are beaten to silk blood. Luli couldn't help but blame himself, and he found out why he didn't remind Leah. Everyone in the audience did not return to God until this time, and all the eyes gathered on Luli and Leah. It's over, it seems that Miss Leah should not be saved. A pharmacist who was quite prestigious in Les City sighed. Shut your mouth for Lao Tzu. You crow's mouth. People are not dead yet. When Luli heard this, he glanced fiercely. The man was reprimanded by Luli in public, and he was a little annoyed. He just wanted to refute 2 sentences, but when he saw Luli's face, he closed his mouth instantly. When Luli's headquarters of the Pharmacist Association, he was also present. So he suddenly recognized Luli. That is the character that the chairman Carl has to invite, and he should be a little bit next to him. Although Lia was unconscious, she still held the golden apple in her hand. It is enough to see that she attaches great importance to the auction. Lu's heart is not a taste. He quickly served Jean apple to Lia and temporarily kept her life. However, Lia's injury was too serious. Even with gold apples, she could only maintain a small time. To completely let Lia get out of life, I still need to use some more powerful recovery things. The enchanting gold apple may be fine, but Luli can't get there now. Instantly treating the potion. Yes. This may be possible. The treatment effect of the treatment of potions is not enough to treat Lia. Only instantaneous treatment of potions can meet the requirements. Luli beckoned to the man. Do you have watermelon here? Yes, what do you want watermelon? He stunned and replied. Don't ask. Go and get me a little, get a set of brewing table by the way. Go. Whether you can save Ms. Lia to see this stuff. Luli said seriously. Okay. I'll go soon. The man hurried out in a hurry. Who is this person? I don't know, it feels great. Everyone began to discuss the origin of Luli. Hey! What are you doing? The auction will not be opened. Don't waste time. Someone made an impatient voice. Luli didn't say a word, and the arrow shot out. The yelling man was worn by Luli's arrow hole and nailed to his seat. The man's painful sorrow was immediately lifted. I don't want to stay here and roll it quickly. There is a dog screaming, my arrow can go towards the heart. Luli said coldly at the audience. Luli's hands really calmed down a lot of people. There were tens of thousands of people at the scene, and no one left. Everyone wants to see what Luli wants to do. It didn't take long for me to send the brewing table and ingredients. Now, the stage is lively again. What exactly do this person do? Is he going to refine the medicine on the spot? Just kidding. How can this be available? Rueli. Aren't you a pharmacist? You should come to do this. How can you make this kid grabbing the limelight? In the crowd, someone recognized the pharmacist. Rueli is the person who was just by Luli. Immediately, more and more people began to encourage RYRY to go up and show. Riley smiled bitterly. Don't kill me. Compared with this master on this stage, I am a slag, but they are the big characters who are sitting flat with President Carl. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded again. Who is Chairman Carl? President of the Pharmacist Guild. They are one of the best in Rice City. Riley actually said that the person on the stage could sit flat with Carl, which was too outrageous. Rueli, don't tease us. I don't look like a powerful role in this person. Someone questioned. I really didn't lie to you. This person's refining potion is very superb. President Carl himself admits that he is giving up. If you don't believe it, just look at it. With Riley's words, the eyes of Luli became hot. If Rueli didn't lie, then they would have a blessing today. Can see a top-level pharmacist on the spot. If you take a bragging, you can blow a lifetime. Luli doesn't care about the eyes of others. He divided the big watermelon into several petals. Put a workbench on the ground. Take out the gold ingots, decompose it into golden grains, and then synthesize it with watermelon to get flashing watermelon. Add hell warts and water bottles to the brewing taichung to get crude potions. Add the flickering watermelon to the brewing and make it for a while. That is, for a few minutes, Luli received 3 bottles of therapeutic potion. Riley stared at the landing all the way, and she was stupid. Every movement of Luli is so skilled, without a trace of mud. Usually Riley makes a bottle of crude potion and needs to be carefully refined for a long time. And when Luli is here, it is like a commonplace, which is simpler than drinking water. Riley, what kind of potion is those 3 bottles? Someone asked Xiang Rue. Riley swallowed his mouth and said, if I read it correctly, it should be the treatment of potion, or the most superb. At this moment, everyone was shocked again. The so-called layman watched the lively, and the interior looked at the door. Although they do not understand how skilled Luli's refining method, they still know the value of treatment of potions. A bottle of the top-level healing medicine can sell for the sky-high price of 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins. In other words, only a few minutes after Luli took a few minutes, he had earned more than 100,000 gold coins. Who cannot say anything about this speed of making money? Rueli, what is he going to do now? At this time, Luli put the treatment of the medicine and put it into the refining medicine table, and added flame powder to it. It appeared. Flame powder. Riley's eyes were shining, and he stared at the landing. Since Luli demonstrated the refining process of strengthening the potion of potion last time, the entire pharmacist guild is discussing the role of flame powder. Everyone is not a fool, and naturally can see the effect of flame powder. However, no matter how they try, they can't master the dose of flame powder. Riley herself has tried it himself, and failed several times. Almost bombed the brewing table. He stopped trying. Now that he once again saw Luli's flame powder in the potion, he couldn't help but excite. The effect of treating the potion is already very strong. If you strengthen it, I don't know what it will look like. Today, he may witness the birth of a miracle. Luli frowned throughout the process, a little anxious. Although it is only a few minutes, it is extremely torment for Luli. Looking at Lia, who gradually dissipated vitality, Luli could only pray secretly. Lia, you must hold it up. Time is slowly passing. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The hall is a little noisy. Luli was annoying. Luli pulled out, bladively, and released an A-skill, dimensional cut. The knife flashed across, and the table on the side was directly divided into 2, and it fell to the ground with a bang. If you don't want to die, you will shut me up. Everyone immediately closed his mouth and dared not speak more. As the bubbles in the brewing table gradually disappear, the instantaneous treatment of potion was finally successful. It's done. Luli shouted and took out the potion from brewing Taichung. He came to Lia with a freshly baked potion and carefully helped her carefully. Lia, hold it. You will be fine. Luli dragged Lia's head and poured the potion into Lia's mouth instantly. The potion flowed into Lia's body along his throat. At this point, Lia's blood bars were almost 0. If it weren't for the golden apple hanging, it was estimated that Lia would have died long ago. Luli anxiously waited for the potion to play. After more than 10 seconds, Lia, who had closed eyes, suddenly moved. Her frowned brow gradually relieved, and her white face gradually recovered blood. Luli glanced at Lia's status bar and found that her blood volume had returned to 5 points, which was out of danger. Luli couldn't help but breathe. Lia slowly woke up from the coma, a little bit embarrassed. She clearly remembered that she was holding the auction. How could she lie here? Sure. Mr. Steve. Why are you here? When Lia saw Steve, she was even more surprised. What happened just now? Miss Lia. You're awakened. Do you know, you almost died just now? Lu said with a linguistic manner. Lia just wanted to say something, but she suddenly found that she was lying in Luli's arms. Lia suddenly flushed. She wanted to stand up ashamed, but because of her weakness, she stood unstable and fell into Luli's arms again. Lia felt the warmth from the landing from her body, and she was soft and weak. Seeing this, Luli quickly grabbed Lia. "Miss Lia, your body is still weak, don't force it," Luli said concerned. Now, Lia is even more shameful. Her head was close to the landing chest, but she wanted to break free but had no strength. Luli did not notice any strangeness, just when Lia was weak. When the people under the auction table saw Lia and Luli, they thought the two were a pair. I don't know who brought the head first, and suddenly someone started to get up. Immediately afterwards, applause sounded like a tide. When Lia was shocked, she remembered that it was at the auction. Faced with the coax of everyone, Lia couldn't wait to drill under the ground. Under the public, he hugged the man and was onlookers, which was too shameful. "Miss Lia, drink this bottle of potion too, you should be able to heal after drinking." Luli brought another bottle of pint in an instant. Lia looked curiously and looked at the bottle in Luli's hand. "This is the healing potion?" Lia asked. "No. This is an instantaneous treatment, which is more effective than ordinary therapeutic potions," Luli explained. "Instantly treating the potion? Is this made?" "Of course." Lia heard that her eyes were bright. She naturally knows the value of the treatment of potions. Even if they are trading, they can only see 2 bottles occasionally. This bottle in front of you is more precious than treating potions. How can this bottle be worth tens of thousands of gold coins? If you just drink it like this, wouldn't it be a waste?" Lia hesitated with the potion bottle. "Mr. Steve, so precious things, you keep it yourself, my injury can be raised slowly. It's this time, what do you consider? Drink it quickly. The auction must be expected to be expected," Luli urged to say. But Lia is still a little reluctant. "Don't drink it, just don't give me face." "All right." Facing Luli's threat words, Lia had to compromise. 2 bottles of instantaneous treatment, and the injuries on Lia were healed quickly. Lia feels more spiritually more energetic than before injury. "Mr. Steve, it's really sorry, trouble you." Lia bowed to landing and expressed his deep gratitude. "Of course, auction is important, but it is your own, don't desperately for work." Luli's tone is quite serious. Lia belongs to that kind of work madness and is willing to do anything for work. This is easy to suffer. Fortunately, Luli was present, otherwise, this auction will become a memorial service today. "Mr. Steve, you can rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer." After Lia finished speaking, she returned to the auction station. The guests, some episodes just appeared, but there was no major, the auction would continue. Everyone present returned to the seat, and the auction would be carried out again. The effect on the golden apple must have seen it before, so I don't need to say more. Everyone nodded together. They just witnessed the whole process of Lia's standing from dying to now. As Lia said, the golden apple can indeed save her lives. Even dying people can take a breath. However, they were more interested in Luli's later therapy for the treatment of the occurrence of on-site production. That powerful efficacy surprised everyone. Lia's healing process is undoubtedly the best proof. "Isn't there a bottle of potion? I pay 10,000 gold coins. Sell it to me." A man stood up from the seat and shouted loudly. "I want to buy such a good thing for 10,000 gold coins? Dreaming. I will get 30,000 gold coins. Sell me." Immediately, someone came out and ridiculed twice, and opened a higher price. "I pay 40,000 gold coins. 50,000. Before Lia opened, everyone in the audience shouted. As soon as Luli returned to the VIP room, he saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a little crying. "Little brother, this trick is great." As soon as Luli entered the door, the man praised him with a thumbs up. "The prize? It's just a little thing." Luli scratched his head, embarrassed. "Are you a pharmacist?" "Man, that's it." "Then, that building was built by yourself?" The man continued to ask. "Yeah, I was idle that night. It's relatively simple." It will be made in one night?" The man thought he had heard it wrong and asked quickly. "Yes, just one night, just build it." When the man heard Luli's words, he almost didn't breathe. Even the most powerful architects in the kingdom of the block dare not say that they can create such a house within one night. Good guy, this young man is not easy. The man's look at Luli was a little hot. The price of the treatment of potions was called 100,000 gold coins. Leah did not expect that this bottle of potion was so valuable. She cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, please be quiet first. I first declare that this bottle of the treatment of potions is not this lot. It is Mr. Steve's private item. I have no right to deal with it." Speaking, Leah looked at Luli's room. "Mr. Steve, do you plan to sell this bottle of potion?" The audience gathered on Luli at the same time, and wanted to hear what Luli said. "Just a bottle of garbage, is this group of people so hard?" Luli sighed, and whispered helplessly. "Rubbish." The man on the side was stupid. "This bottle of instantaneous treatment of potions is worth 100,000 gold coins." Luli actually said that this is garbage? The sound of losing Luli was not loud and did not hear others. Otherwise, those people in the audience will definitely rush up and violently. There is no way, Luli is too angry. Seeing this, Leah quickly glanced at Luli. Luli nodded slightly to her, signaled that she would not have to worry, he could deal with it herself. "Sorry, I don't intend to sell this bottle of potion," Luli said indifferently. "Don't sell?" Everyone was disappointed when everyone heard the words. "Such a good thing is in front of it, but I can't buy it. This kind of life-saving thing is unable to find it. If you miss this village, you will have no shop." As soon as the words fell, Luli spoke again. "This bottle of the treatment of potions in an instant will be rewarded as a reward, and it will be given to the most consumed local owner today." As soon as Luli Gong finished speaking, someone began to shout under the stage. "What are you waiting for? Keep the auction quickly. This bottle of potion, Lao Tzu, is going to be fixed." "Huh? Just by you? I brought all my family today. Don't grab me." The auction will continue. Leah did not rush to announce the auction price of the golden apple, but picked up the splattered weak potion. She showed the potion to everyone, and soon someone questioned. "Miss Leah, what kind of potion do you take in your hand? Isn't it the moment I just treat the potion?" "No, this is another potion called Splashing Weak Potion. Throwing this bottle of potion towards the enemy can make the opponent into a weak state. After being weak, the enemy's damage will become low." Leah explained the effect of the potion with everyone. "This stuff is good. When fighting, you can go across the opposite hand." "I bought it," a man with a thief's eyebrows said. "He usually causes trouble everywhere, and he can't beat each other every time. With this stuff, you can consume the opponent." However, before he was happy, Leah said a price that made him unacceptable. "By the way, I forgot to tell everyone that splattered weak potions and golden apples were auctioned together. 1,888 gold coins, 10 parts of them." As soon as Leah announced the price, most of the people in the auction room were silent. A copy of 888 gold coins, and the 10 copies are 88,888 gold coins. This price is no longer affordable for ordinary nobles. I rely on just an apple and a bottle of potion dare to sell so expensive. Your Tianqing trading bank is too dark. Yes. Although we have money, we are not fool. Who would have to spend so much money to buy this thing? The dissatisfaction in the crowd quickly appeared. Don't be impatient, listen to me first. Leah signaled everyone to quiet. Have you ever thought about, why should we auction these two things together? Leah's problem suddenly woke up a lot of people. Then they realized something wrong. Leah continued to say, there is a mutant zombie that will bite people outside the mining area, outside the city. After the accident that day, although the news of the Cavaliers was tightly blocked, the news was still leaked. Those who can sit in this auction hall are not ordinary people. They know more or less what happened that day. In the aristocratic circle, things about mutant zombies are almost changing. These nobles are more afraid of death than one. Now there are such horrible monsters, and they are even more difficult to sleep. Now, this topic has been raised by Leah, and the nobles are even more disturbed. Little Steve, what kind of mutation zombie, do you know? The man asked Luli. Luli was hesitant and nodded. Know some. Oh? Can you tell me about me? The man asked with interest. Don't you know anything? Luli was a little curious. Although this incident has blocked the news, people who can enter the VIP room should have some understanding. Is I'm too ignorant? The man said with some ridicule. You know later, Miss Leah should say. Luli is not good at telling the truth directly. After all, this kind of thing knows too much, but is not safe. Seeing the reaction of everyone, Leah had a lot in heart. It seems that many of these people have already known about mutant zombies. The so-called mutant zombie is the mutation of zombies. After being attacked by ordinary zombies, at most, it was injured. After being attacked by mutant zombies, they will be infected and become the same monster as them. As soon as Leah's words fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Although these people know some situations, most of them are just by rumors. However, this is enough to cause panic. Now, Leah's words have confirmed this. Now, people can no longer calm down. Miss Leah. Can't talk about this. Yeah. I have lived for most of my life, and I haven't seen any mutation zombies. Don't scare people. The more the people deny, the more panicked in their hearts. For a while, a mess in the field. Don't panic. Regarding the mutation zombie, our changing trading business has found a solution. Speaking, Leah took the golden apple and splattered weak potion. As long as you have these two things, you can guarantee that everyone's life is worrying. Without a chance to question the crowd, after Leah finished speaking, she patted her hands. Immediately, some staff members came up with a tall iron cage. Outside the cage, the huge red curtain is covered, and the situation inside cannot be seen clearly. Just when everyone was puzzled, an unpleasant roar came from the cage. Luli heard the sound and suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face changed greatly. This one. It's so noisy. The staff of the Star Trading Bank came to the cage and opened the red curtain covering on it. When everyone saw the situation inside, the audience exclaimed. In the cage, a mutant zombie was biting the iron railing crazy. Fuck. What a monster. It looks so terrible. I know. This is a mutant zombie. My uncle met outside the city. There is such a monster. I think it is deceiving. For a while, the seat was uproar. People leave their seats and want to approach to observe mutation zombies. There were some courageous people who climbed up the auction table directly and walked near the cage. Leah wanted to go up, but was pulled back by a person. When Leah looked back, she saw Luli, and she was a little embarrassed. Mr. Steve, you are. Don't go. Danger. Luli said seriously. Leah nodded well and stood behind Luli. Somehow, as soon as Luli appeared, she was very secure. Only two people have made her feel. One is Luli, and the other is the ghost noodle with the mask. The ghost noodles have not appeared for a long time, which made Leah a little worried. Since the last time he helped himself to teach Alwyn, there was no news again. Leah couldn't contact him, but could only worry. Shouldn't the ghost noodles be caught by the people of Alwyn? Thinking of this, Leah's heart suddenly became a little uneasy. "Miss Leah?" Luli shouted, but Leah ignored him. She seems to be thinking about something else. Helpless, Luli had to pat the Leah gently. "Miss Leah, are you okay?" Leah returned to God. "Sorry, I thought something else just now. What's the matter with me?" "Where did you get the mutant zombies in this cage?" Luli pointed out that iron cage asked. "It stands to reason that mutant zombies should be killed. How can they still appear here?" "I don't know. Well, that mutation zombie has just been sent these 2 days." "Where did you send it?" Luli was startled in his heart. "Is there another wave of mutation zombies invading?" "It seems to be from the border. It is said that when the mutant zombie was discovered, he was trapped in the deep pit, and then the villagers were caught alive." Hearing a few words in the border, Luli's heart became more and more puzzled. The border? Impossible. The monsters there should be resolved. Just as Lulibai couldn't solve the solution, there was a sudden scream in the crowd. "Ah!" Luli turned his head and looked, his face changed greatly. "I saw a man near the Thai cage bitten his arm by the mutant zombies inside and screamed in horror." Seeing this, Luli shouted loudly. "Hurry up! All those who don't want to die are spread out." Everyone heard that they were scattered like a tide, and the speed was extremely fast. I have to say that this group of people escape far beyond the imagination of Luli. At this point, the man was knocking on the railing, desperately trying to pull out the biting arm. However, the mutant zombie in the cage was very tight, and the man could not break free. Luli rushed forward and pulled out the weapon. Blatantly, out of the sheath, and cut it towards the mutant zombies in the iron cage. It doesn't matter if you are bitten, you can rescue it with potions anyway. But mutant zombies cannot be left. Must be removed immediately. Blatantly, when you pass through the railing of the iron cage, you will fall on the neck of the mutant zombie. At this critical moment, Luli's movement suddenly stopped. "What are you doing? Hurry up. Lao Tzu was bitten by this dog's monster." Luli still stood still in place, motionless. "Hey! Did you hear it? I tell you, if something happened today, your entire Tianqing trading bank will be buried for me," the biting man said fiercely. "Are you sure you want me to do it?" Luli looked back and asked, coldly. "Hurry up. Hurry up. It's almost hurting Lao Tzu," the man said impatiently. As soon as his words fell, a cold mang flashed in front of him. The man flashed with a knife and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he heard Luli said, "Okay, you are safe." The man opened his eyes. He saw that the mutant zombies in the cage were still alive, and he was still holding something desperately. The man was stunned. What did the mutant zombie be so familiar? "It looks like one arm." He wanted to touch it subconsciously, but his sleeves were empty. In the next second, an indescribable pain came from his arm. "Ah! My arm dash!" The man yelled like a crazy roar. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. The man didn't see it, but they could see clearly. Luli just waved his knife and cut off the man's arm, and his movements were clean and neat, without any procrastination. Damn! This person is too cruel. He is dead. That is the youngest son of Earl Malian's most loved. I have to go quickly. With the temper of Marian's guy, it is estimated that all the people present had to be held accountable. "Mr. Steve. What are you doing? That man is the youngest son of Count Marian." Leah quickly pulled Luli to explain. It's okay, I know, one person is doing things and one person, I will not affect your trading bank. Luli did not expect that people who cut their arms by themselves would have such a big background. But he didn't have the mood to care about these trivial things at this time. Luli looked at the mutant zombie in the iron cage again. The mutant zombie was similar to that of his missing mother. If you don't guess wrong, this should be Steve's mother Tiki. So he stopped. Luli could have waited for the man to be infected and rescued him with a potion. But Luli did not. Luli was originally happy to find the missing mother. But the bite guy dared to order himself and threatened himself. Luli always had to eat soft and not hard. He did not hesitate to cut off the man's arm directly. Although the man is infected, he will lose an arm and become a disability. The man fainted on the ground because of excessive blood loss. Luli sneered and passed by him. He came to the cage again and began to observe his mother Tiki. I don't know what happened, the mother actually appeared here. Fortunately, Luli was present today. Otherwise, it may be killed. Luli called Leah. Open the cage, I want to go in to save people. Who to save? Leah asked, puzzledly. Save my mother. Luli pointed to Tiki in the cage. Leah showed an unbelievable expression. Is this your mother? Yes. Luli nodded gently. Oh my God. Why did your mother appear here? It still became. Leah just split the word monster, and suddenly realized that there was something wrong, so she didn't continue to say. It's okay, she really becomes a monster, but she will return to her original. Having said that, Luli took out the splash-like weak potion and thrown away his mother. As soon as the effect of the weak potion was played, Luli fed the golden apple to his mother. After taking the golden apple, her mother Tiki gradually turned from irritability to calm. The gray bubbles appeared on her body, and the corpse on her face gradually disappeared. What happened just now made people from the audience rise. They did not step forward this time, but stood in the distance and looked at the changes in the cage. When everyone saw that the mutant zombies were slowly recovering the adult shape, they were all dumbfounded. It's just that the good times don't last long. Tiki, who had been quiet, suddenly became irritable again. Luli's eyes condensed, a little surprised. What's the situation? Mr. Steve, what's wrong? Leah saw Luli's face gloomy and asked, carefully. I don't know, there should be something wrong. Luli frowned tightly, thinking about countermeasures. It stands to reason that splashing weak potion and gold apples should be able to restore the mother to the original. But now it has failed. Is it possible? Is the dose small? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Luli used double weight potions and gold apples to his mother Tiki this time. Tiki was quiet again. But it didn't take long for it to return to what it was before. This can't help but let Luli crazy. Where is the problem? Luli squatted down, holding his head and starting thinking. When the audience under the audience saw this scene, she couldn't hold back. Liar. What kind of potion gold apples are deceiving? Your Tianqing trading bank is too much. Do you think we have a lot of money and want to lie to our money? Fortunately, I didn't buy it. Otherwise, I will be pitted alive today. The crowd began to discuss the Star Trading Bank. For a while, scolding rose. Rao is a person like Leah who has seen big scenes, and it is also difficult for this situation. She can only explain to everyone. Everyone, this is just an accident. Don't take it seriously. However, no one was willing to listen to her. Because of his mother's affairs, Lu Liben was upset. Now there are so many people who are still making noisy here, which makes him even more uncomfortable. Alt roll it out. The auction will be cancelled. I won't sell it. Luli stood up and roared at the stage. Things of deceiving people, you just give it to me, I'm too lazy. This is something related to life, you dare to fool us. Do you don't want to drive in less city? The crowd of the audience also counterattacked weakly. Let you go. Leah, find someone to help me remove the cage. When Leah heard her words, she was going to order her. Suddenly, there was a noise from the entrance of the auction hall. When Leah was wondering what happened, a man hurried in. Miss Leah, it's not good. What's wrong? So anxious? Many soldiers came at the door of the trading bank, and they have blocked it all. He was wearing a ruff and said. Soldiers? Did they say where they came from? When Leah heard the news, she stunned in her heart, and there was a bad premonition. Before waiting for the report, a loud voice came from the entrance of the auction hall. Earl Malayan is here. As soon as he heard the name, Leah's face changed in an instant. It's over. Why did Earl Malayan come so soon? Don't worry, one person is doing things alone, and he will come to me if you have any problems later. Luli took a step ahead and blocked in front of Leah. Earl Malayan is a tall and burly middle-aged man. As soon as he came in, he hurried to the injured son. Son. What's wrong? How can you hurt this? Your arm. When he saw his son's empty sleeve tube, he was shocked. He suddenly received a message at home just now, saying that his younger son was injured. He rushed with hundreds of soldiers. Unexpectedly, I saw the stunned son as soon as he came up. What makes him unacceptable most is that his son actually broke his arm. Which bastard is dry? Get out of me. Malayan couldn't care about his status, and yelled directly. The eyes of the audience looked at Luli on the stage. Luli's face was as usual. It's me. He calmly replied. Okay. Very good. You have a kind. Seeing a calm Luli, Malayan suddenly fired. This guy who hurt his son is actually like nothing, this is just not to take him in his eyes. Count Marion, your son's arm is indeed cut off. However, I did this after he agreed. If you don't believe, you ask these people present, they can testify. Marion heard the words. How is it possible? His son is not stupid X, how could Luli cut his arms? Hearing Luli's words, everyone was looking at each other. Luli said that there is really no problem, that is, I always feel that something is wrong. Earl Malayan recruited a guard with his son and asked about the specific situation. After listening, his face became even more ugly. The matter is really as required by his son as Luli said. At this moment, Earl Malayan was a little embarrassed. Although he has a lot of people, he has to be famous. If he was so popular in court, maybe it would affect his reputation. The nobles like him are the reputation most. Then I have to thank you? Earl Malayan asked anger and asked. That's not necessary. This is what I should do. As soon as Luli exported, Earl was fainted. He can't wait for a sword to cut his death. But he couldn't find an excuse for a while, so he had to be so stalemate. At this moment, a man walked to Malayan and whispered to him. After listening to Malayan, he suddenly turned on. He looked at Luli in a bad way, with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Luli felt bad in his heart. Since you cut my son to save him, then this matter is for this matter. Malayan suddenly changed a big change of 180 degrees, and Luli became more and more disturbed. However, I bite my son's mutant zombie, I have to take it away. As soon as this statement came out, Luli's face was gloomy instantly. If the mother fell into the other side, she would definitely be retaliated. He is absolutely impossible for his mother to make it. Seeing this, Leah stepped forward and helped to play the field. Dear Count Marion, I think there must be any misunderstandings in it. Can we sit down and talk calmly? Miss Lia, my son was injured on the site of your Tianqing trading. This is your negligence, Earl Marine said, dissatisfied. When Lia heard the words, she couldn't find a reason to refute. This kind of thing is difficult to blame. This thing is indeed that we do something, and then your son hurts. Please rest assured that we will be responsible for this matter. Lia bowed to each other and apologized. Count your appearance. Marine snorted and continued, however, I don't have time to talk to you today, and quickly hand over the monsters who bite my son. Otherwise, don't blame me to be polite. Lia looked at the land with some embarrassment. Mr. Steve, Before Lia finished speaking, Luli was interrupted. He took a step forward and pulled Lia behind him. This matter has nothing to do with your Tianqing trading bank, the trouble I caught, I solve it myself. Luli cold voice said. Mr. Steve, what are you going to do? Seeing this, Lia hurried up and wanted to pull Luli. He was pushed away by him. Luli pulled out the Li blade on his waist and inserted it on the ground. If who wants to move this iron cage, take it across my body, Luli said coldly to everyone. Earl Malayan first stunned, and then a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What role are you? You want to stop me? Come. Learn a little bit of a little hair boy who is unknown. With a decree, the soldiers behind him began to move. Many onlookers are afraid of hiding in the pond fish, and they are all hiding far away, waiting to watch the show. The soldiers came to the stage and went up along the wooden steps. Luli took the scabbard and came to the stairs to make a scabbard at the front of the soldiers. The soldier didn't even have time to respond, and was beaten by the huge power came from the scabbard. The man behind him was too late to dodge, and he was hit. There are people who are not afraid of death, even if you come up. Next time I won't stay. When he heard Luli, the soldiers stopped the pace of progress. They are all trained soldiers, and they can naturally feel the power of Luli. Fortunately, it was just a scabbard just now. If it was replaced with blade of Li, I am afraid the soldier was dead. Luli's shot directly shocked the audience. The soldiers were hesitant. What are you doing? Hurry up. Do you want me to take it in person? Marine saw the soldiers under his men, and said angrily. But no one dared to rush up. The soldiers were not stupid. I knew that the first rushing up would definitely not be a good end, it was a high probability that it was a dead. No one wants to lose his life in vain, and everyone simply does not move. Who can kill this damn guy first? I reward him 10,000 gold coins. Seeing intimidation, Marion began to seduce. Under the reward, there will be Yongfu. There is nothing wrong with this. Those soldiers who were still hesitating, when they heard Malayan, they suddenly became energetic. After all, it is 10,000 gold coins. Ordinary people can't make so many gold coins in their lives. They seemed to suddenly hit the chicken blood and rushed to the auction station. This time, they did not take the stairs anymore, and chose to climb up from the edge. The gap between the auction table and the ground is only more than 1 meter, and it can climb up with a little force. See this scene. Luli felt bad. If he comes one by one, he may still cope with it. But if a group of people swarmed up, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would not be long. Seeing the soldiers who were about to climb up the auction station, Luli pulled out the Li blade, inserted on the ground. He held his handle one by one, and the other hand found a golden apple and strength potion from his backpack. Mother is here, and Luli is absolutely impossible to leave her. Since you can't run away, you can only die. Luli's eyes were stunned, ready to do it at any time. At this moment, there was another noisy at the entrance of the auction hall. Give me a hand. A familiar voice came, and Luli immediately brightened. The coming person is Luli's cheap apprentice, Wendy. Wendy walked in with a group of soldiers in the Pharmacist Association. "Count Marion, see a long time." Wendy said the guest talk in his mouth, but his face was indifferent. "Master Wendy. What do you want to come here? Marine frowned and asked. "Someone wants to bully the people of the Pharmacist Association, of course I have to come." "Master Wendy, what do you mean?" Marine heard something in Wendy's words, and asked, with a little displeased. "Do you know, who is the soldier surrounded by your soldiers?" Wendy asked. "He is just a small bronze knight." "You must be the knights." "That's not necessarily." Wendy snorted and walked over from Marion. He walked in front of the stage and was stopped by the soldiers. "Wendy. Why are you here?" Luli asked, curiously. "Just now I was at home. Suddenly, a vermiculist named Riley ran in, saying that you were in danger, and then I hurriedly took people to rush over." "Riley? Why don't I know?" Luli was stunned. He didn't know this person? "It's him." Wendy pointed to a man behind him. When Luli looked intently, there was some impression. When he refined his medicine before, he seemed to be down. "Rueli, thank you. I owe you a humanity." Luli smiled at Riley. Should. Riley's face was flattered. He has not realized that his life will change because of Luli. "Wendy, you have to keep this kid, I have no opinion. But, I will never let you take away the monsters in the iron cage." Even Malayan was unwilling to make evil with the pharmacist. "Wendy, can't promise him," Luli said categorically. "Teacher, why? Is there anything in that iron cage?" Wendy also asked to ask Luli. "Wendy, don't ask, this kid will not say." "Let me tell you. There is a monster in the cage. And that monster is the mother's mother," Marine said with a sneer. After Marine finished speaking, he looked at Land proudly. Originally, everyone only knew that there was a monster in the cage. Now he is promoted so much that everyone knows the true identity of the monster. They looked at Luli's eyes instantly. "I didn't expect someone to recognize a monster as a mother, it was ridiculous." Someone sarcastically. Luli's color was cold, and the blade of Lee in his hand clenched again. He glaring at Malayan, the anger in his heart was difficult to curb. "Teacher, don't compare with this kind of person, the priority is to quickly bring your mother to take it out." Seeing that Luli was about to be fainted by anger, Wendy quickly reminded. "When I heard Wendy's words, Luli returned to God. It's dangerous, I almost went to the other party. Marine just said that thing just now to stimulate Luli and make him angry. In this way, he can deal with Luli logically. This Wendy, really a dog, takes a spare time." Seeing that his excitement was unsuccessful, Marion was unhappy. Since wisdom can't get it, it can only be hard. Wendy only brought 20 or 30 people. It was really not his opponent at all. If it wasn't for the power of the Pharmacist Association behind Wendy, he would have already started. "Marion, I advise you to give up early." Wendy shouted towards Malayan. "Wendy, you'd better figure out the situation first. I'm going to catch that monster, but it's not that guy," Marine said with a sneer. "That's my teacher's mother, you want to move her," Wendy resolutely said. "Wendy, you're at age, why do you have to be confused when you are old? The little boy's mother is a monster. Do you worship him as a teacher?" Marion's victory vouchers looked at each other. "You." Wendy couldn't speak by Marion. "Forget it, Wendy, let this guy give me to deal with it, you take someone to protect my mother." "Okay, teacher." Wendy nodded. As soon as he waved his hand, the soldiers behind him would come to power. How could Marion let Wimble's people get close, and he ordered his order. "Take a look. Stop it for me." For a while, Wendy and the soldiers brought by him were surrounded by Malian's people. "Marion, are you going to fight with my pharmacist association?" Wendy was angry. "Wendy, you may scare me just now, but it's not good now." "What do you mean?" Wendy heard the words, and had some ominous hunch in his heart. "It's okay to tell you. His Royal Highness Elwyn sent someone to send me a message. He said that he didn't have to worry, he came to bear all the consequences, as long as he had that Steve." Elwyn, how could he mix in? When Wendy heard the name, his face suddenly changed. "It's really Ghost." Luli frowned. "Last time, I stopped Elwyn's men and seized Leah. This time, I finally found him a chance." Coincidentally, Elwyn came to the trading business that day was also injured by Luli's noodles. If Elwyn knows this, it is estimated that it can be killed on the spot. With Elwyn's support, he suddenly had a confidence. Wendy and others were surrounded by Malian's men. Although they were aggrieved in their hearts, they could only endure. "Teacher, Wendy looked at Luli, showing a helpless expression. "It's okay, you have tried your best, I don't blame you." Luli sighed. "It seems that there will be a fierce battle today." "Do it." With a decree, the soldiers under his men rushed to the stage again. "Court death." Luli took a golden apple and poured a bottle of enhanced version of the potion. In the next second, Luli appeared in a bunch of state. Golden apple's life recovery and damage absorption allows Luli to ignore the opponent's attack. Ordinary forces can provide 130 damage improvement. The enhanced version of the potion of Luli can provide 260 damage improvement. Bladively, after several forging, the damage has been improved a lot. If it is just an ordinary attack, it can cause 7 damage. With the blessing of strengthening the version of the potion, it can cause nearly 19 o'clock damage. If you can hit the weakness, you can theoretically kill one person in one shot. But these soldiers were wearing leather armor on their body, and some even wearing iron armor. Luli remembers that even leather equipment, its injury reduction, can reach 28. Iron clothing can reduce damage 60. In this way, Luli's damage will be greatly reduced. Sometimes it takes 3 or 4 times to kill a soldier. Luli waved the first knife and hit an arm wearing a leather-armored soldier. 13. Before he had a second knife, he rushed over a soldier wearing iron on the right. Luli's backhand knife, this time the damage was even lower, only 7 points of blood dropped. The blade of Li, in Luli, kept waved. At the beginning, the enemy was scattered, which caused Luli's fighting scores to not go up. There are more and more soldiers with climbing the auction counter. The advantage of pulling the sword really showed it. When the battle score is broken from breakthrough, Blade of Li is really awakened. The previous combat score has been floating between B- and the basic damage has only been 7 points. But as soon as the score arrives, the basic damage has increased to 20 points. After 20 o'clock basic damage, and after the increase of the potion, the damage reached an extremely scary number. A group of waste. Hurry up and grab him. If a person is not enough, then go together. Marine saw that Luli was cut one by one, and he was anxious. From the subconsciousness, he still did not treat Luli as a thing, and felt that the naval tactics could kill Luli. Luli sneered and shouted at him. "Marion, I will take your dog's life later. Remember to wash your neck. You can take care of yourself first, your mouth is useless." Before Marion's words were finished, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. More than a dozen soldiers rushed up, and their attacks looked at Luli. Suddenly, a purple knife light appeared in front of Luli, followed by a black hole. "Taste my dimension." The space around the black hole became distorted. Those soldiers who besieged Luli had no time to stop at all, and were gathered before the black hole by a strong suction. "I rely." Why can't I move? What kind of ghost? It hurts. Those soldiers found in horror that this black hole would not only suck people, but also hurt. Fortunately, the damage is not too high, and it will not be in danger. Before they had time to breathe, they fell into a knife in front of them. In the next second, there are more than a dozen corpses on the ground. What happened? This is dead? Marine saw Luli killed more than a dozen soldiers in a second, and his eyes almost stared. But he couldn't figure it out why Luli's damage was so high. In fact, not only Marion, but also Luli, was also scared by his previous knife. But Luli took a closer look and relieved again. The damage of the combat score is 20 points, plus the damage of 260 brought by the strength of the potion, that is, a full 52 points of damage. Wearing iron armor can reduce 60 damage. But still can't resist Luli. After 52 points of damage, after being reduced by iron armor, it can still cause more than 20 points of damage. Not to mention, the soldiers had been cut off by Luli a few drops of blood by the dimension. With this sword, the remaining soldiers did not dare to act lightly. Joke. The corpses on the ground are not fake. Since Luli can kill so many people at once, they can't escape a dead word. Go. What are you stunned? Hurry up and kill this kid. Marine urged. After seeing Luli's horror, he panicked. Luli sneered and hooked his fingers at the soldiers. If you are not afraid of death, come here. At this moment, those soldiers were in tangles. Marion is their boss, and they will be executed without listening to his order. However, Luli's strength is here, whoever dies. The left and right are a dead word, and the soldiers fell into a dilemma for a while. Seeing the soldiers so tangled, Luli's eyes were bright, and there was a countermeasure. Everyone, I have no resentment with everyone. This is just a matter between me and Earl Malion. I hope everyone can see the reality and don't give their lives for no reason. As soon as Luli came out, the audience was shocked. Facing the siege of everyone, Luli not only did not fall down, but also tried to fight against the enemy. Those soldiers who besieged Luli heard Luli's words, and they were shaking. Luli saw this, and added a fire while chaotic. I guess, you must have read Marion for a long time. The soldiers nodded slightly. Marine usually did not pit them, and the soldiers had long complained, but they did not dare to say it. And NBP, didn't he pay 10,000 gold coins to buy my life? Then I will pay 50,000 gold coins. Who can kill him? This 50,000 gold coins will return to you. Speaking, Luli took out 5 pockets of gold coins from his backpack. Luli poured out the gold coins in his pocket, and the gold coin suddenly piled up a hill. Those soldiers looked straight. Damn. So much money. I did it. A soldier made a decision when he patted his thigh. Anyway, it is to make money for anyone, and it is better to bet. If you can get these 50,000 gold coins, you can eat fragrant and spicy in the second half of your life. With the first one, there will be a second and third one. More and more soldiers began to face each other. They turned around and pointed the weapons at Malion. Marine was shocked and quickly hid behind a soldier. Hurry up. Stop these traitors. Don't let them come over. However, the soldier was indifferent. A group of waste. What are you doing? Seeing that the men around him stood still, Marion was angry. A soldier turned around and hit Marion's nose. Blood suddenly burst out of the nasal cavity of Marion. You hit me. You dare to hit me. Marine covered his nose, his face was incredible. Every time I do bad things, let's get it to you. Plucking and kicking us at us. I have been for a long time. The soldier waved a punch again, and Marine was dizzy. Someone opened his head, and the rest would have no good scruples. Hundreds of soldiers rushed to Marion and began to punch him and kick him. Just like this, I have a kick, playing for nearly 5 minutes. The audience was stunned. Good guy. Earl was troubled by Luli, but was beaten by his men. This is a rare scene. Luli did not expect that he was a little bit about it, and the situation on the field completely reversed. Marine's screams kept sounding in the auction hall. Wendy came to Luli and gave him a thumbs up. Teacher, your trick is too high. Students really admire. What's the big deal? Blame Malayan himself if you want to blame it. If he usually has a better opponent, he will not be reversed by me. The teacher is right. Then, what should we do now? Luli came to the iron cage and confirmed that his mother was safe, so he said, let's send my mother to a safe place. Teacher, where do you want to go? Wendy asked. Just go to your headquarters of the Pharmacist Guild. The mother hadn't returned to normal, and Luli had to find a place to settle down first. There is a large castle headquarters, which should be safe. With the friendship between himself and the chairman Carl, it is not difficult to ask him to find an empty room for his mother. Okay. Teacher. I'll go. Be careful, don't let your people be too close to be bitten. Before leaving, Luli still told a few words of anxiety. After sending away Wendy, Luli returned to the stage again. Mr. Steve, don't you leave yet? Leah asked Carabout. The trouble hasn't been solved yet, what to do? Luli jumped up and jumped off the auction station. When the soldiers saw Luli, they consciously led the way. As soon as the crowd broke away, Luli saw Marion with a swollen nose. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, mourning weakly. The soldiers know the proportion, while chaotic, he played 2-punch and kicked his feet, maybe he could still escape. It is said that the law does not blame the public. But killing the count, it violates the law of the kingdom. Although Lou left the high price of 50,000 gold coins, no one dared to kill him. These soldiers had a great grievances about Malayan, but they also knew that once they really died, they would be held accountable. This wicked, let's give it to Luli. Luli slowly walked in front of Malayan and kicked him with his feet. Marin immediately sent out a mournful mourning of pig killing. Steve. You damn guy. Earl Marion, I knew this, why bother? Luli sighed and then pulled out, blatantly. You. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. I am the Count. Kill the Count, but death. There is also His Royal Highness Alvin behind me, and he will not let you go. Marine shouted in horror. Luli's, blatantly, was put on Marine's neck and looked at him with a smile. Marine sweaty, scared her legs soft. Count Marion, do you think it's useful to say this to this day? Luli sneered. He had already mastered the absolute right to speak, and Marion couldn't turn around. What you need to consider now is how to deal with Marion. Uncle, you just forgive me, I just follow His Royal Highness Erwin's instructions, it is really not intended to embarrass you. Marine was not good at the moment, and even begged for mercy. Gentle you? Yes, then you always have to come up with some sincerity. Marin suddenly lit away. Listening to Luli's meaning, his life seems to be rescued. Uncle Steve. What do you want? I can give you all. As long as you can spare me. Marion quickly said. What about me? I usually don't have much hobbies, I like to collect gold coins, you see. Speaking, Luli rubbed his fingers. Marion is also an old rivers and lakes, and I understand the movement of Luli. Yes. 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 How much gold coin do you want? Let me get it. Luli pretended to be contemplative and thought for a while, then slowly said, it's a bit tight recently. Give me 1 million first. Hearing Luli's words, Marion stunned. 1 million gold coins. this? Why? Is there any problem? Luli asked with a smile. No problem. I'll find someone to get it. But, it takes a little time. Just you, within half an hour, I want to see the money, otherwise, you know. Luli smiled, and Marion couldn't help shaking. He hurriedly shouted the housekeeper and instructed Link Butler, go back and give me 1,000,000 gold coins. Must be fast. My little life is in your hands. The middle-aged housekeeper named Link heard Marion's words, and his face was unpleasant. Master Marion, how can we have so much money? Marine heard the words and was shocked. How much is there now? At most, you can get a 600,000 gold coin. Link thought about it. Uncle, can you be fused? Marine looked at Luli a little helplessly. That's easy to handle. Every 100,000 gold coins, I cut you a body part to debate. How much do I cut, what do you want? Luli said calmly. Ah? Is this not appropriate? Marine was shocked. Remind you, it's 25 minutes left. Marine gritted his teeth and said to the housekeeper, go to sell my manor. How can you reach hundreds of thousands? Master, although the manor is valuable, but where to find a buyer now? The steward Lin Ke said with a frowning face. Manor? Luli heard the words, and his eyes were bright. He was worried that there was no place to place a mother, and the son had a fall. But he is not suitable for coming to say this. As a result, Luli quietly watched Leah on the side. Leah would like to think in an instant. Just when Marion was about to despair, Leah said. Mr. Malayan, if you need to sell real estate, our Tianqing Trading Bank is willing to work on behalf of them to ensure that it will not delay time. Marine, who was ashamed, had just jumped up with excitement. Really? How much do you want to get? Marion hurriedly asked. According to the market price, we can give the price of 300,000 gold coins, what do you think? 300,000. There is no pit price at this price, and 300,000 is indeed a normal market price. However, the 300,000 plus the previous 600,000 were only 900,000. 1 million from the demand for landing and falling, but it is still 100,000. Mr. Marion, do you have to sell it? Leah confirmed again. Just when Marion hesitated, Luli made a sound again. 20-2 minutes left. Marine woke up instantly. Sell. 300,000 and 300,000. Link, hurry back to pick up the money and get the land. But, Master, there is still 100,000 gold coins. Whatever you say. Let you go and hurry up. Marine scolded. Link sighed and turned away helplessly. Marine sat on the ground and thought about countermeasures. Luli said before, and cut a part of 100,000 coins. Cut your hand? Still cutting your feet? Anyway, no matter how much it is, as long as you can survive. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Malayan is more anxious. It's almost time, how can people not come yet? Suddenly, there was a hurry at the door before footsteps. Master. I'm here. Link ran in quickly, sweating. Hurry up. Go to sell the manor. Marion hurriedly urged. Leah has long been prepared for a long time. As soon as the deeds have arrived, Malayan presses a handprint. Marine pressed a red handprint on the agreement with his blood. Okay, Mr. Marion, this is 300,000 gold coins, please collect it. The staff left the gold coin bag in front of Malayan. Link also took the gold coins together. Uncle Steve. Gold coins sent you. It's here. Marine finished speaking, and was uneasy. Huh? There are only 900,000 gold coins here, do you plan to let me cut a knife? Marine nodded his head, and then stretched his left hand out. What are you doing? I plan to use this arm to get the 100-100 gold coins. Marion said. Count Marion, you seem to have done something wrong. What? Marine stunned. Which part of the use of debt is the final say, not you, please make it clear. Then, where are you going to cut? Marin suddenly looked pale. I think your head is very valuable, or just cut this. You are playing with me. Then Marion reacted, and he roared angrily. Congratulations, guess right, so I want to reward you with a knife, remember to cast a good tire in the next life, don't meet me anymore. Luli smiled, and he had to raise a knife. No. Marine shouted in horror. Seeing that Marion was about to splash 3 feet, Leah hurriedly turned her head over. Suddenly, a figure came to Luli and grabbed his arm. Leave someone under the knife. Luli was stunned and found the housekeeper named Link. At this point, he stretched out his hands and blocked in front of Marion. This uncle, otherwise, cut me. I am willing to take this knife for my master. Link said. Luli never expected that Marion had such a loyal butler. Why do you have a knife for him? You are just a housekeeper. Luli asked in doubt. At that time a group of robbers came in the village and killed my wife and children. It was Earl Malayon who wiped out the robber and helped me revenge. Earl Malayon has a great kindness to me, I don't think it is reported. You want to cut it, just cut me. Link's tone was very firm. Hearing Link's words, and NBP, Marion seemed to think of something, his face changed slightly. That should be what he had before the count before. However, the facts and Link have seen some of them. Luli saw Link's death as a headache, a little headache. When Luli was troubled, a sound sounded from the rear. You were deceived. Luli turned his head and found that the person who spoke was the man with a room with himself. Who are you talking to? Luli asked in doubt. The man pointed to Link. Who are you? I don't know you. Link scratched his head, and he had no impression of the person in front of him. Don't care who I am, you just need to know one thing, you are deceived by Marion. The man said calmly. Don't talk nonsense. When will I lie? Marine just wanted to refute, but when he saw the man's appearance, he suddenly seemed to see a ghost. You are. The man walked in front of Malayon, squatted down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Marion, you won't think those things you do that year can hide me. Marine heard the words, and there was a trace of horror in his eyes. For so many years, he thought he was seamlessly made, and no one would find it. The man went on to say, to this day, you should know your end, don't I say more? Marine's despair. The meaning of this is to sentence him to death. As soon as he wanted to say something, the man interrupted his words. Hush. Don't expose me, you don't want your family to be buried with you. Marine stiffened, as if he was old for dozens of years. Okay, I know. Marin nodded and said. Master, who is this person? Link looked blankly at Malayon and asked. Marine lowered his head ashamed and did not dare to look directly at Link. The man stepped forward and came to Link. Link, do you miss your wife and son? The man suddenly changed the topic, and Link was caught off guard. Of course I think. But, what useful people can be used to be dead and cannot be resurrected? As soon as he mentioned this, Linko's heart was faintly painful. At that time, shortly after his son was born, the family was happy. But the good times didn't last long. One day Link went away from the door. In the evening, a group of poor and evil robbers broke in the village. They slaughtered in the village, and they did it wanton. When Link returned to the village, he found that the entire village had become a scorched earth ruins. His wife and young son died miserably under that group of robbers. Link was out of control on the spot. He rushed madly in the village, and he emitted a hysterical mourning in his mouth. However, the people in the whole village died, and only he was alone. Early the next morning, a group of people came in the village. The head of the head is Malayan. He told Link that he was here to arrest the robbers. After learning about Link's encounter, Marion patted his chest and promised to help him revenge. Marion asked Link to stay in the village, waiting for his good news. Half a day later, Marion returned safely and successfully caught the robbers. Knowing that the big hatred has been reported, Link is very grateful. Later, Marion was sealed because of arresting the robbers. Link returned to Les City with him and became a housekeeper. This is decades. Thinking of this, Lynch couldn't help but tears. The man continued to ask, "Do you want to avenge your family?" Revenge. Link was stunned. "Master Marion has helped me revenge." The man shook his head, and he kicked on Marion. "Marion, you say what's going on." Marine changed, hesitated for a while, before he said, slowly. "Link, in fact, I have never told you in these years." "Master? What do you mean?" Link heard that he was inexplicable. "Actually, the robbers in your village that year was to be instructed." After speaking, Marion lowered his head a little guilty, and did not dare to look at Link. What are you talking about?" Link's pupils trembled violently, and his face was unbelievable. He was grateful to the real murderer of Dates Marion, but was the real murderer who killed his wife and children? The news was too thrilling, so that Link didn't want to believe it. "No. Are you going to lie to me, right?" "Master, is this person threatening you? Do you deliberately say this?" Link rushed up and grabbed Marine's shoulders, shaking crazy. Marine was seriously injured and was shaken by Link almost farting. "Link, I'm sorry for you," Marion said. "I'm sorry? Are you sorry? Are you sorry to change the life of my wife and son?" Link grabbed Marion's placket and roared hysterically. "Master Marion, this is the last time I call you like this. I just want to know now, why do you want to combine with robbers? I was just the viscount of a place. If I wanted to be promoted to the count, I had to build something. Therefore, I directed and performed the thief to call the thief. Then why do you kill so many people? Can't you stay? Do you have to kill?" Link asked. "I don't want to do this either, but if a few people do not die, Wangqing will not care about my merits, so you must start a little hard and not leave flaws." Hearing Marion's explanation, Link only felt that his head was about to explode. It turns out that everything is fake. Over the years, he has worked hard to repay Marion's kindness. But who had thought that Marion was his greatest enemy? If he knows under his wife and children, it will definitely be disappointed. "Who can use me to put my weapon?" Link slowly stood up and asked everyone. Without saying a word, Luli took out a handful of iron swords and threw it to Link. "Thanks." Link nodded from landing. "Link, what are you doing?" Marine saw Link's hand holding a long sword, and was a little panicked. "Marion, you who killed thousands of knives. You lie to me so miserable. Today, I want to avenge my wife and children. You go to death." Having said that, Link raised his sword over the top of his head and stabbed his chest with his chest. Marine's face was ashamed and closed his eyes tightly. Although he had long thought that there would be such a day, but when the death was really coming, he still had no courage to face it. With a bang, the long sword penetrated Marine's chest, and he passed directly from the chest to the back, and he was deeply not entered into the floor. Marine sorrowful, his legs kicked, and died. The blood flowed slowly along the body, and soon dyed the ground red. I don't know when, Link has burst into tears. He shook his hand slightly with his sword. No one was present at the scene that the auction finally ended in this situation. Luli was also a little unexpected. This time he did not shoot himself, and someone helped kill Malayan. But he is even more interested in the identity of the man next to him. When Malayan saw the man just now, the shocking look showed, Lu-like looked in it. What is the origin of this person? I actually know so many inside story. Could it be, what big person? Why do you know even such secrets? Luli couldn't bear it for a long time, and he asked. I also happened to hear from my friends. I just wanted to cheat Malayan. The man spread his hands and said helplessly. This? Luli suddenly condensed silently. He could hear that the other party's answer was perfunctory. What exactly did you do? I have known each other for a few days. I don't even know your name. Compared with inside information, Luli now wants to know the identity of the man. My name? Mark House, have you heard of it? The man paused and asked. Mark Hughes? Never heard of it. Luli recalled it carefully and shook his head, and he had no impression of the name. That's good. How? Is there any person who can't see your identity? Seeing that Luli didn't know himself, Mark House was a lot more assured. Luli asked, curiously. That's not, but it's not convenient to tell you now, you will know in the future. Marcus said mysteriously. Seeing Makuz is unwilling to say, Luli no longer questioned. After all, everyone has their own secrets and cannot be strong. However, Luli's heart probably had a speculation, since Marion was so frightened to see Makuz. It shows that one thing must be higher than him. Earl is tall and should be a marquis. Maybe, is it a duke? If Makuz is really a duke, Luli Ku will be tightly tightened. That's one person, the existence of more than 10,000 people. Brother Mark, do you honestly say, are you a marquis? You can rest assured, I won't go out and talk nonsense. Luli suddenly asked. Mark Hughes stunned, and then laughed. Steve little brother, you are too humorous. With such a smile, Luli strengthened his thoughts. Even the marquis is not in his eyes, Max is sure is a duke. This strengthens the idea of Luli's thigh. Brother Mark, you can bring your younger brother in the future. Mark Hughes held a smile. It's easy to say, it's easy to say. With Marion's death, the farce finally ended. At this time, the auction hall had already gone to the building. The guests who were invited to participate in the auction, although they did not buy anything, they watched a wonderful drama for free. It can be said that it is a bad trip. As soon as Earl Marine died, the whole city of Les spread. Including the wrong things he made that year, he was announced together and became a talk of people after meals. The soldiers brought by Marion looked at each other one by one, and I didn't know what to do. Although Marine died, they couldn't be happy. For a long time, they have been Marion's dogs. As soon as Marion died, they lost their effects. They have no job now, and even worry about life. Luli looked in his eyes. Everyone, if you don't dislike it, you can stay in the Earl Manor to work, double the remuneration. Although Marion was dead, the manor he left still needed manpower. These people just helped themselves a big help, and Luli didn't mind helping them. When the soldiers heard Luli, they suddenly boiled. Long life Steve! Someone shouted excitedly. Removal. In the past, this is something they dare not think. For them, whether it is Marion or Steve, as long as they give money, they are willing to live for him. The soldiers cheered, but the housekeeper Link was paralyzed. His eyes were empty, his face was lost. Luli went up and patted his shoulder. Link raised his head blankly and looked at Luli. What's the matter with you? Link, do you want to continue to be the steward of the Earl Manor? Link was stunned, and the bottom of his eyes flashed with a trace of light, and quickly dissipated. Forget it, I'm just a confused old man, Mr. Steve, you still ask another person. Link, have you taken care of the manor for decades, Are you really willing to let others take over? Luli's words were like a knife, deeply inserted in Link's heart. Since he became a housekeeper, he has devoted all his efforts to the Earl Manor. As small as a grass and wood, the buildings in the manor are all in his figure. When he heard Marion said he wanted to sell the manor, his heart was dripping blood. That's all his efforts. But after all, I am a man from Malayan, so I'm not good. Link said with some embarrassment. What's the big deal? Although you are the housekeeper of Malayan, you have not helped to abuse. Besides, you killed Malayan by yourself. Everyone thinks you are a hero. You don't have to feel so guilty. Luli's words were a little moved. He thought for a while, and then slowly said, "Okay, Mr. Steve, I promise you." After speaking, Link suddenly seemed to have unloaded a large stone, which was a lot relaxed. "Follow me, I won't treat you." Link's previous performance made Luli very appreciated. Today, Luli successfully took Link into his majesty, which is a great help. Link's loyalty, Luli looked in his eyes. He needed such a housekeeper to help him handle things. "Okay, since things are done, then I am gone," Mark Hughes said. "Go so soon?" Luli asked. "I have to do something to do, I will leave today." "Brother Mark, remember to come to the cafe next time." Before leaving, Luli said to Makaz. "Okay. I will come." Mark Hughes waved his hand and turned away. "Link, you also take everyone back, you go back to this money." Speaking, Luli threw out a gold coin pocket. There are tens of thousands of gold coins, which is enough for a few hundred gold coins per person. There is no shortage of money in Luli now. It is best to get people's hearts. After sending away Link and his party, Luli was also ready to move. He was going to pick up his mother first, and then return to the Earl Manor. From now on, the Earl Manor of Marion is Lulisan's stronghold. "Are you leaving?" Leah asked a little reluctantly. "Well, I'm going to see my mother." "Sorry." Leah suddenly whispered. "Huh? Why do you say this suddenly?" "I messed up the auction." Leah's heart was full of guilt, and things became like this, and she couldn't shirk the responsibility. "It's okay, small things, they want to buy, I don't want to sell yet." The antidote is definitely no problem, and Luli's heart has been tested. There should be some other changes in the mother, so they failed. "So, what should I do that batch?" Leah pointed out that those big boxes filled with golden apples and splattered weak potions asked. "It's okay. This group of people don't buy it is their losses. These things can be sent to the Earl Manor. If you have something in the future, you can go there to find me." Luli groaned for a while and said. "Okay, I will order it soon." Leah has always sent Luli to the door of the trading bank, and then stopped. "If it's okay, I'll go first." Luli also had to rush to pick up his mother's headquarters in the Pharmacist Guild. "Wait a moment." Leah suddenly shouted, "Luli. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Luli turned curiously. "Today, thank you. If you hadn't shot me in time, I'm afraid. It's just a small thing, don't take it to your heart." Before leaving, Luli added another sentence. "Miss Leah, don't be so desperate for work in the future. This time you are lucky. I can't guarantee that I can save you next time." After listening, Leah nodded. She watched the back of the landing away and murmured in her mouth. "Is he cared for me?" Leah smiled suddenly. "I must think too much. How can anyone care about people like her? She is just an optional chess piece in the family." However, Steve showed the strength today. There is also his skills of refining the potion. I am afraid that even if it is placed in Leah's hometown, it should be an extraordinary character. Thinking of this, Leah realized a very important thing. Leah quickly returned to her room and locked the door. There is a box in the corner. In the box, there is an amethyst ball. Above the crystal ball, there is a diamond-shaped gap. Leah carefully held the amethyst ball in the palm of his hand. She took the same thing from the box and put it in the gap in the crystal ball. If Luli was present, it would be surprising. Leah took it out. It was actually a precious emerald. The even more surprising thing is still behind. After the gap of the amethyst was filled with the emerald, the surface of the entire sphere began to glow with a faint white light. After Baiguan flashed a few times, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the amethyst ball. Leah. What did you do? Why did you contact the family for so long? The man's tone was very dissatisfied. Father, Leah is a little busy recently. I forgot to contact the family to report the situation. I also asked my father to forgive. Leah heard that she said nervously. What can be more important than the mission of the family? The man heard the words and scolded it sharply. Father, you don't know. Leah told the man about the mutant zombie in the Kingdom of Blocks. After listening, the man was silent for a long time. Father, are you okay? Leah asked a little uneasily. Leah, I will immediately report it to the family. You are keeping your attention at any time. If you have any news, remember to inform me in time. Good. As soon as Leah finished speaking, the crystal ball returned to normal. Leah took a sigh of relief. Just now, Leah wanted to tell her father about the antidote. However, she finally held back. Once such a thing is leaked, it is likely to cause trouble for Luli. Those people in the family are all interests. Maybe it will send someone directly to catch Luli. Leah didn't want to see this happen. The power of the Leah family is all over the place, and the Star Trading Bank is just one of the small industries. Such as the flame stick, the scarce resources of the lower realms, the entire block kingdom can only be bought by Tianqing trading. The marriage between Leah and Elwyn is also the family arrangement. However, Leah is unwilling to accept this reality. The only opportunity she can get rid of fate is to be promoted to high-level family. However, it requires Leah to make some achievements. At least, the transaction value of the star trading route has doubled several times to have a chance. Although it is unrealistic, Leah is still working hard. Originally, this auction was likely to be her first step, but I did not expect that she was messed up. She came up with her life, and wanted to verify her own efficacy, but she was clumsy and affected Luli. Leah sighed lightly, a little worried. Luli went to Wendy's house first and brought Dahe out. Riding the Big Black, the land is straight towards the headquarters of the Pharmacist Guild. All the way, Luli reached the destination. As soon as he arrived at the door of the castle headquarters of the Pharmacist Guild, Luli saw many people surrounding the yard. Wendy is also among them, and is arguing with people fiercely. Luli turned over the horse, quietly mixed into the crowd, and wanted to find out. I just want to use a monster to try the medicine, Wangdi, do you care about it so desperately? A tall man said to Wendy. Sing. Don't be too much. Wearing Wendy, she was furious. Wendy, pay attention to your identity. What qualifications do you have to talk to me with a middle-level pharmacist? The man named Sing mocked. You. Wendy wanted to scold people, but in the end, she returned. Although Sing in front of him is a senior pharmacist, Wendy has recently made a rapid progress in strength and is not a false opponent at all. But Sing had a heavy identity that made him have to be a bit afraid. Sing was born expensive, and his father was a duke. The title is divided into 5 classes, the Duke Kachuan. The duke is already the top existence, and speaking in the Kingdom of the Block is also pivotal. Because of this, Sing's status is so high. Even if the president of the Pharmacist Association, Carl, there is no way to take him. It is said that the next vice president has settled Sing. Singh may even become the president of the Future Pharmacist Association. Just now, Wendy took the landing mother to the door of the castle, but just hitting Singh. At the beginning, Singh just asked, and Wimy Ben intends to confuse it, but he was suspected by Singh. When Singh learned that a mutant zombie was actually closed in the cage, he suddenly became interested. Singh let Wendy hand over the cage to him, and Wendy said nothing. The two quarreled. "Wendy, I will give you the last chance to hand in the monster. Otherwise, the pharmacist will have no place for you." Singer sneered and threatened. Regarding the mutant zombie, Singh heard something from his Duke's father. When Singh heard a mutant zombie in the cage, he immediately had a thought in his head. He wants to use this monster for experiments. However, what he thought was not studying solution, but how to extract toxin refining toxic drugs. Singh is insidious and spicy. He is best at making poison, such as poisonous potions. Anyone who provokes him will eventually be retaliated. And Singh prefers to poison silently than bullying. Singh felt that this mutant zombie would definitely bring new progress to his poison research, so he opened to find Wormy for asking. Thinking of a middle-level pharmacist for Wendy, he should accept it. But Singh never expected that Wendy had rejected him and rejected him. Where Singh suffered this kind of anger, let the followers followed on the spot, ready to rob. When the two sides were about to start, Luli just arrived. "Wendy, don't get toasting or not eating and punishment. Surgery my end, you should know," Singh said coldly. "Singh, I advise you that it's better to die, some things are not you can touch." Wendy was not afraid of death in front of the iron cage, holding a long sword in her hand. Hearing Wendy's words, Singh couldn't help snorting. "Wendy, are you joking with me? What else can I Singh can't touch the whole block kingdom. Singh, I dare to swear, if you dare to move this iron cage today, my teacher will never let you go." Seeing that I couldn't stop Singh, Wendy could only take out Luli to scare him. "Your teacher?" Singh heard the words, first froze, and then thought of the scene at the dinner. "Oh. You mean the guy named Steve, right? Since you know the name of my teacher, you dare to do it?" Singh seemed to hear something very funny, and laughed out. "Why are you laughing?" Wendy asked, puzzledly. "A township guy who doesn't know where to come from. Wendy, you will recognize such a person as a teacher." Singh mocked. "You. Don't say my teacher." When someone was insulted by Luli, Wendy suddenly became angry. "He is in a hurry, he is in a hurry. Everyone watch it. Wendy was broken by me." Singh laughed very arrogantly, and a laughed in the crowd. Wendy stood in place, glaring at Singh's extremely bad face, and couldn't wait to rush to punch on his face. But he can't do it. His most important task is to protect the safety of the iron cage and prevent the teacher's mother from being snatched. What do you say? Anyway, I am here today. If you want to move the iron cage, first cross from my body," Wendy said with a long sword and stared at Singh. "That's not you. Go on. Give me a cage over." Singh snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him rushed up, surrounding Wendy and more than a dozen men he brought. Wendy was a little annoyed. Why didn't he bring everyone just now? Nowadays, people are not enough. In the face of several times of their own strength, it is difficult to do even hard resistance. The soldiers sent by Singh held weapons and narrowed the encirclement in a little bit. "Wendy, give you the last chance again. If you put down the weapon to surrender obediently now, I can put these soldiers away. Otherwise, you will have only one dead end." As soon as Singh's remarks were exported, the soldiers behind Wendy looked at Wendy complicatedly. "Master Wendy, we don't want to die." After speaking, all the soldiers put down their weapons and chose to surrender. You. I'm so angry. Wendy never expected that the group of men had followed him for so long, and it was disintegrated directly because of the threat of Sing. Wendy, now, I think there are any ways you. Sing. I still say that. Cage is there, I am there. You kill me directly if you have the ability. Wendy gritted her teeth, and her attitude was extremely tough. What's the matter? Could it be that you want a person to head so many people? Sing smirked and asked. Wendy just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a voice came out of the crowd. He is not alone. And me. Hearing this sound, Wendy was suddenly excited. Teacher. You're here. Talking about this person is not someone else, it is the mix of Luli in the crowd. Are you Steve? Sing asked. Who is the grandson called? Luli asked deeply. Of course it is called you. Is there a second Steve here? Sing said impatiently. Olympic. It turned out that my grandson was calling me. Really good. After speaking, there was a smile in the crowd. Sing first stunned, and then he understood, his face suddenly became dark. Dare, Luli is scolding him. You dare to scold me. Sing was angry. Hey. I didn't scold you. You admit it yourself. Everyone has heard it. Luli almost did not faint Singer's air. Since coming to this world, Luli found that his skills of poisonous tongue seemed to become more proficient. Although this thing is not substantially lethal, it is extremely insulted. 2 sentences before kicking off, it is easy to collapse the opposite mentality. Regardless of how thick armor you wear, attack directly from psychology and complete defense. In this trick, Luli tried it repeatedly. Master Sing. You're okay. A man standing next to Sing saw that he had a wrong expression and asked quickly. I'm fine, let people catch these 2 abominable guys. I will test my new poison on the 2 of them today. Sing said fiercely. Seeing Sing eating, Wendy's mood suddenly felt a lot. He has been waiting for a miracle that appears in Luli. No matter how difficult it is, it seems that as long as Luli is there, everything will be safe and sound. Want to do it? Do you match it? Seeing Sing's soldiers rushed up, Luli sneered with disdain. He pulled out, bladively, and waved a knife in front of him. Dimension cut, movement. A sharp knife flew out of the blade, and the space became distorted. A deep ball-shaped black hole appeared, and a strong attraction came out, and several soldiers who rushed on the face were forcibly dragged together. When the soldiers were still in comparison, Luli's second knife fell quickly. The soldiers frightened that their bodies couldn't move, and their feet were off the ground and floated in the air. A rush. The third knife fell. This knife flew out the soldiers directly. The battle score has soared to the level. The soldiers fell heavily and sat up struggling. Their blood is only the last few points, and it is difficult to imagine how high the damage of Luli is. They looked at the Luli in front of the devil, and their eyes were full of fear. Luli didn't take it for granted. You know, he didn't even drink Gene Apple and Power Pot. If it is full, these stinky fish and shrimp are estimated to be cut off. At this moment, Luli is like a killing god who comes to the world. Sing saw Luli's attack so sharp that he couldn't help but take a few steps and hid behind the crowd. He only knew that Luli had some accomplishments in refining medicine, but did not expect that Luli fighting was so powerful. A few of you, stay to protect me, and the rest, all of them rush up. I don't believe it. He can still turn it alone. Sing ordered to the soldiers. Teacher. Be careful. Come later. Seeing this, Wendy quickly reminded. What do you think there are so many people? I doan't think of me? Stupid. Luli sneered, and in his hand, bladively, waved quickly. How did he fly? The crowd looked at Luli, who was flying out of thin air, and shocked. Those soldiers who besieged Luli were also dumbfounded, and they looked up stupidly. Sing. Where can I run? Luli, controlled, bladively, flew in the direction of Sing. Why are you stunned? Hurry up and stop him. Hut. Hit me. Sing retracted his head, hid in the crowd, and shouted anxiously. Several soldiers took off the bow and arrow from behind, began to aim at Luli, and prepared to shoot arrows. However, their arrow techniques are obviously unattractive. A few arrows shot out, not only failed to shoot Luli, but injured a lot of themselves by mistake. Master Sing. That guy is too flexible, we can't aim at all. The archer said, very embarrassed. A few of your waist. What do I eat for you to eat? Actually, I can't even shoot it. When Sing saw this, he yelled. Sing, is this your men? It looks like it's not good. Luli hovered in the air and said, ridiculous. Well, it's not for you to say it. If you have the ability, don't come down in the sky for a lifetime. Otherwise, you can't meet me. Sing waved his hand, all soldiers gathered quickly, surrounding him in the middle. He looked at Luli proudly and hooked his fingers at him. Come. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Seeing this scene, Luli couldn't help but feel a little funny. This Sing, thinking that it is too naive to use human meat shields to resist his attack. He is lingering, even if he is not close, he can easily solve Sing. Luli waved, bladively, and fell on the wall. He settled down and looked down at Sing below, his face was disdainful. What are you pretending? Stand high. Tell you the truth. My father is about to bring people right away. You dare to offend the son of the Duke. I will call you there any time today. After Singer finished speaking, a cruel smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. He had begun to torment him after he was thinking of catching Luli alive. He wants to use the most poisonous poison on Luli's body and let him feel endless pain. He wants to destroy Luli little by little, so that he is better to die. He wants everyone to know that this is offending his end. After Luli was tortured by himself, Sing couldn't help laughing. However, before he finished his brain, a sudden force appeared. Sing only felt that his entire body was light, and his feet left the ground, and he flew into high altitude uncontrollably. Hey! What happened? I also flew up. Sing's face changed madly, and his expression was a little frightened. The soldiers next to him did not expect that even if the protection was so close, Luli was succeeded. At this time, Lu Lijing held a fishing rod and stood leisurely on the wall. Just now, he threw the fishing rod, accurately hooked on Sing's clothes, and dragged him away from the ground. Luli threw his pole hard and threw him directly to high altitude. Looking at the smaller people under his feet, Sing looked pale. When Sing flew to the highest place, his rising body began to fall. This time, Sing can be frightened. So high. Who will save me? I don't want to die. Sing let issued a hysterical for help. However, letting him cry wolf is futile. Sing fell from high altitude, and seemed to fall to the ground. The soldiers below hurriedly gathered together to catch Sing, who fell. However, Luli would not make them wishful. At the moment Sing was about to land, the fishing rod in Luli's hand was thrown out again, hooking Sing again. Sing was stunned, thinking that Luli was a good heart, and was ready to spare his life. As a result, Luli dumped the fishing rod again. Sing, who had no time to be happy, flew out again. Sing was like sitting on a jump, and kept flipping up and down. You killed me. I can't stand it anymore. After being thrown more than 10 times, Sing finally couldn't help it anymore and begged to die directly. Luli was very happy, and he shouted to Sing. Sing, you can rest assured, I won't kill you, you can enjoy it. I will make you better. I say, you big grandfather. The sound of cursing and sing kept echoing at the gate of the headquarters of the Pharmacist Guild. The onlookers are interesting. Sing has always been overbearing. Today, I can witness Sing's abuse today. Sing's men came to the wall and wanted to stop Luli. Wendy appeared and stopped his men with all his men. Just when everyone thought that Sing would be finished today, there was a hustle and bustle on the road in the distance. It's not good. Duke Zinjide brought people to kill. A man hurriedly ran to Wendy and reported the situation to him. Duke Shinji. How can he come so fast? When Dee heard the words, his face sank and then made a decision. Teacher. Trouble is coming. And NBP, you can escape. Let me win the time for you. Wendy shouted to landlord. Wendy, your kindness, I have received it, but I messed it out. If I left you, I leave you alone, then I am still a person. Luli shook his head and said. But. What Wendy wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Luli. Needless to say, is the Duke or others who are in charge today, even if the king comes in person. I won't shrink back. As soon as Luli's voice fell, the Duke of Zinjid rushed with his men. The Duke of Zinjid is tall and big, with a burly body, and knows that it is not a good stubble at a glance. Shinji looked around for 4 weeks and did not find his son. He frowned, and asked with some displeased, Master? A Sing's personal guard fell in front of Zinjid, dare not speak. When Luli saw this, he laughed, the Duke. Your son is here. Luli retracted the fishing rod, and Sing suddenly fell to the ground. Must pick it up. Don't blame me without reminding you. Luli's goodwill reminder. Help. As soon as Luli's voice fell, Singer's heartbroken miserable sound came from the sky. Hurry up. Catch Master. Seeing this, Shinji was shocked, and quickly shouted to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers hurriedly gathered in a wall, blocking Sing's about to fall. However, they seemed to have some deviations. Sing fell into the flower bed aside like a shell. After a sullen sound, the mud of the flower bed splashed. Sing's head was inserted into the soil of the flower bed, and the screams stopped abruptly. The soldiers stood in place, dumbfounded. Son! Shinji shouted and rushed up. His face was very bad, looking at those soldiers. A group of waste. What do you eat? Let you pick it up. Zinjide scolded. Master, this can't blame us. Just now the young master did fall here. Who knew that the young master suddenly changed his direction, so? The soldiers headed by were aggrieved. Enough. I don't want to hear you say these irrelevant nonsense now. Hurry up and get the young master. If the young master has 3 long or 2 shorts, you will wait for the burial one by one. Seeing Zinjid's furiousness, the soldiers did not dare to say more, for fear that he would anger him. A soldier walked beside Sing and looked at his injuries nervously. He pulled Sing's head out of the ground, like pulling radish. Although Sing was full of blood and swollen nose, but fortunately, he still had breathing. This is the consequence of Luli deliberately. Just now it was Luli used the fishing rod to change the direction of falling with the fishing rod. The speed of Sing's fall is extremely fast, and the power of the sneaky is beyond imagination. If he let him fall into the wall of this group of soldiers, it is estimated that this group of soldiers will be smashed into meat sauce. Luli and Sing had a holiday, but they had no grievances with these soldiers, so he chose to let Sing fall into the flower bed. In fact, there is a pond next to it. If Sing falls down, it will not hurt. But Luli is not so kind. He wanted Sing to die. There are many roses in this flower bed. These stabbing roses are enough for Sing to drink a pot. Master! Master is still alive. The soldier shouted excitedly. Hurry up. Hurry out the young master. Zinjide heard the joy and hurriedly urged the Tao. The soldiers would take Sing away with 7 hands. However, as soon as they were working hard, Sing lying on the ground sent a painful warning. Don't touch me. It hurts. Sing's face twitched, the painful tears flowed down. The soldiers were puzzled. Except for a little injuries on his face, Sing did not seem to have any serious trauma elsewhere. Master, where did you hurt? Here. Singer reluctantly raised his hand and pointed to his ass. The soldiers carefully lifted Sing. It wasn't until this that the soldiers discovered that there was a rose under the original Sing's buttocks. The thorn on the branches was all deep in Sing's ass. There are a few more, which directly stabbed Singer's chrysanthemum. Blood flowing out of the wound, soaking a large area under body. The roses, flattened by him, became extremely bright and red. A soldier with a Sing thigh saw blood, and suddenly turned his eyes and fainted. As soon as he let go, Sing fell back to the ground. Luli stood on the fence, and he couldn't keep looking down. It's too miserable, it's really miserable. Sing, who was just out of the sea of bitterness, because the bloody soldier fell from the roses again. Sing's chrysanthemum was destroyed again. Before he had time to scream, he fainted directly. The soldiers looked at each other. Zinjid witnessed the entire process. His face was extremely ugly, and he was annoyed. The soldier who was fainted just now, he recognized. It was a captain under his men. It stands to reason that Halo people are not qualified to become soldiers. But the captain's father had some friendship with Zinjid, and he had stuffed some benefits to Zinjid before. Zinjid made an exception to promote him into the captain. After all, this kind of trivial matter is still easy to hold for a duke. But he never expected that at a critical time, the person was actually dizzy. Looking at Sing, who was fainting, Zinjid blamed himself. He stood up for a long time, but he didn't figure out what to say. Those soldiers originally thought they would be severely punished, but I did not expect that Zinjid did not find their troubles, but just let them take Sing away. Watching his son left, Zinjide turned to look at Luli, his eyes were full of resentment. You dare to move my son. I must give him justice today. It was your son who provoked me first, it was what he asked. Luli said. Boy, do you know who I am? Zinjid asked. Isn't it a duke, what's so amazing? Luli was indifferent. This time it is not light to make Shinji virtue. He is a duke. One of the best adults in the kingdom. It was not worth mentioning in Luliko, which was simply hitting his face in front of everyone. Okay. Very good. Look at the face of the Pharmacist Association, I am also going to converge. But you dare to despise the majesty of the Duke. Then let me know me today. Shinji said, gritting his teeth. These nobles, the most important thing is the face. Luli fell his face in front of everyone, and he was more insulted than killing him. Archers. Give me a little boy who doesn't know the height of the sky. Shoot him into a sieve. When Zinjid waved his hand, he walked out of dozens of soldiers holding bows and arrows behind him. Luli was in his heart. Sure enough, it is the Duke, and the soldiers of the soldiers are several grades higher than those of the counts. As soon as the words fell, Luli was locked by dozens of bows and arrows. At first glance, these archers were in 100 battles, and it is estimated that the shooting will not be worse. Luli dares to be sure that if he tries to fly away, he will definitely be shot into a hedgehog by the arrow that comes. Wendy, you protect my mother. I will deal with it here. Before Luli started, he did not forget to remind Wendy. It's okay, a little thing, I can solve it. Aiming. Shoot. When Shinji saw this, he couldn't help it anymore, and ordered the attack directly. In the next second, dozens of arrows came out of the string, flying towards landing. Teacher. Be careful! Wendy shouted. Seeing that the dense arrow rain fell, Luli took out a shield and blocked in front of him. The arrow fell on the shield and banged. The first wave of arrow rain was so shocked. However, the durability of the shield is already half left. If there are 2 more waves, Luli Ku will be unswerving. He only brought a shield in his backpack. Luli must make a response and cannot sit here. Continue shooting. I want to see how long you can support it. When Shinji saw this, he said coldly. Just as the soldiers were ready to open the bow to pull the arrow again, Luli finally moved. He took out a few bottles of potions from his backpack, quickly poured it down, and ate a golden apple. Sinjid didn't care, but Wendy could see clearly. His teacher, Luli, just poured several different potions in one breath. There are enhanced versions of strength potions, golden apples that improve resistance, and some of the potions that he has never seen at all. Presumably, it is also some potions that can increase combat effectiveness. Wendy, who had some nervousness, suddenly felt a lot of peace of mind. No matter how urgent things you encounter, as long as there is Luli, it will always be resolved. Luli jumped up and fell quickly from the high fence. When he was about to fall, he suddenly stopped his body. The blade of Li in his hand waved gently, and his feet fell slowly. Shinji was stunned, and he just thought Luli wanted to commit suicide. Go! Give me this kid! He shouted to the soldiers. Want to catch me? Try it! Luli hooked his fingers at the soldiers, showing a disdainful expression. The soldiers who had a lack of interest were immediately angry when they saw Luli's provocation. Singjid took the opportunity to ignite the wind and ignited and said, "Who can kill this guy? I have a reward. Under the reward, there will be Yongfu." Those who were angry with Luli was rushed out when they heard a reward. They stared at the landing fiercely, ready to rush up, and unloaded him 8 pieces. Luli's face was relaxed, and his face disagreed. If you stay on it all the time, maybe you can still live, but unfortunately you are so arrogant. Since you want to die so, then I will send you a journey. Zinjide looked at the landing, his look was cold, and his eyes were full of murderousness. He waved his hand, and the dozens of soldiers rushed out of the land. Luli twisted his neck, showing a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. The next second, Luli's body disappeared in place. It was almost a blink of an eye, and Luli moved to dozens of meters forward. Is this instantaneous? The onlookers widened their eyes, and asked, incredibly. It's too fast, it's too fast. Their naked eyes did not capture the motion trajectory of Luli. Luli couldn't help laughing when he heard the man's words. Ship? He will not be so powerful. In the potion under Luli, in addition to the enhanced version of the potion, there is also a bottle of enhanced version of Agile potion. Some time ago, Luli was idle, and facilitated the existing materials at hand to make many potions. Agile potion is just one of them. After drinking the enhanced version of the potion, the movement speed of Luli has been greatly improved. With the rushing skills of pulling the sword, the speed is almost unclear. Before those soldiers saw Luli's figure, Luli had already entered the crowd. What? Why is he so fast? Sinjid was shocked, and quickly hid behind the soldiers. Hurry up! Don't let him approach! Sinjid shouted quickly. But is the speed of Luli be able to keep up with these ordinary soldiers? Almost a few times of breathing, Luli passed through those soldiers who rushed up to block him and came to Sinjid. There are still many soldiers around Sinjid who are protecting him. When they saw Luli Ghost, they appeared in front of them, and they were all stunned. Several lines of defense formed by soldiers were actually broken by Luli. What's more scary is that Luli has never had a hand at all, and no one can see Luli's movement. Master Duke, you don't seem to be too good for you. I will be easier than crossing the road. Luli mocked. cross the road? Zinjid heard his words, his face became extremely ugly. Luli was humiliating him. What kind of rice bucket soldiers did he raise? I can't even see it. Luli held, blatantly, slowly approaching Shinji. The soldiers took a few steps back, for fear of provoking Luli's murderer. You, don't come over. Don't blame me if you come again. Zinjid's heart was bad, threatening. A few hours ago, some people threatened me so much. Guess what happened to him later? Luli asked with a smile. How's it going? Shinji frowned and asked. Dead, that person may I know, it is called Marion. Luli said indifferently. Marion. You actually killed a count? Shinji was a little surprised. Of course, Marion he knew, and had a great relationship with him. When Malayan was promoted to count, he helped to fight. The young man in front of him actually killed Malayan. You know, kill the nobles, but death. Boy. You dare to kill the nobles, you are dead. Just a count, die. Luli didn't care about it. Luli's gaze fell on Zinjide, and he said a word. I want to try it, what does it feel like killing a duke? Zinjid was said to Luli like this, and he was cold all over. This lunatic, I still want to kill myself. Protect me. Zinjid quickly asked the soldiers to shrink the formation. In his opinion, the speed of Luli is fast. But that is also based on being able to enter the crowd. Once you shrink the formation, even if you are flies, don't want to fly in. The soldiers surrounded Zinjid in the middle, and they also deliberately used several shields to cover the top of their heads to prevent Luli's old skills from reapplied and hurt Zinjide with a fishing rod. Now, what can you do? With all the protection, Zinjid once again became arrogant. Luli shook his head and sighted in front of, blatantly, slowly walking towards the crowd. Seeing this in the front of the top dozen soldiers, Chi-Chi rushed up and wanted to stop Luli. This time, Luli did not accelerate, but walked step by step. Zinjid was a little scared to stare at the landing away, for fear that he would disappear in place again. More than a dozen soldiers put Luli around in the middle. With the order of Shinji, they held their weapons and chopped Luli. Everyone thought that Luli would resist, but Luli did not move at all. He stood so silently, and let a dozen long sword attacks fell on himself. When Shinji was overjoyed, he was attacked by so many people at the same time. Luli must be dead this time. Just the next second, Luli's owner came. Have you finished cutting? After cutting, I have to do it. The audience was stunned. After being sieged by more than 10 people, Luli still stood in place safely. Those soldiers who attacked Luli stared at him as if he saw ghosts. Is this still human? Zinjid was scared to speak badly. Suddenly, he regretted provoking Luli's weird, and the goods were too abnormal. However, at this time, regret was obviously too late. Luli's body disappeared again. When he appeared again, he had come to the wall formed by the soldiers. Luli took out the blatantly, and the immolized crowd was split. Dimension cut, start again. The first soldiers who blocked the first soldiers were recruited, and their bodies were absorbed by the space fluctuations formed by dimensional cut. Luli took the opportunity to pass through the front line of defense and went deep into the rear. He did not waste time to deal with those soldiers, but chose another more direct and effective way. As the saying goes, capture the king first. Every time Luli moves, it will cause chaos. The soldiers were scattered in the formation of dimension, and there was a gap in the wall. When Luli saw the stitches, a flash of body rushed in. He hadn't had time to react, and Luli put, blatantly, on his neck. Master Duke, is this your man? It's really vulnerable. Luli laughed. You, don't mess around. Shinji was so scared that his legs were soft, and he sat on the ground with his butt. Yo, the Duke is scared? Aren't you arrogant just now? Luli put the blade closer. Feeling the cold touch from the blade, Zinjide was shaking. Although he was high in weight, he was a duke, but he was still afraid of the threat of death. Little brother, just now I am blind, I don't know Taishan. I accidentally offend you. I will make a crime for you. Say, what compensation, gold coin, house, beauty, I can give you. As long as you let me go. Singjid hurriedly begged for mercy. I want everything. But, I want your head even more, are you willing to give me? Luli said with a smile. Ah? This is not suitable. Shinji said trembling. Now it is not appropriate? Then your baby son has just forcibly took away my mother, do you think it is appropriate? Luli squatted down and asked his head closer. His eyes were cold, and Shinji was stared at him. Little brother, this thing is that my idiot son is wrong, I apologize to you. Shinji said quickly. If you were useful to apologize, what else do you need to do? Luli gently turned the blade of Li in his hand. There was a chill on the knife. Feeling the killing of Luli's tone, Shinji almost scared urine pants. He hasn't seen the powerful person, and he knows many knights. But he has never met a guy like Luli. Luli is like a demon who came out of hell. His every move can make people feel shocked. Then, what do you want? Zinjid swallowed and asked, tentatively. It's very simple, I will let you go out, and I will let you go. Lu left orally. Ah? This? Hearing Luli's request, Zinjide was full of sorrow. The meaning of Luli is not obvious. If he wants to live, use his son to change it. Once Sing fell into Luli's hand, there would be no good end. This is forcing him to make a life and death choice. 10 seconds to consider for you, 10, 9, 8. After listening to the countdown, Zinjide gritted his teeth and went out. I promise you. As long as you don't kill me. I promise you everything. After saying this, Zinjid's expression gradually became numb. He already wanted to understand. The son is dead and can regenerate one. I died myself, but there was nothing. He is the Duke of Gao. In the future, there will be time to avenge their son. Gentleman's revenge, not too late for 10 years. Zinjid was thinking, and suddenly he heard Luli's laughter. He looked up at Luli some, but found that Lu Lijing looked at him with a smile. Why are you laughing? Shinji saw a trace of ridicule from Luli's smile, which annoyed him a little. Look back. Luli said softly. What? Zinjide slowly turned his head, and his movement stiffened instantly. I don't know when Sing stood behind the two. Just now Zinjid's words fell into his son's ears. Son. Zinjid wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Don't call me. You don't deserve to be my father at all. Sing looked at Singjid coldly. As soon as he woke up, he heard that his father was caught by the enemy. Regardless of his body pain, he insisted on rushing over. When he heard his father's life, he wanted to give him the seriously injured himself to Luli, and he collapsed on the spot. That is the father who is most respectful and admired. He could say such a thing, and Sing was unacceptable. As the saying goes, tiger poison is not eaten. His father was so cruel. At that moment, Singer's heart was ashamed. No, son, you listen to me explanation, it's not what you think. Zinjid wanted to save his son, but it was too late. Don't explain it. Sing dragged his seriously injured body step by step. Come on, kill me. Kill me, he can live. Sing walked in front of Luli, opened his arms and closed his eyes. He is fate. When his faith collapses, there is no need to live. He is looking for death now. Please, give me a happy Singh shouted loudly. After a few seconds, the pain in the expected did not come. Singer opened his eyes, but found that Lu Li's figure had gone far. He asked puzzled, "Why do you? Don't kill me." Lu Li didn't look back, but left a word lightly. "You are not worthy to let me go out." Singh heard the words and was dull. Lu Li had no intention of killing. Killing Singh did not have any benefit for him. But not killing him is the biggest humiliation of Singh. The Duke of Zinjid in the dignified church chose to sell his son in order to live. If this matter was spread, he was 10,000 times more uncomfortable than killing him. Both of them were punished by the father and son, and Lu Li was too lazy to take it. Lu Li returned to Wendy. Wendy's face was full of excitement. "Teacher, your trick is too bad. Learn some. This trick is called soldiers without blood." Lu Li patted him with a smile. Go back to the manor, avoid something else." With Lu Li's order, Wendy walked towards the door with a soldier. Those soldiers brought by Zinjide were originally blocked at the gate. Seeing Lu Li and his party going out, he consciously opened a way. The actions of Zinjid just now made them feel shameless. The Duke he follows is actually such a mean villain. In order to survive, even his son can abandon. Then they are even more worthless. They are unwilling to give such people to such people. Not far away from Lu Li gang, many soldiers left and others left. After seeing Lu Li's ability, they chose to abandon the darkness. People like Shinji are not worthy of their life. Lu Li looked at the crowd behind him, couldn't help scratching his head. There are hundreds of people. His inadvertent move has expanded his team a lot. Compare Wendy on the side. "Teacher, how did you do it?" "I don't know, maybe I'm so handsome." Lu Li returned seriously. Lu Li brought Wendy and his party to the Earl Manor in stunning. "I have to say that Malian's manor is really good. The same as the Earl, and Malian's manor is much more impatient than the previous Earl." As soon as Lu Li and his party came to the gate, the steward Link came up. "Dear Mr. Steve, welcome to come back." "Link, you relax, don't be so serious, everyone is friends." Lu Li went up and took a pat of Link's shoulder and said, "Okay." After Link said, his eyes fell on the crowd behind Lu Li. "Why, so many people?" He looked at Lu Li in doubt. Lu Li didn't know how to explain. Could it be told Link that these are soldiers who have been abducted from the Duke? Lu Li was afraid of Link to death on the spot, so he said, "Let's come in first, and others can let them go to the square to gather." "Okay, Mr. Steve." Link nodded, and let people take the landing away. He himself left the soldiers behind him. Earl Manor occupies a very wide area, garden, farmland, and training grounds. Among them, the most striking is the castle located in the middle of the manor. The magnificent degree of the castle is not too much than the Pharmacist Guild headquarters. Lu Li stood in the distance and looked up. A doubt could not help but appear in Lu Li's heart. Marine is just a count. Although there are some power, it is the city of less. He actually has such a large manor here. Lu Li is estimated that the area of Earl Khiatan's estate is at most 1/10 of the area. The area of the Duke of Zinjide may not be able to catch up. How can a count, can have such a large manor? This is a bit outrageous. Just as Lu Li was in full swing, the group slowly walked out of the castle. Lu Li happened to hit them. "It's you." Before Lu Li spoke, the other party opened his mouth first. Lu Li was stunned, and then found that the other party was not someone else, it was the son of Earl Malayan, Makaba. He was cut off by Lu Li in the auction hall before, and became a waste. Later, he was brought back to the manor for treatment, and it was difficult to get rid of the danger. As a result, as soon as he woke up, he got the bad news of his father's death. Before he could be sad, someone notified him to move away from the manor. As soon as I left the castle, I encountered Luli. As the saying goes, the enemies are jealous. What's more, there is a hatred between Luli and him. Killing the revenge of the father, do not wear the sky. When he saw Luli, he could no longer control his emotions. You bastard! Return to my father, come! Makaba shouted, and he was about to rush up. But because the injury was too serious before, the body was extremely weak. As soon as he stepped, he banged and fell to the ground suddenly. Luli stunned, and then fluttered and laughed. It's not the New Year's Eve yet, why did you give me a hoe so early? I'm not ready for the red envelope. I want to kill you. Makaba's face was full of humiliation, hysterical shouting. Several people behind him should be his family. They hurried up, lifted him up, and comforted him. Master, don't be impulsive. You will die like this. Makaba subconsciously wanted to clench his fist, but found that the sleeve was empty. His arm was cut off by Luli. Where is there? Makaba couldn't help it anymore, and she cried. Luli shook his head and left. He didn't want to waste more time on such people without chi. Seeing Luli go away, Makaba, who was still crying, suddenly quietly. His face was gloomy and terrible. Stupid. Do you really think that Master Ben is so easy to be knocked down? It turned out that Makaba was completely showing Luli. Anyway, as long as you can live, you will have a chance to get revenge. Damn guy. Let's walk and see. You haven't killed me today, one day, I will make you regret it. Makaba said in a sloppy complexion. As soon as the words fell, a sound suddenly sounded. What do you regret? Hearing this sound, Makaba was stiff. He slowly raised his head and saw Luli's harmless smile. Why are you back again? Markabaka swallowed and asked with some nervousness. Until then, he still had fluke in his heart. He felt that Luli should not hear what he said before. As long as you continue to pretend to be stupid, you may be able to confuse. As Makaba was in a small abacus in his heart, Luli's words made him direct. Of course I want to come back, otherwise, let me go, but I have to sleep all night. Makaba stared at Luli in horror. Luli was slowly drawing, bladively. A chill flashed. Makaba looked at everywhere and did not find any injury. He thought Luli was merciless, and was just ready. Suddenly, a fine bloodshot appeared on his neck. Makaba is stiff in place, but what she wants to say, but can't make any sound. His head rolled down from his neck and fell to the ground. Master. Seeing a few people behind Makaba saw this appalling scene, they were all dumbfounded. They did not expect that Luli went back and killed a back of the carbine. Luli's face was calm, as if nothing had happened just now. You. Demon. A woman hugged Makaba's body and looked at the land with resentment. Luli laughed and walked to the woman. The woman was so scared that her face was pale, and she suddenly regretted provoking Luli. But this is the end, she hasn't retreated, so she had to say it hard. Do you want to kill me? Then do it. Anyway, my husband and son are dying in your hands. Luli heard the words, but shook his head. Earl, there are 2 points I need to correct you. First, although your son was killed, your husband died at the hands of others. Everyone is obvious to this. Second, I won't kill you. Why? The Count asked, puzzled. Because I don't kill a woman. After speaking, Luli stood up and turned away. Earl was stunned for a long time, and after a while, he got up and left. When she walked to the gate, she was a little excited. She has a lot of good things on her body. As long as she can go out, there is hope for revenge. Mrs., are you going out? Link stood at the door and asked with a smile. It's Link Butler, please open the door and let us leave. Earl's false, pretending to be calm. She felt that Link, the old housekeeper, would help him escape from the manor. But who knows, Link said to Wendy aside, Mr. Wendy, gave you it. Wendy looked at the Count indifferently. Do you want to go? Leave your life. Why do you kill me? That Steve is your boss. He said, he won't kill me. Earl tried to justify. Do we really say that? Wendy asked. Seeing Wendy's reaction, the Count was happy and felt that there was a drama. Maybe today, maybe she can escape. True. Before the Earl's words were finished, a long sword passed through her abdomen. Why? She looked at Wendy, incredible. My teacher really said that he wouldn't kill you. But, what does this have to do with me? Wendy smiled and said softly. After solving the Count, Wendy looked calm. Mr. Wendy, why do we have to kill her? Marion and his son are dead. She is just a weak woman and threatened to us. Link in the side asked, a little puzzled. After learning the truth of the year, he had hated Malayan. However, he had no resentment about others. He did not expect that it looked like a good-looking Wendy, who was so decisive. Link, you are still too naive. Wendy shook his head and explained. My teacher and her have a deep hatred of blood. Once she leaves, she will definitely retaliate secretly in the future. Sometimes, when the heart softness is often made of big mistakes. You must cut the grass and remove the roots, so as not to have a lot of dreams at night. So, this person must die. Hearing Wendy's words, Link couldn't help but think about it. Wendy said yes. To remove the roots. He is a living example. If Marion was a bit fierce, he killed Link directly without leaving hidden dangers. Today he may not die in Link's hands. A few minutes later, Luli and the castle also received the news of the Earl's death. He didn't have any surprises. For him, the Count is not dead, and it is the same for him. With the speed of Luli, it won't be long before the entire kingdom of blocks cannot find the power to compete with him. Even though the Count was really resentful, she could only listen to the name of the landing and shivered in the dark. However, Wendy's treatment was quite satisfied with Luli. This little old man followed himself, and finally he was no longer refining medicine. Anyway, he could learn some truths. Luli is located at the height of the castle. There is a large library here. The bookshelves are full of various books, but they have been gray for a long time. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Luli walked to the window and looked out. This is the commanding height of the Count, from here overlooking the panorama of the entire manor. The outside of the castle is a huge square, which is enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers under the Duke of Zingid are queued on the square in an orderly manner. Seeing that people came, Luli was going to go downstairs. It's just that his way to go downstairs is a bit special. Wendy stood in front of everyone and waited for landing. There are so many people at once, and he is still not used to it. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Wendy frowned and was a little displeased. What's wrong with these soldiers? At this time, you should keep quiet. As soon as he wanted to speak, Link pushed him on the side. Mr. Waity, look at it. Wendy looked at Link's fingers. I saw that there was a figure in the sky flying in the air. This person is Luli. He just jumped down from the window at the top of the castle just now. The blade of Levi, from the waist in the air, controlled the body slowly. After more than 10 seconds, Luli was landing. He came to Wendy and Link and greeted them with a smile. The soldiers under the field cheered for a while. Steve Invincible. Long live Steve. They were like a group of fanatical fans, and they worshipped the landlord. Luli reached out to signal them to quiet, clearing his throat and starting speaking. Since everyone is in Chi, I will say a few words. Let me introduce myself first. I am called Steve. Now I am the owner of this Earl Manor and a bronze knight of the Wanqing Knights. As the saying goes, good birds choose wood, but I can't brag about myself, I can only say. You have a good vision. All the heroic soldiers, I welcome everyone to come. As soon as Luli came up, he reported himself. He boasted that these people had a good vision, and they were actually boasting. A few words made everyone's favorability of Luli. This is the art of language. But and NBP, this is not enough. If you want to collect the hearts, you must take out something good. Since you are willing to follow me, I will definitely not treat everyone. After the registration is registered, everyone can receive the whole body iron armor set and a weapon. Luli's voice just fell, and the audience exclaimed. What? A whole set of iron? I didn't hear it right? No, I heard it too. It is indeed a whole set. Oh my God. What is the origin of this, Steve? The shot is so generous. A whole set of iron, can you not have hundreds of gold coins? Don't blame these soldiers, are so shocked. Ordinary people have only dozens of gold coins a year. If you want to have a whole set of iron, it is simply something that you dare not think. When Luli saw the reaction of everyone, he had expected in his heart. He went on to say, in addition, each person can receive the reward of 10 gold coins per month. If there is a performance, you will get an additional reward. What about me? I usually like to refine medicine when I have nothing to do with it, and study the enchantment or something. Whether you need gold coins, potions, enchanting, or other rewards, I can meet your requirements. The soldiers under the court heard their minds straight. Luli liked the remarks and enchanting remarks when he was idle, which made them shock. Although they are only soldiers, they still know how scarce the pharmacist is. Those expensive potions that are tens of thousands of gold coins are things they have never touched. Not to mention the valuable enchanting equipment, those who can shoot tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of best equipment. In Luliko, it was as worthless as Chinese cabbage, which made their 3 views subvert. They thought here, it was over. However, Luli's next words directly detonated the audience. For those soldiers who are outstanding, I can help refer to the Knights of Wanqing. Join Wanqing Cavaliers. This is the lifelong dream of all soldiers. Although the Cavaliers are new every year, the difficulty of that assessment is difficult to reach the sky. It is no longer too much to say. However, countless people still crowded their heads and wanted to join each year. There is no reason for him, this is faith. Join Wanqing Cavaliers and guard the kingdom of the block. This is the declaration of every soldier imprinted in his heart. When Luli saw everyone emotional, he added the fire while it was hot. If you want to join, shout out our declaration with me. Put your right hand with your right hand, put it on your chest, his head is high, and his eyes are facing the front. Everyone brushed the same action as Luli. I swear, vowed to loyal to the kingdom. Life is a man. Death is the square soul. I would like to present the heart for the kingdom of block. After the oath, even the soldiers officially joined the Luli team. Call a bit, a total of 246 people. There are so many more people at once, and Luli is also surprised. Coupled with the soldiers who have previously belonged to Mal Ayan, there are nearly 400 people in the Earl Manor. So many people are in the city of less, but a force that cannot be underestimated. You know, even the Duke of Zinjid has only about 300 people. And now Luli abducted 200 people, and only a group of mixed foods were left, and there was almost no combat effectiveness. It really lost his son and folded his soldiers. There are more people under their hands, which can be relative, and the expenses they need greatly increase. The hundreds of people's eating and drinking Lhasa is a lot of expenses every day. Although Luli still had a lot of gold coins, he couldn't stand such a toss. Luli thought for a while, and felt that it should still be self-sufficient. The first thing to solve is food problem. When he was alone, he didn't worry about eating and drinking. Now that people are more, they are a little stretched. This is easy to handle. Luli has enough bone meal and wheat seeds in his hand, and you can also build redstone farms. However, Luli could not take so much time to take care of the redstone farm. The world's cognition and use of redstone only stayed in the simplest stage. Most people have never even seen redstone, let alone what Hongshire is. Therefore, Luli intends to find a few people and train them. Let them briefly understand the basic knowledge of the redstone circuit, and then teach them how to build the redstone farm. When the scale of the redstone farm expands to a certain point, you cannot worry about the source of food. Luli called Link and Wendy, and asked the two to find a few faithful hands. The technology of redstone farm needs to be kept secret for the time being and cannot be leaked. The nobles of the city of Rice are rich in life, and this stuff is useless for them. Instead, those ordinary civilians have been hot. It can only be used to pick up carrion. At this point, Luli deeply realized. Although Wendy and Linko had some doubts, they did it as if they were landing. While the two left, Luli went to check his mother's situation. There is a winding and downward channel inside the castle, which has been leading to the ground. Luli's mother, Tiki, settled here. There will be no sunlight here, which is safe for mothers. And far from the ground, even if there is any movement, it will not be passed. Walking and walking, the road reached the end. This is the most confident basement of the castle, and most people can't get in at all. The mother was being locked in an iron fence cage in the house. The surrounding walls are made of iron blocks, which are very strong. Luli walked in front of her mother and looked at her, her eyes were complicated. Tiki, who became a monster, kept walking in the cage. Seeing Luli, she rushed up like a madness, and began to pat the fence, and made an unpleasant hissing in her mouth. Luli frowned, his expression was a little painful. Don't look at him now, but it is done by relying on the game knowledge of previous lives. If it is not Luli, but the other, i.e. the words of the player may be better than him. After all, Luli is just an ordinary player, and there are many people who are worse than him. He heard that there was a mysterious place called a comment area, where many powerful existents called readers hidden. This group of readers not only have superb technology, face value, talent, and IQ. Just a reader coming out can make Luli's self-shame. It is said that these readers have a stuff, and there is a powerful move called good evaluation. However, all of them are very low-key and do not like sounding. Luli is also a little news that he heard from others. His biggest dream in his life is to see the legendary, good evaluation. If you can see it once, Luli death, crazy, and, crazy, without, dark, regret, show. Luli used the weak potion to treat his mother before Luli, but somehow did not know why it failed. This made him a little big. In the face of this situation, Luli didn't know what to do for a while. I have not taught the formula of other potions in the game. Right now, she can only place her mother here to protect her life's safety. As for the specific solution, Luli needs to study slowly. Luli turned back to the ground. Wendy and Link have been waiting for a long time. Teacher, people brought you. Wendy said. The two brought 10 people in total, both of which were young people. Luli nodded with satisfaction. Very good, let's go and go first, let's notify you again. Wendy and Link retired. You, come with me. Luli shouted at the 10 young people behind him. Seeing Luli spoke, they quickly followed. Luli took them to the library on the top floor. The place here is large, the light is good, and it is suitable for teaching. 10 people looked at each other and were at a loss. They are young and their youngest are only teens. In fact, Luli is younger than them, only 16 years old. However, in their eyes, Luli is extremely brave and is the object of worship in their minds. The age can no longer stop Luli's personality charm. "Don't be nervous, sit down," Luli said. "Today, the reason why you call you is an important thing to give you to complete." Luli's tone suddenly became serious. The 10 people suddenly became excited. "It is a great honor to be able to be responsible for being responsible for being responsible. There is a box next to your seat. Please open it and check the things inside." Several people opened the box, but found that there were a lot of things that had not been seen before. "First of all, please take out the red ore inside. Can anyone tell me, what is this, and what is it used?" Luli took the red stone and asked everyone. Everyone shook their heads blankly. Luli sighed. It seems that the world's understanding of redstone is too little. As soon as he wanted to speak, he heard a weak voice coming from the corner. "Mr. Steve." No." Luli stunned, his eyes fell on that person. It was a thin young man, with a thin body and a high-level man, and he also wore a somewhat funny leather hat. "Oh? Do you know? Then do you listen?" Luli suddenly became interesting and wanted to hear the person's answer. "If you remember correctly, this should be called redstone, which is used to make redstone cannons." With a bang, Luli was directly shocked to the ground. The rest of the people looked at the landing. "This is good, why did you fall flat?" Luli stood up, and his heart was still extremely shocking. He didn't expect that the teenager would give such a shocking answer. Luli has only heard of the redstone cannon, and has never seen it before. After all, he is just an ordinary player, and there are not many contact with redstone. However, in the eyes of teenagers, redstone is actually used to make redstone cannons. This is out of charge. Where is this weird? Could it be that from the legendary comment area? Luli kept guessing. "Mr. Steve, are you okay?" the thin teenager asked timidly. "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." Luli didn't get on his image anymore, and quickly walked to the teenager. "May I have your name?" My name is Anchi," the teenager said lowly. "Anchi, is your home in Les City?" Luli asked, curiously. He is now very interested in Anchi's origin. I don't have a home." "No home?" Luli heard that he was stunned, and some unknown. Suddenly, someone at the door of the library coughed. Luli took a closer look and found that it was the housekeeper Link. Link beckoned to land and motioned for him. "Mr. Steve, Anchi is the child I picked up from the outside a few years ago." Link pulled Luli to the door and whispered. Luli frowned, but did not expect that this teenager was actually this origin. "Mr. Steve, don't misunderstand, I don't seek for personal selfishness, and open the back door for Anchi, mainly because the child is really smart. I want him to follow you to learn something." It seemed to be afraid of Luli duo, and Link quickly explained. "Link, what do you think? I don't mean to blame you. Anchi is really good. You can rest assured, I will take care of him." Luli patted Link's shoulder and said. After receiving Luli's affirmation, Lynch left with confidence. He had been hiding outside the door just now, for fear that Anchi said something wrong. Link has been alone since his wife and son died. After seeing the wandering Anchi, he decided to adopt him. Anchi's memory seems a bit missing, and many things can't be remembered. Even the name Anchi was given by Link. Luli returned to the library and walked to Anchi. "Anchi, don't be afraid, I ask you a question, can you remember where your original hometown is?" Lu left his mouth and asked. "I think about." Anchi scratched his head and started thinking. "It seems to be called Mingue Villa, it should be that right." Mingue Villa. Lu Liko repeatedly said a few times, and suddenly thought of some possibility. essence, and Chi knows the existence of the redstone cannon, indicating that his hometown must be well developed. And the Mingyu Villa in his mouth gave Luli a bold guess. Luli remembers that there is a player who specializes in redstone technology in the previous life. His name is the owner of Mingyu. This Hongsher technology is extremely developed from the Mingyu Villa and the owner of Mingyu. Maybe there is any connection. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but be a little excited. If he can find the owner of Mingyu, then he doesn't have to be troubled by Hongsher technology. Do you know a person named Mingyu? Luli hurriedly asked. Anchi shook his head blankly. At this moment, he did not intend to splash a basin of cold water for Luli. How can? Is it possible that I think too much? Luli frowned. Mr. Steve, what's wrong with you? When Anchi saw Luli's expression, he asked a little worried. Oh, it's okay, let's continue class. Luli returned to God and threw the previous thoughts aside. Let's put this matter first, maybe Anchi is wrong. He felt that there should be no coincidence in the world. With time, Luli must go to find it. Where is this Mingyu Villa? Luli cleared his throat and started lectures. Redstone is a very important existence. You may not know what's use now, but it doesn't matter, I will tell you, slowly. The role of redstone is to transmit signals, and the signal can be transmitted at a distance of 15 meters. After the redstone is activated, it will be brightened and smokes, and the brightness will weaken as the signal strength will be weakened until no. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the redstone signal does not affect the speed of signal transmission. Speaking, Luli took out a few things and started explaining with everyone. This thing that looks very similar to the torch is called Hongsher fire bars. It can fill the redstone line. These two are buttons and tie rods. They can control the opening and closing of the redstone line. This is called redstone relay that can extend the signal of redstone. Since the redstone signal can only pass by 15 meters away, it is necessary to use the redstone relay to exceed this distance. Luli introduced the items that could be synthesized by hand to everyone one by one. After listening, everyone seemed to have discovered the new continent and felt very novel. Basic theoretical knowledge, everyone must have understood, so next, I will make a simple redstone circuit. You are optimistic. After speaking, Luli took out the workbench and made a redstone lamp with redstones and fluorite. Hang the redstone lamp on the wall, and then use the redstone as the signal line to extend the outward. Finally, add a lever as a switch to the end. As long as the tie rod is pulled, the redstone lamp will automatically turn on. There was a call from the audience. Wow! It's amazing. It's really bright. I want to learn this. Okay, this is here today's course. Remember to study the circuit of this redstone lamp, I will check it tomorrow. When he heard Luli, everyone began to frown. They just exposed to the first day of Hongsher, and Luli arranged such difficult tasks. Only Anchi did not complain. After the crowd was gone, he walked to Luli's side and pointed to the synthetic table at the side of Luli's feet. Mr. Steve, can I borrow this? Luli stunned, and then laughed. Sure. Luli prepared enough materials for everyone's boxes. Anchi made the redstone lamps out of the hands and feet. Immediately afterwards, the redstone circuit began to make. Luli looked at Anchi's skilled movement and couldn't help but doubt life. If he had seen it with his own eyes, he thought which professional player was operating. He scratched his head and thought about whether he would continue to teach himself. I feel that Anchi is a redstone genius, and it will be done at a glance. Mr. Steve, can you see like this? Just thinking that Anchi had completed the circuit. Luli didn't look at it, this must be successful. He now has new ideas. Anchi, come with me. Luli pulled Anchi and walked downstairs. Behind the castle, there is a large lawn. Luli came here with Anchi. Without saying a word, he took out his hoe and started digging. Mr. Steve, what are you doing? Anchi asked, puzzled. Isn't it to teach him to learn redstone? How can you dig at farmland? Luli is preparing to dig a 9x9 farmland to build redstone farms. Although the redstone farm is not too difficult, many of the principles and designs need a large number of game knowledge reserves. Generally, novice players have to toss a few times to be proficient in the construction essentials. Luli intends to demonstrate the construction process of the redstone farm to Anchi in person, and wants to see how much he can master. When he saw Luli's hoe flipping up and down, Anchi was somewhat unable to settle. Mr. Steve, are you tired? Otherwise, let me come, you will take a break. Anchi said. It's okay, this is just a little basic preparation. There is no technical content, so I'll come. Luli rejected Anchi's kindness. He is much faster to reclaim the farmland by himself than others. It didn't take long for the basic venue to be reclaimed. Okay, look at it carefully, I'm going to start. Luli urged. Anchi nodded quickly. The redstone farm has been built twice before, and Luli has already been familiar with his heart. First of all, we have to dig a hole in the center of the farmland, and put a bucket of water inside to pour the farmland. Hearing this, Anchi stunned. Mr. Steve, isn't there too little water in a bucket of water? Don't you need a canal? Luli shook his head. No need, Anchi, you remember, you can irrigate the farmland of 9x9 with water. The world is too behind, and even the knowledge of farming is quite scarce. No wonder so many people are still living with carrion. A funnel and boxes are connected under the hole in the center. This is to collect the dropped crops and seeds. Then, surround the farmland with half bricks. Hearing this, Anchi asked, puzzled, what is half brick? Luli remembered that there was no half brick saying in this world. This is just a name. If you fight 2.5 bricks together, it is a complete square. Luli explained a little. Anchi nodded like he knew it, although he didn't understand much. Different placement methods are divided into upper half bricks and lower half bricks. After we need to surround the farmland with the lower half of the brick, use the upper half of the brick to a circle with the upper half of the brick. Use the half bricks to surround the 4 corners, and then knock off a half brick on the periphery, replace it with a stone or a wooden board. Do you have to use these too? Anchi asked again. That's not, as long as it is an opaque block, because the piston can only be placed on the opaque block. After the piston is placed below the opaque block of the 4 corners, the upper half of the brick is surrounded into a half brick in the middle of the square to replace it with an opaque block. Place a redstone torch on the replacement square, and place a control tie rod on the side. The redstone fire handle is used to charge the entire redstone farm, and the lever is used to control the opening and closing of the redstone farm. Sprinkle with redstone powder on the top half brick, connect the piston with 4 corners. Pull down the control lever and let the piston's push rod are in a state of launch. Finally, pour a bucket of water on each piston's push rod. This redstone farm is successful. Planting crops in the farmland. After it matures, pull the lever, the water flowing on the piston will flow out, and the crops in the farmland are flushed away, and finally flowing along the water, entering the box through the funnel, enter the box. Luli just built while explaining, trying to let Anchi see every step. After the construction was completed, he looked at Anchi and asked, how did you learn? Anchi hesitated and nodded. Really false? Don't lie to me, I spent several days when I learned this. I don't. Anchi said with some grievances. That's good, the materials are here, you try to build it, I will check it tomorrow. After Luli finished speaking, he turned and left. He also had to go back to the Cavaliers. Today he killed a count, and had contradictions with Shinji. He had a big disaster. I don't know if the old man Mu would punish himself. After Luli left, Anchi stood in place and looked at the redstone farm built by Landing. The housekeeper Link hid in the dark and quietly stared at Anchi, and his eyes were full of kindness. Luli rode Dahe and returned to the headquarters of the Cavaliers all the way. As soon as he entered the door, he was recognized. After recently, Luli's popularity in the Cavaliers has risen straight. Although he was just a bronze knight, the name was quite loud. Since Luli's deeds in a sword in the auction hall have been preached, everyone feels that Luli is a bit invincible. There is even a nickname that has been circulating. After Luli found the broken heavenly halberd, he began to tease Luli. Your kid is famous. Many people have taken the title for you. Do you want to hear it? Luli stunned. Title? Is the title of the title knight? Broken the halberd nodded. Listen. Luli asked some expectations. They call you Invincible Sword, what about this number? When breaking the heavenly halberd, the smile on his face could not be restrained. Luli hadn't found it at the beginning, and was quite happy. Invincible Sword, this name is good. I like it. It's domineering enough. You're happy. The head of the group is waiting for you in the room, you go in. After Skytham said, he walked away with a smile. Luli's pestle was in place, and for a while, his face changed. Invincible Sword, invincible and cheap. Grass. Broken the halberd. You pit me. Luli scolded. The entire nights can be heard clearly. Many people poked out from the house and looked at Luli in shock. What exactly is this, Steve? I don't know, maybe what relatives of the team leader. Everyone is convinced of this conjecture. The head of the team is indeed a bit good for Steve. If there is no inside story, they don't believe it. Luli's face was black, and he opened Mu Lin's door angrily. There were several people sitting around Mu Lin's house, all of which were high level of the Cavaliers. Seeing Luli so reckless, they all frowned. An old man wanted to teach Luli, but Mu Lin was calmly held. Come. If you provoke this kid, I may not be able to keep you. Mu Lin's words surprised the old man's heart. Mu Lin also, the top of the entire kingdom of blocks, will actually say such a thing because of a junior. Although the old man was not the title knight, he had a high status and had a high right to speak. He looked at Luli's eyes, a little more jealous. Old Mu, I have something to find you. Luli sat in the position beside Mu Lin as if he returned to his home. I know. Do you know I killed a count? Luli asked skeptically. A not long-eyed count, die and die. Mu Lin looked as usual, and there was no wave of waves on his face. That tone seemed to be dead, as if a count was dead and an ant had died. Luli stunned and scratched his head. He thought he had a big disaster, and did not expect Mu Lin to blame him at all. This surprised him a little. I also had some contradictions with the Duke named Sinjid. Luli continued. This time, Mu Lin's brows frowned slightly. He only heard that Luli had a lot of trouble and killed a count. How long has this passed? Why is there a Duke now? No hindrance, just a Duke. Our Cavaliers can still keep you, as long as you don't have too much. Mu Lin said slowly. I have disabled his son, is this too much? Mu Lin's face changed. You, hey. He wanted to say something, but he finally sighed and sighed. Luli looked at Mu Lin innocently. Your kid is also fatter. As soon as the count was killed, he offended the Duke when he turned his head. You made it difficult for me to do. Mu Lin said some of them hated iron and steel. Is there any difficulty? The son of the Duke provoked me first. Otherwise, I won't shoot him. Luli pursed his mouth, and said unwillingly. Your kid tells me well, what happened today, how do you make trouble? Mu Lin asked. Luli had to talk about what happened from the auction. When Luli talked about the man named Mikuz, Mulin's face was a bit strange. Finally, when Luli actually abducted hundreds of people under the Duke of Zinjid, Mu Lin couldn't help laughing. But the most concerned about Mu Lin is Luli's mother. How can your mother become a monster? I don't know. When I went to the border before, my mother lost her trace. According to the villagers, she was captured by a giant zombie. Luli shook his head and said. Giant zombies? What monster is that? Hearing this name, Mu Lin couldn't help but confuse. I don't know, I have seen the woods outside the village once, and the zombie is several times the body shape. And, it seems to be wise. After Luli finished speaking, the people in the whole room couldn't help but sucked a bite. Wisdom zombies? How is this possible? Steve, rice can be eaten randomly. Several knights couldn't hold it anymore. The high levels of the cavaliers were present, not ordinary people. They know how serious the monsters have wisdom. Now, they are already struggling to deal with these unsatisfactory monsters. If the monsters have wisdom, it will be more tricky to deal with. The reason why they questioned Luli was because of the fear in their hearts. I don't believe in love, anyway, I have explained clearly. If it's okay, I will go back. After Luli finished speaking, he turned to leave. Mu Lin hurriedly shouted Luli. Slow. I still have some questions to ask. Luli turned around, his eyes swept across the house. Yes, but I don't like to be unrelated when chatting. He said coldly. Luli's sentence is simply a guest order. Someone was already angry, ready to shoot the table, and scolded. Okay, let's get here today. Let's go back and prepare. Monsters will launch an attack at any time. We must prepare in advance. Mu Lin showed the quietness of everyone, and then whispered. Seeing Mu Lin's speech, everyone didn't dare to say much, and left the room in turn. When a middle-aged man passed by Luli, he whispered in his ear. Boy, people who love the limelight usually die very early, I hope you can live a few more days. Luli heard the words, and looked at the man alertly, but found that the man had gone far. Luli erected the middle finger against the man's back. Old Mu, who is this goods? Actually, Lousy died. If I didn't give you face, I would have to do it just now. Luliqui asked. He is the title of the Knight Fantasy Sword. Your kid is fine to provoke him. This person is not good-tempered, and he is insidious. Mu Lin said. I wipe it. This product is also worthy of the title Knight? Lao Tzu did not offend him, he actually cursed me. Who? Luli's tone was full of unhappy. You said that he didn't offend if he did not offend? Old Mu, what do you mean? Luli heard something wrong from Mu Lin's words, and asked quickly. He is the teacher of Reinhardt. Mu Lin said helplessly. I just said. How do you feel that this person looks very badly looking at my eyes? After a long time, I am a group with Reinhardt. So, your kid is less to provoke him. When he was detained for Leadheart last time, others were outside and did not have time to rush back, otherwise it would be a big deal. Mu Lin said. No. I don't know the personality of the guy of Reinhardt. If he has such a big backing, he has already begun to yell. Why never listen to him? Luli asked a little puzzled. Mu Lin walked to the door and closed the door. After confirming the safety, this is not as simple as you think about it. The relationship between Reinhardt and the fantasy sword is not a general teacher-apprentice relationship. Ah? Do you mean they are a pair? Luli seemed to think of something. Mu Lin looked at landlord a little blankly. What is a guy? It is the bayonet of two men. Luli didn't know how to explain for a while. Olympic, it turns out that this means. Hearing the bayonet, Mu-Lin didn't think much at all. He thought that the bayonet was to say that two people learned the sword. Well? Have you seen them with a stab? Luli said in his heart, thinking what Mu-Lin knew. I have seen it, and more than once. Mu-Lin returned casually. Fuck. Ruthless. Do they not close when they spell a bayonet? Luli's expression became a little strange, as if he knew what a big secret. Why do you close the door? Isn't this normal? If you like it, we will fight it if you like it. Mu-Lin asked a little puzzled. Luli took a few steps back subconsciously, and his eyes were full of horror. You, stay away from me. I don't want to be with you. Mu-Lin thought that Luli was afraid of his strength and did not dare to fight him. It's okay, if you're afraid that I will start too heavy, you can also find the halberd. Luli listened to the more shocked. It's okay to break the halberd? It wasn't until Luli's tone became more and more strange that Mu-Lin felt something wrong. Stink boy. What do you think? He glared at Luli in anger. Obviously what you said, why are you fiercely me? Luli whispered a little reluctantly. I mean, Reinhardt and the fantasy sword are father-son relationships. Don't guess your kid. Father and son relationship? Really false? Luli's hiss took a breath. This is a big news. You whispered. Don't go out and talk messy. Few people know this. Beware of your mental swords to find you trouble. Mu-Lin quickly went up and covered Luli's mouth, so as not to let him continue to yell. Luli had to nod. But one thing he was still puzzled. Since Reinhardt has such a hard background, why never take it out? Mu-Lin seemed to see Luli's doubts, explaining that although the two of them are father and son, Reinhardt is unwilling to admit that he has such a father. Luli listened straight. There is a titled knight as a father, and Reinhardt doesn't want it. Is there a problem with his brain? Mu-Lin shook his head and continued to say, Reinhardt was just an illegitimate child left by the fantasy sword in his early years. Before his mother's mother died seriously, his father was the knight of the knight fantasy sword and let him go to the fantasy sword. Then what? Luli was addicted to eating melon for a while, and urged the way. Reinhardt came to the Cavaliers, and just happened to meet the magic sword. Due to his looks, he quickly guessed the identity of Reinhardt. Once such a thing is leaked, the fantasy sword will definitely sweep the floor, and he warns Reinhardt not to declare that the two are father and son, otherwise they will kill him. When Mu-Lin said here, Luli couldn't help questioning. How did you know this? Mu-Lin will smile. I went out with the fantasy sword at the time, and I just heard it accidentally. Luli revealed his scornful eyes. The old man who was shameless actually had an eavesdropping habit. Reinhardt had a great grievances because of the death of his mother, and threatened so that the relationship between him and the fantasy sword could not be repaired. Although their father and son did not recognize each other, after all, Reinhardt was the pro-son of the fantasy sword. You hit a small one, and the old one will not give you a good look. I advise you, it's still low-key recently, so as not to ignite the fire. After listening to Mu-Lin's words, Luli had no waves in his heart. A titled knight, I don't know if it is strong and weak. But he didn't dare to say in front of Mu-Lin. Luli can feel that Mu-Lin's strength must be far more than that of the surface. After all, it is the first-ranking knight, and there must be two brushes. Okay, I know. Luli was perfunctory with his mouth and was ready to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped. Well, what are you doing? Mu-Lin asked, curiously. Old Mu, my mother's business, should you already know? Do you know, I heard that it has become a monster? Mu-Lin nodded gently. When Luli was auctioned, he got the news. Yes, just like those who were bitten, it became a monster, but I tried it several times with the potion and the golden apple. She still couldn't change the original appearance. What can I do? What can I do? This. I want to think. Old Moo, you live for a long time, you have a lot of knowledge, there must be a way. Luli looked forward to Mulin's look. He now hopes that his mother will return to normal early and follow him to enjoy the blessing. The mother pulled Luli alone and lived a poor life. Luli finally mixed with some famous halls in the city, but his mother now has no blessing, which makes Luli extremely blame himself. The child wants to raise it and keep it, and the most painful thing in the world is there. Mulin thought about meditation for a long time, finally sighed, and then walked to the corner of the room. Luli was still wondering what he was going to do. Mulin took a pair of frames on the wall, and there was a button behind. After pressing the button, a hole was exposed on the ground. Luli came over in surprise and explored his head below. The cave was dark and could not be seen. Luli just wanted to ask questions and was interrupted by Mulin. Don't ask anything, just go with me. After that, Mulin jumped into the cave. Luli hesitated and jumped down. Luli's body fell quickly in the dark cave. This hole was very deep, and Luli fell into the air for several seconds. Tong tong, a sound came from below. Luli's heart was clear. Here there should be a puddle buffer below. Otherwise, such a high place would definitely fall to death. Sure enough, the next second, Luli falls. The pool is shallow, but it is enough to protect Luli from being harmed. Is your kid bare? Mulin's voice suddenly sounded. Luli sneered in his heart. What is so terrible to be so high? Luli is a lover of faith. He likes to jump down from a high place. He can use a bucket to pour water at the moment of landing to protect himself without blood. This is the basic operation of the last shadow dragon. There are also some advanced operations, and Luli is also difficult to succeed. For example, the legendary landing ship, the ladder. These are shocked by the operation of heaven and man. Luli is called D. The EA player saw it, leaving a great shock for his young heart. What he thought at the time was, he was lying. Can you play like this? Luli climbed out of the water and his face was calm. He lit a torch and saw the whole picture here. There is a narrow passage by the pits. What shocked Luli was. It has reached the base rock layer here. He stepped on the base rocks under his feet. Good guy, where does Mulin take himself? Don't look at it, keep up with me, don't lose it. Luli followed up. He looked at the surrounding environment curiously. Old Moo, where are you going? Hush, whisper, you will know later. After walking in the channel for a few minutes, the two finally reached their destination. At the end of the channel is a stone gate. By the way, I will follow me later, don't touch it. Luli was still doubtful, but as the stone gate in front of him opened, Luli was completely shocked. After Sherman, it was a huge square. The lights of the stone room are bright. Every few meters, there will be a stone image on the ground. These stone statues look like real people and are lifelike. In the center of the square, there is a statue up to tens of meters. That appearance is clearly one of the creation gods, Th. There will be a respect here Th's idol. Luli had seen it once in the church before, but that was very small, far from the shock of this. Welcome, the great King Marcus's Plaza. You can also call it, the place of God. The place of God. Luli looked up at the tall Th statue, involuntarily created the idea of worshipping ceremony. Why? I can't breathe a little? Stare at Th's idol glanced, Luli's breathing became a little rapid. Hurry up. Yue of King Marcus is not something you can bear. Mulin quickly reminded. Luli took his gaze back a little bit, and then returned to normal. What a terrible idol. What exactly is this place of love? After feeling the powerful statue, Luli could not help but secretly shocked. This statue was built to commemorate the great founding monarch of the kingdom of our block, and the place of God's blessing was the place where King Marcus had boarded the level of God. Mulin explained. Ascend to God? Luli heard the word, and felt particularly novel. The King Marcus you said, is he dead? Luli asked, curiously. How could the great King Marcus die? He just became a god. Speaking, Mulin knelt down at the idol, his hands folded, his face was pious. Old Mu, what are you doing? Hush, don't make noisy, I'm praying. Mulin made a snoring gesture to Landing. Pray? What are you doing? Luli was stunned and thought he was playing with the original god. Pray for a wish to the statue of King Marcus, and the sincere person will get the gift of the idol. That's it? No one really thinks that wishing to this stuff will be useful. Isn't this kind of thing? How many times Luli had worshipped the god of wealth in the previous life, and never saw him fortune. Mulin ignored Luli, closed his eyes, and continued to pray. Luli simply squatted aside, waiting to see Mulin out. Great King Marcus. Please give you a little help. I need a weapon that takes advantage of it. Mulinko said softly. After waiting for several seconds, nothing happened. Old Mu, I think you are old, your brains are not too. Before Luli's words were finished, a brand new enchanting diamond sword appeared on the ground in front of Mulin. Seeing this scene, Luliran was stupid. There is really a request. Thanks to the great King Marcus. Mulin said excitedly. He was not excited because the enchanting diamond sword was precious, but because King Marcus responded to him. Mulin comes here every day to pray. After decades, he has only tested several times so far. Today's miracle is reproduced, which is the supreme glory for him. Seeing Mulin's gratitude, Luli also moved his mind. He also learned Mulin's movement, facing Th's idols kneeling down. You are. When Mulin saw Luli and kneeling, he couldn't help asking. Hush. I'm praying, don't bother me. Luli is now selling directly. His voice was very small, not even Mulin on the side. Luli looked forward to it, thinking that if he really returned to the earth, it would be great. Mulin stood behind Luli, his face was expressionless. He felt that Luli would definitely not succeed. Sincerity is spirit. How can people like Luli be like Luli? How can it attract the response of the idol? After a few seconds, Luli opened his eyes and wanted to see if the Ling Ling was experimented. With a bang, something suddenly fell in front of Luli. Mulin was incredible and landlord. Is he actually successful? Luli took a closer look and found that it was a football. Yes, it is the football used to play. Fuck. What does this mean? Luli just wanted to touch the football, but the football rolled up. Before Luli reacted, the football rolled into the distance instantly and disappeared. Mulin looked at the face. Luli was originally confused, but when he thought about it again, his face suddenly became dark. The rolling football suddenly disappeared. The meaning of the idol clearly makes him rolling quickly, disappearing in front of it. You, playing me. After returning to God's Luli, I almost didn't mention it. This idol is ridiculed him. This idol is playing with me. I can't bear it. I want to demolish him, Luli said angrily. He took out the iron pick and was about to destroy the idol. When Mulin saw this, he quickly stopped him. Hey! What are you doing? Calm. It's a big crime to destroy the idol. Maybe the idol may be joking with you again. Try it again. Mulin quickly explained. Okay. This is what you said, then I will try again. Luli is also talking about his mouth. How dare he dare to dismantle it? Idol. This time, Luli changed his wish. Great Kings Marcus. Please give you a little help. I want my mother to restore the original. Lin felt that Luli would definitely not respond this time. They have not seen people who can make the idol twice in a row. This probability is too small. What he made him never expected was that the idol actually responded to Luli again. Luli opened his eyes, and found that a dilapidated sheepskin scroll appeared in front of him. This is... Luli was stunned and picked up the sheepskin scroll. After opening it to check, Luli's eyes suddenly lighted up. On the scroll, a refinery formula called Purple Poster is recorded. Restore potion, purify all negative effects after taking. The required material, torch berries, and NBP, converted powder, torch berries, convert powder, this. When Luli saw these two materials, he couldn't help but have some headaches. These two things are not particularly rare. However, the torch berries and conversion powder are specialties of the Twilight Forests, and the main world cannot be found at all. This means that if Luli wants to save his mother, he must go to the Twilight Forest. Fortunately, I got a map of the Twilight Forests in the Count Jidang, which was much more convenient. After collecting the scroll, Luli's heart finally put down a large stone. Old Moo, you helped me a big help this time. Luli patted Lin. Don't thank me, this is the gift of King Marcus. After things are done, we should leave. Lin walked in front and Luli followed. Before leaving the place of God's blessing, Lu Liao looked at the tall idols are thoughtful in their hearts. Since the statue will be clear, will this not mean still exists in this world? And the white-eyed man said before the old miner should be Hai undoubtedly. When Hai meets that must be Mars hit the earth. Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but be a little excited. The adventure of his alien world seems to have begun to become interesting. P wishes everyone a happy new year. Before leaving, Lin repeatedly ordered Luli, so that he would never leak the secrets of the land of God. Luli agreed casually. 10 minutes later, Luli returned to the Earl Manor. At this point, Tian was completely dark. Luli went directly to the castle and went to study the restoration of the potion. He didn't notice that there was a figure on the open space behind the castle. Luli followed the stone steps and walked to the basement. Mother Tiki stood in front of the iron railings with her head, her eyes were empty. Luli couldn't help but blame himself. He couldn't bear to look at it again, and turned to leave the basement. Before the exit of the basement, there is a spacious room. In order to prevent outsiders from entering, Luli used it as his own bedroom. It's dark outside. With nothing to do, Luli began to prepare to enter the Twilight Forest. If you want to enter the Twilight Forest, you need to build a Twilight Portal first. The Twilight Portal and the Lower Boundary Portal are different. It does not need obsidian to build it, only soil water can be completed. First of all, Luli first surrounded a 4x4 land in the middle of the house. Then, a 2x2 sized area was dug in the middle, and 4 barrels of water were poured inside. Finally, 12 plants are placed around the pudding, wild flowers, weeds, and mushrooms. After completing these preparations, take out a diamond and throw it into the puddle, and you can open the teleportation door to the Twilight Forest. When Luli made a lot of soil and wild flowers when he was building the farm before teaching Anchi, he could come in handy. He put the soil in his hands and feet, poured water in the middle, and was covered with wild flowers around him. As for diamonds, Luli can get a lot from the mine before. If you just throw one in, you don't feel bad anyway. With a bang, the diamond should be in the water. Luli has begun to look forward to entering the Twilight Forest to explore. You know, there are many good babies in the Twilight Forest. In addition to those best equipment, Luli remembers that there is a beautiful girl named Ice and Snow Queen in the twilight. Even if she is a block face, Luli feels difficult to fight. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Luli finally couldn't help it. He accelerated his run, jumped high, and jumped into the puddle. "Grandma Ice and Snow Queen. I'm here." What he did not expect was that the teleportation door of the Twilight Forest seemed to have no activation. Luli was planted into a puddle. Fortunately, EG water can also resist the damage of falling, otherwise, Luli must bloom. What happened? What about my portal? Where did I go so big? Where did I go? Luli climbed out of the puddle, muttering a little wondering. Isn't it right? Is it right? For the sake of insurance, Luli replaced the plants around the puddle with the same type. Should I be fine this time? Luli jumped into the pit again. As a result, it is still the same as before. This time, Luli simply sat in the puddle and couldn't get up. He was sitting in the puddle, holding his chin with some depression, and his head was full of black lines. Although Luli was not a top player in the previous life, he would definitely not remember the way to enter the Twilight Forest. Water, dirt, diamonds, wild flowers, should be these things, right? Could it be a venue problem? Luli set his sights on the roof. In the past, Luli built the Twilight Portal on the open field. This is the first time he built in the house. In order to verify his thoughts, Luli moved his position. This time, he went directly to the top of the castle. You can see the moon as soon as you look up. It is a good place to enjoy the moon. Luli reappeared the venue according to the previous steps. When the diamond touched the water surface, a terrible thunder appeared and burst on the side of Luli. Luli was directly cut off by this bombing thunder. Fuck. Scare me. Luli hurriedly ate gold apple to supplement the blood volume. He said how he felt missing before. It turned out that when I lost the diamond, I forgot to stay away. The puddle in front of me has become a portal. From time to time in the portal, weird sounds make people creepy. After Luli was full of blood, he hesitated and walked in. The moment Luli's body came into contact with the portal, he fell into a purple chaos in front of him. Going to Twilight Forest, a system prompt appears. When Luli opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him had a big change. Where is this? Luli looked at it for 4 weeks, and suddenly fell into a ravioli. Wherever you see, it is a scorching waste soil, and it looks desolate. Not only that. The Twilight Forest, which claims to never night, is actually dark. Luli couldn't help but doubt life. Is this really the Twilight Forest? Did you come to the wrong place? Luli took out the map and started to view. This magic map that came from Earl Jiden, drawn the terrain of the entire Twilight Forest. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, Luli is dumbfounded at first glance. The map shows that the location of Luli is a dense forest. But, looking at it, there are only some scorched tree stumps around, and you can't see a tree at all. Could it be that a fire has just encountered here? Otherwise, how can it become like this? It can be distinguished from the outside of these residual tree stumps, which should be a sky tree forest. The sky trees are a unique tree in the Twilight Forest. This tree can grow to hundreds of meters high, which can be described as giants in the tree. The more Luli went forward, the more shocked. The area of this forest is far beyond Luli's imagination. All the way, Luli found at least tens of thousands of stumps. How big is it to burn the whole sky tree forest? When Luli was surprised, there was a loud noise not far away. Luli took a closer look and found that many complete sky trees appeared ahead. He hurried up and wanted to see what happened. But before he approached, the loud noise came again. Luli felt that the whole earth trembled. The sky trees not far away were crooked to one side and fell down. This sound should be made by the trunk. Luli was stunned. Is this world the site of Master Newton? The tree will fall down, instead of the suspender of Newton? With doubt, Luli went up curiously and found that a group of goblin monsters appeared in the woods in front of him. Goblin monster is a monster in the Twilight Forest. They are almost the same as the zombies in the Lord world, but they are even more ugly. There were more than 20 groups of goblin, surrounded by the falling sky, and waved the axe. It didn't take long for them to cut a whole sky tree into a section of wood. A red hat goblin whistle, the rest of goblin began to collect the wood scattered on the ground. There is a storage bag behind them that can be packed with a whole set of wood. This group of goblin collected all the woods and left in line. As soon as Luli wanted to catch up, he found that another group of goblin appeared. They seemed to discuss take turns to cut trees. Luli was curious. They made so many wood, where are they going to send it? Luli hid in the dark and observed. It didn't take long for another sky tree to fall down. Goblin quickly cut it into one seed wood, and then put it in a storage bag to leave. The group of goblin who left before returned, replaced them again, and began to cut trees. After this small sky tree was cut, the head of Red Hat Goblin directly ordered the fire. After burning the sapling scattered on the ground and the stump, then turned and left. The fire spread extremely quickly, and it didn't take long to burn Luli's position. Well, Luli couldn't help it, so he had to retreat. He finally knows why it is a scorching waste. Luliben intends to catch up to check the whereabouts of Goblin. After 2 steps, he saw 2 goblin walking towards him. Luli quickly dug a hole and hid. Goblin's footsteps came from the top of Luli's head. Captain Tim, isn't the tree finished? Why let us come here again? I'm almost tired. A goblin said, complaining. I don't want to. But the group of guys said that there is space fluctuations in the forest in front, let us go to see it. Hey, I don't know when the group of guys can leave here, the entire Twilight Forest was almost destroyed by them. The red hat goblin named Tim said helplessly. Captain Tim, don't say it, if they were heard, we would be miserable. The red hat goblin's face changed, and she stopped talking, obviously a little afraid. After the 2 left, Luli came out of the ground. The expression on Luli's face was surprising, and the monsters here would speak. Listening to them, there seems to be some situations in the Twilight Forest. Space fluctuation. Oh. Should they find my portal? Luli was startled in his heart and hurriedly rushed towards the portal. Sure enough. When Luli hurried back, he found 2 goblin who was just talking near the portal. The 2 of them were around the portal, curiously. Captain, what are you saying? I don't know, let's go back to report first. Red Hat Goblins was ready to leave after speaking. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Luli. Joke. How could Luli lead the 2 to leave? Who are you? Tim's face changed, and some alert looked at landing. Captain, no matter who he is. Just kill it directly. The goblin next to Tim rushed up with a weapon. Luli didn't look at it. The blade of Lee, out of the waist instantly, and split it. Coincidentally, the goblin just fell into the portal and disappeared. Ah? Where did you get him? Tim looked at landing in horror. Don't worry, he is not dead. Luli retracted the blade of Lee, and said slowly. Before clarifying what happened to the Twilight Forest, he didn't plan to kill the killer against this Tim. I have a few questions to ask you, I hope you can answer truthfully, otherwise. Luli's hand was put back on the sword on his waist again. What's the problem? Tim felt an indescribable pressure from Luli. Intuition tells him that this is an extremely dangerous guy. What happened to the Twilight Forest? Why did it become like this? Luli asked. You really don't know? Tim heard the words, a little surprised to land. Nonsense. If I know you still ask you? Luli said angrily. Twilight Forest, it's about to be finished. After Tim finished, he couldn't help but sigh. Huh? What do you mean? Luli was confused. A few months ago, the Twilight Forest was still peaceful. Suddenly one day, a group of monsters appeared here. They are huge in their bodies, the shortest are several meters high, and the combat effectiveness is extremely strong. We are not an opponent at all. When I heard Tim's words, Luli's mind suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be Titan creatures? Well, you are right, they claim to be the Titans of wisdom. Tim nodded and said. This? Ludi scratched his head. Is this Titan and Titan creatures difficult to say? Titan's shortest ones must start tens of meters. The Titan in Tim's mouth is obviously not so exaggerated. It was a bit like the giant zombie he saw at the village entrance, before Luli. Could it be the monster of the Titan? Luli became more confused. At the beginning, those Titan guys were still converging, but when they saw the Twilight Forest so rich, things became wrong. They began to destroy the forests and plunder the mines, just to build a castle for themselves. We were just a group of goblin land. They lived underground all year round, but they actually forcibly forced us to do things for them and built castles for them. We do'n't sleep all day long, but we do'n't even eat it. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Speaking of which, Tim cried sadly. Luli listened to the corner of his mouth straight. After a long time, the Twilight Forest had been boarded. So how do I get the material of the potion? Just when Luli thought, there was a bang in the distance, and the earth trembled. What is that? Seeing across the distance, Luli saw a tall figure. No. The Titan people are here. If they are found, we will die. Tim's face was pale instantly. Follow me. Luli didn't say a word, he pulled Tim into the portal. Tim exclaimed, his eyes were dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had changed his eyes. Where is this? Where? Why is God black? Tim looked up at the dark night sky above his head, and his eyes were surprised. Hurry up. After Luli returned to the main world, the first thing was to seal the portal. He didn't want the Titans to discover the portal leading to the main world. On the other side of the Twilight Forest, several Titan giants are discussing what the puddle of the empty puddle is around. The third child, what is the situation? Isn't it that the space fluctuates? Why have you nothing? How can I go back to make friends with your elder brother? A giant who looked a little stupid asked. On his shoulders, he was sitting with a short guy. Don't look at him, but he is also the Titans. They have 3 brothers, the boss supervised in the castle, and the 2 received news to check the situation. Second brother. I really feel it. Just in this place. Absolutely yes. The third child said categorically. Although he is small, he is particularly sensitive to space. This time the Titan entered the Twilight Forest, which was the first space channel he found. Well? Why is there a red hat on the ground? The third child jumped off his shoulders and picked up the red hat left on the ground. After thinking about it for a while, he said coldly, I know, it must be the ugly earth sophisticated brother Bryn is engaged in ghosts. Go. Let's go back to find them accounts and NBP. After sealing the portal, Luli was still uneasy, and blocked the entire puddle directly with a stone. Aubin. You're okay. After Tim resumed his calmness, he found that his younger brother Aubin was lying on the ground without any personnel. Don't shout, this guy was stunned by me, and I couldn't wake up for a while and a half. Luli reminded. He went down just now. That goblin was almost killed by him. In the end, he only had some blood skin and fainted. Where are you? What do you want to do? Tim looked at Luli, his eyes were full of suspiciousness. If you want you and your younger brother to live, don't try to resist. Speaking, Luli patted the blade between his waist. As soon as Tim's face changed, his voice became a little trembling. Okay. I promise, you. Luli's momentum was really horrible, and Tim compromised instantly. Even in the face of the phantom knight of the Earth Cavaliers, he was not so afraid of. Very good. You are a smart person. Luli patted Tim's shoulder with a smile. Suddenly, Luli flashed. HP 1, that was the reaction of blood loss. Luli remembered that Tim was a monster, and he would lose blood when he touched his bare hands. Ouch! At the same time, Tim screamed. Luli was stunned. What are your name? I don't know, just now you shoot me, I feel my body hurts, and I feel like I have been beaten again. Tim's painful teeth grinned and said painfully. Luli looked at the enchanting diamond armor with his own thorns, and suddenly fell into silence. It seems that I will stay away from my mother in the future. The rebound damage of this thorns 3 is not able to bear it. Can I ask, where are you here? Tim asked weakly. My name is Luli, this is my castle. Luli. Tim whispered several times the name of Luli. Are we still in the Twilight Forest? He asked a little nervously. Luli shook his head. Then how do we go back? My relatives and friends are still in the hands of the Titan guys. Tim was about to cry. Don't worry, I have a way to take you back to the Twilight Forest. Really? Take me back. When he heard Luli's words, Tim was happy and hurriedly urged the Tao. You can go back, but you have to help me be busy. What busy? Tim asked. It's simple, I will take you back, you can help me monitor the movements of those Titans. Monitor the Titan. This is a bit difficult. Tim's face was a little embarrassed. He has to protect himself. How can I have time to monitor others? It's okay, I don't need to do anything, just help me pay attention to their movements. If they have any big moves, remember to inform me. Luli said. That. Okay. Tim thought about it, and finally agreed with his head. Tim did not realize how far his decision will bring this decision today. Luli put the portal at the other corner of the castle. After the soil was placed skillfully, after the water and wild flowers, Luli was thrown into a diamond. With a bombardment, the portal of the Twilight Forest appeared again. Tim was startled by thunder. Before entering, the two discussed the way the joint. Every time Tim brought out his hand to cut the tree, he wrote the message on the paper and hidden in the specified place. The location is a stake outside the sky tree. After getting everything, Luli and Tim jumped into the portal. As for Tim's younger brother Aubin, because the injury was too heavy, he could only rest in the castle temporarily. When Tim and Luli opened their eyes, they returned to the Twilight Forest. You go back quickly, don't be suspected by the Titan people, I go around alone. Tim said, and quickly left the portal. This time, Luli was clever. He knew that space fluctuations would be reported, so as soon as he came in, he blocked the portal, and then buried it with soil. When he is about to go back, just turn it on. At the same time, on the high wall of a castle, a tall Titans were sitting. This person is the boss of the 3 Titan brothers. Under the high wall, it was full of a sperm goblin. Behind him, there were 2 other brothers of Titan. The 3rd child is explaining the reason why he is inadequate. Brother, it's really not me, I really felt it that day. Talking. Sudden. The old 3 face changed, pointing to the distance with excitement. Brother. I feel the space fluctuation again. Still that direction. The boss frowned slightly, and was about to stand up, and he heard the third saying again. Hey! Why is it? What happened? Is it possible to be in a mess? Brother, you have to believe me. The third child tries to explain. The boss sighed. The third child, I have something to be on the other now. I don't have time to accompany you to play with you. Don't bother such trivial things in the future. The third child still wanted to say something, and was dragged away by the second child. The third child, don't say it, let's go. Otherwise, brother should be angry. After walking away, the third child dared to make 2 complaints. Big brother stayed here all day and stared at a castle as a supervisor. Everyone is almost stupid. I reminded him kindly. He actually said that I would bother him. If it weren't for my first Discovery Space Channel, how could he have a chance to come here? The old 3 murmured. Well, you also say 2 less words. This time, the tribe will hand over the task of building the end of the castle to the elder brother. This is a big chance. The second child comforted. No matter how big the opportunity, I can't turn me anyway. The third child said angrily. You will be wrong. If your elder brother can be blessed by his ancestors and evolved into the Titan Protoss, we will develop. At that time, the entire Titans will give us 3 brothers a thin face. Titan God. The third child heard these 4 words, and his heart was surging. In the past, the Titan gods were the strongest groups of the universe, and they could even compete with the dragons at their peak. Unfortunately, after several battles, many powerful Titans fell, and the Titans were injured. The Titan Protoss no longer claims to be priests and renamed the Titan. Not only that, the world where the Titans are located are already full of sores due to war, and they are no longer suitable for living. It is precisely because of this invasion of the Twilight Forest. The space passage is too narrow, and can only send a group of weak Titans. When the construction of the castle is completed, the more powerful Titans can be transmitted. At that time, the Twilight Forest may have to be renamed the Titans. As a ward, the boss of the 3 Titan brothers will have the opportunity to gain the blessing of ancestors and evolve into the Titan gods. That is the supreme glory. The second child, go. Let's go to the space fluctuations. As soon as the third old man waved, the 2 rushed towards the direction of landing. After Luli and Tim separated, they decided to find materials to make restore potions. He took out the magic map of the Twilight Forest and started to view. The magic map only shows the nearby area of Luli. Other places are still fog and need to continue to explore. Luli's eyes swept on the map, and his eyes suddenly stopped somewhere. A surprise on the face. This is Lich Tower. The Lich Tower is where the Lich King lives in the Twilight Forest. After Luli found the Lich Tower, he almost jumped up and cheered directly. You know, the conversion powder is generally found only in the high tower of the Lich King or a large hollow mine. As soon as Luli came up, he found the Lich Tower. This is simply God's will. However, Luli still wanted to find a large hollow mine. The hollow mines are a more common rounding mountain in the Twilight Forests, which are rich in or inside. This kind of mountain often has empty cavities full of minerals and treasures. The hollow mine can be divided into large, medium, small. However, the location of the portal is random. When you are unlucky, you can't even find a large hollow mine all day long. Until now, Luli has found 2 or 3 large hollow mines. In those few times, he went in empty-handed, and when he came out, he was so rich. There is no way, there are too many minerals in large and hollow mines. However, if you want to think about it, you still have to put the conversion powder first. To restore the potion, you need to convert powder and torch berries. Luli went to the Lich Tower and found a few open-air minerals. He went in and looked at it, and there was this thing inside. Although there are only a few, Luli does not use so much. After walking forward for a while, Luli finally saw the witch tower in the distance. The lich tower towered into the clouds, and the outside was surrounded by a layer of mist. Arrive. Luli put away the map, pulled out the pick, and was ready to enter. But as soon as he was near the lich tower, he was stopped by an invisible air wall. The next second, a ugly goblin suddenly appeared behind Luli. Goblin roared and rushed behind landing. Luli moved horizontally, pulled out the blade of Lee, and cut it on the neck of Goblin. Goblin fell down and was killed directly. Luli closed his knife back, but his brows frowned suddenly. As far as he knows, Goblin will mainly generate dark places such as end NBP, height less than end NBP, 30 end NBP, hollow mines and Goblin Night Fortress. And his position is now a lot higher than 30. Luli squatted down and suddenly snorted. He found a book in Goblin's body. The cover of this book is a bit dilapidated, and it seems to be bitten by something, and there are uneven tooth marks on it. Fortunately, the content in it can be seen clearly. After viewing, Luli found that this was not a book, but a notebook. The author of the notebook is an explorer. He traveled through the entire Twilight Forest and recorded in a notebook. The notebook is a bit damaged, and the contents inside are a bit missing, but it does not affect reading. Luli looked at it for a while and found a description of him very interested. I started the strange gas field around this tower. Each brick of the tower is protected by a powerful curse. I still see it for the first time. This curse can even cover the area around the tower. Instead of doing it in my hometown, I have a lot of ways to deal with such magic, but I don't have much supply here. Let me study in depth. The content recorded in this notes is almost the same as Luli's current situation. They don't know how to enter the lich tower. Seeing this, Luli suddenly remembered one thing. The air wall outside the lich tower is an enchantment. Only by killing Naga's courtyard, Naga, and obtaining an achievement called Naga Hunter, can we relieve this enchantment. Luli had never remembered before, until he saw this note that he suddenly realized. Luli looked up at the witch tower, so he had to give up temporarily and turn to find Naga. He found a wooden house as soon as he took a few steps. Luli thought there was a person living in it. As soon as he wanted to go in, he shot an arrow in the room. Fuck! Luli exclaimed and avoided it dangerously. With the sound of a bone collision, the two monsters with similar appearances and skeleton archers came out of the house. It turned out to be a druid house. I just said where I came from. There is a monster cage in the druid house, which can continue to produce druid monsters. But druid is actually no different from the skeleton archer Xiaobai in the main world. If you want to say that there is a difference, it may be uglier, and some are a bit green. Seeing that two druids were brushed out of the room, Luli knew that he couldn't drag it anymore, and he had to make a quick decision. He didn't say anything, holding a sword around his waist, and rushed directly towards those druids. Alas, the 3 knives went down, and the 4 druids farted at the same time. Luli kept his footsteps, rushed into the hut with a step, and quickly inserted the torch on the brushing cage, to prevent him from continuing to brush the monster. After the crisis was lifted, Luli could finally stop and rest for a while. In fact, the druid cut is quite chic. The house is neatly planned, and there is a fireplace heating, which can be transformed into a house. However, Luli has no such mind now. He was just about to turn around, and the long-awaited black dragon appeared again. Slow. The black dragon suddenly sounded. Why did you come out? Luli asked, curiously. Under this room, there seems to be something. Oh? Is it a treasure? Then dig and see it. When Luli was lighted up, he had to do it. As a dragon, Heilung is very sensitive to the breath of treasures. The last time he was in the Earl Manor, he found the sealing sword. Luli took out the iron pick and directly dug the floor tile in the house. Sure enough, there is a living door hidden under the floor tile. Below the door is a hole, presumably the treasure is inside. As soon as Luli was excited, he would jump down, but was shouted in time by the black dragon. Don't be impulsive. There seems to be greasy here. Let me see it again. Having said that, the soul of Black Dragon floated out of Luli's body. He seemed to be able to ignore the collision, passed through the living door directly, and went to the bottom. A few minutes later, Black Dragon came back again. How about it? Luli looked forward to asking. There is a box below. Black Dragon returns. Hearing a treasure chest, Luli's face was happy. But the next words of the Black Dragon caused him a headache. But, it's a trap box. Damn, luck is a bit bad. Luli was a little depressed. As soon as the trap box is opened, it will explode. Such a narrow place is too late to hide. Hey, let's go. Luli was ready to leave, but the Black Dragon did not move. What are you going? You're listening to me. There is a good thing in the trap box, don't you want it? Luli was ready to leave, but when he heard the Black Dragon said that there was a good thing, he chose to stay. The good things that Black Dragons say are generally not too bad. The thing is in the trap box, your kid will take it yourself. I'm going? Luli heard the words and hesitated. In this dense room, there will be any other agencies. If you accidentally take the wrong step, maybe it will be explained. Luli walked around the entrance, and finally decided to start from the entrance. The entrance is next to the wall, and below is a ladder for people up and down. After Luli dug the hole, the first thing was to insert the lights. I don't know, I almost scared Luli for a while. At the bottom of the ladder, there is a fatal organ. The space inside the cave is not large, and there is an inconspicuous stumbling hook on both sides of the wall, and the trigger is triggered in the middle. On the top of the cave, a bunch of tea is arranged densely tea. As long as Luli accidentally encountered the organ, these TT will be activated. Not only will it block Luli's escape, but it will also blow it into a powder. After Luli carefully removed the stumbling hook mechanism, he dared to go down to the secret room. He was just going to the trap box. Suddenly, there was a heart palpiter in his heart. For the sixth sense, he recovered the pace that was about to take. Luli went to the place where he was about to settle like this, sweating coldly. He has not discovered that the entire secret room is covered with stone pressure boards. Only the one below the ladder is the only safe ending point. However, this is also safe after excluding the stumbling hook trap. In other words, the entire secret room is all agencies. Luli couldn't help but want to vomit. The person who designed this secret room is somewhat psychologically dark. After spending a while, Luli cleaned up all these stone pressure boards. And under the stone pressure board, there are several layers of TT. Luli seemed to think of something, and he dug the surrounding walls. Sure enough, the wall is full of TT. The whole secret room is TT is surrounded. This scene is creepy. However, this also made Luli curious. What exactly did it put in the box? There were so many agencies. He started to look forward to it. It took more than 10 minutes to take more than 10 minutes. TR dug out. There are dozens of more fires in the bag, and the medicine is coming. This is also an unexpected fortune. It happens that Luli needs a batch of TT comes. Those T in the wall, just now T and the trap box are connected. This also means that the trap box has lost its effect. After Luli repeatedly confirmed, he went to open the box. After the box was opened, Luli looked at the things inside, with a little doubt on his face. In the box, there are 2 withered skulls. The withering skull. How can there be this thing here? Luli's heart was full of doubt. The withering skull is a rare warrior fell after killing the withering skull in the lower realm. The probability of drop in this stuff is very touching. The drop rate of unparalleled swords or other tools is 25. Rough killing 40 withered skeletons will drop the head once. With weapons with the magic attribute with grab the 3, the drop rate has increased, but the drop rate is only 45. In addition, high-pressure reptiles killed the Withering Skeleton Club 100 to drop the Withering Skull. What should have appeared in the lower realm actually appeared inexplicably in the Twilight Forest. Good things. So powerful energy. The black dragon looked at the 2 withered skulls, and the saliva was about to flow down. What is this? If you give me a skull again, I can create a super powerful monster. I can't control it either. When he heard Luli's words, the black dragon suddenly brightened. You can't control it, I can. It's just that I am missing. Black Dragon said with excitement. Ah? Can this be so? Lu Dai scratched his head, which was beyond his cognitive scope. Hurry up. There is a lack of a skull, right? Let's find it. Black Dragon urged. Hey, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the stuff is only available in the lower bound, I can't get out now. Luli spread his hands helplessly. Don't worry, you can do your own business first, it's not too late to go after you do it. Black Dragon nodded well. Since he failed to lose his body, he could only hide in Luli's body every day. This taste is uncomfortable. He eagerly wanted to find a new body so that he could reconcile. However, all of this depends on Luli. Even if he has a new body, due to the soul contract, Luli can still dominate his life and death at will. But it is much better than now. As long as you help me get a new body, I will take you to the treasure I left. Black Dragon said. Speaking of treasures, Luli remembered that he had cheated a treasure map from the Black Dragon before. It's just too busy, and have no time to explore. Since Heilong said so, Luli also saved a lot of trouble. Okay. One word is fixed. After Luli collected the 2 withered skulls, he left the druid house. Go to the position of the Naga courtyard. Luli spent a long time and wrapped a large circle along the map. The other B position found a lot, but the Naga courtyard was not seen. Strange, why can't you find the Naga courtyard? Could it be that Naga has been killed? Luli was wondering. With a look at it, it was time to meet with the Red Hat Goblin, and Luli had to temporarily give up his search. He came to the agreed meeting. After waiting for a small meeting, Luli saw Tim's figure. Tim looked around and looked around. Luli beckoned to him and called it over. The two hid in the hole in the early digging and started talking. How is it, are they troubles with you? Luli couldn't wait to ask. Temporary, not yet. Tim shook his head. But, the 3 Titan brothers today seem to be arguing for your business. Come and find me. Okay, I know. Luli heard the words, groaned for a while and said. If it's okay, I will leave first. I recently checked strictly. I'm afraid of accidents. As soon as Tim was about to leave, Luli suddenly thought of Naga, and quickly shouted him. Hey, Tim, do you know where the Naga courtyard is? After Luli asked, the expression on Tim's face was a little weird. Naga courtyard has been demolished by the 3 Titan brothers. Ah? Been exted? Then, what about Naga? Luli stunned and asked. Like us, build a castle when we are working hard. Lu's lips, the boss, somewhat doubtful life. Don't say it, I should go back, otherwise I will show their feet. After Tim turned around and hurried away. Lu Liu was in place, and after a while, he returned to God. Naga can be regarded as a little bee anyway. It is actually caught as a hard work. This is really... Luli didn't know what to say for a while. But at least now I know Naga's whereabouts, and I don't have to make a mess in the world. Suddenly, Luli thought of something. Tim hasn't told him yet the specific location of the castle. He hurried out. Unfortunately, Tim has gone far away. Could it be that it will take a whole day to find Naga? And according to Lu Jiwu, it was the place where the thorns were the thorns outside the castle. If you want to enter, you need not only the lamp of you, but also unlock several bee-killing achievements. Luli cannot even go in now, let alone kill bee. This is simply unlucky to get the new year for him. Get home. Suddenly, Luli fell into a dilemma again. Luli walked aimlessly in the ruins of the forest, and was absent-minded. Walking, Luli stopped. In front of him, there was a crowded high wall. Luli suddenly brightened. Isn't this a long time of Naga courtyard? There is no place to break the iron shoes, and it will not work. However, the Naga courtyard in front of him, as Tim said, had been destroyed. There are potholes everywhere on the ground, and it seems that it has experienced a war. Some long gullies are obviously traces left when Naga moved to her body. Those huge footprints on the ground must be left by the Titan people. Luli had already made up the picture of the Titans of the Naga war at the time. Presumably it must be spectacular. Luli strolled around the Naga courtyard, nothing to find. As soon as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of hissing. Luli Huan took care of 4 weeks without any discovery. Luli thought he had heard it wrong. Suddenly, a piece of soil in front of Luli suddenly moved. Out of vigilance, Luli took a few steps back. It didn't take long for the dirt to be broken, and a small green head was revealed from it. Immediately, a half-meter-old green snake climbed out of the ground. Luli's eyes condensed, his eyes were full of surprise. The green little snake is clearly a narrow version of Naga. What is this? Intersection, is this Naga smaller? Or the descendants of Naga? When Luli was confused, the black dragon appeared again. He was a little surprised in his eyes. Fortunately, this little guy actually has a trace of dragon blood on his body. Black Dragon couldn't help but sigh. No, this is obviously a snake. Where is the blood of the dragon tribe? Luli expressed doubt about the words of Black Dragon. It is estimated that the little guy's parents have the blood on the body of the dragon, which is inherited to it. After having the blood of the Long tribe, this little guy's future combat power must be far more than other similar. Snake Huaya Python, Python Huajia, Dragon. If you are lucky, maybe it can really evolve into a dragon in the future. Black Dragon looked at the little Naga. Can it become a dragon? Luli pointed at the little Naga, and his tone was incredible. It is possible, but the hope is slim. After all, Hualong is not so easy. Black Dragon answered unwillingly. During the little Naga quietly came to Luli, began to pinch his feet intimately, and said something in his mouth. This little guy should have just been born. It seems to be you as a mother. Black Dragon said with a smile. Mom? I'm not its mother. Its mother should be caught. You tell it. As soon as Luli heard it, he quickly asked the Black Dragon to explain. He doesn't want to be a male mother. Black Dragon had to try to explain to the little guy. The language of the dragon and snakes is still similar, and it is not difficult to communicate. But Xiao Naga didn't seem to buy it, and still surrounded Luli's feet. I tried my best, but this little guy seems to have determined you. Black Dragon helplessly spread his hands. Luli's forehead was a bit black. Why did he have a stirp and fart? No, follow the fart snake. Xiao Hei, otherwise, you gained it. Maybe you can change back to the dragon again. Lu left the Black Dragon. No. I want the new body of the 2 heads. This little snake is too weak. The Black Dragon's attitude is very resolute. Seeing the Black Dragon, Luli had to let Xiao Naga follow him temporarily. As for slaughtering this little guy, Luli was not so cruel. Xiao Hei, tell the little guy, follow me, but I can't guarantee its life safety, and. Luli was preparing to tell the black dragon a major precautions that before he said half of the words, the black dragon interrupted him. Stop and stop. You say so much, where can I remember, you simply tell it yourself. How can I tell it? Don't tease me. Luli thought the black dragon was looking for him. Why not? Don't forget, your kid has eaten a whole dragon egg. The dragon blood in your body is much more pure than this little guy comes. After listening to the black dragon, Lu Liu was on the spot. Just because of a dragon egg. I also have dragon blood in my body? That's not. The blood veins can be seen by those hometown of the treasures, and the blood veins must be extraordinary. You can eat all the kids, how much can you get some good places? Thinking of Lu Li's dragon egg, the black dragon couldn't help it. That is the good thing he risked back to his life. Lu Li began to communicate with Xiao Naga's soul according to the instructions of the black dragon. When Lu Li's soul appeared, the black dragon couldn't help but surprise. The power of the scary soul. Where did Lu Li come from, the monster from you? No advice. Lu Li said at a glance. At the same time, the boss of the three Titan brothers sitting in front of the castle also noticed the soul fluctuations from the distance. It stood up and looked at the distance, showing a trace of dignity in his eyes. As soon as Lu Li bowed his head, he heard Xiao Naga shouting herself there. Mom, mother, hungry. Xiao Naga, you made a mistake, I'm not your mother. Lu Li quickly explained. But Naga did not listen to him at all, still crying there. Woohoo, mother, I'm hungry. Black Dragon sneered with his mouth, and looked like he was gloating. Lu Li was helpless, and he didn't know what Naga was eating, so he had to take all the things in the backpack. Bread, apple, steak, which one do you want to eat? Pick it yourself. Xiao Naga stopped crying when he saw the food. It swallowed an apple and swallowed his stomach. Fortunately, it's a vegetarian, you should raise it. Before Lu Lihua finished speaking, he saw Xiao Naga swallowed a large piece of steak. It's okay to eat meat, I have money. Lu Li had to comfort himself so. The next scene allows Lu Li to syncope. After eating the food, Xiao Naga came to the side and swallowed the pile of diamonds on the ground. Ah! My diamond! You dare to eat everything. Lu Li almost turned his breath directly. He quickly collected the rest. He brought more than 10 diamonds on his body this time, and was all sulk by Xiao Naga. The loss of losses made Lu Li distressed. God! What kind of sin is this? My diamond! Lu Li was crying without tears, and his heart felt bloody. Lu Li didn't notice that when he was sorrowful, Xiao Naga's body shape quietly grew several times, from less than half a meter to 2 or 3 meters long. Let me go, why did it grow so big at once? As soon as Lu Li returned to God, he was startled by Xiao Naga, who was a few meters in front of him. Maybe diamonds have accelerated its growth. The black dragon said uncertainly. Snakes that can eat diamonds. He has also seen this, for the first time. The Grui Najiao got up, his head gently stumped on Lu Li's thigh, expressing friendship. Lu Li was stiff and helpless. This little guy looks ready to rely on himself. Lu Li didn't mind having a small class. But, if it only eats diamonds, Lu Li can't afford it. When Lu Li bowed his head, he saw that Xiao Naga was staring at himself, staring at his dark little eyes. Huh? What is this? Looking at it, Lu Li suddenly found that Xiao Naga's forehead had an inconspicuous mark. He reached out his hand and put it above Xiao Naga's head. Good, don't move, let me see. Lu Li said softly. Xiao Naga also cooperated with her head and accepted Lu Li's touch. Lu Li bent down and tried to see more carefully. It was a circle pattern that looked familiar, and there was a row of sawn-up marks in the inner circle. It looks like a big mouth full of teeth. After looking at it for a while, Luli remembered where I saw this pattern. He quickly removed the sword on his waist. Be careful to pull out the blade of Lee, and there isn't exactly the same mark on the knife. This. Luli was a little bit comparable for a while. At that time, Luli followed the enchanting artist Polly to the Temple of Desert and found a great enchanting slate named Devouring. This mark comes from this. Today, it appears again above Shao Naga's head. Doesn't this mean that little Naga also has the ability to devour? Thinking of the scene where Shao Naga had worked hard to swallow the diamond before, Luli suddenly believed in 7 or 8 points. He looked at Shao Naga's eyes hot. Good, I give you delicious. Luli took a set of iron ingots from the bag and threw it to Shao Naga. Seeing the iron ingots, Shao Naga was obviously a little bit of interest. But in the end, I swallowed it. Luli stared at Shao Naga for a while. Sure enough, just as Luli thought. After swallowing the iron ingot, Shao Naga's body shape grew a lot again. However, there is no phenomenon that has a skyrocketing shape after swallowing diamonds. This is understandable. After all, the rareness of diamonds and iron ingots cannot be compared. Brother, you have picked up treasures. Congratulations. Heilong said with a smile. Hearing this, Luli's face was a little worried. Can I feed this little Naga? Maybe you may eat your own family. Do you have anything else you want to eat? Pick it yourself. Luli took out the things in the backpack and placed on the ground. Anyway, diamonds have been eaten, and there is nothing worthwhile. Shao Naga moved his body and stopped before a storage bag. Luli unlocked the receiving bag and found that there were a lot of gold coins inside. Do you want this? Luli asked, curiously. Little Naga nodded immediately. Luli threw a gold coin with his hand, and Naga suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed it. It seems to have a soft taste of the gold coin, and enjoy it after eating. Snakes who love gold coins. Hey, forget it, it is better than eating diamonds, and at least it can afford it. Luli looked forward to his little Naga, and he couldn't help crying, so he had to comfort himself. He lost several gold coins again, and Shao Naga still swallowed in one bite. Every time a few gold coins are eaten, Shao Naga's body will have a scale transforming into gold. However, the scales on Shao Naga are endless. It is estimated that it is an astronomical figure if it wants to change all. Since you love gold coins so much, call you a small gold coin. Luli touched the head of the small gold coin and gave it a name. Shao Naga shook his head, and seemed to be quite satisfied with the name. Little gold coin, let's go, let me take you to find your mother. Luli finished packing and was about to leave. Small gold coin stopped. It arched his body, his head turned to the abandoned Naga courtyard. Well? Are you reluctant to leave? Luli looked at the actions of the small gold coin curiously. The small gold coin shook his head, moved his body, and came to the place where it was broken before it. Xiaojin coin opened the soil of the hole with his head, exposing an entrance. Do you want me to go in? Luli asked. The small gold coin nodded hard. All right. Luli couldn't help it, so he had to see something at the bottom. Luli looked down at the entrance of the cave, and it was dark inside. He raised the torch and shot it inside. The cave suddenly lit up. This should be the place where Shao Naga broke the shell, and some broken eggshells can be seen on the ground. In addition, there is a treasure chest in the cave. Presumably, the small gold coin should let yourself open that box. Luli took out the shovel and dug out a downward step. The box should be for some years, with a thick layer of gray. As soon as Luli opened the box to check it, his eyes were suddenly bright. Pulling a sword? Luli shouted in surprise. I saw a unique sword lying in the box, and a blue knot was tied on the scabbard. The attributes of Lu Li's sword were checked to check, and the name of the weapon appeared. Eamon, rust, this is obviously a damaged sword. The moment Lu Li held hubby on, a voice appeared in his mind. Fortunately brave, I am Zhuer, do you remember the test I gave you? Lu Li was startled at first. But when he heard Zhuer's name, he immediately thought of the knife hanging in the crackdown deep valley. The self-claiming to be a sword-drawn castor, leaving Lu Li a test for Lu Li. Let him go to the Twilight Forest to find a sword, and after the incident, he can tell Lu Li's position of other swords. Is it possible, this is this? Intersection. Before Lu Li had time to be happy, Zhuer's voice came again. Unfortunately, this, Hubei, in your hand is a pupa, and the test will continue. Come on, brave, your future is limited. After speaking, Zhuer's voice disappeared. No one responded how Lu Li called. I wipe it. This Zhuer actually made a puppy to fool me. Tease me to play. Lu Li was a little depressed. But what makes him more gratifying is that this ravioli can also be devoured by, bladively, as a material. After the bonus of the devil, the basic damage of, bladively, increased a little bit again. In addition, Lu Li also found Naga's scales in the box. When he returned his income backpack, an achievement named, Naga Hunter, jumped out. Lu Li was overjoyed. With this achievement, the barrier of the Lich Tower will be automatically lifted. Lu Li can go to the Lich King. Lu Li left the Naga courtyard and walked in the direction of the Lich Tower he had discovered before. Xiao Naga followed him so much. The combination of one person and one snake looks a little strange. Arrive. Lu Li saw the towering Witch Tower in the distance across the distance. I have to say that the Lich King does enjoy it. Live in such a big castle alone. Lu Li was a little bit stunned. This high tower building, thinking that it would be nice if he moved the Lich Tower home. Although the castle he lives now is not small, it has been killed by the Lich Tower from the design and structure of the building. Lu Li glanced at Xiao Naga and said, You are waiting for me below, I will come. Little Naga's dark eyes turned 2 laps, revealing a grievance. It means obvious, that is, he hopes that Lu Li will go up with it. Lu Li resolutely shook his head. No, it's too dangerous above, you can't go up, listen to me, stay here obediently, okay? Lu Li said in a tone of coaxing a child. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Xiao Najia together, but that the Lich Tower was dangerous everywhere. Moreover, the space inside the tower is small, and Xiao Naga's body shape cannot be opened at all, and it is easy to be sieged by monsters. Lu Li was injured. He was in a magical costume, and the Lich King must not have been. But Naga was just born, and his body was fragile. At the beginning, Xiao Naga's blood volume was only 10 points on the attribute panel when he was born. Later, after eating diamonds and iron ingots evolved, it rose to 30 points. However, this is still not enough. For the sake of safety, Lu Li still decided to let Xiao Naga stay and go to solve the Lich King himself. The Lich King is not particularly powerful If it is smooth, it should be done in a few minutes. Lu Li brought Xiao Naga to the Druid house near the Lich Tower and let it stay underground. Subsequently, Lu Li moved towards the Lich Tower. Lu Li wandered around outside the Lich Tower for several laps, and did not find the entrance. Uncle Lu Sun once said that there is no way in the world, and if there are more people walking, it will become a way. Lu Li thinks that this is too reasonable. So he took out the iron pick directly and dug a hole in the wall. The inside of the Lich Tower is dark, and the sight is not clear. Lu Li just took a step forward, and he heard a buzzing sound. He stunned in his heart and hid subconsciously towards one side. Sure enough, the next second after Lu Li escaped, a sharp arrow screamed to rub from Lu Li's side. Lu Li couldn't dare to neglect, and quickly lit the torch. He found that he seemed to be unhappy, and he accidentally dug the room where Druid brushed the monster cage. In the second few seconds of Luli's evasion, a Druid was refreshed again in the room. Luli didn't say anything, and took out the blade of Lee, and he rushed up. At the moment Druid was about to shot again, with a thunderbolt, he quickly waved 3 knives. 2 poor Druids, before they understood what had happened, they died and turned into a loot. Druid is essentially no different from the skeleton archer. Luli didn't know how many small white it was solved in the brushing cage, it was already a light car. He was skillfully inserted around the monster cage, with a torch, to prevent him from continuing to brush the monster. There is a staircase, leading to the 2nd floor near the corner of the strange cage. Luli was clever this time, climbing up carefully. He first explored his head. After confirming the safety of the house, Luli went up to the 2nd floor. Judging from the furnishings and bookshelves in the house, it should be a library. It should be that no one has been here for a long time, and there are cobwebs everywhere. It looks particularly deluing. Luli quietly looked outside, and saw several Druids wandering in the library. And there was a book that would fly not far ahead. It's the Book of Death. The appearance of this book is almost the same as the book on the attachment platform, and it will throw a piece of paper on the player as an attack. After being hit by paper, the deceleration effect will be attached. If it is not resolved in time, it is easy to be caught up with the ending of the end. Don't ask why Luli knows so much, because who hasn't been a horse when he loses his front hoof? Luli Chong went up to solve the Book of Death twice, and then blocked the door of the library with a block, to prevent the monsters from running out. After doing all of this, Luli left the library and embarked on the stairs of the Lich Tower. The steps here hovered up until the top. Every time I go to a few steps, a small platform appears. There is usually a Druid brush on the platform. It is obviously a very unwise choice to fight in Druid in the narrow stairs. Luli rushed all the way up the fastest speed. He would rather carry Druid's bows and arrows, and he was unwilling to stop fighting with them. Fortunately, Luli's enchanting diamond armor was hard enough, and only half of the blood was dropped along the way. After rushing to the highest place, Luli quickly sealed the back road with the square, blocking the chasing monsters. However, it is not time to relax now, The Lich King is above Luli's head, and he must be more cautious. Through the glass floor below, Luli could clearly see the Lich King walking around. The Lich King is actually a skeleton monster. There is a crown above its head, which shows its prominent position in the monster. There are a few small shields surrounded by a few sides, and there is a cloak behind it. To be honest, Luli is quite a Witch King Bee's cloak. Although the Lich King was close at hand, Luli couldn't rush up directly. There will be 3 different forms of Lich King. In the first form, he first summoned 2 avatars, and at the same time, he would surround the shield that resisted the damage. As long as the shield still exists, Luli cannot hurt the Lich King Bee. In this form, Bee has 2 types of attacks. In the first type, the Lich King Bee launched a fireball that would explode, and once it was hit, a lot of blood would be dropped. The second type, the Lich King Bee, will launch a small ball similar to the last Shadow Pearl to cause damage. However, this trick is just the key to breaking the shield. You can directly use the sword to rebound back. Each successful rebound can break the shield on it. When the successor breaks the 3 shields on it, it will turn to the next stage. Luli took the top level, and the Lich King Bee finally started to move. Luli came up and ate a fireball. He wanted to try how high defense is his enchanting diamond sleeve. As a result, it lost 3 points of blood. Luli's heart probably had a number. His enchanting diamond sleeve may still be overbearing in the Lord world. But when I encountered a monster bee, I was a little insufficient. The Lich King is just a small bee, which can allow the loss of land to lose a lot of blood. It can be seen that this equipment needs to continue to be upgraded. The equipment that is more powerful than the enchanting diamond sleeve is the lower bound alloy set. Luli intends to wait for the twilight trip and take a look at the boundary. By the way, investigate the truth of the inferior riots. For example, what did Hai do something in the lower boundary, and actually forced the pigs to leave their hometown? Book the bottom from tomorrow. I can't do my own kitchen. Luli held, blatantly, a horizontal shift, and easily avoided the fireball sprayed by the Lich King. After throwing a fireball, there was an additional phantom follower around the Lich King. These followers will actively attack Luli, but Luli cannot hurt them. At this stage, Luli can only temporarily avoid the edge of the Lich King and not fight the unnecessary battle. However, compared to ordinary weapons, the biggest advantage of pulling the sword is high mobility. Even in a small space, Luli can easily avoid the attack of the Lich King. Luli still remembers that when he had not touched the sword before, he always used axe and long sword. The axe damage is highly capable of breaking armor. He used to feel that the sword was too complicated, and he looked unwilling to try. But when he used the sword, everything changed. He couldn't help but admire it, and the sword was really fragrant. In the early stage, holding the most garbage sword puppet, Luli dared to go to a group of monsters alone, and he could also be injured. Group control plus rating damage is simpler than drinking water. Switching the combo in the battle can also release a powerful A skill to make the enemy be invincible. The most important thing is that the sword can also grow infinitely. Each forging can enhance a little combat effectiveness. Now think about it, the sword is too invincible. I don't know where the sword capacity is sacred, and the sword that he left must not be a vulgar. Luli couldn't wait to find the real product, to pull the sword, Hubei, to break the dedication to complete the commission. I don't know what kind of surprise will Zhuor leave him. Luli has begun to hold a god-level sword, pulling a sword to kill the 4 directions. At the moment Luli distracted, the Lich King launched an attack again. Luli easily avoided it again, and there was another phantom follower beside the Lich King. After repeated several times, there were 4 phantom followers around the Lich King. They protect the Lich King, and Luli can only wait for the opportunity. After a few seconds, the Lich Dynasty landed a magic ball. This magic ball looks similar to the last Shadow Pearl, but it is not a thing. I endured so long before, Luli waited for this moment. He did not hesitate to use the Blade of Li to rebound the magic ball of the Lich King back. The magic ball flew back to the Lich King and hit the shield. With a loud noise, the shield around the Lich King suddenly broke. But Luli was not too optimistic. This is just the first shield, and there is a 4-sided shield that needs to be solved. According to the previous combat method, Luli took 5 minutes, and finally broke all the remaining 4 shields. In this way, the Lich King who lost the shield protection officially entered the second form. At this time, the Lich King was holding a scepter. As he murmured in his mouth, there were several Lich servants appeared in the room. These servants have a lot higher than ordinary zombie monsters. And the number is constantly increasing, until 9 stopped the increase. Luli intends to resist these servants to fight the Witch King. But he went up to eat the attacks of the servants and dropped the small half-tube blood. Luli took a few steps back and scared. Fuck, hurt Nima. He quickly took a golden apple to supplement the state to prevent accidents. The Lich King was surrounded by the servants, and the protection was tight. It's really enough, but don't you think it can be difficult to live like this? Luli sneered, and raised his head again to drink a bottle of power. To deal with the Lich King, it is enough to increase the general power of 130 damage. As for the high-grade force potion that increases 260 damage, Luli is ready to deal with the subsequent B. These servants are very dense, which saves Luli a lot of trouble. He rushed up one step, swept a knife, and directly controlled all the monsters. The next thing is very simple. With a knife, the rating rose directly to A. Another knife, here. The last knife was split, and the combat rating soared. The blood of the 9 servants next to the Lich King had only 1 blood skin in an instant. There is no way, the power of the potion and the rating damage, the ordinary zombies are all knife for seconds. If it weren't for this group of servants, the blood volume was slightly higher, and it is estimated that the 3 knives would lie down. The 3 knives just now, even the blood of the Lich King had dropped a small cut. Luli will certainly not let go of such a good opportunity. He pursued the victory and quickly waved 3 knives again, killing the 9 servants as much as possible. There are a bunch of torrential products on the ground. The only disadvantage of the sword is that the first 2 knives cannot be killed, even if these servants only have a little blood skin. But this does not affect. After losing the protection of the servant, the Lich King turned on the crazy dodge mode. Before a launch of an attack, it will be instantaneous. Every time Luli attacked, the Lich King was instantaneously. Sometimes before Luli's attack fell, the Lich King flashed on the other side. After Luli's attacks fell several times, he was a little impatient. Run a hammer. Real ink. Luli temporarily abandoned the attack and took out the block from his backpack. Since B has to be transmitted, Luli will block the entire space, so that there is no place for a teleportation. Although this trick is a little shameless, it is useful to deal with the Lich King. It didn't take long for Luli to narrow the room space a lot. So that after the Lich King B's transient, there was nowhere to go, and finally stuck in the wall, suffering from suffocation. Luli was stunned, but he did not expect that the Lich King was so stupid. He stood by the wall and kept staring at the Lich King. Every few seconds, the blood volume of the Lich King will decrease. It only took less than a minute. The Lich King, who had left half of the blood, was suffocated directly. Luli watched the loot from one place, caught in thought. If the Lich King would speak, he would scold. Take the bamboo shoots. Brother, it is worthy of you. It's easy to do what ordinary people can't do. The black dragon came out. Pull it down. It was stuffy by it that it couldn't think of it. I did nothing. Luli spread his hand and said helplessly. He stepped forward and started to check the loot. The golden sword of the undead killed the 5. Affiliated golden sword. It's really money to burn. The enchantment is not good, so give me the whole golden sword. If this is replaced with an iron sword. The durability of gold is too low, even if there are superb enchanting, they are still garbage. Continue to look down. Luli found 4 last shadow pearls. This stuff is good. Luli has not found Xiaohei in this world. If you can make enough ending pearls, you can go to the end. Luli remembered that after killing the last shadow dragon, he would drop a strong sword called Yan Mo Dao. In addition, the witch's scepter has been dropped in loot. The scepter of the dusk, the blood-sucking scepter, the zombie trainee. These 3, Luli have seen it. Click on the attributes of the 3 scepter, and some information will be displayed below. Duskstrategies. You can synthesize energy for the staff through the last shadow pearl. Launch a low-gravity ball can cause 6 damage, can be launched continuously, and can destroy the shield surrounding the Lich. With armor-piercing effect, hitting 6 points of damage to the target. The last shadow pearl magic ball launched at dusk is special damage and cannot be protected by armor, but it can be protected to protect the curse. Vampire, some, can synthesize energy by fermentation spider eye. After use of other creatures, the damage can be used to supplement its own health, and each attack causes damage between 1 and 4 o'clock. A slow debuff will be obtained by the blood-sucking creature, which will disappear directly when the health value of the organism is absorbed. The killing of a creature with this scepter will fall normally, but it will not drop the experience value. The blood-sucking scepter can destroy the shield surrounding the lich. Zombie stand right, click to summon a loyal zombie with a 40th health and 1 minute of power 1 to help you attack. The maximum summoning distance is 20. When the zombie's buff disappears, unless the new power buff is given to the zombie again, they will continue to ignite until they die. It can be used by synthesizing with strength potion and carrion. After reading the introduction of the 3 scepter, Luli knew why those servants could carry their attacks just now. 40-point blood volume is twice as much as ordinary zombies. Huh? There is actually a shield? Luli said lightly. He has never seen 4 scepter falling. With the landlord, the shield scepter income backpack, an achievement suddenly jumped out. Congratulations to you to complete the hidden achievement, Fusion. Luli stunned. Hidden achievements. He was confused. He has also played this D many times, and has completed various achievements. But this, Fusion. The achievement is the first time. Before Luli returned to God, the 4 scepter in front of him floated from the ground at the same time. The surface of the 4 scepter emits a ray of golden light at the same time. The 4 rays of golden light finally gathered together to form a golden light curtain. Luli stared at the magical scene in front of him, full of curiosity. Look at it. There seems to be something inside. The black dragon suddenly said. Luli looked along the black dragon's finger, and saw that in the golden curtain, there were things that slapped the same size, which was slowly rotating. This, what is it? Luli was interested for a while, but he was hesitant to put his hand in and took it. What should I do if there is danger? What do you miss? Get it quickly. Jing Guang started to fade. Black Dragon hurriedly urged. As it said, the golden light on the 4 scepter began to weaken. The golden light curtain began to dim. Time does not allow Luli to think more, he must make a choice. Well, I am out this time. If I have 3 long 2 shorts, don't you want to live? After Luli said, he extended his hand in. Luli's hand passed through the light curtain and did not encounter too many obstacles. His hand touched a cold thing, and he felt like a stone. No, I won't give me a broken stone. Luli prayed secretly in his heart, and the moment the light curtain was about to disappear, the inside was taken out. Kaka, with the landing of the land, the 4 types of scepter suddenly broke at the same time and turned into a pink. I'm going, isn't it? It's so broken? The corner of Lu Ko's mouth was pumped. These 4 wands are all good things. He is useless once. Luli turned his head to look at the stone in his hand, with some heartache. Because it looks really different from stones. The stone is flat, and there is a strange symbol on it, a cross fork with a circle on the outside. This thing looks familiar. After thinking about it for a while, Luli suddenly thought of. Write a disassembly on this stuff, isn't it the sign of house demolition? Luli's head suddenly had a black line. Is this a prank? When Luli was confused, the black dragon called out like a cat who was stepped on his tail. Fuck. It's a god-level attachment stone slab. Brother. You are lucky. God-level attachment of magic slate? Really false. With such a black dragon, Luli suddenly thought of the swallowing attachment slate that was found in the temple of the desert before. Thinking about this, the 2 are indeed similar. It's just that one is square, this one is round, so Luli didn't recognize it for a while. It's true. This one should be the slate of the god-level enchantment, Fusion. Black Dragon said affirmatively. I am curious, what exactly is a god-level enchantment? Luli asked, puzzled. Although his, bladively, has, devouring, this god-level enchantment. But he didn't know the god-level enchantment at all, only knowing that this is a special enchantment. That's the long talk. A long time ago, a god-level enchantment appeared in human beings. His enchanting technology has reached a state of amazing, and he can ignore the rules of the world and create an enchantment. Before dying, he left his last words, saying that he carved his 8 most of the god-level enchantment on the 8 slate, and hidden in various places, waiting for someone to discover it. These 8 kinds of god-level enchantment are, Devar, Heavy A, Divine Shing, Blessing, Growth, Fusion, Bloodthirsty, Tracking. Tens of thousands of years have passed. At present, only Blessing and Tracking are found, and the remaining 6 are still unknown. As soon as Halong finished this sentence, Luli interrupted him. Now there should be 4 types. There are 2 types in my hand, Fusion and Swallow. Well, there should be the remaining, Growth, Heavy Armor, Shinshing, Bloodthirsty, for god-level enchantment is not discovered. But I was kept in the fog forest for too long, the news was not very good, and the other enchanting had been discovered and maybe. The Black Dragon explained. No matter so much, let me study what is the use of this, fusion, enchantment. Luli was no longer having the Black Dragon, and turned to observe the slate. He learned to put his hand on the slate as before. In the next second, the golden light flashed above the slate, and the enchantment symbol that represented the fusion disappeared, and the next second appeared on the Li blade, between Luli's waist. Fuck, it's an enchantment of a weapon again. Never. I have 2 more. Although it's too late. Dongchang does not need me. Luli will look closely in his hand. He wants to know what magical effects of this so-called fusion enchantment. Fusion, one of the 8 gods level enchantment. The enchantment is on any weapon. The magic fusion weapon can integrate the characteristics of other weapons. After reading the introduction, Luli's eyes were bright. Integrate weapons characteristics. This is an unheard of things. In order to verify the effect of fusion, Luli took out an iron sword from his backpack. He put Li's blade with the iron sword together, and the magical scene happened. I saw Jingguang flashed. The iron sword disappeared, leaving only the blade of Li. Luli held the blade of Li, and cut it twice without noticing any abnormalities. At this moment, Luli was a little puzzled. Isn't it that you can integrate the characteristics of the weapon? Why can't I see anything? If you go to find a monster, you can try it. Black Dragon reminded. Luli nodded and walked below the Lich Tower. He dug the road blocked before, and a monster soon appeared. It was an archer druid aiming at Luli shooting. Luli rushed to druid several consecutive shifts and chopped it with a knife. Before the poor druid had time to shoot an arrow, his body was split directly by Luli, fell downstairs, and fell directly to death. Seeing this, Luli was overjoyed. It looks real. After his blade of Li, after integrating the iron sword, he directly possessed the characteristics of a long sword attack to repel the enemy's characteristics. Thinking of some possibility, Luli took out an iron axe again. After a few seconds, the iron axe disappeared, and the blade of Li was fused again. At this moment, blade of Li has another effect of attacking armor breaking, and the combat effectiveness will improve again. Good things. Really good. Luli sighed in Lian. He dug the wall directly and jumped out directly from the entrance. With the help of blade of Li, Luli returned to the ground safely. The Lich Tower was officially broken. Next, I went to the Menno maze to find Mino Tao. This bee is extremely weak, and it is not worthy of called bee. However, it has been a long time for Luli to the Twilight World. It is time to return to the world. Previously, Anchi arranged the operation of the construction of the Redstone farm, and I didn't know if he had done it. Before leaving, Luli went to Druid House. He ordered the small gold coin to not run around, and stayed here to wait for him to come back. Luli left him enough food, enough to stay on it for a long time. Small gold coins reluctantly leaving landing. Luli actually planned to bring the small gold coin back to the Lord world, but this little guy was really exaggerated. This is, if you accidentally leak the wind, you must not overwhelm the kingdom. After setting up a small gold coin, Luli sent back to the Twilight portal. There are several huge footprints on the ground near the portal, presumably left by the Titans. Fortunately, he buried the portal on the ground last time and was not discovered. Entering the portal, Luli returned to the roof of the estate castle. There is no day and night in the twilight, but the main world is already noon. Luli came to the open space behind the castle, to prepare to check the results of Anchi. But when he walked near the open space, the whole person was dumbfounded. This. The redstone farm he built yesterday was still there, but there were several other types of redstone buildings. Luli looked at the scene in front of him, and he couldn't say anything. He looked up and saw that a figure was busy back and forth. Anchi! You come down! Luli shouted. Okay. Mr. Steve. Anchi climbed down obediently. It's all made by you? Luli pointed at the redstone building and asked. Yes. I originally wanted to build it according to your method, but there were many new ideas in my mind, so I just. Anchi lowered his head embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Steve, I wasted so many materials. The corner of Lu's mouth was pumped, and the shock of his heart could not be added. He walked around the redstone buildings, and his expression became more surprised. Luli found that these buildings are actually redstone farms. And more clever and more efficient than your own design. One of them has a stepped redstone farm, which can achieve unlimited expansion. After walking around, Lu's mouth was not closed. Mr. Steve, don't be angry. I know I'm too reckless. Don't tell Link Butler, I don't want to affect him because of my fault, just punish me if you want to be punished. Anchi said with a plea begging. Angry? Why am I angry? I boast that you are too late. Luli heard that he was happy. Anchi thought Luli said against it again, and even more unhappy. Anchi, it's beautiful. You are a genius of Shui Hongshi. I have a hunch. In the future, your accomplishment in redstone will exceed me. Luli smiled and patted Anchi's shoulder and said. Ah. What are you talking about? Beyond you? How can this? I don't really understand redstone. Anchi was a little flattered and said with some guilty. Luli almost didn't hold back Anchi. There were so many redstone farms that improved overnight, and he actually said that he did not understand redstone. This is too fanxia. Just like a billionaire crying and crying everywhere, it makes people envy and jealous. Hey, if you can take me to beqege.cc, unfortunately. Luli sighed, a little sorry. He wanted to see how the legendary beqege exists. If you just get a child, the redstone technology is so powerful. Isn't others even better? If you can see the owner of beqege, Luli is probably crazy. After all, he can be regarded as a child who grew up watching the videos of beqege. The owner of beqege is his redstone enlightenment. Thinking of this, Luli filmed Anchi again. In the future, just call my brother, we can be regarded as a teacher. Hearing Luli's words, Anchi was a little bit embarrassed. Why did the relationship between the two suddenly become the brothers of the same door? However, he did not question, after all, it was not a bad thing for him to be closer to Luli. He should work hard to strive to prevent Link Butler. After all, the butler of Lin Ke took care of him and was almost treated as a relative. He naturally wants to return. Luli returned to the library with Anchi. He taught all the knowledge of redstone to Anchi. Anchi is talented and learned quickly. Within an afternoon, all knowledge has been mastered. At this point, Anchi can be regarded as a teacher. Luli has nothing to teach him. Anchi, Honsher, I will give it to you. From today, you will replace my position and continue to give those students. Luli said. Ah? I'll teach them redstone? This? I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Anchi said a little embarrassed. What's wrong with me? Let me teach you. Believe in your ability. There are many people in the manor, and Luli cannot do everything. Now with Anchi, Luli can rest assured that the construction of the redstone farm has been handed over to him. Luli has no doubt about Anchi's redstone talent. After hearing Luli's encouragement, Anchi's heart was full of movement. Luli gave him such an important task to himself, he must not live up to his expectations. Mr. Steve. Don't worry, I will work seriously. Anchi patted her breasts and promised. Okay, then I'm waiting to see your results. Luli said with a smile. After that, Luli will talk about Anchi with Anchi for the plan to build the redstone farm. Now that the people are sufficient now, Luli intends to expand the scale of the redstone farm as much as possible. He hopes that the crops produced in the redstone farm in the future will not only provide the entire manor, but also sell them to the outside world. At present, the food on the market is mostly wheat, and other types of crops are rarely seen. It happens that there are seeds such as carrots, potatoes, and other crops in Luli's hand. If these crops get on the market, you will be able to buy a good price. Not only crops, Luli also planned to build orchard and pasture. It's just that both of them need to be large-scale land and need to find another place. As for the construction in the city, Luli didn't think about it. Less in the city of Rice, no matter how rich Luli has. He originally intends to build the redstone farm elsewhere. He thought about the place, just on the grassland outside the fog forest. The people there are rare, and Lulian can toss. The only inconvenience is too far away from Wanching. Others should not use the transmission instructions to the grassland like Luli at a glance, and they can only ride a horse. It takes several days to take several days. But this is not difficult for Luli. You can't use it, you can also use the lower boundary portal. The coordinates of the main world correspond to each other. Using this feature, Luli can use two lower goalkeepers to build a high-speed channel between the doorsteps of the lower bound door and the grassland. The distance between movement in the lower boundary is equivalent to moving 8 grids in the main world. It is equivalent to just 1/8 time to reach the grassland, which greatly shortens the time. It is not too late to build a two-way teleportation door for a while, and it is not too late to wait until Anchi's church of the trainees of his subordinates. The current priority is to quickly find the materials for making the medicine and cure the mother. After the precautions were arranged, Luli asked Anchi to be busy with himself. He himself returned to the Twilight Forest world again. As soon as Luli returned to the Druid house, the small gold coins hiding in the ground were excited. Luli smiled and opened the living door. The small gold coin was agile and drilled out of the bottom. As soon as he saw Luli, the small gold coin stunned his leg intimately. The Druid house is small in area, and the body of small gold coins is difficult to develop in the house, which seems a bit aggrieved. When I came to the empty place outside the house, Luli found that the size of the small gold coins actually increased. What he left before leaving was also ate by small gold coins. Good guy, your kid can really eat. I left a full week. You actually gave all the light. It's really a loser. Luli poked on his forehead with his fingers on his forehead, pretending to be blame. The small gold coin twisted his body, his head was low, and he didn't dare to look directly at Luli. It seemed a little guilty. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help laughing. Okay. I joked with you. Just tell me when I want to eat it. Although I am not a tyrant, it is okay for you to be full. The little gold coin raised his head, and a gemstone's eyes were shining. Obviously, it is hungry. Luluqi understood, and pulled out a diamond directly from the backpack and threw it to the small gold coin. The small gold coin opened his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing, it still looked up. Seeing this, Luli quickly reminded, the iron mineral pipe is enough, there is only 1 diamond a day. Is there too much? When the small gold coin heard the words, he had to compromise. Some are good to eat, diamonds are not something everywhere. Let's go to the next place. Luli took out the map and began to check the position of the Mulk maze. If he wants to go to the 9-headed snake to complete the entrustment of the sword-pulling master, he must first go to the Bull Malaysia maze to kill AB. After getting achievements, Luli can set foot in the flame swamp where the 9 snakes are located. Otherwise, entering the flame marsh will be continuously burned and damaged. The map shows that the location of the Mulk maze is not far from the Skytree forest. It only takes about 10 minutes, and Luli can arrive. But he was not in a hurry. He still needs the same thing. Maze map. The internal and 8-hearted maze of the cow head, it is easy to get lost in it. And the murder is hidden in the labyrinth, and accidental may be injured by accident. Only obtaining a maze map can walk out of the maze safely. The maze map is made from the core of the maze map, so Luli must first find the core of the maze map. If Luli is not remembered, killing Red Hat Goblin, Red Hat Jing has a chance to get the core of the maze map. The treasure chest in the maze may also open the core of the maze map. But where can I go to the Red Hat Goblin and the Red Hat? Wait. Red Hat Goblin. Why did I forget this stubble? Luli patted his head and immediately reacted. Isn't Tim a ready-made Red Hat Goblin? Isn't it over if you find him? After looking at the time, it was almost time for the two to meet. Luli walked towards the appointment with a small gold coin. When Luli came to the woods, I did not find Tim's figure. Just as he was puzzled, a figure was drilled in the bush. He took a closer look and found that the man was Tim he was looking for. Damn. What are you doing? Scare me. Luli almost took a knife and cut people consciously just now. Hush. Loud. Someone nearby. Tim said nervously. What? Tell me. Where is that person? Luli was also in a state of police. Sorry, I fell in the bathroom 2 days ago and hurt my hand. It was better today. Because of the previous FG, I am now the people of the East Factory, tears. As soon as Luli and Tim got into the ground, he heard a heavy footsteps from a distance. Who is it? How can you scare you like this? Luli asked, puzzled. Lie. Smell point. Tim quickly covered Luli's mouth. I came on the way just now, and I saw the 2 brothers of the Titan tribe nearby. The 2 guys were not easy to mess with. Titan people? What do they come here? Luli frowned slightly. I don't know the situation, but they should be looking for you. When I first came back, they were shouted and asked. But rest assured. I didn't say anything. It seemed to be afraid of Luli, and Tim made up another word. After listening to Tim's words, Luli was a little peaceful. Those 2 guys should come to the portal. However, Luli had already buried the portal on the ground, and they should not be able to find it. Just as Luli was about to ask Tim about the maze map, there was a whisper upstart of his head. Tim was shocked and thought it was discovered. Luli's face was mutated. Oh. This is the cry of the little gold coin. The one who had just came in was too hurried. Luli forgot to shout on the small gold coin. He rushed out without thinking. Tim quickly stopped him. It's dangerous outside. The combat effectiveness of the Titan people is not a joke. Let's open. I care who he is. Dare to bully me. Don't think about it. Luli pushed Tim away and rushed out with, blatantly. Come to the ground. After taking a few steps forward, Luli saw the figure of the small gold coin. Just as Lulioshu thought, the small gold coin was struggling with a titan. Although the small gold coins are not small, it seems a bit insufficient in front of Titan. Second brother, this little snake looks good, grab it back and give me a mount. I also want to be the same as the elder brother. Titan's third child was sitting on the shoulder of the second child, looking at the small gold coin. He had seen his elder brother catching the big snake and returning his hard work before. That's not easy. Look at me. After the Titan's second child finished speaking, he reached out to catch small gold coins. The small gold coin was twisted and dexterously avoided the other person's big hand. Luligong wanted to shout the small gold coin back, and saw that the small gold coin rushed up. This was startled by Luli. Small gold coins. Come back. Danger. Luli couldn't care so much, rushed out of the rear and shouted loudly. Huh? There are other people there. Titan's second child was attracted by Luli's attention and MVP, and turned to look back. Just before he looked at Luli, he came from his thighs. Ah. It hurts. It turned out that just a moment after he was distracted, the small gold coin came to its feet and climbed up. The small gold coin opened his mouth and bited on the second child of Titan. The sharp teeth directly penetrated the second child of Tita, and the blood was dripping for a while. When the little gold coin was flung, and a tear, he bit a large piece of meat from the Titan's second thigh. The second child of Titan almost fainted, and he subconsciously reached out to get a small gold coin. But the small gold coin was so fast that he returned to Luli's side in the blink of an eye. I scared me you. Seeing that the small gold coin returned safely, Luli was relieved. His tone was a little blame. After all, this is not a joke. If it is caught by Titan, I am afraid that it is more fierce. The small gold coin shook his head and swallowed the meat that was bitten on the second leg of Titan into his stomach. After eating, it showed a look of satisfaction. It's a ghost. Luli said angrily. This damn crawler dares to bite me. Titan's second child covered his injured thigh in anger. Second brother. I changed my mind. I don't want a snake, I want that guy, it's a very good pet at first glance. Titan's third finger shouted excitedly. Okay. I will catch him later. We will bake it for this crawler. Titan's second child said fiercely. Luli was froze first, and then he sneered with disdain. Grab me to make a pet? Then you can try it. Luli slowly pulled out the Li blade around his waist, across his body. Since the other party is not afraid of death, Luli doesn't mind playing with them. Luli observed it before, and he found that the speed of the Titan was not very fast. Whether it is a small gold coin or a land, you can easily throw it away at the speed. In this way, even if it is lost on the front, Luli can escape from his life safely. Besides, who does not know who dear? Luli was looking forward to a battle with the legendary Titans. Luli did not shot first, but waited for the enemy to move first. The masters have been tricked, and the people who do it will always suffer. Eat my punch. The second child of Titan roared and rushed up. He waved a huge fist and smashed the position of the landing. Luli held, bladively, a horizontal shift, and easily avoided the punch. That's it? While Luli was avoiding, he still did not forget to ridicule each other. Titan's second child was hot. When he heard Luli's words, he was furious. Shut up. He kept waving his fist and landing towards landing. I have to say that the power of this fist is really not small. Anyone who is beaten will leave a deep pit. However, Titan's speed is too slow, and Luli can avoid his eyes closed. After repeated several times, Luli was still safe and sound, but Titan was full of stingy. I said, stupid, do you want to fight? Luli's words were extremely provocative, and the second old Titan stomped his feet. Don't hide if you have the ability. Let's play face to face. Joke. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Such a low-end excitement method cannot be cheated at all. Poor Titan's second child can be regarded as a courageous existence in the Titan family, but in the face of the gaming of the gangsters, it is like a piece of white paper. I'm not stupid. My elder brother has always boasted that I am smart. Titan's second child tried to restore his image. His elder brother must be lied to you. You are nonsense. Brother will not lie to me. You are not allowed to insult my elder brother. When it comes to his elder brother, the anger of the second child of Titan can't restrain it. He fists tightly, the blue tendons on his arms stunned, and the muscles on his body began to swell rapidly. Titan, who was already several meters tall, had a few times larger than a few seconds. It stopped when its body size rose to nearly 10 meters high. Luli looked up at the big guy in front of him, his expression was dignified, like an enemy. He smelled a dangerous atmosphere from the other side. It can still become bigger, it seems that I underestimated you. Luli took a few steps back, his eyes fell on Titan's second child. You should be fortunate to make me enter the form of Titanization. Titan's second child is full of confidence. Don't say too much, whose hand is not necessarily. Facing the enemy after Titanization, Luli was not afraid. Don't take your own strength. It seems that it is time to let you see the real strength of the Titan people. Titan's second child hammered his strong chest, posing a playable posture. I don't want to bully you either, if you can take a step back today, even if you win. He hooked his fingers to landlord. Really false? There are such good things. Luli was suspicious and thought that the other party was making fraud. Of course. Titan never lie. Titan said categorically. Then, what should you do if you lose? Luli spoke again. Lost? You are joking with me. How can I lose? Titan's second child seemed to hear some big jokes, with disdain. What if you? If I lost, let you deal with it. Titan's second child is obviously very confident in his strength, and he never thought he would lose at all. Okay. This is what you said. Eat a sword. Luli hummed, his wrist suddenly flipped, and a long iron sword was taken out of the backpack. He rushed up as a step, and jumped high a few meters before Titan's second child. Luli raised his sword over his head, and the body of the second child of Tita was cut out of a sword. The long sword fell on the other party's body and made a bang. The anti-shock force from Luli was flying out of the shock directly, and he stepped back several steps back to stabilize his shape. The place where the long sword chopped was left, leaving only a slight wound, which shows that its defense is high. Luli stabilized his body, but his arms were still painful. Seeing Luli eating, Tita's second child immediately felt a lot of heart. Be obediently. You can do nothing at all. The second child of Titan smiled and arrogant, as if Luli was still a dead man. Luli put away the sword. He used to use the repolarization of the long sword to make the other party back, but it did not work. It seems that there must be a way. There are 2 more opportunities. Come on. The second child of Titan smiled and looked like a victory. He didn't take Luli in his eyes at all. In his eyes, Luli was just an ant that could only pinch. Don't you really think I can't take you? Luli laughed. He pulled out the blade of Li in his waist, and the tip of the knife pointed at Titan's second child. Stupid, try my trick. The power of the Titans is something you can't shake. Titan's second child did not look at Luli, and let Luli's attack fell on himself. However, after a few seconds, he was not harmed. What are you doing? Follow it. Can you hurry up? He looked down at Luli, and found that Luli was put on a handsome sword position to prepare to attack. Try my sword skills. Dimension cut. Luli was completed, and the waist, blade of Li, came out of the sheath and cut it out of thin air. A strange purple knife flashed, and a ball-shaped black hole appeared in front of it. There was a huge pulling force in the ball-shaped black hole, gathered everything around him. Before the Titan's second child reacted, he felt that his body suddenly lost control and could not help moving towards the black hole. In the end, the second child of Titan was dragged directly above the black hole, and the whole person hung in the air. Everything happened only for a while. The black hole disappeared, and he lost his focus and fell to the ground. How is it? What happened just now? Titan's second child climbed up from the ground, an incredible expression. You lose. Luli had no nonsense, and said directly. No. You must be playing cheating. I don't accept it. Titan's second child was angry. Don't you forget what you said just now? Or do you want to regret it? Luli said with a sneer. This? Titan's second child was silent. Okay, admit gambling, say, what do you want? After a while, he said slowly. It's simple, I want this one, don't know if you can give it to me? Titan's second faces have changed. Luli pointed his head just now. Does he want to die by himself? Brother. Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy is playing with you. Just kill him directly. The third child sitting on Titan's second child finally said. Titan, who was still hesitating, heard his brother's words, and immediately decided. He looked at Luli's eyes again. Luli had expected that even if this product lost, he would definitely not admit defeat. He had begun to quietly take out the golden apple and various game potion, ready to drink it before starting. Second brother, late change. Do it. Under the repeated urging of the third child, the second child of Titan couldn't help it anymore, roaring, and rushed towards landing. His speed has been increased by several times compared to before. This greatly exceeded Luli's expectations. Luli only had time to eat a golden apple, and hurriedly faced. Go to death. Ant. Titan's second child bombarded a punch. Boxing wind is wrapped in huge power. As soon as it approaches, it will bring a sense of oppression. Titanization is so scary. Luli worked hard towards the side and pulled the speed to the extreme. But even so, I still did not completely avoid this punch. Luli's half of his body was hit by his fist, and a terrible force poured into Luli's body. Luliru was hit by lightning, and the blood bars were bottomed out in an instant. His body flew at a high altitude of tens of meters, and then fell from the air like a broken kite. Seeing that he was about to die, Luli used the last trace of strength and took out a bucket from his backpack. At the moment of landing, the water in the bucket was poured out. With the damage of the water buffer, Luli recovered a life. Luli was lying on the ground, feeling that the whole body was almost scattered. The punch just now is terrible. If you hit the front, you will definitely not even leave the slag. Fortunately, he ate a golden apple before, which has the effect of absorbing damage, otherwise it is now fart. Yo, I can resist me all my strength, you can be regarded as the first figure, but unfortunately, you still have to die today. Titan's second child walked slowly to Luli, and said with a smile. The little gold coin was loyal to Luli, raised his head, and kept hissing sound. Luli knew that small gold coins wanted to protect themselves. But the enemy is too powerful, and small gold coins are not opponents at all. Little gold coins. You go. Don't care about me. You are not his opponent. Luli struggled to sit up and shouted. It's a touching scene. It's a pity, don't you want to go today? Titan's second eloquence grinned, and his big hand rose high, and he was grasped by landing. The small gold coin curled up the whole body and blocked Luli. Titan's second child grabbed the body of the small gold coin and lifted it up. Small gold coins are painful, and the body is almost deformed. Little crawler. Bye. Remember to follow a good master in your next life. Titan's second child smiled cruelly, holding the head of the small gold coin tightly in his right hand, and planned to pinch it directly. Luli shouted desperately. No. He closed his eyes directly and didn't dare to look at it anymore. There is another chapter today. Within a few seconds, when Luli closed his eyes, he heard a scream. He stunned in his heart, knowing that there were fewer little gold coins. But listening, Luli suddenly stunned. How did this scream sound like the second child of Titan? He quickly opened his eyes and looked forward. I saw that the small gold coins pinched by Titan's second child were bitten on its arm. The thick skin that does not even shot the bow and arrows, under the sharp teeth of the small gold coins, it looks like it. The small gold coin bites a large piece of meat from the Titan's second arm, and it was dripping in an instant. The second child of Titan ate a pain, screamed, and let go of the big hand holding the small gold coin. The figure of the small gold coin fell from high altitude, but did not fall too much blood. At this time, the small gold coin did not rush to escape, but chose to launch an attack on Titan's second child. He licked the corner of his mouth and seemed to be satisfied with the taste of Titan. Titan's second child was still crying with the injured arm, and the small gold coin bites again. This time, a large piece of meat was missing on his right leg. Titan's second child was almost kneeling on one knee, and he couldn't care about the pain of his body, and chose to solve the small gold coin directly. Third Titan's third child was conducted by a strong command. Before. Catch him. Hurry up. Go back. The small gold coin was flexibly swimming on the side of Titan's second child, and from time to time, he could take a bite. Although Titan's second child has become much faster after becoming bigger, the body is too huge, and for a while, it is helpless for small gold coins. Titan's second child was furious, and he stopped governing small gold coins. You just play it slowly. I went to kill that guy. See if you can sit and see it. His recruitment is insidious. Luli is the owner of the small gold coin. He captures the king first. As long as Luli accidents, the small gold coins will definitely come back to help, and then you can do it. Sure enough, there was no 2 steps in the Titan's second child to land, and the small gold coins came out of the bottom and stopped in front of Luli. Little gold coin. Don't care about me, let's go. Luli can already foresee what is about to happen later. Although he took the treatment of potions and gold apples, his combat power was greatly reduced and could not fight at all. The opponent suppressed himself's speed, and Luli had no chance to run. The situation seems to be in despair. Luli now only hopes that small gold coins can be smarter, and quickly leave, don't be implicated by themselves. Little crawler. I just bite it very well. See how I cure you. Titan's second child waved and grabbed the small gold coin again. This time, he learned smartly and used his hands. Holding the head of the small gold coin with one hand, holding the body of the small gold coin with one hand. Give me to death. Hyena crawlers. The second child of Titan roared, his hands suddenly exerted his strength, ready to break the body of the small gold coin from the middle. The same scene has appeared for the second time. Lu is like a knife cut. He regretted why he was not able to take precautions. If he is careful, maybe there is still a chance to escape with a small gold coin. But now, everything is over. Small gold coins are about to die. And he also died soon. After Luli came to this world, he felt the taste of despair for the first time. The body of the small gold coin was pulled by the second child of Titan, and it was directly stretched into a straight line. Titan's second child gradually increased his strength, and his face showed a cruel smile. Just at this moment, the forehead of the small gold coin lit slightly. That's the mark of the god-level enchantment, swallowing. The next second, the body of the small gold coin suddenly began to rise rapidly. The second child of Titan was startled, and he released his hands subconsciously. The small gold coins did not land from the air, but strangely suspended in the air. His body gradually became larger at the speed of visible to the naked eye. The body that was only a few meters long grew to nearly 20 meters in just a few seconds. The second Titan's second child looks bigger than the bigger Titan. Luli watched a bit. What's the situation? Black Dragon also found this scene. Lied. Brother, you picked up treasures. He exclaimed. Well? Luli asked, puzzled. This little snake actually learned the talent ability of the Titan family, Titanization. Titanization, what's going on? Luli was completely stunned. When the Black Dragon saw this, he began to tell Luli about the history of the Titan family. After listening, Luli only understood a little bit. Titanization is the talent ability of the Titans, which can expand the body several times in a short time, and the speed and strength will also greatly increase. However, not every Titans can achieve Titanization, but it depends on talent. According to the size of the change after Titanization, they are divided into different categories. Adult Titan's body size is more than a few meters. After Titanization, it can reach 10 meters of Titan. Titanic can reach 20 meters after Titan. After Titanization, it can reach a 50-meter ancestor Titan. It is said that in ancient times, the Titan family had a tribe after Titanization. They are called the Titan of God, and it is exactly what they promoted the name of the Titan Protoss. Unfortunately, the Titans fought with each other, causing great damage to each other. In the end, the entire ethnic group fell together. Even the name of the Titan Protoss does not exist, leaving only the Titans who are still breathing. As for why small gold coins can use the Titanization capabilities, Black Dragon has to attribute it to the devouring mark on the head of its head. Small gold coins devoured Titan's flesh and have the talent ability of the Titan family. But Luli still didn't understand one thing. The small gold coin has just eaten the flesh and blood of Titan. Why is the body size larger than the second child after Titan? Is it possible to be talented? It can only be explained. The small gold coins after the Titanization are like a demon god, with a high skull, looking down at the ground. The second child of Titan saw the ghost, the boss of his mouth. This is impossible. It's just a crawler. How can it? He couldn't figure out why a little snake suddenly Titanized. The most important thing is that the small gold coin's Titanization is much larger than him. This frustrated his self-confidence. You know, the strength of the second child of Titan can barely meet the standards of the Earth Titan, and it is also the first figure in the tribe. Except for his elder brother, his peers belong to his size. But how long the small gold coin actually surpassed him casually, which made him unacceptable. In particular, the eyes of small gold coins made him feel insulted. Between the Titans, the gap between the body shape represents the strength of strength. This shows that he is no longer the opponent of a small gold coin. However, the pride in Titan's second bones did not allow him to admit defeat. He roared and punched his small gold coin. I fight with you. This punch almost exhausted all the strength of Titan's second child. He wanted to break a fish with a small gold coin. However, the small gold coin was not afraid, and he chose to resist the punch on the front. The fist hit the small gold coin, forming a pit. Seeing this in the second child, a second punch in his heart was about to show his second punch. If you can make a few more punch, maybe there is still the possibility of turning over. It's a pity that he was too beautiful. After the small gold coin resisting a punch, his eyes were full of disdain. Seems to laugh at the weakness of Titan's second child. When the second punch arrived, the small gold coin twisted his body directly and tangled his body along the arm of Titan's second punch. Titan's second child was caught off guard and was quickly entangled by the small gold coin with his body, and he couldn't move anymore. His limbs were unable to move, leaving only one head. "Let me go." The small gold coin wrapped the second body of Titan's second bodies, which made the Titan's second panic. This feeling of slaughtering is really frightening. Titan, who was sitting on his shoulder, saw that he had a bad momentum and had to escape. As soon as it jumped off and was ready to go, it was caught by the small gold coin with a tail. Beautiful. Seeing the small gold coin was so brave, Luli couldn't help but shouted. Small gold coins twisted their heads and started to communicate with Luli. It is asking Luli how to deal with the two Titan brothers. According to me, let's talk about it first. Luli stepped forward, the small gold coin lowered his head, and Luli took it up. The small gold coin sent Luli to the second child of Titan to facilitate the exchange. Stupid, I ask you a few questions. If you answer it, you will be satisfied, maybe I will spare you. Oh. You just die. The Titan people will not ask for mercy. You kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, don't you want to get any useful news from my mouth? Lu Liben wanted to put some words from the Titan's second child, but he did not expect that this guy was extremely hard, which was a bit tricky. However, the third Titan was obviously not so realized that Titan's second child was so real. Before Luli asked him, he had betrayed his brother. If you have any questions, just ask me. As long as you can let me go, I can tell you everything. The third child. You. How can you do this? Hearing his good brothers actually said such words, the second Titan's second face, that had been deemed to death, was dark. Second brother, don't be stupid, we can't beat others again, can we obediently admit it, maybe you can still pick up a life. The third persuasion said. You. Titan's second child was so angry that he couldn't wait to clean up the portal by himself. Don't talk nonsense, tell me quickly, what is the purpose of your Titan people to the Twilight Forest? Luli was too lazy to get involved in the conversation between the two and asked directly. In order to find a new place of living, our original world is no longer suitable for living. Then how did you come here? Do you use the portal? Luli continued to ask. The portal? What is that? The old third Titan shook his head. We came to this place from a shabby array. Transfer? Luli was a little surprised. There are also many things such as the transmission array, but it can only be used in the same world. The teleportation array in Titan's 3-year-old 3 can be transmitted in 2 different worlds. This is much more convenient than the portal door that requires specific material buildings. If you can figure out the mystery, Luli can go to more places to explore. How many people have you been here? Counting our 3 brothers, there are 11 in total. The third child of Titan said in truth. What about the others? Why didn't you see them? They are all responsible for building the final castle, and they can't get rid of them for a while. As soon as Titan's third child said halfway, his voice stopped abruptly. He seemed to be holding his throat, his face was pale instantly. It didn't take long for him to be crooked, there was no breath. What happened? Luli looked at the strange scene in front of him, and didn't know what happened. The small gold coin also looked at the landless face, indicating that it was not his own hand. The second child on the side saw this, but laughed. Still big brothering Ming. I knew that the third child was unreliable early in the morning, so I left a hand. Damn. What did you do to him? Luli's face was dark and angry. I said, don't you want to know any useful news? Kill me if you have the ability. Titan's second one was deadly, causing Luli to have a headache. Little gold coin, this guy gave you handling. Luli ordered, The small gold coin heard the words, and it immediately brightened. It has been the third child of Titan for a long time, but because of Lu's face, it has never started. Now that Lu's first pioneer, its saliva, was immediately covered with the corners of his mouth. Titan's second child, who was still firm, could no longer be calm after seeing a small gold coin with a smile on his face. "You, what do you want to do? Stay away from me." Small gold coins responded to the other party with a movement of licking the corner of the mouth. In his eyes, the third Titan was a delicious meal. The small gold coin opened his mouth, and suddenly held the third Titan's head. The third Titan screamed in horror, but no one would come to save him. Tim, hiding aside, looked stupid and trembled. Luli patted his shoulder, and the two of them carried them together. "Tim? Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Obviously, Tim hasn't returned from his previous shock, and the whole person was dull. He still refused to believe that Luli actually killed two Titan. "Ask you, do you know the maze of the bullhead?" Luli asked. "No, what's wrong nearby?" "I want to go in, can you help me open the map?" "Maze map? This? I'm afraid it won't work." Luli heard the words, and was a little disappointed. "There is no map, but I can take you in to see. I have been there several times before, and the road is still recognized." "Really? That's really great." Luli was happy. "What is the map of Tim? What maps do you need?" "Okay, then you will trouble you to take me a trip." Tim and Luli started discussing the labyrinth. Tim intends to make Luli pretend to be his own men and mix into the maze, which can save the trouble of fighting. Luli also readily agreed. In the gap between the two, the small gold coin had swallowed the second and third Titan's second child and the third child. Luli turned his head and looked at it. "Good guy, the small gold coin's belly is like a ball, round. It actually swallowed Titan." The small gold coin was satisfied and started to digest slowly. Luli couldn't help crying. "I don't know how much to get a small gold coin in the next adult Titan." Luli started to worry about his wallet. He wondered if he could afford this little guy. 2T can eat it. Luli has been staying beside the small gold coin, for fear of something wrong. As time passed, the belly of small gold coins began to narrow. Titan's second child was digested by it. After eating, the small gold coin was satisfactory. Luli looked up and down, and found that the size of the small gold coin has not changed much. However, its scales seemed to be lighter, shining in the sun, and it was good-looking. Small gold coins close their heads and start to communicate with Lu. After listening, Luli's had a general understanding of the three Titan brothers. Among the three brothers of the Titan, the third child is the weakest and the smallest, but has the ability to perceive space fluctuations. The second child is medium, and after Titanization can reach more than 10 meters high. It is also a ranking soldier in the tribe. As for the boss of Titan, it is amazing. Its strength looks at the entire Titans, all of which are one of the best. After Titanization, it is said that it can reach more than 40 meters, which is a real sky Titan. There is only a difference from the ancestor Titan. After Luli learned the news, he froze for a while. He just dealt with a more than 10 meters of Earth Titan, and he would be in danger. If he encounters the boss of Titan in the future, wouldn't he only wait to die? As for the small gold coin, to deal with the boss of Titan, Luli thought about it. Although they just knew it for long, the relationship was very close. The small gold coin is well behaved, and it will come forward in the critical moment. In Luli's heart, small gold coins are like his child. Therefore, he will never let the small gold coins do such an adventure. The three Titan brothers brought a small number of people to the Twilight Forest through the teleportation array, just to open up it as a new territory. However, the energy of that transmission array is limited and can only be transmitted once. In order to allow more Titans to come to the Twilight Forest, they started searching for resources around the Twilight Forest to provide the transmission array. In the end of the castle, it is just a guise, but there is actually a hole in it. Once the construction of the castle is completed, the boss of the biggest contributor will be blessed by ancestors. If you are lucky, the strength of the Titan boss will increase greatly. Even, it is possible to evolve directly into the Ancestor Titan or the Titan of God in the transmission. At that time, it is not just the benefits of the Titan boss. The entire Titans will rise, therefore. Reappear the style of the past. From the memory of the second child of Titan, Luli also learned an amazing secret. Once the Titan east of the Titans will come back, they will start racial wars again. At that time, the world of Luli is definitely not spared. Imagine how destructiveness will be on the square continent, which will appear on the square continent. Without half a day, the entire kingdom of blocks will be destroyed. Luli didn't dare to continue thinking again. He originally planned to make up the material, that reducing the potion, and left the Twilight Forest. Now it seems to change your mind. Not for the kingdom, nor for others, but for himself. There is no egg under the nest, and Luli still knows this truth. If the Titan family really succeeds, everything that Luli has in the Lord world will no longer exist. Manor, farm, knights, friends, family. They will be implicated. Luli didn't want to make himself in vain for such a long time. Therefore, he wants to lead the conspiracy of the Titan family. It seemed to feel Luli's concerns, and the scream of hissing in the mouth of the small gold coin. Luli touched the head of the small gold coin and signaled that it would not have to worry. This guy, how to deal with it? Tim pointed at the third Titan lying on the ground and asked. He didn't say that Luli almost forgot. The previous asked was good, but the guy suddenly became violent. Sure enough, no one in the inner ghost did not end well. Are you full? Luli turned his head and asked the small gold coin. The small gold coin looked at the third Titan third child, and was a bit lacking. However, no matter how small the mosquito meat is. In the end, the small gold coin also devoured the third Titan. It was almost time to digest it for almost long this time. After eating, the small gold coin's body suddenly started to tremble. Luli was startled and thought something was wrong with the small gold coin. As the tremor became stronger, the figures of small gold coins began to become a little blurred. The small gold coin first screamed a few times, and then the bright green scales on the body began to fall off slowly. A touch of silver light spread from the small gold coin. Time passed by every minute, the scales of small gold coins faster and faster. In the end, all the bright green scales on the small gold coin fell to the ground. Instead, it is a silver brand new scales. Luli stood in place, and his boss opened his mouth was stupid. The snake molting Luluo has heard of it. This is the first time to see a large-scale fading scales. When Luli was ready to go up to check, the black dragon shouted him. Don't go up. It is at a critical moment of turning the python, just wait patiently. Kaze. Luli was confused. Black Dragon began to explain patiently. Didn't I tell you before, this little snake has the blood of the dragon tribe on this little snake, which is likely to evolve into a real dragon. If you want to evolve from snakes to dragons, there are 4 stages in the middle. Snakes, pythons. The most significant feature of snake Huahua python is the fading scales. Once the python is successfully turned, its defense power will be greatly improved. When he heard the black dragon, Luli stopped his movement. After the small gold coin was completely quiet, Luli dared to go up to check the situation. At this time, the small gold coins covered a layer of silver scales, which looked like a silver chain. Your scales are cool enough. Almost lighten up my eyes. Luli said with a smile. The small gold coin was obviously very excited and kept twisted in place. Luli took out an iron sword and cut it gently at the body of the small gold coin. The sword body and scales collided with a spark. Damn! So hard! Luli exclaimed. The defense of small gold coins is too high now, and ordinary iron swords cannot cause any harm to it. If this appears in the main world, it is estimated that it can destroy a country. After all, most of the soldiers still use shurjian and iron sword, and they can't break the defense of small gold coins at all. In addition, the blood volume of small gold coins is also very high. At the time of birth, there are only 30 points of blood. After several devouring, today's blood volume has reached 150 points. Even if Luli personally dealt with small gold coins, I am afraid it would take a lot of effort. Luli believed that the evolution of small gold coins was enough to surprise him, but he never expected that it was even more surprising. After the advancement of the small gold coins was completed, a few laps were happy in place. Immediately afterwards, a scene of Luli surprised appeared. The size of the small gold coin has begun to shrink slowly. From a few meters, it was less than half a meter, before it was less than half a meter. Finally, it directly became a silver mini snake with a length of only a dozen centimeters in length. In this size, Luli can even hold the small gold coin in the palm of your hand. The black dragon couldn't help but be surprised about the changes in the small gold coin. It can be bigger and smaller, and the needle is not poke. Luli nodded again and again. That's okay, it is more convenient to go out with small gold coins in the future, so don't worry about it. The small gold coin seemed to be a little tired. He climbed Luli's shoulders and started to sleep. Luli didn't mind, let it fall asleep like this. Tim walked next to Luli and glanced at the small gold coin from time to time. In his heart, the small gold coin was still the scary giant snake, so it was inevitable that he was a little curious. He worships Luli now, and he can conquer such a fierce monster. The two walked slowly in the direction of the Matthews maze. At the same time, under the end of the castle, Titan's face was gloomy. Damn guy. Actually dare to kill me, Titans. It's getting tired. Furious Titan boss, punch against the ground. I only heard a clicked sound, lying on his feet, a dozens of meters of the sky tree trunk cut off and broke into countless pieces. Not far away, the goblins and goblin, who were busy building the end of the castle, were all startled. When I came here for so many days, they were the first time they saw the Titan boss, such a big fire. Several Titans who followed the Titan boss came to the Twilight Forest. Everyone heard that they had to restore their busyness again. Boss, disappear, and NBP, don't be angry. A Titans came up and comforted. In addition to the 3 Titan brothers, a total of 11 Titans came to the Twilight Forest. Almost all the remaining 8 people are fanatical fans of Titan Boss. Many of them have reached the level of Earth Titan. The Titan family believes in strength, and people with strength can be sought after. Obviously, the boss of Titan is the object of their sought after. This time I just had a good relationship with the boss of Tita. If the boss of Titan can really evolve into Ancestral Titan and even the Titan of God, then they are naturally indispensable as their men. When he heard his men, the boss of Titan realized that he was a bit out of mind. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Although he said so, he was not so calm. Among the 3 brothers, the 3rd child was the least treated by him, and he moved his hands and feet on the 3rd child. As long as the 3rd child has something wrong, he can make him violent. But the relationship between the boss and the 2nd child is deep. Now there is an accident in the 2nd child, how can he swallow this breath? He can't wait to rush out directly and find the person who killed his brother to revenge. However, reality does not allow him to do so. He is also responsible for supervising the construction of the end of the castle, and he must not go away for a while. This is a major event of the entire Titans. His men were not fools, and soon saw the wrongdoing of the Titan boss. So the man came up and worked hard. "Boss. What trouble? Let me solve it. You stay here with peace of mind." The boss of Titan raised his head and looked at the men in front of him. Later, he beckoned to the man and motioned him to approach. After hearing the news of the dying of Titan's second and third, the man suddenly understood everything. "Remember to come back for me, I want to make that life worse." After speaking, the boss of Titan said coldly. The man patted his chest and promised to save boss. "Rest assured, I will catch the murderer back." After speaking, I left quickly. Looking at the disappearing back, Titan's face eased slightly. The man he sent off is a lot higher than the Titan's second child. After the Titanization, he can reach the size of more than 20 meters, and he can be regarded as a general under his men. Presumably, it should be easy to win. At this time, Luli didn't know that another tricky enemy was slowly approaching. He and Tim have reached the nearby maze. This is a swamp wetland. There are large and small pits everywhere, and it is very inconvenient to walk. After more than 10 minutes deep into the swamp, the two finally reached their destinations. "Here. This is the entrance to the maze of the head." Tim pointed at a bitter entrance not far away. Luli walked near the entrance and looked closely. It is a bit desolate here. The entrance is covered by vines, and it is really difficult to find the existence of the entrance without observing it carefully. This place. Is anyone really living? Luli was somewhat doubtful. This? I don't know, I haven't been here for a long time. Tim scratched his head and said. A long time, how long is it? Luli took a step forward and asked casually. Probably, maybe, it seems, oops, I can't remember, there must be decades anyway. Tim said. Luli heard his words, and almost planted his head in place. Haven't you been here for decades? Then how old are you now? He couldn't help asking. I haven't calculated it carefully, it's about 200 years old. Tim took his fingers for a while, and then it was uncertain. Luli was crying without tears. Good guy. How many years have no one who has been here for the Twilight Forest? Thinking of this, Luli's brain suddenly thought of someone. The Zhuer, who claims to be a sword-casting master, when did he come to the Twilight Forest? Tim, have you heard of Zhuer? Luli asked, casually, but shocked Tim on the side. Do you know Master Zhuer too? His expression was a little excited and his eyes were full of fanaticism. Ah? No, but I haven't understood very much, I only know that he seems to be casting weapons. I just mentioned him, why did you have such a big response? Could it be that you know him? This time it was Luli's turn. As soon as it talked about Zhuer, Tim seemed to be crazy, and it seemed that there must be a story. Master Zhuer. He is the legend of our Twilight Forest. Speaking of Zhuer, Tim's tone was full of worship. Luli didn't calm down as soon as he heard it. He quickly interrupted Tim and asked some incredibly. Wait for the meeting. You just said what the legendary figure of the Twilight Forest is the same as you. No. Master Zhuer is not my low-status goblin, but a noble goblin. Tim quickly waved his hand. Is there any difference between goblin and Dijing? How do I feel almost the same? Lu Tsong scratched his head and asked, puzzledly. In his impression, goblin is similar to that of the earth, and it should be the same creature. How to get this, why is there a status? Hey, this is long. Tim sighed and began to give the relationship between Luli Copper Goblin and Earth. You are right. Goblin and the ground are precise and similar, but the wisdom of goblins is far higher than our goblin. And Master Zhuer is the greatest forged master in the history of the Gulf. The items he forged are all rare treasures, and it is a baby that countless people dream of. There are 10 artifacts in the Twilight Forest. At dusk, vampire scepter, zombie trainers, moonlight worms, maze damagers, peacock feather fans, triple bows, chain balls, glass swords, hot iron swords. These are all from the hands of Master Zhuer. Unfortunately, Master Zhuer suddenly disappeared decades ago and disappeared. Speaking of which, Tim suddenly paused. Rumors, as long as these 10 artifacts are collected, you can get the whereabouts of Master Zhuer. Tim's expression was very serious, and Luli followed nervous. He remembers that the maze destroyers of the top 10 artifacts are hidden in the secret room of the Bull's Labyrinth. Wouldn't it have the opportunity to collect those 10 artifacts? But soon, Luli denied his thoughts. Even if he finds it, what's the use? The three of the top 10 artifacts have been destroyed by him, and there is no chance at all. This is the secret of our goblin clan. Don't tell others. Tim carefully told. Luli nodded bitterly. Tim lit a torch and led the way in front. Follow me, don't leave it. There are many organ traps in this maze. Luli's hand was placed on the scabbard of blade of Lee, and he was ready to solve the monster at any time. I walked more than 10 meters forward. There was an entrance to the ground. It was surrounded by the fence around the entrance. It could only destroy it first, and then climbed down the vines on the wall. After going down to the bottom, this really reached the bull's maze. Tim turned around, a little hesitant. What's wrong? Luli asked. I haven't come for a long time, I don't know if I should go. Tim said with some guilty. Walk into Hua Avenue. Luli suddenly jumped out of the inexplicable words. Tim heard his words and was confused. Where is Tsinghua Avenue? Is it on the Twilight Forest? That's a place in my hometown. You just need to know that you need to go to the Urxiankyo to become Hua Avenue. Luli realized that he had said something wrong just now. No way, some words have been engraved into DNA. Even a few tips are needed to make people make up for the word. Don't believe it? How many questions do you try? Stone facial ghost, knife, blonde man. I don't do underscore and NBP. Underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, underscore. In the countryside, blonde men, strong kiss girls. And NBP, underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, D. Street, white-haired man, fingers, guns. Hope flower P4 woman singing man dying JPG underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP. What are you doing? Underscore and NBP, underscore. Don't underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, underscore and NBP, ah. Tim lowered his head for a long time and couldn't understand Luli's words. His eyes fell on the ground, and then sighed. Hey, just dig it directly from here. The place Luli wants to go is the lower layer of the maze of the bullhead, and there is only a few floor tiles from the upper layer. However, the land tiles of the Nyo-headed maze are extremely hard and are more difficult to dig than obsidian. If you want to approach the road, it is simply a night. Tim's words suddenly woke up Luli. Wait. Floor tiles? Luli's eyes lighted up. Tim can't destroy floor tiles, but Luli is okay. Although the land tiles of the Maku maze are special, it is not a solution. In the Twilight Forest, there is a place called the Lamb Jungle. Here is a fan. As long as the player throws out 16 different colors of wool to the fans, it will drop the items of the fans of sheep warfare, mineral blocks, and the items called the Code of the Lido. Use the Horn of Lixing to easily shatter some of the nearby blocks. The land tiles of the Maki maze are not in the middle. On the way to the way, Luli saw the location of the lamb jungle. He originally intends to solve the bee of the bull's line. But now it seems that you still have to go to the lamb jungle first. Tim, follow me. Luli beckoned to Tim, and the two climbed back to the ground along the vine, leaving the mulk maze. Luli took Tim and Trot all the way to the slightly flat woods. After seeing the wild flower, remember to help me pick a few flowers. Luli ordered. This made Tim even more puzzled. Where are we going? Why do we have to pick flowers? After a while, he finally couldn't help asking. Don't worry, you will know after a while. Luli smiled and looked mysterious. There was no way, Tim had to do it obediently. After looking for half an hour in the woods, Luli was enough to daze. After walking forward for a while, the two reached the periphery of the lamb jungle. There are many herds here, and there are several colors of wool in Luli's hands. He took out the scissors he had prepared in advance and handed it to Tim to help him collect wool. Then he placed the workbench on the ground and started to dye the wool. Like ordinary red, yellow, and green, you can directly use plant flowers and plants. Blue needs to be extracted with lapicite. Black equals ink sac, white equals bone head, brown equals cocoa beans, but these colors of wool can be naturally obtained, there is no need to dye. In addition, dyes are also divided into different levels. Red, yellow, blue, green, black and NBP, white, brown, these belong to ordinary first-level basic dyes. And orange, cyan, purple, gray, light blue, pink, yellow-green, these secondary dyes need to be obtained by synthetic first-level basic dyes. For example, the blue dye requires cactus green and greenstone blue. As for the third-level dye, at least one secondary dye is required to synthesize. Pin red dye and NBP, purple dye and NBP, plus and NBP, pink dyes light gray dye and NBP, bone meal and NBP, plus and NBP, gray dye. Luli was busy and lived for a while before giving all the color of the wool. Next, it was deep into the jungle and looking for the whereabouts of the fans. The lame jungle is located inside the magic forest. The color of the environment here will change over time, and the scenery is strange. There are hanging vines, twilight forest fern plants, and colorful rainbow trees growing everywhere in the forest. Luli and Tim turned around in the lame jungle for a while, and finally found the trace of the lame sheep. There was a ruin appeared not far ahead. The ruins are full of weeds, and there are still many stones of stone pillars around. A leisurely walk in the ruins, that is, the mysterious sheep that Luli is looking for. There are a little different sheep and ordinary sheep. It has two thick sheep horns, and its body shape is much big. Luli asked Tim to stay in place, and he was close to the lame sheep carefully. After confirming that the fascinating sheep would not be frightened, Luli reassuredly took out the various wools prepared beforehand and threw it to it. Whenever a color of wool is thrown, the wool on the lamb's body will have one more color, and the body shape will become longer. When Luli threw all the wool out of all, the body of the lambs was several meters, and his body was full of different colors, like a rainbow. It didn't take long for it to hear a bang, and the body of the sheep made a light sound. Its long body seemed to be leaked, and soon changed back to its original. There are also iron blocks, green gold stones, diamonds, and emeralds on the ground. In addition, there is one thing, that is, Luli's goal. The name of the disintegration after use, the horn sound will be made, and then the sheep shall be constantly emitted, and some blocks, stone roads, gravel, stone brick, crackstone bricks, relic stone bricks, broken stone bricks, etc. The farthest impact distance is a grid, and each crushing of a square consumes a little durability. With this stuff, the land tiles of the Nyoto maze can be easily solved. Luli put away things and took Tim back to the Nyo head maze again. The two went down to the first layer of the maze. Luli directly took out the code of the Lixing, and started to destroy the ground. With the long sheep scream, the hard floor tiles began to crack. Within a few seconds, the floor tiles under the land became fragmented. Dig 2 layers down to the second layer. Luli once again blew the horns and shattered the lower layer of floor tiles. As the ground tiles were broken, a piece of size appeared below. Luli expanded the entrance again with the horn, and then jumped directly. Tim stood aside and looked a little dumbfounded. "Tim, stay on top, wait for me to come back." After Luli went to the second layer of the Mathals, shouted to the top. The second layer is much more dangerous than the first layer, and Luli is okay. If you bring Tim, it will be a little bit unsteady. After Luli Gong finished speaking, he encountered trouble. I don't know when, a creature similar to a beetle runs from the corner of the front. As soon as it appeared, it fired a ball-shaped missile on the landing. The shape of those missiles resembles slime. This is, mucus beetle? Luli quickly avoided the missile attack and was a little suspicious. The tail of the mucus beetle can emit mucus to trap the enemy. And as soon as the player approaches, they will fly away quickly, and it is difficult for players to approach. To deal with this kind of bug, it is best to use a long-range attack, such as bow and arrow. But Luli has something better than bows and arrows. Luli pulled out the Li blade on his waist and cut it out in front of him. Dimension cut, launch, a purple vortex appeared out of thin air, and the mucus beetle that tried to attack Luli was instantly sucked into the vortex and dropped some blood. Luli was cut out again, and it fell on the body of mucus beetle. These 2 knives continue, the attack evaluation has soared from direct to. The almost bloody mucus beetle hung up like this, leaving only a slime mucus ball battle. The mucus ball is a good thing, and Luli directly earns the backpack. Luli just found a direction and continued to go forward. There are a lot of monsters on the second layer of this maze. After a while, Luli encountered several different monsters. In addition to the mucus beetles that have been encountered before, there are also beetles that can spray fires, bugs, and maze slim. But these are not the goal of Luli. What he was looking for was the big maze, Mino mushrooms. Only by killing Mino mushrooms can the enchantment of the flame swamp be unlocked. Luli walked along the maze for a while, but Mino mushrooms did not find it, but found its relatives, Mino Tau. Mino Tau, a bullhead, is commonly known as a bullhead, holding a big golden axe. Occasionally a bull call is a dangerous creature. Nyo 2 people equals, there is another meaning, no all, hehe. Once these Monota launch an attack, they will rush towards the enemy in anger. If dodging is not timely, it is easy to hurt. Luli had 4 Mino Tau in front of him, and he was constantly inspecting the surroundings. In the middle of them, there is a Mino Tau's brushing cage. If Luli wants to pass, he must first solve the brush cage. Otherwise, the monsters will definitely brush more and more. These Mino Tau's combat effectiveness is much higher than ordinary monsters, and blood volume attacks are very high. Once you gather too much, it is definitely troublesome to solve it. Luli thought for a while, and finally decided to dig it from the ground. If you change it before, I am afraid that Luli can only kill him hard. But now with the Horn of Disintegration, everything becomes much simpler. The maze was 2 layers in total, and Luli destroyed the stone bricks above the ground, and the stone below was exposed. Luli was aimed at the position and dug it in the direction of the brushing cage. After reaching the right below of the brushing cage, Luli took out the Horn of Disintegration again, crushed the floor tiles above his head, and then took out the pickup to quickly dig out the brush cage. Those inspected Mino Tau were attracted by the movement of the side here, and they dared to come to land and leave. The terrain here is narrow, and it is not suitable for fighting at all. Luli just shrank, returned to the tunnel, and sealed his head. After returning to the entrance, Luli pulled out the blade of Li, and killed it from the front. The first Mino Tau was worried about it, and Luli chopped 7 or 8 knives to just take it half of its blood. When Minotaur launched a collision skill, Luli could not be temporarily refunded. In this way, the combat rating will fall, which is difficult to reach, causing additional damage. At this speed, it takes several minutes to solve a Minotaur. If you continue to fight like this, it will take some time. Luli escaped the collision of a Minotaur again, but the other Minotaur just hit it with it, and the two monsters dropped to blood at the same time. When Luli saw this, his eyes were lighted up. Essence. Luli rolled and came to the middle of the two Minotaur. He took out the bow and arrow and shot an arrow at each hand. 2.5 blooded Minotaur of the arrow attracted their attention to Luli. 2 Minotaur was successfully angry, and they rushed towards the place where they landed angrily. Luli Xuan was right. When Minotaur was about to surround himself, a flashing body quickly hit aside. Just heard a stuffy sound, the two ends of Minotaur hit solidly knocked together. The moment they collided, the ground trembled. It's done. Seeing this, Luli was overjoyed. Mino Pottery's blood and thick attack power are also high, that is, the brain is not very good, and it is too upright. Luli used this to make the two Minotaur defeat. After the collision, the blood volume of both Minota was minimized. Luli pulled out the blade of Li, without hesitation, and 2 knives solved them. With the death of 2 Minotaur, there are the same loot on the ground. Raw beef head people. I don't know if the taste is different from ordinary beef. Luli simply took out the furnace and threw the meat of the raw beef head. People are iron, rice is steel. Luli has a strong interest in the food that has never been tried. Taking advantage of the barbecue time, Luli used the same method to solve the remaining several Minotaur. When the last Minotaur fell, there were already a lot of loot on the ground. The meat did not fall again, but there was a lot of money that surprised Luli. It was a weapon called Golden Minotaur Axe. The basic attack of Golden Minotaur Axe is only 7 points, the same as the attack power of ordinary wooden axe and gold axe. However, its attack speed is a lot higher. The attack speed of the ordinary axe is, and the attack speed of Golden Minotaur Axe has reached. Don't look at it, but the damage is a lot higher than the ordinary axe. The attack force point of the wooden axe, gold axe, the attack speed, can cause points in 10 seconds. Stone axe attack power points, attack speed, can cause points in 10 seconds. Iron axe attack power points, attack speed, can cause points in 10 seconds. Diamond axe attack strength points, attack speed, can cause points in 10 seconds. Golden Minotaur Axe attack speed, can cause some damage in 10 seconds. It can be seen that the output of Golden Minotaur Axe almost crushed the wooden axe gold axe. Even compared with the most fierce diamond axe, there are not many differences. The most important thing is that, Golden Minotaur Axe, it is handsome enough. The upper part is made of gold, the shape is pulled, and the appearance is cool and bombarded. Ordinary gold axe was ashamed in front of it. If Golden Minotaur Axe can always be brushed out, Luli can match his men with one. Imagine how spectacular it should be. Luli suddenly regretted digging that brush cage. But this is the end, and it is useless to regret it. Luli put the Golden Minotaur Axe in the place, and at the same time, the blade of Li was drawn. Although this weapon is very windy, it is not very useful for Luli, and it is better to devour blade of Li. As a golden light appeared, Golden Minotaur Axe disappeared. Blade of Li, it devoured a weapon again, and the basic attack increased a little. Blade of Li, the earliest swallowed iron sword and iron axe, and later swallowed a fake sword Hubei, coupled with the Golden Minotaur Axe, just swallowed up. Raised to a point. Devouring can increase the attributes of Blade of Levi, and forging can also. Every time the sword is forged, rating damage will also increase. However, this forging experience will also increase as the number of forging is increased. After that, it is an astronomical figure. In contrast, Luli still felt that it was simpler to swallow different weapons. He tried to devour other weapons, too, blatantly, before. Such as wooden sword, wooden axe, gold sword, gold axe. In the end, he even took out the diamond sword and diamond axe. But without exception, it failed. Luli conjecture, maybe, devour, enchantment only takes effect once for the same weapon. However, Li's blade is not refused to this special weapon coming to the special weapons of the Doja Iman and the Golden Mill Luo Tao Tao axe. This is undoubtedly a good news. As long as Luli can complete the entrustment of the sword-drawn sword casting division, you can get more different swords to swallow the Li blade. At that time, what could not live in front of Luli? Pulling the sword is so anti-sky. The attributes of unlimited growth are destined to have a sword with a sword. At that time, people will definitely exclaim, Steve is invincible. Thinking of the beauty, a fragrance floated into the Luli's nostrils. The raw beef people grilled before were grilled. Luli quickly put away the blade of Li and took out the barbecue. When I was fighting with Mino Tao just now, I lost a lot of hunger value, just to add it now. The bulling meat is not much different from the grilling of ordinary steaks. Luli bit the next large piece and started to taste. At this sip, Luli almost screamed. The entrance of the barbecue is soft and tender, and the gravy is overflowing. There is a thin layer of coke in the outside. After a bite, the meat fragrance appears at the same time. The meat was soft, and before chewing it, the meat opened in the mouth. There was a little surprise in Luli's eyes. The meat of this Menonota is too fragrant. What steak pork chop is to be killed in front of him? He gobbled the barbecue and wiped out. After eating, Luli smashed it a few times. He still has a little meaning. Hey, why did you drop a piece of meat? I didn't eat it. If this is heard by Tim, it is estimated that it can be furious. Mino Tao is a powerful monster, and few people are willing to provoke them. Luli actually wanted to eat a few more, which was too arrogant. Luli put away the furnace and continued again. It didn't take long for him to surprise him ahead. God help me too. Another Mino Tao brushed the strange cage. Luli almost screamed excitedly. He will still keep this brush cage this time. For nothing else, just to pull the windy Tao Tweeta and their meat. Luli looked at the few Minoteo, and his saliva could not stop. In his eyes, it was not a fierce Mino Tao, but a piece of fragrant barbecue. He pulled out the blade of Li and rushed quickly. In the same way before, the surrounding head of Mino Tao was quickly killed. It's just that this time has not dropped meat. Just when he was a little frustrated, things on the ground attracted his attention. Will there be a sword dropped here? Luli stared at the light blue sword on the ground, a little suspicious. Essence. Luli picked up the sword with a curved sword on the ground and looked at the attributes. Yasha, seal up, fragment T, kill number 0 POUDSOUL, glory value 0 refusal E. Number of forged times 0 RA catactage, rating damage, BSS/SSS/LIIT, maximum damage, 60/70/160 when the main hand, 16 attack speed 5 attack damage. Looking at the attributes, Luli was a little disappointed. This, Yasha, name is quite domineering, but the attributes are very average. Fortunately, it is a brand new weapon that can swallow the blade of Li. After swallowing Yasha, the basic attack power of Blade of Li has reached 12 points. Blade of Li, now it is a very powerful weapon. Even if you throw it to a person who does not use the sword, you see a fight rating damage, and you can hit a high damage twice. Blade of Li, it has made Luli's combat effectiveness leap in qualitative. After he prepared, he returned to the mist forest, where there was a purple crystal vein in the natural mineral road. Last time I met a strong guardian guard, I almost farted. Now with, blatantly, you should not be able to take the follow-up guard. Luli asked before, diamonds, emeralds, and greenite are rare ore, which is expensive. The most precious is the amethyst. It is said that there are only a few pieces in the entire kingdom of blocks. The largest one is inlaid on the crown of the king of the block, and is regarded as a treasure of the world. I believe His Royal Highness will definitely be willing to buy the amethyst in his hands at a high price. If Luli can get the whole amethyst vein, wouldn't it be rich overnight? Thinking of this, Luli smiled and grinned. After cleaning up the loot, Luli did not worry about looking for boss Mino mushrooms. Before, he sealed a Mino Tau brushing monster cage here, just to facilitate the change of this place into the Mino Tau brush monster tower. However, the time is urgent now, and there is no time to transform. You can only set up a teleportation point first, and then come again when you have time. Set the transmission mark. Luli continues to move forward. Along the way, from time to time, some monsters will be out of the corner, and Luli will be easily solved by Luli. The second floor of the Nyo head was about to be strolled around the second floor, and he couldn't find the trace of boss Mino mushrooms. Just as Luli was a little confused, a stone wall appeared in front, blocking Luli's way. This, just get to your head? Boss? Luli frowned and wondered. When he had entered the maze of Nyo Tota, he had never encountered death. Is it possible, did you go wrong by yourself? In order to confirm, Luli went back. When I came before, Luli deliberately inserted a torch on his right hand for the sake of convenience to prevent getting lost. Along the way, Luli returned to where he dug up from the first floor. Tim has been waiting on it for a long time, and when he saw Luli, he was surprised. You can calculate. Great. Luli smiled helplessly. Wait anywhere, I might go the wrong way. After speaking, he walked towards another road that he had never walked. After a few minutes of this road, Luli encountered another wall and blocked the road. It doesn't make sense, how can the labyrinth be blocked for me? Luli's brows frowned deeper. After thinking for a while, Luli took out the corner of Lixing. Since there is no way, then open it yourself. With a buzz, the sound of the horn sounded. Many cracks appeared on the stone wall in front of Luli, and they were constantly expanding. After a few seconds, the whole stone wall collapsed and splashed to dust. After the smoke spread, Luli saw the situation clearly. As Luli thought, there was a way behind the stone wall. This wall must be surrounded by people. Luli held the torch and walked in carefully. After walking along the channel for a while, a huge stone room appeared in front of Luli. The entrance of the stone room was surrounded by a row of railing, and it was dark inside. Here, Luli was impressed. This is where the boss Mino mushrooms are located, and the bullhead supervises the prison. The detective notes that Luli had previously picked up had information about Mino Tau. It is said that Mino mushroom was originally a member of the Mino Tau. But later I took a poisonous mushrooms, by mistake, which produced mutations and became a monster with horny horns. After the mutation, Mino mushroom has a strong power. Because he looks strange, he is regarded by the same family as a strange species. When the Nyotu family was not noticed, he seriously injured him and was detained in the Nyotao man. Long-term detention has gradually weakened the power of Mino mushrooms. Seeing this, Lu Lizai suddenly realized. No wonder that Mino mushrooms will become the weakest boss in history, and it turns out that there are reasons. Poor Mino mushrooms are framed by the same family because of their strong power, which is really pitiful. It is said that Luli still has to kill Mino mushrooms. Otherwise, he couldn't unlock his achievements and enter the flame swamp. Luli took out the axe, chopped the wooden fence in front of him, and drilled into it. Mino mushrooms should be in it, kill it, and the purpose of this trip is completed. The stone room is very large, and Luli holds the torch to see the entire internal situation. Suddenly, there was a low sound in the corner. Luli quickly took out the blade of Li in front of his waist and was ready to welcome the enemy at any time. Although Mino mushrooms are weak, they cannot be underestimated. Luli could not want to turn the boat in the gap. Luli used a torch to light up the corner and saw a strange creature. It's like the combination of mushrooms, mushroom cow, and Mino Tao. At this point, Mino mushrooms were curled up in the corner, shivering. Somehow, only 1/3 of his blood was left. However, this happened, it also saved Luli a lot of trouble. Luli clenched the blade of Li a step towards Mino mushrooms. When Luli's sword was about to fall on Mino mushroom's body, he stopped suddenly. Luli looked at the Mino mushroom in front of him, a little overwhelmed. Just now, when he was about to hurt the killer, the mushrooms shed tears. Not only that, Mino mushrooms actually spit out. "Please, don't kill me." Mino mushrooms can speak, and this Luli can still understand. After all, the language between Nyoto and Goblin is interoperable. He can communicate with Tim and hear the words of Mino mushrooms. But why did Mino mushroom suddenly cry? And listening to the sound, it seems like a female voice. At this moment, Luli was a little bit embarrassed. Luli lowered the weapon in his hand and slowly walked in front of Mino mushrooms. The scary color in the eyes of Mino mushrooms was even more, and he unconsciously retreated to the corner. "Please, don't kill me." Mino mushrooms were crying slightly. Watching a cow head actually made the sound of cute girls, Luli's brain had a short circuit. Dare to love that Mino mushrooms that had been slaughtered so many times were cows? This really subverted Luli's cognition. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Luli softly comforted. A big man was actually comforting a cow. This scene is absolutely amazing. If you see Tim, maybe he will misunderstand what special habit of Luli. When Mino mushroom heard the words, he stopped crying. "I'm not a bad person, you can tell me what difficulties, maybe I can help." When Luli said this, his face was not flushed. Obviously, in the last second, he planned to slaughter others to eat meat, and the next second became a big brother. In a sense, Luli has practiced the technology of opening his eyes to say nonsense to the point where the fire is pure. "Really? Can you help me?" Mino mushrooms looked at the landing, and they were embarrassed to see Luli. Luli nodded quickly, he couldn't look directly at Mino Tao's cow face. This sound and looks are really poor. If you change a cute girl's face, maybe Luli can still accept it. Then Mino mushroom began to vomit bitter water at Luli. "My name is Cuckoo. My father is the older chief of the head of the bulls. I was just an ordinary bull head. 10 years ago, I mistakenly entered the giant mushroom castle, and I took a poisonous mushroom inside by mistake. As a result, my body mutated and turned into this look. The people regarded me as a heterogeneous, saying that they were going to kill me. In the end, my father reluctantly saved my life at the expense of the group. However, I did not expect that the new successor of the clan immediately turned his face as soon as he came to power. Not only did he execute my father, but also hit me seriously injuries and detained in the maze of this bull. Speaking of which, Mino mushrooms are gradually moist. More than 10 years have passed, my strength is gradually weakening, and it will reach the limit soon. If you can't leave here, I will die soon. Although I don't know where you came from, I can feel that you are a kind person. So, can you help me leave this prison?" Mino mushrooms looked forward to landing, waiting for his reply. I want to think." Luli heard that he couldn't help but have a headache. If I really rescue Mino mushrooms, then it survives, and its own affairs will be disappeared. However, Lulihua said that it was exported. Just as Luli was hesitant, Mino Mushroom spoke again. Well, as long as you can save me out, I will repay you well. Having said that, Mino Mushroom took 2 steps back and revealed a treasure chest behind him. This is to be a little gratitude. Seeing the treasure chest, Luli immediately brightened. Can I open it now and take a look? Luli asked. Sure. After receiving the permission of Mino Mushrooms, Luli couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. The introduction of the eye is a unique diamond tomahawk. Diamond Mino Tau Templima Axe attack power attack speed in the sprint state. The attack damage is increased. Seeing the attributes of tomahawk, Luli was stunned. This tomahawk is a bit fierce. Basic attack power, attack speed, sprint and additional damage. In this axe, the damage is almost catching up with the evaluation, Blade of Li. This is a rare good thing. Luli's surface was very calm, but his heart was ecstatic. In addition, there is actually a sword in the box. This was greatly unexpected. What makes Luli wonders even more, this sword-pulling sword is actually called Yasha Ghost Cry. This made him think of the sword called Yasha he had won before. The name of the 2 swords is so similar, is there any connection? Luli carefully observed Yasha Ghost Cry, and found that it was still different from the previous Yasha. The name of the Yasha was yellow before, and the name of this Yasha Ghost Cry was eye-catching red. In addition, the 2 knives are different in shape. Yasha is a machete, and Yasha Ghost Cry is a straight knife. The 2 panel attributes of the 2 swords are exactly the same, which is a bit strange. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Seeing Luli's daze, Mino Mushrooms asked. Do you know the origin of this weapon? Luli pointed at Yasha Ghost Cry and asked. This? I found it in the giant mushroom castle. Mino Mushrooms thought for a while. Giant mushroom castle? When Mino Mushroom said this place, Luli immediately thought of a place he had seen before. It was a natural building, composed of a giant mushroom. The entire castle has no other things except mushrooms. Luli was curious and went in to explore, but found nothing. Hearing Yasha Ghost Cry, from there, Luli's heart was even more confused. Sony Mushrooms also said before that she was eating a kind of mushrooms by mistake in the giant mushroom castle to become what she is today. Could it be, what else he has never found in the giant mushroom castle? Are you still satisfied with these things? If not enough, I have something else. You can give it to you. As long as you can take me out. The tone of Mino Mushrooms was full of begging. It doesn't want to die here. It wants to see the light and want to continue. If it was explained here, the father would probably die. Luli thought for a while, took out the Blade of Li on his waist. In the box, a little bit, then swallowed it quickly. Blade of Li, it devoured a weapon again, and the basic attack power improved again. Now, the attack damage of Blade of Li has been high. As for the Diamond Mino Tau axe, Luli did not choose to swallow directly. This tomahawk is a good thing, with high damage. At the critical moment, maybe it can play a decisive role and can be kept for the time being. After receiving the benefits, it should be done. Luli packed things and beckoned to Mino Mushroom. Go, I'll take you out. Mino Mushrooms were overjoyed and immediately followed. Mono also tried to destroy the wall before leaving. But the stone bricks in the maze are too hard, and in the end it can only be strategically abandoned. When Luli arrived at the cave with Mino Mushrooms, Tim saw Luli at a glance. Of course, there is also the Mino Mushroom behind Luli. Fuck. It's over. How did you bring the Mino Mushroom out? It's over. The Nyoto family estimates that the whole family will kill us too. Tim looked panicked and quickly looked around for 4 weeks, for fear of being discovered. Luli was disapproved. He used a ladder with soil and wanted to bring Mino mushrooms from the ground. Who knows, Mino mushrooms stopped suddenly. Why don't you leave? Luli asked. Here, there is something else. Mino mushroom pointed to the passage ahead and said. Helpless, Luli had to return to the second layer again. It didn't take long for Mino mushrooms to leave on the second floor, and stopped again. It should be here. Mino mushrooms stopped in front of a wall. Luli stared at the wall and observed for a while, and suddenly thought of some possibility. Could it be, hidden the secret room? When Mino mushroom heard Luli's words, his eyes were a little surprised. How do you know that there is a secret room here? This is the treasure trove of our bowls. Luli didn't know how to explain for a while, so he had to be holding haha, and the 3 words were perfunctory. Mino mushrooms stared at Landing suspiciously, trying to see something from his face. Unfortunately, Luli's face is not ordinary. Due to how to ask, Luli can get off the topic. At the end, it gave up. Luli came to the wall and began to look carefully. This wall is different from other walls. Almost all the walls of the bull's labyrinths have several broken stone bricks. But this wall is not. According to Luli's memory, the hidden room of the bull head is behind the wall. Just now, Luli was busy looking for Minua mushrooms, and forgot about it for a while. There is a baby he needed in the hidden room. Dangerous here, after retreat. After Mino mushrooms retreated to a safe place, Luli took out the horn of Lixing from his backpack. As the horn sounded, the stone bricks in front of Luli gradually broke. After a few layers of walls, Luli put away the horn and changed into a pick. This thickness should be the secret room. He was very careful when he excavated, for fear of digging the wrong place. There is a tea desert temple in the secret room, the tea trap, and it is easy to trigger. Even if Luli dug a stone, it fell on the pressure board, which would trigger the trap. Don't ask why Luli knows so much, it is a bitter tears. A 2 square meter hole was opened on the wall, and Luli drilled in. Although there are layers of barriers outside, there are no holes inside. The 4 big treasure chests were in front of Luli, which looked particularly tempting. However, there is a whole lap of pressure board around the treasure chest, and you will be recruited by accident. Above the pressure board, there is a stone brick with one hand hidden on it. There is a piece of sand on it. As long as Luli accidentally digs off the square, the sand will fall and directly touch the trap. But this is not difficult to disrupt. He took out the pick and dug it underground. There is buried tea where tea. As long as TT is demolished, and no trap cannot work. After a long time of life, Luli will only be tea. Tea is cleaned up. He returned to the top and stepped on the pressure board to the treasure chest. Open the first treasure chest and find out. 5 emeralds appeared in it. Continue to check. Luli also found a whole set of steel leaf equipment. Steel leaf legs, with the enchantment with flames, to protect the 4. Steel leaf chest armor, with the enchantment of explosion protection 4. Steel leaf helmet, with the enchantment of ejaculation protection 4. Steel leaf boots, with the enchantment of falling protection. 4 pieces of equipment, each with a superb enchanting. Good things, accept it. Luli was quite satisfied with the harvest of the first box. This whole set of enchanting steel leaf equipment is similar to the defense of the body and the diamond cover, plus this magic attribute. If you take it back to the Lord World auction, you will definitely sell a high price. Put away things, Luli turned around and opened the second treasure chest. There is no special equipment in this treasure chest, but it is found to have a good enchanting bow, with good attributes. Unlimited and impact 2, this attribute can be collected. Infinite enchantment is the most comfortable attribute in the bow and arrow. As long as there is an arrow, you can achieve infinite arrow system. Intellectual too can make the arrows attack more distance. To repel the enemy's distance, it is best to use the kite enemy. In the third treasure chest, there is only one thing, but Luli is very excited. Mystery Destroyer. Finally found you. This is the Maze Destroyer, known as one of the top 10 artifacts of the Twilight Forest. From the hands of the God of the Gods. Attachment of time, 4, efficiency 4, durable 3 enchantment, and digging stone bricks, to be effortless. Called the Artifact of Miners. In the last box, there were more than a dozen iron ingots, and there were things that made Luli's eyes bright. The last shadow box. Still 2. There are still this stuff here. The practical obsidian and last shadow of the shadow box can be made, but Luli has not encountered Xiaohei so far. The last shadow box is equivalent to a mobile warehouse. For example, Luli put a last shadow box in the main world, and put it on it. Then place another last shadow box in the Twilight world. Open the box to find the supplies that were put in the last movie box before the main world. In this way, it is very convenient to have a lot of space for backpacks. After the 4 treasure chests were scratched by Luli, he turned away. Mino mushrooms have been waiting outside for a long time. How about it, do you get that like that? You mean, this? Luli took out the maze destruction, found before. Yes. That's it. When I returned from the mushroom castle, I brought it back, but was finally taken away by the tribe and put it in the secret room. After that, the two returned to the previous stairs. As soon as Luli stepped up, Tim was pulled aside. Do we really take it? He looked at Mino mushrooms and continued to whisper. Although he was goblin, he still heard about the rumored Mino mushrooms. In rumors, Mino mushrooms are mutant bulls and have powerful power. Not only that, Mino mushrooms are brutal and murderous, which is extremely dangerous. After listening to Tim's words, Luli couldn't cry and laugh. It is true to have a strong force, but the brutal, addictive, killing Luli did not see it at all. Your kid was deceived. Luli said helplessly. How is it possible? This is the secret of the Noto family. Tim still insists on his thoughts. Hey, there is no time to explain to you now, hurry out. Luli said, taking Mino mushrooms to go out. Go, where to go? Tim asked a little puzzled. Mushroom Castle. Luli revealed a mysterious smile. Luli and his party left the swamp and went to Mushroom Castle under the guidance of Mino Mushroom. Along the way, Tim looked back, for fear of being seen. The mushroom forest is not far from the Nyotu maze, and it only arrived in half an hour. Not far away, giant mushrooms stood up, forming a special mushroom castle. Tim also came here for the first time. Seeing this spectacular scene, he was a little dumbfounded. Fuck. How long can I eat such a big mushroom? Luli smiled. You're eating the same as it, I definitely don't stop you. Luli pointed to Mino mushroom. Tim's face was pale instantly, and he quickly threw the mushroom block in his hand. I'm going up first. After Luli finished speaking, he was going to take Mino mushrooms in depth. What about me? Tim asked. You go back first, beware of the titans. Next, Luli had to go to the flame swamp. It was definitely inconvenient to bring Tim. Tim nodded and turned away. Luli followed behind Mino mushrooms and heard it about what was about Mushroom Castle. It is said that this Mushroom Castle is also from the master of Master Zhuer, but no one knows what the way Zhuer used to make these mushrooms grow so tall. The two walked under the thickest mushroom, where and NBP, there was a wooden door. Open the wooden door and see the internal space of giant mushrooms. There is a winding upper ladder in it, always leading to the top. Luli stepped on the steps and didn't know how many laps were turning, and then came to the end. The top is a huge space, and it looks like the umbrella cover of mushrooms. That's here. After the mushrooms were finished, they retreated to the rear. Somehow, it has a deep fear of this place. Luli didn't feel at all. He walked around in this space and found that there were quite a lot of things here. From the refiner to the anvil to the furnace synthesis table, there is everything. Even some red hell warts are planted here. If this is really a place where the forging master Zor once stayed, it can be explained. Zor is not only a genius in terms of forging, but even refining and enchanting. Luli walked to the table where the refining equipment was placed, and found that there were some formulas on it. This is a major discovery. Although most of the recipes that Luli had already mastered, there was a recipe that made him shine. Titan gene popularity. Seeing these words, Luli couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of character is Zor? Even this kind of thing can be done. Titan gene popularity. The blood of the required material Titan, hell warts, lantern berries, purple pornography. After taking it, it can allow users to have the power of Titan for a short time, with a time limit for 3 minutes. There is also a line of remarks below. It is still in the research and development stage, and abnormal reactions may occur after use. Next to the formula of the potion, there are also several red mushrooms planted. There are several empty bottles on the ground. Thinking of the mistakes that Mino mushrooms had previously said to eat poisonous mushrooms, Luli probably knew what it was. Presumably, this is the mushrooms that have been poured by the Titan gene potion, and mutations have occurred. After Mino mushrooms were eaten, it became this look. Luli carefully put the remaining red mushrooms into the backpack. He also took the hell warts in the corner with soul sand. This is a good thing, let's talk about it. After sweeping the refining area, Luli looked at the place where the forging weapon was made. There are several embryos on the walls here, and they have not had time to forge. Luli tried to devour it with, bladively, but found that there was no movement at all. There was no way he had to give up. Finally, there is an area of the attached platform. This enchanting table has more than 16 bookshelves in terms of scale. You can have a high-level enchantment. There are 2 boxes next to the enchanting table. One is full of books, and there are some good enchanting books in the other box. Luli casually picked up a book, almost staring at the beads. Shipping 3, durable 4, efficiency 5. I just found an enchanting book, the attribute is so good. Luli quickly turned over other enchanting books and found that they were all top enchanting books. Add up to almost 10 books. This time Luli can earn a lot. This is all the things that are priceless, and the best products that you can't buy. Luli is like a bandit who entered the village, sweeping the things here. He returned to the staircase entrance, a satisfied expression. Let's go. Mino mushrooms were stunned. Where to go? Go to the flame swamp. Luli said. Don't go? Mino mushroom whispered. That's not okay. I will expect you to help me break the ban. If you don't want to go, you can cut it out. Forget it. I'll go with you. Mino mushroom quickly shook his head, and he didn't want to be a knife. After leaving the mushroom castle, Luli rushed straight towards the flame swamp in accordance with the guidance of the map. Small gold coins are still sleeping on Luli's shoulders. Luli wants to wake up. Along the way, Mino mushrooms were curious from time to time towards the small gold coin. It can feel that small gold coins have strong power. After more than half an hour, Luli finally came to the door of the flame swamp. From the outside, there seems to be no special place for the flame swamp. But there are hidden killing everywhere. There are large and small magma lakes in the flame swamps, and they will be swallowed by the magma as soon as they look at it. And now, Luli wants to get in and can't get in. Because it did not unlock the achievements of killing Mimi mushrooms, Luli could only do it outside. Now the flame forest is shrouded in the invisible enchantment. Once it is rushed, it will be continuously burned and damaged. Look at you. Luli pointed to the front. What should I do? Minnow Mushroom asked. This? I don't know, you go in first to see what will happen. Luli actually had no bottom. This is the first time he encountered without killing Minnow mushrooms into the flame swamp. Minnow mushrooms slowly walked into the flame swamp. At the same time, an achievement jumped out. Complete the achievement, powerful bullhead salad meat sauce. Seeing this achievement, Luli was in his heart. As long as this achievement is completed, the flame swamp can enter and exit casually. Next, go deep into the swamp and look for the nine-headed snake. This is one of the most difficult monsters in the Twilight Forest. Luli must have a 12-point spirit. If you don't, it is likely to leave the life here. As soon as the seal of the flame swamp was lifted, Lu Bing planned to let Minnow Mushroom leave. However, this guy was reluctant to leave. What you say is homeless and want to follow the land. Luli collapsed on the spot. What happened? Why are there more and more monsters around you? With a small gold coin, Luli had a headache, and then he came with me Minnow Mushroom again. If you come again, Luli can open the zoo. Helpless, Luli had to nod to agree. I want to follow me, but if I have to listen to me, I can't act without authorization. I understand. Minnow nodded happily. Now I am going to go. It is very dangerous, so do you wait here first, do you understand? But I want to go in too. Minnow Mushrooms said a little embarrassed. What do I say just now? I have to listen to me. Otherwise, you still go. Luli said seriously. Okay, then I'm waiting for you, go back soon, scared. Minnow Mushrooms grievantly said. Luli almost softened and let it go in with himself. However, thinking of the nine-headed snake was so dangerous, Luli still dispelled this idea. He turned into the flame swamp and began to look for the nine-headed snake. As soon as entering the flame swamp, the temperature began to rise rapidly. From time to time, there will be a thick smoke on the roadside, and Luli is almost burned several times. After more than 10 minutes of trek, Luli finally came to the cave of the nine-headed snake. The reason why Luli insisted on looking for the nine-headed snake was part of the reason for unlocking the bee terrain behind him, and he crushed the conspiracy of the Titan family as soon as possible. On the other hand, for the mother, the conversion powder required to restore the potion has not been found so far. This stuff has a chance to discover only in the Lich King Castle and large hollow mines. After defeating the Lich King before, he turned the entire Lich Tower to the bottom and failed to find it. The only hope is that there are only large hollow mines. But where is the large hollow mine that is so easy to find? The Twilight Forest is so large, Luli's hen will find it for several months to find it. However, the nine-headed snake nest in front of me is a natural large and hollow mine, but it is just 1/3 of it, and there are still many minerals. If Luli kills the nine-headed snake, you can find a conversion powder from the mine treasure chest. He can go back to save his mother. By the distance, Luli saw the huge body of the nine-headed snake. Although it is called Johto, it actually has only 3 heads. After injury, its head will grow longer and more, and there can be at most 9 heads. As soon as Luli Gong approached, the nine-headed snake bee, who was sleeping, opened his eyes suddenly. It really shocked Luli. After the nine-headed snake woke up, he raised his head, hissing in the sky. Now that it has been discovered, Luli will no longer hide and appear directly. Don't call it. It's really embarrassed. Luli covered his ears, his head was about to explode. Humans dare to set foot on my flame swamp. Turn into ashes under my flame. Grass. You 2 of you leave me lines. The 3 heads make a sound. Luli heard the words and stunned. Good guy, do the 3 heads of this guy actually have independent consciousness? Why should you stay for you? You are stupid, who are you blame? The second child, do you say yes? The head in the middle said. The boss is right. The head of the right hand was packed. You two you know to bully me. I'm mad me. I have to kill this kid. The third head of the left hand side said. Luli listened to the three heads and quarreled there, and couldn't laugh and laugh. Three brothers, can you fight? My time is very precious. Human. You are tired and think about death, so I will be you all. The third child was on his head, and when he heard Luli's provocation, he would launch an attack. Luli's hand has been placed on, bladively, ready to do it at any time. It is not difficult to cut a nine-headed snake with, bladively. The two sides of the battle are on. At this moment, the small gold coins, who had been sleeping on his shoulders, slowly woke up, slowly. It stretched out a lazy waist and looked a little blankly. The third head that originally planned to attack was suddenly stunned at the moment when I saw the small gold coin. The remaining two heads also showed an incredible expression. Who are you? What does it have to do with it? The old three asked. Luli froze, referring to the small gold coin. Are you asking it? It's my partner. After Luli Gong finished speaking, the little gold coin shouted his father with milk. Now, the three heads of the nine-headed snake can't hold back. Grass. How do you think this little guy is my offspring? Why is it called a human being's as a father? Fart. That is obviously my descendants. Close your fart. You all stop, this child is obviously mine. The three heads quarreled again. Luli listened to the other party's discussion, and he was a little bit embarrassed. Nine-headed snake actually said that small gold coins are their descendants. How can this? Are you making mistakes? Little gold coins are the descendants of Naga. What does it have to do with you? Luli's headache stopped the road. He didn't say it was okay. When it comes to Naga, the three heads were like the blood of the chicken, and the noise was even more fierce. After listening to Luli's patience for a while, I probably understood some. The father who looks like a small gold coin may really be a nine-headed snake. The relationship between Naga and the nine-headed snake before seemed a bit ambiguous, as if something had happened. But then Naga went to Naga Manor and lost contact with them. Naga was pregnant, gave birth to a small gold coin, and was conquered by Luli. They just felt the blood of the small gold coin, and determined that this was their offspring. But because of whom the children are, they are not arguing. Luli almost didn't hold back the laughter after knowing it. It's hard to say that it's a body. It's really hard to say who is your dad. Seeing that they were still arguing, Luli had to speak as a peacemaker. Three brothers are slow, listen to me a few words. Luli just said casually, but did not expect that the nine-headed snake really got quiet. I think, this child should be your common offspring, there is no need to hurt the harmony because of this. Besides, even if you argued the results, what's the use? Do you think the small gold coin will recognize you? When I heard Luli, the three heads were silent at the same time. I rescued small gold coins by chance. It was pitiful. Before birth, my mother was caught to do hardship. What? Which one is bold? Dare to catch my woman. Is it? I want to kill that guy. Tell me who he is. Stay, dare to move our three brothers. The three heads were angry at the same time. At this moment, the three brothers were surprisingly unanimous. Lu Dai scratched his head. I don't know which one is more powerful. I seem to have a powerful thug in accident. The three heads of nine-headed snake, look at me, I look at you. When they face small gold coins, they don't know how to speak. The small gold coin was lying on Luli's shoulder, and he looked at the big guy in front of him curiously. Due to the same source of blood, it can feel a hint of intimacy from the other party's body. But it's just a bit kind, it is still impossible to let it call it a nine-headed snake father. The scene became awkward for a while. In the end, Luli first opened. Small gold coins, go, they are your biological father. Luli filmed a small gold coin and said. The small gold coin was a little hesitant at first, but in the end, he jumped from Luli. The small gold coin swinged his body and came to the nine-headed snake. The huge body of the nine-headed snake began to tremble at this moment. In front of the child, no matter what kind of existence, it will become tender. Child, we are your father. The three heads of the nine-headed snake said in unison. You have three, who is my real dad? The little gold coin scratched his head and was a little confused. Luli stood aside and almost didn't laugh. He felt a large family ethical series named Who is Dad? The old man in the middle quickly said, I am your dad, this is your second dad on the left, and the one on the right is your third father. The more the little gold coins listened to the more confused, and finally returned to Luli's shoulder. They are weird, I don't have such a dad. Little gold coin whispered to Luli. But this was heard by the nine-headed snake. The three heads were stunned at the same time, like a defeated rooster. The three of their vertical and twilight forests for so many years, this is the first time that it has been hit. My child actually dislikes himself, which is too hurtful. Seeing this, Luli had to console. Small gold coins are small, they are not sensible. When it sees her mother, misunderstandings should be lifted. Luli's words instantly reminded the nine-headed snake. I almost forgot, Sister Naga hasn't been saved yet. Yes. Save Sister Naga first. The three heads unified the goal. Three brothers, can I discuss something with you? Luli said. Say, as long as we can help you. The boss said. Can you let me? I think of going in the mines behind. Luli pointed to the cave behind the nine-headed snake. And NBP, go. But before you go in, you have to tell us where Sister Naga was locked. Luli thought for a while, so he had to tell everything to the nine-headed snake. Hearing the Titan boss to grab Naga as hard work, the nine-headed snake suddenly became angry. Grass. It's too much. Don't inquire. Who was covered with this twilight forest? Dare to sprinkle the wild on our site, specify that he has no good fruit to eat. Lu Lang just walked to the gate of the mine and saw that the nine-headed snake behind him had left the mine. Luli sighed. I don't know whether to let the nine-headed snake go to the Titan boss. If the nine-headed snake wins, it will be happy. But if the nine-headed snake fails, the pressure of Luli will increase. Forget it, don't care about it first. Luli's upset was no longer thinking about it, and he pierced into the mine. As soon as he entered the hollow mine, Luli saw a pile of piles of ore exposed inside. Coal mines, iron ore, gold ore and even diamond ore are available. Luli took out the maze destroyer and started mining. Because this pick is transported when it comes, there are many drops when you dig the diamond. The diamonds that could only be digged in a small group could not be dug. Under the action of time, it became more than a group. The eyes of the small gold coin were straight, and they were leaning towards landing. Luli did not give it diamonds like last time. Diamonds are scarce resources, and cannot always be so wasted. There are many other ore over there, all of which are yours, diamonds can only eat one day. Luli pointed to the other side. There are also a lot of ore there. The small gold coin heard that it was a little disappointed. But I'm hungry, and it is not picky about it. Luli stayed in place and began to look for the treasure chest of the mine. Converted powder is generally hidden here. But after looking down, Luli did not find the trace of converting powder. However, Luli had unexpected gains. After he opened a treasure chest, he found that there was a feather fan inside. After seeing it in my hand, I found that this is actually the peacock feather fan, one of the top 10 artifacts of the Twilight Forest. Use a fan to blow away the nearby creatures. This thing looks very ordinary, just an unusual fan, and the active effect looks very ribbly. However, only Luli knows that this stuff can be saved at a critical time. For example, when the monster is besieged, you can use a fan when you can't get away. When using a fan, Luli can jump higher than usual. The height of 3 or 4 can also be easily passed. This stuff is a great weapon for escape. Luli will bring peacock feather fan, income backpack. Didn't find the conversion powder. Luli intends to leave and go to other mines to see. Little gold coin. It's time to go. He shouted at the small gold coin in the distance. Because of the need to devour minerals, the small gold coins have become a normal body shape and are stuffing or into the mouth. When he heard Luli, it hurriedly moved his body and rushed over. As soon as he saw Luli, the small gold coin lowered his head. Luli thought that the small gold coin was coquettish and wanted him to appease. But as soon as he was about to reach out, the small gold coin spit out 2 treasure chests from his mouth. This is... Luli opened his treasure chest curiously. The introduction of the eye is a unique shape. Fuck. Monoscopy queen. This is actually this. Luli exclaimed. Queen of Moonlight, but the baby of the Twilight Forest. Take it in your hand, you can emit an insect with fluorescent. If there is no obstacle in front, the worm will fall to the ground naturally. If there are obstacles in front, it will be attached to the obstacle. The range of Moonlight Tracked Queen is also far away, and the charge can increase the launch distance of the worm. This is a great helper for the off-mine adventure. Luli once traveled through the entire Twilight Forest for this stuff. This is a rare good thing. Luli filmed the head of the small gold coin with satisfaction. Good dry. Reward a diamond. Speaking, he threw a diamond. After Luli opened the second treasure chest, he suddenly stunned. Damn. Really, convert fan. I read it right. In the box, it is the long-established conversion powder. And it's 3 copies. Great. Mother is saved. Mother Lu, my good son, I still remember me, I have waited for a month. You will probably starve to death if you don't come again. After getting the converted powder, Luli immediately shouted a small gold coin. Small gold coins directly turned into large body shape, allowing Luli to sit above its head. Go, let's go back. Luli took a small gold coin and flew all the way back to the portal. The small gold coin changed back to the original body shape and returned to Luli's shoulders. Luli jumped into the portal. Opening your eyes again, he has returned to the roof of the manor castle. Tim's man had woke up, and when they saw Luli, it quickly took a few steps. Who are you? Captain Tim. Don't be afraid, Tim and I are friends. He is now helping me monitor the movement of the Tita tribe. Luli explained. Tim's man looked at Luli a few times, and hesitated. If you don't believe it, go in and find him by yourself. This is the portal of the Twilight World. Luli pointed at him and said behind him. Real? Tim's man woke up and kept here. He didn't know where he was, and he didn't dare to run around. After learning that he could return to the Twilight Forest from here, he jumped without hesitation. Before leaving, Luli asked him to help Tim's sentence. Let Tim pay attention to the trend of the Titans at any time, and someone has gone to the Titans. As for who it is, Luli did not say clearly. It is important, and when Tim sees it, it will know naturally. After sending Tim's men, Luli quickly went downstairs to the underground room. After a few days, the mother became thinner and looked very embarrassed. She didn't even have the strength of standing, and she kept shrinking in the corner. Luli quickly opened the door of the prison. Mother. Before he approached, his mother stood up and rushed towards him. Luli hid back in the back. The small gold coin on his shoulders was unhappy, and he jumped down and spit his tongue at the landing of his mother, making hissing sound. Small gold coin, this is my mother, not allowed to mess up. Luli exclusive. When the small gold coin heard the words, he had to return to Luli's shoulders again, and looked like he was wronged. Seeing that his mother was fine, Luli locked the door of the prison. The basement has ready-made refining tools. Luli placed the material of the restore potion on the table in turn. Torch berries, convert powder. Add the two materials to the crude potion according to the proportion. A few minutes later, Luli successfully got a bottle of legendary restore potion. He was a little excited to put the potion into the glass bottle, for fear of spilling. If the mother wants to live, she can rely on it. Luli came to the gate of the prison with the potion. He first threw a bottle of weak potion at his mother, to let her calm down for the time being. Then opened the door and walked in quickly. He dragged his mother's jaw and poured the restore potion in. Luli squatted aside, waiting for the potion to play a role. Soon, reducing the potion began to respond. The mother's body began to tremble, and her face gradually became rosy from the gloomy gray. The corpse on the body began to fade slowly, and the skin was returning to normal. A few minutes later, from the perspective of appearance, Luli's mother was no different from normal humans. But she is still in a state of unconscious. With the last trace of efficacy, Luli can already see his mother's blood bars and hunger value. This shows one thing. The mother has completely returned to human beings. At this time, the mother's hunger value and blood volume have bottomed out. Luli quickly took out the golden apple, to feed her to eat. With the help of golden apples and various potions, the mother's complexion began to recover. After more than 10 minutes of waiting, the mother finally opened her eyes. Seeing his mother wake up, Luli was crying. Great! Mother! You finally woke up. Luli couldn't wipe the tears in the corner of his eyes, and quickly helped his mother. Tiki looked at landlord and his complexion was a little confused. Who are you? Where is this? I am, what's the matter? She asked 3 questions one after another and directly let Luli in place. Mother, it's me, I'm Steve. Don't you know me anymore? Steve? I really don't know who you are, I only know Stowe. Tiki shook his head and said. Mother, who is Steven? Luli asked suddenly. For the first time, he heard this name that was a bit similar to him. Stin is my husband. He is a very powerful knight in the kings of the Wangqing. Speaking of Stonwen, Tiki's face showed a happy smile. Although he had some conjectures, he heard his mother talking about his father, and Luli was still difficult to calm down for a long time. It turns out, my father is Stin, and it is also a knight. Luli murmured to himself. Lady, I'm not your mother, you should be a mistake. Tiki's words were inserted on Luli's heart like a knife. The mother seemed to be amnesia, and even his son didn't know it anymore. No. You are my mother. Whether you remember me, you will always be my mother. Luli resolutely said. Seeing Luli so persistent, Tiki didn't say much. She felt kind from the young man in front of her. So she didn't hate Luli. You are called Steve, right? Can you take me to see my husband? Since leaving last time, he hasn't returned to see me for 2 months. I miss him so much. When he heard his mother's words, Luli fell to giggling. My mother wants to see my father, what can I do now? Could it be that my mother was told that my father was dead? The mother has just returned to normal, and it is the most vulnerable moment in all aspects. In case of bad handling, the mother may have an accident. Luli hesitated and had to find an excuse. Although I don't know Stowe in your mouth, I know the knights. So, let me take you to rest first, you wait for me here first, I'll ask your husband's news. Tiki nodded. Okay, please ask you. After speaking, Luli helped his mother to his house. Before leaving, he left the small gold coin here to prevent accidents. Give me good. Never make my mother an accident. If someone dares to break hard, you eat him directly. Luli told him seriously. The small gold coin nodded again and again. Luli left the castle and found the housekeeper Link, who was taking care of the manor. Link, give me a good manner, never let the idle people wait. Okay, Mr. Steve. By the way, how is Anchi? How much performance in the past 2 days? Luli had left the teaching task before, and I didn't know what was going on now. And she worked very hard. The first batch of students had been successfully trained, and we were choosing the second group of people. Do it well. Let him continue to cheer. Luli said, handed the same thing to Link. This is a mucus ball, please transfer it to Anchi, it should be useful to him. Luli's slime farm has not yet been built. These mucus balls are the loot he got in the Twilight Forest. With it, you can make sticky pistons. In the redstone mine, the use of sticky pistons is much more useful. Luli has taught the knowledge of the redstone he will be to Anchi, and the rest can only be explored by himself. I believe that with his talent, it won't be long before it can become a top redstone god. After being ordered to be instructed, Luli left the manor. Since he entered the twilight, he has not reported to the Cavaliers' headquarters for several days. It's time to go. Luli rode on Dahe, galloping all the way, and came to the headquarters of the Knights of the Wangqing. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw that the broken heavenly halberd took a team of people and left. They walked very hurriedly, and Luli didn't even have time to talk with the halberd. Strangely, why are the expressions so serious? What happened? Luli thought a little puzzled. He tied Dahe to Ma Yin, and then went to the head of Mulin, trying to ask him what happened. When he came to Mulin's room, Luli did not find the leader of the regiment. There was a vague sound in the lobby hall on the side. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard someone talking. The reason why today I am urgently gathered here is to discuss it. The mutant zombies appeared in the previous border, and now it has appeared again. This time is not small. The Cavaliers must handle it carefully. If the news is passed out, it will definitely cause panic. I have asked the titled knight to break people to check the situation, and now I want to hear if you have any good opinions. This is Mulin's voice. In addition to him, there seems to be many people in the conference room. The mutant zombie appeared again, and the Cavaliers would be presumably to discuss how to solve it. Luli did not rashly in, but chose to stand outside the door to listen. He wanted to listen to these people's plans first. After Mulin finished speaking, no one responded for a long time. The expression on the face was very delicate, and no one was willing to open this mouth first. Everyone present was a senior figure of the Cavaliers, and there were many titles. The scene was a little embarrassed for a while. Seeing this, Luli knew that it was time for him to go out. Squeak, the gate of the heavy conference room was slowly pushed away by Luli. Everyone's eyes are concentrated at the door. When they saw that the people were Luli, they began to talk about it. Presumably. This is the Cavaliers' meeting room. What are you doing? An old man with a beard was shot and stood up, and he said. Luli looked at the old man and found that he was a golden knight. Immediately, Luli laughed. Joke, I am also a member of the Cavaliers, why can't I come in? Lu Lilong said. The lowest is the Golden Cavaliers, what qualifications do you have in a bronze knight? The old man said unbearable. A golden knight, but dare to clamor so much, don't you really take yourself as a person? Luli said mercilessly. You. Guard. Boom this guy out. The old man was so angry that he started to shout directly. Everyone on the court was watching this scene, and no one shot to stop it. They were watching the show. With a bang, sitting at the chief, Mu Lin patted the table hard. "Shut my mouth. Where do you think of the conference room?" When Mu Lin opened his mouth, the audience was silent. The first person of his title of the night and the head of the Cavaliers, the weight is not general. No one dares to refute him. "Steve, come here to stand here." Mu Lin beckoned to land and motioned for him. Everyone can see that this wave is lost. Mu Lin is obviously more leaning. Luli shrugged and stood beside Mu Lin. "Do you have any opinions and ideas at all?" Mu Lin then asked the previous topic. Everyone is still silent. How horrible the mutant zombies are, they also know. If you stand up at this time, it will definitely become the target of the criticism. "I have an idea," Luli suddenly said. Everyone's eyes gathered again on Luli. "Steve, is there a part you speak here?" The man on the left hand of Mu Lin said coldly. Soon, many people attached to the sound. Luli glanced at the man. This man Luli had seen one side before, and was also an old-fashioned knight, named a fantasy sword. It is said that Rinhar's father, but the relationship between the two has never been disclosed. Luli sneered. The old man in the fantasy sword, the head of the group, just asked who you had thought can be raised. "You don't speak. Now when I stand up, you start to suppress people again. Do you have an opinion on me?" After Luli finished speaking, the face of the magic sword became a little ugly. He didn't expect Luli to dare to open up in front of so many people. Did this kid eat the bear heart leopard? Anyway, he is also the top 3 knights in the Kingdom of Blocks. A junior dares to be so disrespectful to him. As soon as he patted the table, he would stand up. When Mu Lin saw this, he quickly held him and started to play the round field. "Magic sword, don't care about this kid, otherwise the boy is even more vigorous, I want to hear what he wants to say." Although it was annoyed, the magic sword was not good at doing so many people in front of him. He sat back and glanced at Luli fiercely. The eyes are full of warnings. Luli looked like he didn't care about nothing. "I think it should be like this about mutant zombies. First of all, we have to understand one thing, and the cure is not cured. Today we can kill 101,000 mutant zombies, can we do it? If one day, the number of monsters is too large, we can't solve it. What should we do?" Luli's words quickly aroused discussion among everyone. Although Luli's attitude is a bit frivolous, what he says is quite willing. Why don't they worry about it? It's just that no one has the courage to say it. Continue. Mu Lin nodded and signaled Luli to continue talking. "So, I think we need to find the source of mutant zombies, to find out where these monsters come from. Only by understanding the source of monsters can we better cope with what will happen in the future, and to grasp the initiative as much as possible, so as not to be so passive. In fact, we have sent someone to check it for a long time," the fantasy sword said. "Those mutant zombies basically come out of the fog forest. No one can come out of it alive, so your proposal is meaningless at all." Everyone nodded together, but the fog forest had no return, and it was a veritable place of death. The magic sword looked at Luli and wanted to see a hint of distress from his face. It was only Luli's answer shocked him. "That's good, I can go to the fog forest to see if I can find out the truth." "Steve, are you crazy? Is it a place to go in the fog forest?" "Sit for me," the head of Mu Lin said seriously. "Mu Lin, this is the request made by Steve himself. You are the head of the group, don't you want to stop him?" The smile on the face of the knight fantasy sword is even worse. He was distressed how to deal with this Steve, but he did not expect that he would come to the door himself. Doesn't this idiot think that the fog forest can be in and out at will? Leader, let me go, I will be careful. Luli turned around and watched Mulin. Mulin was still a little uneasy, but when he saw Luli's eyebrows and his eyes was squeezing, his heart suddenly became clear. This kid is so consumable and prepared. How smart Luli is, Mulin can't know it anymore. Okay, do it as you said. I will give you 7 days. 7 days? Luli heard this number and shook his head quickly. What? Suspected of time? 10 days. This is the longest period. Mulin thought that Luli thought it would take more time, and added another 3 days. But who knows, Luli is still dissatisfied. How long do you want it? You can say it yourself. Luli raised his hand and compared to 3. 30 days? I'm afraid it's not easy to do. No. I only need 3 days. 3 days later, I will definitely give you a reply. Luli said confidently. As soon as Luli's words exit, everyone at the scene looked at him like watching a fool. They felt that Luli was either not soberly, or he deliberately said a big talk, and wanted to perform in front of Mulin. This kind of person is not the first time they have seen it. 3 days? From here to the border, to the fog forest, it takes more than a day to go back and forth. How can the rest of the day find out the source? And there is a fog forest, there are no return. Whether Luli can live is a problem. Steve, I finally asked you again, are you serious? It's likely that you can't get out after entering the fog forest. Mulin asked. Of course. But I also have a request, I hope the head of the team can agree to me. Oh? What conditions? Listen. As long as you can complete the task, everything is good. With Mulin's first willingness, Luli was relieved. After this operation, I want to be promoted to become the Golden Knight. When he heard Luli's request, Mulin nodded. It is also reasonable to complete such an important thing, to give a Golden Knight. Then what else do you want? No. Mulin heard the words. He was going to listen to Luli's lion, but he did not expect such an answer. Is a Golden Knight's title, is it really worth so desperately? The fantasy sword suddenly spoke. Mulin, I think this kid is 80% of them want to play. Maybe it's just doing it, and I haven't intended to enter the fog forest at all. As soon as this statement came out, Luli immediately refuted on the spot. Magic sword, you are also an older, you are so irresponsible. If you think I am gangling, you can take a trip with me to see if I am lied to you. Luli's words. Okay. This is what you said. The fantasy sword is not angry. What he wants is Luli. Being able to witness Luli went to death by himself, it can be regarded as revenge for Reinhardt. The two filmed on the spot and settled the matter. Mulin didn't say much, so he had to let everyone go. Before leaving, the magic sword had a deep look at Luli. Luli didn't take it for granted. Enter the fog forest? It is really dangerous for others, but it is not the case for Luli. When he was missing materials before, he ran to the fog forest. The fog forest is like Luli's backyard. When the crowd left, Luli returned to the appearance of Dang Erlang again. After all, there were so many people just now, he still had to give Mulin's face. Steve, do you really think about it? Mulin is still a little uneasy. Old Mu, let's put 100 hearts. I will definitely be fine. By the way, I almost forgot to the right thing. Luli suddenly remembered the purpose of this trip. What? Do you have other things? Mulin asked, curiously. Luli told him his mother's affairs. After listening, Mulin's face was incredible. You mean, your mother has amnesia? Yes. It should be like this. She doesn't know me anymore, but I still remember my father and kept asking me to take her to see state. Luli said. Stin's affairs. Have you already known? Mu Lin froze and asked. I only know that Stin is my father, and it seems that he is also the Knights of the Wanqing. Luli answered truthfully. Hey, this is the end, and you should let you know your father's affairs. Mu Lin sighed and looked a little lonely. Old Mu, my father, is it great? Although Luli is a crossing person, the blood veins are connected. As soon as he heard the news about Stin, he could not help but be nervous. Your father, can't say it is very powerful. Hearing Mu Lin's words, Luli was slightly disappointed. It should be said to be very powerful. Damn. Don't speak, you can breathe. If it wasn't for Luli's beating Mu Lin. He almost wanted to hit people. Your father, Stin, was also one of my apprentices. At that time, your father was talented, and it didn't take long to join the Cavaliers to the Golden Knight. When your father was 18 years old, he had already entered the threshold of the titled knight half his feet. At that time, no one was around. Even the king praised him. Having said that, Mu Lin's face glowed and proud. Then, what about later? Luli heard the trend and asked, quickly. Later, he accompanied the prince, that is, the current His Royal Highness, entered the fog forest. Before going, I also specifically told him to be careful. But when I came back, there were only a few princes and his guards left. It is said that they met a powerful monster on the road. Your father stopped the monster, which allowed His Royal Highness to escape. And he himself, but never appeared again. Having said that, Mu Lin's face was full of grief, and his voice trembled. After Luli listened, he froze for a long time. It turns out that his father is such a person. He finally understood why he couldn't eat in the family, but he could go to Wanqing Elite College to study and go to school. Why did he cause so much trouble? Mu Lin also took care of himself. It turns out, these are because of the father. The deceased has gone, Steve, don't be too sad. Seeing this, the head of the group comforted. No, old Mu, I have a feeling, my father may not die yet. Hearing Luli's words, Mu Lin was stunned. I thought so before, but this has been more than 10 years, and your father has no news at all. In the end, Mu Lin and NBP couldn't help sighing. Stin was once his most proud student and has a future. At that time, Mu Lin had prepared for the position of the Cavaliers group to Stin. It may have thought that a rising star would die halfway. In Aya and Wu, Mu Lin has always observed Steve's growth secretly. Steven can't return, his teacher must take care of his offspring. Originally, Wanqing Elite College did not allow non-aristocratic civilian students to enter. However, the big king who desperately rescued the rescue of Stins had become the king of the kingdom of the block. As soon as the king spoke, it directly broke this rule. In order to take care of Steve, Mu Lin was even anonymous at the expense of his surname and nestled in the elite college. Now, watching Steve's step-by-step growth, Mu Lin's heart is relieved. At the beginning, he felt that Steve and his father were very similar. But after getting along for a while, Mu Lin realized that he was wrong. Steve is Steve. He lives willful and free, and the maturity and stability of Stin is obviously not a type. Moreover, I have to mention that Steve's potential seems to be much better than his father Stowe. At the age of 18, Stin almost touched the threshold of the title knight. This talent, looking at the entire block kingdom at the time, was the first of no doubt. But Steve is not yet 17, and the achievements have been compared to shitty Diwan. Is this the blue and blue than blue? Old Mu, I am here this time. Actually, I want to find you to help me. Luli suddenly thought of the purpose of this trip and quickly said. What? And there is something you can't do? Mu Lin asked, curiously. My mother has amnesia, and I don't want to stimulate her anymore. So I want to ask you to help me explain to my mother, and say that my father went out to perform the task. Luli said his request. This is not good. Mu Lin hesitated. Old Mu. I beg you. As long as you are willing to help, I will listen to you in the future. Luli said that he was about to kneel, and he had been out for his mother. Hey. Hey. Get up. How big is it? As for this. Mu Lin quickly helped Luli. Actually, I still have a better way, that is, you need to be Rond with you, are you willing? Will. Luli heard the words, and nodded quickly. It is easy to have problems such a thing, to hide the sea. The so-called blocking is worse than sparse. I think you can let Sidvin talk to her in person. Old Mu, are you always confused? How could my father appear here? Luli questioned. Of course I know that Stin is not here, but your kid is not still like this. Mu Lin glared at Luli angrily. What do you mean? Luli was a little confused by Mu Lin. Your kid is almost exactly the same as your father. If you change a little bit, don't you become Stin? Mu Lin smiled deeply. Ah? Do you want me to pretend to be my father? No. If I was discovered by my mother, how can I end? After Luli heard this suggestion, he waved his hand directly back. What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? I will cover you, it's definitely okay. Mu Lin patted her chest to guarantee. Really? Don't you me? As soon as Luli heard it, it was a little shaken. Am I the kind of person? Are you looking down on me? Mu Lin's attitude is very tough. Okay, do what you said. Finally, Luli chose to compromise. Mu Lin returned to his room. He walked next to the armor shelf in the corner and began to choose. In the end, Mu Lin chose a set of equipment and handed it to Luli. Take it up, this is the equipment you used by your father that year. Luli carefully took the equipment and started wearing them one by one. Although this is just a set of iron, it feels extraordinarily at ease. This is the sword used by your father that year, and you brought it with a cloak. Luli held a long sword, wearing iron sleeves and cloaks. Putting on the full set of equipment, it looks prestigious at this moment. Mu Lin was watching. My mother, your appearance looks like Sid Ivan than Sidi. This is like Stin's participation in the state imitation competition, and the result is only the second place as the second place. I originally had only 50% of the chances to make you confuse, but now it seems that it can increase to 90%. Mu Lin said with a smile. In the next half day, Mu Lin has been teaching Luli to imitate Stin's movement, tone, and expression. Luli's school was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to master the essentials. Luli walked 2 laps in front of Mulin, and Mu Lin suddenly a little stunned. He seemed to see Stin's life. Surely imitated Stin, which cannot be said to be similar, but can only be said to be exactly the same. Go, it's almost, let's go back and see your mother. Mu Lin said. More than 10 minutes later, the two came to the door of the Earl Manor. The housekeeper Link looked at the land, and he was a little embarrassed. Mr. Steve, is it you? Link asked uncertainty. Luli hurriedly looked at Link, whispered. Hush, don't say. Just put me in. Although he was a little confused, Link was done according to the meaning of landing. As soon as Luli and Mulin walked to the door of the estate castle, they met his mother, Tiki. Stin. Dear. You finally come back. Tiki ran over and said. For a while, Luli was not afraid of it. He didn't know what to do if he encountered such a thing. Tiki suddenly rushed into the arms of Stinwin, and Luli's hand was nervous and didn't know where to put it. Tiki, I came back this time to say goodbye to you. Luli said hard. Farewell? Why? You just went home, why are you going? Tiki's expression was a bit lost. Luli didn't know how to answer it for a while. He set his sights on Mulin, who was watching the show, and wanted to ask him for help. Ms. Tiki, we are a collective operation of the Cavaliers this time, and we may have to leave for a while. Stin said he couldn't rest assured you, so let me take him to you. Hearing Mulin said so, Tiki knew that the time to leave must not be short. The head of the Cavaliers came forward, and she would never force her husband to stay. Tiki, I will come back as soon as possible. Don't worry, just wait for me at home. That's Steve, my cousin, just find him if you have anything. Mulin on the side heard this sentence, his expression was a little weird. This kid will take advantage of it too. It turned out to be a younger brother from his son all at once. But this is the helpless move of Luli. He can't always pretend to be Stan, and there must be a statement. Tiki nodded, and the tears flashed in her eyes. Okay, it's not too early, we should also be on. Mulin urged. Luli quietly gave him a thumbs up. Beautiful. After performing again, Luli was afraid that he would show his stuffing and had to leave quickly. My dear, you go, don't worry about me, I will miss you. Tiki and Sto hugged it. Luli thought that his father might be gone, so he couldn't help but feel sour. He patted his mother gently, whispered, Tiki, you wait for me, I will definitely come back. After that, Luli turned and left. Tiki watched the two of them away, and she had already burst into tears. It wasn't until left the manor that Luli took a breath. Damn. I scared me. This is much more horrible than playing monsters. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Precursing his own father, this is not something that ordinary people can do. If you can always wear this body, look more pleasing. Mulin couldn't help feeling. Old Mu. What do you mean? Do I hate it in normal times? Luli heard something in his words. Do you don't have some bee in your heart? Usually provoked so many people, and in the end, I do and have to wipe you your ass. Mulin said angrily. Since Luli joined the Cavaliers, someone has come to sue for 3 days and 2 days. He regretted Luli into the Cavaliers. Those people are looking for themselves. If they don't come to mess with me, I won't go to their troubles. Luli was indifferent. Okay, I will help, should you always go to the business? Mulin listened to his head and said quickly. Hey! Don't go to the fog forest. How simple. You wait. I must bring you a good news back. For Luli, the fog forest is no different from his backyard. Your little boy doesn't care. Your father is already planted in it. If you want to happen again, what should your mother do? Mulin reminded. I know. I know. I'm leaving first. Wait for my good news. Luli was too lazy to listen to Mulin, and trot all the way back to the manor. He replaced the equipment and lines on his body and carefully put it up. These are all his father's things, which is of great significance. Luli returned to the estate castle. Tiki is still in a daze. When she heard the footsteps, she thought it was Stin's back. But if you look closely, find that it was Steve, and Tiki was a little disappointed. What's wrong? Why not stand here? Luli was asking about it, but Tiki did not know that Steve in front of him and the previous state were actually alone. She sighed and told Luli about Stin's affairs. Olympic. You said my cousin. I met him when I went out. By the way, he also asked me to bring you something, saying that it was hurried before, forgot to give you. Tiki heard the words, his eyes were full of expectations. Speaking, Luli gave his father's cloak to his mother. In addition, there is a bunch of amethyst pendants. This was made by Luli before looking for someone, just by taking this opportunity to give it to his mother. Oh my god. So beautiful gem. Tiki covered her mouth, her eyes were full of surprises. She took the necklace carefully and looked at her in her hand, and she looked like she couldn't help it. Seeing his mother so much, Luli felt a lot in his heart. This string of necklaces and cloaks, and the words he left before leaving, are hope. As long as there is hope, the mother can live happily. This is enough. Maybe, one day, the father really returned? After sending his mother back to the room, Luli finally relieved. The mother's affairs were solved, but there were still a lot of things waiting for him to do. The crisis of the Twilight Forest has not been resolved, and mutant zombies have begun to ravage again. Sometimes, Luli really wants to be an ordinary person. The more you know, the greater your ability, the greater the responsibility you need. He finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Luli first returned to the Twilight Forest and met Tim. Thank you so much. My hand is back safely. As soon as he saw Luli, Tim started to thank him. One small thing, don't take it to your heart. By the way, have there any movements in the Titan recently? Not for the time being. Tim answered truthfully. Strange, didn't the nine-headed snake bother with him? Can't you rush yet? Luli said to himself. What's wrong? What happened to something recent? It's okay, you go back first. If you have any movement, come to me at any time. If I am not there, you will go to my castle, and someone will respond to you. After Luli explained the matter, he hurriedly left Twilight. Before setting to the fog forest, he called Link. Luli patted Link's shoulder and said, Recently, I always feel uneasy. I always feel that there is a big deal. The mutant zombies on the border began to appear again. You have time to go to the Star Trading Bank, buy more food and materials, and report to my name directly. They know what to do. I have something to do recently. If you want to go out, the manor will rely on you. By the way, if there was a strange guy who came to me and told him that I went out and let him be here. Okay, I know. Link nodded. After Luli ordered, he left the manor riding to hay. 10 minutes later, he reached the door of the night headquarters. Mu Lin had been waiting at the door with a group of people. The Title Knight's fantasy sword was standing indifferently in the crowd. Okay, since Steve has arrived, let's go. The magic sword said to everyone. He formed a team of people. Said to escort Luli, in fact, I am afraid of Luli to play fraud. He had to see Luli enter the Twilight Forest with his own eyes. Reinhardt's hatred must be reported. If Luli can be resolved this time, it will not be better. How can Luli understand his careful thought? Watching it without saying break. Isn't it just entering the fog forest? Then I will satisfy you. You think I will die, then I want to fight your face alive. The title of the Golden Knight, he made up. Luli rode Dahe, a horse first, and walked at the forefront of the team. Behind the Title Knight fantasy sword and many knights who look at Luli. The group entered the transmission array. After a few seconds, it appeared at the teleportation point of the border. Luli chose to enter the fog forest from Carlo Village. I haven't seen it for a few days, and Carlo Village has long been empty. The threat of mutant zombies is too great, and the people in the village have moved to a safe place behind. Lulio walked on the countryside of Carlo Village. There was a whistle in his mouth. Just pretend. See if you can laugh, you can laugh. The magic sword said coldly. He thought Luli was just pretending to be calm, and he must be panicked. As long as he sees him into the fog forest, the task of this trip is completed. More than 10 minutes later, the group finally passed through the village and came to the entrance of the mist forest. Steve, there is a fog forest in front. If you regret it now, it will be too late. No one jokes you. Magic Sword sarcastically said. There is a fantasy sword predecessor worried, but I will not regret it. Luli said with a smile. Everyone stopped outside the fog forest. Luli Lian said that he was too lazy to fight with them and went straight in. The fantasy sword originally wanted to squeeze Luli. At first glance, Luli had disappeared. He couldn't help but stun. This guy rushed to death. After Luli entered the fog forest, he felt that the whole person was much easier. For him, this is the real place of freedom. I haven't been back for a long time, I miss it. Black Dragon also woke up. He was trapped in the fog forest for so many years, and his feelings here were very complicated. Huh? What a powerful energy fluctuation. Black Dragon released a little bit of thought, and he noticed that there was a trace. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Luli asked. Southeast, with energy fluctuations, it may be what you want to find. Black Dragon said after accurate direction. Dahe, let's go. We have to hurry up. Luli nodded and patted Dark. Dahengsis whispered, and then began to run madly in the forest. After galloping in the direction of Black Dragon for more than 10 minutes, Luli still failed to find any abnormalities. Shouldn't you feel wrong? Luli asked. It shouldn't, the sense of our deity of our dragon tribe is unique. Black Dragon said seriously. Then why didn't I see a ghost? The position I feel is here, since there is no on the ground. You mean, in the ground? Luli suddenly woke up. Big hey, wait for me here. I'll go down. After Luli placed Dahe in a safe place, then he began to view underground. He took out the shovel and started dug down layer by layer. I have been dug down for dozens of layers, and Luli didn't find any discovery. Go down, but go to the base rock layer. Let's go down. Black Dragon said. Finally believe you once. Luli dug a few grids. Suddenly, there was a footsteps below. Luli quickly closed. Otherwise it will be exposed. After waiting for a few minutes, the sound of footsteps gradually drifted away. Until then, Luli dared to dig out the square at his feet to check the situation. I don't know, Luli actually has a spacious artificial passage below. At the end of the mineral channel, there are adjacent lower boundary ports. A bit roughly, there are at least dozens of teleportation doors here. Luli fell into the passage from above, and he found a hidden corner. It didn't take long for the lower boundary portal to make a strange sound. Someone sent it from the lower realm. Listening to the sound, it seems more than one person. Luli carefully leaned out, looked out, and frightened a cold sweat. More than a dozen cedar portal, more than a dozen columns of mutant zombies were neatly and orderly. Their movements are neat, and they look like they have been trained. Preliminary estimates that this wave has at least transmitted hundreds of mutant zombies. Hurry up. Following it, if you are seen by the dead cavaliers, don't think about it. A zombie pig rushed over from a distance and began to command mutant zombies to move forward. Dead Knight. Luli, who was hiding in the dark, heard the name, almost screamed. Fortunately, he quickly covered his mouth without exposing. I did not expect to hear news about the Nadron Knight here. Nadron Knight is Iceman. The appearance of the Nadonic Knight is no different from ordinary skeletons, but he is different from ordinary skeleton monsters. He has a pair of blood-red eyes, and his right hand is made of steel. The Nadonic Knight has a strong lava and the power of withering. He holds a huge lava sword. This sword has a very powerful lava power and is very powerful. It is said that he can split all the squares except the base rock. Lu Liben thought that the Dead Knight was just a legendary character, but he did not expect that he had been encountered by him. This makes Luli feel a little trend. I don't know if he can fight against the dead cavaliers with his current power. Who is the necromancer? Why are you so excited? Seeing Luli's look, the black dragon asked a little bit. The Dead Knight is, forget it, you don't understand to tell you, it's just a very powerful guy anyway. When the zombie pigs and the mutant zombies both walked away, Luli came out of the corner. Before he came to the portal of the lower bound, do you want to go in? Black Dragon asked. Luli nodded, and quickly shook his head. I want to go in, but it's not the time now. Now, he has been able to determine one thing. Muting zombies were made from high. The recent mutation zombies should be out of these transmitted doors. As for more details, you need to wait for him to enter the lower boundary to check. If Luli broken now, it is likely to fall into the surround of the enemy. It must be prepared to act. Let's go, and take a look. Luli walked towards the end of the passage along the passage. About hundreds of meters, a huge underground square appeared ahead. In the center of the square, a giant stone statue of Hi is established. Luli suddenly was a little stunned. How does the arrangement here look so similar to the idol in the underground of the Cavaliers? One worship Hi, one is worshipped Th. This is really unexpected. Looking at it, in the square, all the dense zombies were dense, and the Luli scalp was numb. If so many mutant zombies are dispatched together, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is the first time that Luli came to this world and felt the advent of crisis. Before the idol, there is a high stage. The zombie pigs stood in a row and looked solemnly, as if they were waiting for anyone. Suddenly, there was a footsteps in the passage, behind Luli. Luli quickly hid behind a stone. A figure slowly walked out of the passage, and the audience suddenly burst into cheers. Get welcoming the dead Cavaliers. The zombie pigs shouted in unison. The dead Cavaliers really comes? Luli quietly revealed half of his head and looked at the situation on the field. I saw that a tall black humanoid creature passed through the mutant zombie group. There is a unique giant sword behind him. Blade of lava. Luli immediately recognized the giant sword. This is the signature weapon of the dead Cavaliers, which is huge. It is said that it can be cut off anything except the rock. With this lava blade alone, Luli can determine the identity of the comer. Needless to say, this is definitely the legendary necromancer. The necromancer stepped onto the platform, and the zombie pigs consciously separated on both sides. Everyone must have heard of my name, I will not introduce myself anymore. What about me, like simple and rude? I will focus everyone here today, and there is no other meaning. I hope everyone can work hard to complete the task of adult Hi as soon as possible. When it comes to Hi, all monsters are nervous. Hi is the general existence of God in their hearts. It is Hi that they can live in this world. Lord Hi values this operation very much, so send me come. The actions of the invasion of the Kingdom of the Block are related to the big plan of Lord Hi. Never leak. Have you all heard it clearly? As soon as the words of the Dead Knight fell, the monsters yelled in unison. Okay. Very energetic. Nadon nodded with satisfaction. As long as you complete this task, you can join the Immortal Legion. Strive for eternal life. Hurry, my name. Hi. The dead Cavaliers said loudly. The zombie pigs in the audience shouted, Hi. Hi. This scene was too passionate, and Luli, who was hiding in the dark, almost shouted. He couldn't help but have an idea. Can I join Hi's hands and become the one of the Immortal Legion? Soon, he was dispelled by him. Not to mention whether the high side will accept himself. The mother Tiki was almost killed by the other party. If it wasn't for Luli's desperate treatment, I am afraid it would be unable to return to the sky. Just this, Luli is destined to stand on the opposite side of Hi. But this is also good. If you can fight positively, even if you die, Luli will die without regret. The first king of the kingdom of block is Th. Luli is now standing on the kingdom of the block, it means standing Th side. Now that Th is gone, then Luli will come up. One day, he will let everyone remember his name. After the excitement was over, Lu left and thought about the countermeasures. When listening to the death of the spiritual knight, they seemed to launch an offense in the recent kingdom of the opponent, and the scale seemed not to be small. This is undoubtedly a heavy news. Although there are thousands of mutant zombies at the scene, who dares to guarantee that there will be no other? Luli made up his mind and quietly slipped back to the end of the passage. Now that the dead knights have come out, there should be no one on the other side? Luli intends to go in and take a look. If the situation is wrong, he will leave quickly. Enter the portal. A few seconds later, the scenery in front of me suddenly changed. The portal is facing a lower bastion. On both sides of the portal, there are several zombie pigs responsible for guarding. However, they are absent-minded. Not even Luli arrived. Luli was shocked and quickly retreated. The portal fluctuated again, and Luli returned the channel directly. Someone in the lower boundary, it would definitely die miserable. Still wait until the next time you come again. As soon as Luli disappeared, a zombie pigman turned to check. When they saw the fluctuations on the portal, their faces suddenly changed. No, someone must have been here just now. Several pig people entered the portal and came to the main world. After they came over, they didn't find strangeness. Feeling the fluctuations of the teleportation array, the dead cavaliers rushed back. How many of you don't take care of the entrance well? Why come here? The Nadonic knight asked a little unpleasantly. Master Dead Cavaliers. What strange person has been here just now? No. I have been staring here just now, and I didn't find any abnormalities. Nadtau Knight replied. Since there is no, it may be how much we worry about. Say. Several zombie pigs communicated with each other, and then entered the portal. A group of rice buckets. The dead knight snorted and turned away from the passage. Luli hid in the corner position. That's just now, but I was frightened if you are found to be overheard, I am afraid that it will be torn in half by the dead knight. Luli didn't feel that he was now the opponent of the dead knight. Under the pressure of high last time, Luli couldn't even lift his head. It can be seen that the gap between Luli and them. Wait until the dead knight goes away, Luli returned to the previous mine road. Later we'll have a period. Dead cavaliers. Luli whispered. After speaking, start the cubes. A few minutes later, Lu Bing successfully returned to the ground. Dahe was bored in the woods. Seeing Luli appeared, Dahe ran over quickly. Luli turned over. Go. Big Black. It should not stay here for a long time. Big Black ordered, began to accelerate. Black Dragon has been exploring the movement around to prevent danger. Half an hour later, Luli walked out of the fog forest. From entering to the time, it took less than a long time. This speed is far beyond Luli's expectations. He thought it would take a few days. Seeing that time was early, Luli intends to take a Big Black back. It took a while last time it took it out. It's time to let Dahe go back and see his little wife. It happened that Luli also got Zhuer's sword to see if he could complete the commission of Zhuer. When I heard my wife go back, Dahe suddenly came. Carrying out of landing and madness all the way. That speed, just like Faye. U.P. Usually running slowly, when I heard my wife go back, I sold my life. Luli said angrily. Dahe suddenly jumped, and almost folded Luli on his back. It was hissing, indicating that he was innocent. Luli rode a Big Black, galloping all the way towards the grassland. After about half an hour, they came to the other side of the fog forest. Enter from here, you can reach the cracking land of the 4 restrices of the fog forest. Darkness screamed excitedly, and he pierced into the fog forest. Not long after walking in the mist forest, Machuan appeared one after another in front of it. These are all horses under the jurisdiction of Tianma. After Dahe became a skeleton horse before, the group of horses regarded Dahe as a new leader. As soon as he saw Dahe, Ma Kun began to his hissing, as if the news of the big black thief was conveyed. Soon, more and more horses came to meet Dark. They consciously lined up in 2 rows, leaving a road that can be worn in the middle. Seeing the arrival of Dahe, every horse lowered his head piously. "You are so prestigious now. I dare not ride you anymore," Luli said with a smile. "These horses will be Dahe as supreme leaders." Seeing Luli's human beings ride on Dahe, it was somewhat dissatisfied. But since Dahe doesn't care, they naturally don't stand up to find things. It didn't take long for Luli to see the huge cracking deep valley ahead. Although it has been here once, Luli is still shocking. The area of this deep valley is beyond his imagination. "I am afraid I can't keep up with half of the size here. If you want to go from here to the bottom, you can only go down from the cliff. But Big Black is not what it used to be. It jumped up and jumped directly from the cliff on the top." The other horses were frightened. "If you fall in such a high place, you will definitely fall to death." Luli was also startled by it. "You scared me. What, a cliff is okay?" Luli's reaction at this time is too late. He originally wanted to jump and use the sword to land on the ground. But as soon as he saw the river under the cliff, Luli immediately understood. Dahe is going to jump into the water and reduce the damage of falling. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Dahe fell into the water smoothly. It walked out of the water sheik and dumped the water on the body. The other horses watched Dahe. In this wave, Dahe is pretended to be installed. "You guy, I didn't learn anything else, I learned to compare," Luli said angrily. As soon as Dahe returned here, he felt confident instantly. Surrounded by many horses, it finally returned to the original cave. The horse was looking at Darkness with affection. Luli jumped down from the horse's back. "Go, make a warm with your wife." After speaking, Luli walked into the cave. Follow the stairs to the bottom. Luli returned to the island surrounded by magma. "When I came here last time, Luli didn't know anything. Come back this time, Luli has probably understood the situation here. Needless to say, it must be a masterpiece of door." After he left the Twilight Forest, he went to various places. This should be one of them. Luli walked to the knife-hanging platform and reached out again. Zhuer's prompt appears again. "It is estimated that many people have forgotten, send it again. Fortunately, you must have discovered the knife hanging on the platform I left. Introduce myself, my name is Zhuer, I am a sword forged. I forged a lot of powerful swords that I couldn't remember how much I couldn't remember. I hide these swords in various places and wait for the people to take it away. On the knife in front of you, there was a sword pulling a sword. I put it in a place called the Twilight Forest. If you can take the sword pulling the sword and put it back to the platform, you can get the remaining place where the sword is pulled out. Come on, adventurer, I believe you can." Luli recalled his experience in the Twilight Forest. Before he got a sword of Eamon, he had a prompt at that time. "It is false, let him find the true Eamon." But where does Luli know where the true Eamon is? Could it be that he wants to go back and take all the beasts single? Luli thought for a while, and finally decided to put the Li blade in his hand on the knife-hanging platform. "Blade of Li, devouring the fake Eamon, maybe you can know some news about the true Eamon." When Luli will put Blade of Li and put on the knife hanging on the platform, the knife hanging the table suddenly trembled. A virtual shadow floated out of the knife. It was an old white beard, just looking at the landing. "I rely on. See ghost." Luli took a few steps back. Young people, you misunderstood, I'm not a ghost. The old Whitebeard said. Not a ghost? What are you? My name is Jouer. What? You are Master Jouer? Luli was amazed. Yes, this is just my disability, so don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. Jouer said. Okay, then I believe you for the time being. Young people, where did you get a sword? Jouer looked at the blade of Lee, his eyes were full of joy. I picked it up. Luli said it is really right. He was really picked up by his sword, but it was only discovered from the ice cave under the underground of the college. Then, can you tell me, where did you pick up this sword? Jouer did not doubt and continued to ask. Luli didn't answer immediately, he was thinking about whether to believe the guy in front of him. In case he is a counterfeit, it is not good. Seeing that Luli didn't speak, Jouer smiled. You don't say I know, did you find it at the underground of Wangchun College? How do you know? Young people, you misunderstood, I'm not a ghost. The old Whitebeard said. Not a ghost? What are you? My name is Jouer. What? You are Master Jouer? Luli was amazed. Yes, this is just my disability, so don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. Jouer said. Okay, then I believe you for the time being. Young people, where did you get a sword? Jouer looked at the blade of Lee, his eyes were full of joy. I picked it up. Luli said it is really right. He was really picked up by his sword, but it was only discovered from the ice cave under the underground of the college. Then, can you tell me, where did you pick up this sword? Jouer did not doubt and continued to ask. Luli didn't answer immediately, he was thinking about whether to believe the guy in front of him. In case he is a counterfeit, it is not good. Seeing that Luli didn't speak, Jouer smiled. You don't say I know, did you find it at the underground of Wangchun College? How do you know? Hearing Jouer's words, Luli felt like he was on the thief boat. I have time to regret it now. I don't want to pull the sword. That's not okay. Since you choose to choose you, you have to accept it. Besides, are you really willing to return this sword to me? Jouer asked with a smile. Lu Rucky, stunned. Jouer said yes. Blade of Lee, after walking with him for so long, he was really reluctant. Forget it, let's recognize it. Anyway, there is enough burden on his shoulders, and this is not bad. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It was really not Luli wanted Versailles. This was how the script was written, and he couldn't help it. Okay, I promised this condition, but the revenge plan must be implemented after I have the ability, otherwise I will die if I go. Luli said. That's of course. Jouer nodded. I want to know one thing, is the swordsman's enemy strong? Luli asked. Can't say it is strong. Luli heard the words, relieved a little. That's good. That is, a sword can divide Rice City into two strengths. Luli almost didn't be scared to death by Jouer's words, one sword handle is divided into two. Les City is the kingdom of the block, covering a positive area. Aegean can make 1 point there into two, and you dare not shoot so close to science. He couldn't help but suspect Jouer's words. You old guy, shouldn't you be fooled me, how can there be such a fierce person? Luli asked. Forgot to tell you that the valley you are now is cut out by the man with a sword. Doerr's words were completely numb. He felt that the terrain of this valley was so steep, and it didn't look like it was formed naturally. It turned out to be artificial. He couldn't help but take a breath. The power of a master's sword is so horrible. I don't know when he can reach that height. It seems that the revenge is not needed for the time being. When Luli grew up so powerful, he didn't know that he was going to the year of the monkey. Old Master Joie, I have promised you a revenge. Do you have to tell me where the sword is really? Revenge, revenge, what does it have to do with the sword? Zhuer asked. Why doesn't it matter? The relationship is big. Let me analyze it. You see, you don't tell me the position of the sword, I can't complete your commission. I can't complete your entrustment, so I can't get other swords. Without other swords, my bladevly can't be upgraded. Bladevly, if you do not upgrade, my combat power cannot be improved. My combat effectiveness does not improve, I can't get revenge for the swordsman. Having said so much, have you understood it? After listening to Luli, Zhuer was a little confused. This ring is a rumor, and it is really fainting him. It seems, it really makes sense. Right. So you tell me where the sword is really pulling the sword. Luli looked forward to it. I think about it, it seems to be on the 9-headed snake. Zhuer thought a bit and gave clues. As soon as he heard the 9-headed snake, Luli's face changed and changed. Well, it's a 9-headed snake. Luli has the urge to scold people. Before he left the Twilight Forest, he had seen it with the 9-headed snake. Now, the 9-headed snake should have ran to find the boss of Titan. Isn't Luli going again? Thinking that there was a bunch of B to deal with later, Luli was desperate. After thinking about it for a while, Luli still decided to return to the Cavaliers first to explain the situation of mutant zombies. As for the Twilight Forest, it is not anxious for the time being. It is not too late to wait for Tim to report to the letter. Okay, so much to tell you, I can only help you here. I can only rely on yourself in the future. Hey! Old man. Where should I go to find you in the future? Luli asked quickly. Original world. Zhuer's figure disappeared, leaving only a name that Luli had never heard of. Original world. What kind of ghost place is this? Although a little confused, Luli still remembered this place. Maybe, I will know in the future. After the disappearance of Zhuer, Luli also left the cave. Dahe was sticking with the mother donkey, that is, Tianma, was sticking together. The scene could not bear to look straight. Luli walked out of the cave and came to the valley to scatter. He walked to the edge of the cliff and stroked the steep stone wall cut by the sword air. It is hard to imagine how powerful the enemies you will deal with in the future. Luli sent back to the skeleton brushing cage. He has not experienced experience for a long time, just to brush for a while he has time. When the sky was about to be dark, Luli returned to the valley. Dark Black has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Luli's back, it hurried up. Let's go back to Wangqing. Under the gaze of Ma Kun, Luli rode on Dahe and left the cracked valley. When Luli returned to the entrance of Carolo village with Dahe, there was a sound of a rumor in the forest. Luli controlled Dahe to stop. He looked back at the forest, and his pupils shrank. That tall giant zombie appears again. It was still standing with Luli for the first time, with a smile on his face, looking very weird. Luli and giant zombies looked at each other again. This time, Luli was no longer afraid. He even wanted to rush to fight with giant zombies. With his current strength, dealing with this monster should have a chance. Luli Gong wanted to act, and suddenly saw the giant zombie fist in his right hand, putting it on his chest. This scene directly shocked Luli. Putting fists on the chest is a movement that only when the knights are sworn, and most people do not know at all. Now, a giant zombie actually did this action against himself. How can Luli calm down? Could it be that giant zombie is not a monster? Is it alone? I still remember that the villagers said that after the mother entered the village, the mother was caught by a giant zombie. Presumably, it should be the one in front of you. Why do it grab the mother and why the mother can come back alive? These two things have been bothering Landing. Now think about it, Luli suddenly understands. Thinking of some possibility, Luli suddenly faster his heart. Fog Forest, member of the Cavaliers, and mother. In combination with these clues, the truth of the facts all pointed to a person. That's Steve's father. Wanching Cavaliers, once the most dazzling genius knight, Stin. Father. Luli suddenly burst into tears. He jumped off his horse and ran towards the forest. The story is almost the same, and it is ready to enter the book of the book. Everyone remember to give a praise, otherwise the results of the book affect the book. Guecho. Intersection. Luli desperately ran towards the forest. He wanted to ask his father where he had gone for so many years. Why is it now? However, I haven't waited for him to run far. The giant zombie turned and ran away. No matter how Luli shouted, none of the giant zombies turned back. Luli saw that he seemed to escape himself. Father, why do you go? It's just a zombie, maybe I can save you. He can cure his mother, maybe he can cure his father. Luli stopped, and some decadent half kneeled to the ground. Dahay came over from the rear and stunned Luli with his head. Don't be too sad, maybe your father has other reasons, so you can't see you now. Black Dragon also consoled. Luli heard the words, nodded gently. I hope. At this moment, Luli suddenly felt that he was too weak. From the perspective of others, he is Steve, who has repeatedly decayed into magic. But in fact, Luli is nothing in front of the real strong. In the city of Les alone, there are estimates that there are many strong existences than him. Although Mulin didn't say it, Luli could feel it. On the bright side, the Cavaliers are the largest official forces in Les. But in fact, there are still many forces that can't be exposed to. For example, hundreds of sitting knights sitting under the idol square. There must be a large number of strong men lurking in the palace. The usual little troubles are not enough to let them shot. Black Dragon, do you remember who had sealed you at the beginning? Luli suddenly thought of the Black Dragon's encounter. Earlier, he was sealed by several powerful knights in the Fog Forest. I don't remember, but you have some impression of you. You seemed to be just a young man at that time, follow the several strong men. Black Dragon recalled. Luli heard that he was surprised. It turned out that Mulin also participated in the incident of sealing the Black Dragon. He is the first person in the Kingdom of the Block. How powerful is the people who are with him that year? Although the strength of those guys is very strong, I want to deal with me, it is still not enough. Black Dragon suddenly said. Ah? What do you mean, they are not your opponent, how can they seal you? Luli heard the words and asked, quickly. Hey, in fact, I have never told you one thing. I used to feel too early, but now it seems that it is. The Black Dragon tone was a little dignified. What's up? This kingdom you are located is actually just the corner of the iceberg on the continent of this block, it's nothing at all. Block continent, the corner of the iceberg. Hearing the first sentence of Black Dragon, Luli was dumbfounded. The amount of information was a bit large for a while, and his brain was a bit confusing. What you mean is that, in addition to the Kingdom of Blocks, this continent has other countries? Yes. And more than one. Countries that are strong than the Kingdom of Blocks abound. Luli's face became serious. He always thought that there was no other place except for the Kingdom of the Block and the Fog Forest. It now appears that it is a bit naive. Then, why have I never seen people from other countries? Luli raised his question. Because the Fog Forest stopped those people outside, they couldn't get in. And NBP, you think the Fog Forest is a dangerous place, but in fact, it is a natural barrier to protect you. The white mist of the Fog Forest will not only make people lose inside, but also greatly reduce the strength of the people entering it. The Black Dragon explained. Is there such a thing? Why never feel it? Luli couldn't help scratching his head. Nonsense, it's not because your strength is too weak. Black Dragon said angrily. Well, I'm really weak. The words of Black Dragon are not false. Luli is not in front of the real master, but the fart is not. No. Didn't you say that the fog forest would make people lose, so how did you get in? Luli asked, curiously. I came from the teleportation array. And there are teleportation arrays? Luli was shocked again. That's a very old teleportation array. If you want to activate it, you need a precious material, called emerald. With it, you can transmit it. And every time the transmission array is started, an emerald is required. I found a circle on the entire continent before I found an emerald. I imagine how precious this thing is. Before the Black Dragon finished, Luli took out something from his backpack. What you said, is that? Luli asked the emerald in his hand. The Black Dragon, suddenly silent. After a long time, it opened. Your kid is really not revealed, there are such valuable things. Is this very valuable? I still have a lot here. Speaking, Luli took out all the emerald in his backpack. Among them, there is a conspicuous emerald. Let me go, where do you get these things? The Black Dragon's stutter almost couldn't speak anymore. These things were obtained when I was adventurous. You have always been lazy, don't pay attention to my movement, but please ask. The emerald is in the treasure chest of the desert temple, and there are villagers in the hands of the villagers. Why is it rare? Well, then you have so many emeralds, how do you plan to use? Could it be that you want to send it away from the teleportation array? Black Dragon asked. I have this plan, but it's not the time now, let's talk about it later. Luli thought for a while and said. After a brief conversation, Luli stepped on the road of Hui Rice again. He was going back to tell Mulin that his father might not die. I don't know what he will look like. All the way, Luli finally returned to Les City. As soon as he came out of the teleportation array, Luli went straight to the Cavalier's headquarters. At this time, it was already late at night. Luli was not sure that Mulin was still there, but he still ran over. Fortunately, Mulin still handled business in his house. Loving the way, Luli saw the light in Mulin's house. He took 3 steps and rushed in directly. He kicked the door with 1 foot. With a bang, the door was kicked away by him. Mulin was startled, and he was a little surprised when he saw Luli. Steve? Why did you come back so soon? Luli went straight to his table and slapped on the table with a slap. Old Moo. I have a good news to tell you. What news is shocked? My father Stin is still alive. Mulin heard the words, his expression was a little dull. What did you say? Mulin thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. My father is still alive. I saw him. Luli told Mulin at the scene of the village entrance of Carlo. After listening, Mulin stunned for a long time. This is the case. Why didn't I think early? Mulin covered his head a little annoyed, his students have become monsters and have been alive. His so-called Block Kingdom first person knows nothing. He is an incompetent teacher. Old Moo, don't blame yourself, at least now knowing that my father is still alive, isn't this a good thing? My mother becomes a monster, and I can save her back. Maybe I can make my father look back. Luli comforted Mulin. Hearing Luli's words, Mulin slightly cheered up. Since the position of the Cavalier's regiment, he hasn't been so true for a long time. Steve, you are right, your father will definitely be fine. After that, I will accompany you to find him. After Mulin was about to move, he was pressed by Luli. Old Moo, I know your heart, but now it's not a time to entangle private problems. I have an important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. What? Mulin heard the words, and his expression was solemn. What happened? But Steve temporarily let go of his father. I found the source of mutant zombies. What did you say? Mu Lin thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. My father is still alive. I saw him. Luli told Mu Lin at the scene of the village entrance of Carlo. After listening, Mu Lin stunned for a long time. This is the case. Why didn't I think early? Mu Lin covered his head a little annoyed. His students have become monsters and have been alive. His so-called block kingdom first person knows nothing. He is an incompetent teacher. Old Mu, don't blame yourself, at least now knowing that my father is still alive, isn't this a good thing? My mother becomes a monster, and I can save her back. Maybe I can make my father look back. Luli comforted Mu Lin. Hearing Luli's words, Mu Lin slightly cheered up. Since the position of the Cavaliers Regiment, he hasn't been so true for a long time. Steve, you are right, your father will definitely be fine. After that, I will accompany you to find him. After Mu Lin was about to move, he was pressed by Luli. Old Mu, I know your heart, but now it's not a time to entangle private problems. I have an important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. What? Mu Lin heard the words, and his expression was solemn. What happened? But Steve temporarily let go of his father. I found the source of mutant zombies. What do you say? What? Mu Lin thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. My father is still alive. I saw him. Luli told Mu Lin at the scene of the village entrance of Carlo. After listening, Mu Lin stunned for a long time. This is the case. Why didn't I think early? Mu Lin covered his head a little annoyed. His students have become monsters and have been alive. His so-called block kingdom first person knows nothing. He is an incompetent teacher. Old Mu, don't blame yourself, at least now knowing that my father is still alive, isn't this a good thing? My mother becomes a monster, and I can save her back. Maybe I can make my father look back. Luli comforted Mu Lin. Hearing Luli's words, Mu Lin slightly cheered up. Since the position of the Cavaliers Regiment, he hasn't been so true for a long time. Steve, you are right, your father will definitely be fine. After that, I will accompany you to find him. After Mu Lin was about to move, he was pressed by Luli. Old Mu, I know your heart, but now it's not a time to entangle private problems. I have an important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. What? Mu Lin heard the words, and his expression was solemn. What happened? But Steve temporarily let go of his father. I found the source of mutant zombies. What do you say? What? Mu Lin thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. My father is still alive. I saw him. Luli told Mu Lin at the scene of the village entrance of Carlo. After listening, Mu Lin stunned for a long time. This is the case. Why didn't I think early? Mu Lin covered his head a little annoyed. His students have become monsters and have been alive. His so-called block kingdom first person knows nothing. He is an incompetent teacher. Old Mu, don't blame yourself, at least now knowing that my father is still alive, isn't this a good thing? My mother becomes a monster, and I can save her back. Maybe I can make my father look back. Luli comforted Mu Lin. Hearing Luli's words, Mu Lin slightly cheered up. Since the position of the Cavaliers Regiment, he hasn't been so true for a long time. Steve, you are right, your father will definitely be fine. After that, I will accompany you to find him. After Mu Lin was about to move, he was pressed by Luli. Old Mu, I know your heart, but now it's not a time to entangle private problems. I have an important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. What? Mu Lin heard the words, and his expression was solemn. What happened? But Steve temporarily let go of his father. I found the source of mutant zombies. What do you say, what? Mu Lin thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. My father is still alive. I saw him. Luli told Mu Lin at the scene of the village entrance of Carlo. After listening, Mu Lin stunned for a long time. This is the case. Why didn't I think early? Mu Lin covered his head a little annoyed. His students have become monsters and have been alive. His so-called block kingdom first person knows nothing. He is an incompetent teacher. Old Mu, don't blame yourself, at least now knowing that my father is still alive, isn't this a good thing? My mother becomes a monster, and I can save her back. Maybe I can make my father look back. Luli comforted Mu Lin. Hearing Luli's words, Mu Lin slightly cheered up. Since the position of the Cavaliers Regiment, he hasn't been so true for a long time. Steve, you are right, your father will definitely be fine. After that, I will accompany you to find him. After Mu Lin was about to move, he was pressed by Luli. Old Mu, I know your heart, but now it's not a time to entangle private problems. I have an important news to tell you. Luli said seriously. What? Mu Lin heard the words, and his expression was solemn. What happened? But Steve temporarily let go of his father. I found the source of mutant zombies. Chapter 158. The content is repeated, and the modification has been revised. Seeing the fantasy Sword 8, Luli was so comfortable. He rode on Dahe and returned to the manor all the way. As soon as he entered the door, Luli encountered the housekeeper Link. He was commanding people to carry big boxes. On the square in front of the castle, these boxes are almost filled with these boxes. Link! Luli shouted. Mr. Steve! You are back. Link heard Luli's voice and hurried over. What are you doing? Luli asked in doubt. Didn't you explain before you left? Let me go to the people who are looking for the stars trading. Can I buy materials? Link came to the square. Stop first, open the box. He ordered. Those who were busy carrying the box stopped and opened the box. After the box was opened, Luli took a closer look. All of them are food and refining materials needed by Lu Liquor. With so many materials, it is enough for Luli to make thousands of antidote. Do it well, put food and supplies in the warehouse, and the remaining materials are transported to the basement. Luli is still very satisfied with Link's efficiency. If it is not surprising, after a while, the prices of these things will be doubled. Not because Luli's stocks increased their prices, but because mutant zombies were about to start. Once the war with mutation zombies starts. At that time, the entire kingdom of blocks may be in panic. Luli returned to his room and wanted to see how his mother was now. As soon as I entered the door, I saw my mother sitting beside the bed, and the small gold coin was lying on the mother's leg. Luli couldn't help crying, and sent it to protect his mother himself. Unexpectedly, this little guy was lazy. Luli stood at the door and cleared his throat, and jumped up at the small gold coin, who was squinting his eyes. Steve, are you back? Your cousin, and he, are you back? Luli was very clear that the cousin in his mother's mouth was naturally Stin. Cousin may take a while to come back, so, wait again. Luli didn't know what to say, so he had to say a few words and confused. So. The expectation on Tiki's face became lost. She thought she could see her husband earlier. After confirming that his mother was safe, Luli came to the library above the castle. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard Ancha's voice from the library. Today's Hongshire theoretical class is set here. Next, let's practice the knowledge that I just learned. Seeing Anchi can now be able to take one's side, Luli is very relieved. When he gave redstone teaching to Anchi at the beginning, he was actually a little worried. Now it seems that those worrying is superfluous. After the class, Anchi was about to take the students out, and he heard an applause from the door. He looked at the gate and saw Lu Lizhang smile and walked in. Anchi, it's good. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong person at first. Thank you, Mr. Steve, you can have the tot, so I can have today. Anchi said modestly. When the library students saw Lu Li's arrival, they all stood up excitedly. In this manner, Steve is their faith and pursuit. Go, don't you say you want to practice, I'm okay now, just happen to be with you. Lu Li also wanted to see how Anchi's teaching level was. Anchi nodded, and the group went downstairs. They came to the backyard of the castle, where a garden was originally. Later, in order to teach Anchi, it has now been changed to an open space. Anchi prepared various materials for making redstone farm and sent it to every student. He divided everyone to the area, and then asked them to start building redstone farms. Anchi observed the progress of each student. Once a student encounters a problem when he builds, he will go up to help answer questions. These students are also very fast to build redstone farms, and they seem to have studied carefully. It didn't take long for the prototype of the redstone farm. For another time it is estimated that it will be completed. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. Anchi's teaching level did not say that he was relieved. He quietly left the scene. Anchi was too invested that Lu Li left at all. Lu Li came to the basement, and the materials needed for refining medicine here were already full. He stood in front of the pharmacy and was ready to start the medicine. There are 2,000 or 3,000 copies on his hand that can cure the antidote to be infected by mutant zombies. During the auction, no one was willing to buy it. Only Lu Li knows that his antidote is definitely useful. It's just that my mother has some exceptions. Lu Li didn't care about whether they bought them. When the mutant zombies are coming, they will buy it, and Lu Li will definitely not sell them. Lu Li kept himself in the basement and kept his medicine. As time, it was early the next morning. A bunch of materials just sent yesterday have been used by Lu Li for a half. Looking at the potion full of a backpack, Lu Li was very satisfied. Today, you should be able to use these things, and you should take a good fortune from the king. Before departing to the Cavalier's headquarters, Lu Li returned his own land. Although it has passed for a while, people who come to line up every morning are endless. The reputation of cocoa coffee has begun, and many nobles have come. Cocoa beans are also a kind of coffee beans, which can be made of coffee. Lu Li glanced at the intersection, and did not find the frequent guest of the Café Max has. Last time Lu Li guessed in the auction room, Mark House identity, maybe a duke. He wanted to come to him today, and want to ask him if he wants to buy some potions. After all, Mark Hugus helped himself once, and he was a friend. After looking for a circle, after Mikazas hadn't come, Lu Li left. There were almost no people in the morning. When Lu Li came to the horse, only one horse didn't see it. Presumably those knights were still sleeping. He entered Mu Lin's office, and found that no one was found in a place. No accident, he should come to the Cavaliers today. After waiting for about half an hour, Lu Li still didn't see Mu Lin's figure. He was really impatient and was ready to leave. As soon as Lu Li was together, he heard a hurry outside the door. Steve. You come here just. I'm just going to you. Mu Lin walked in quickly. When he saw Lu Li, he was about to pull out and walk out. Hey! What are you doing? Where are you going to take me? Lu Li asked quickly. His Royal Highness of the King wants to see you, hurry up with me. Don't talk nonsense. King? Lu Li was a little surprised that he did not expect that the king of the kingdom of the block would call him. It was because I found that the mutant zombie had to invade the block kingdom and wanted to ask myself. Or is the limelight in rice recently, so do you want to see yourself? Lu Li tried to dig a little useful news from Mu Lin's mouth, But the old man was very strict and refused to say anything. No way, Luli had to follow him on the road. Luli rode Dahe and came to the entrance of Wangqing with Mulin. Here is the distance from several neighborhoods. Today, the entrance to the kingdom of King Wang is Luli's old acquaintance, Hanji. At the door, the guards at the door kneeled halfway. The patrol captain of the palace knights, Hanji, welcomed the head of the cavaliers, the title of the knight. Although the Royal Palace Knights and Wangqing Knights are not the same organization, the title Knight Sword is the knight that everyone respects. In a sense, his existence, even the king of the kingdom, is supreme. Before Mulin spoke, Luli got up. Yo. Isn't this Captain Hanji? I haven't seen it for a few days, so pull it. You kneel like me so much, making me very embarrassed. Come on, a little heart, don't dislike it. Luli said while throwing out a few silver coins. Steve. It's you again. But here is the palace, you dare to make trouble here, then I'm going to do it. Hanji suddenly got up and said to Luli. Ha, I just joked with you, are you so excited? Luli laughed, and did not take Hanji's words at all. If Mulin was here, Hanji would almost run away. Mulin looked at Luli, a little helpless. Steve, almost got it, Her Majesty the King is still waiting for us. Don't delay time. As soon as this remark came out, Hanji couldn't hang on his face. He looked at the landlessness. Can such people go to see the king? Captain Hanji, do you want to stop me? Don't stop, I will go in. Luli revealed an extraordinating expression. Hanji couldn't help it, he could only say hardly, since it is His Majesty the King, please come in quickly. Hanji almost finished his teeth. Luli followed Mulin and went away, and his mouth still whistled leisurely, and Hanji was even more angry. He hurried towards Prince Alwyn's residence. At this time you can only ask Prince Alwyn to make Steve. Luli was the first time to enter the palace. After he thought the high wall of the palace, he would be a beautiful and rich building. But come in and see, but disappointed. The construction area of the palace is not small, just looking a bit simple. Many places are even built by round stones, giving people a cheap and dilapidated feeling. Luli's villas can kill the building here, casually. It seems that there are still no powerful architects in the kingdom of blocks. Luli followed Mulin, walked through the strict level of guarding, and finally came to a hall. Wait here first, don't run around. I'll ask the king. Don't run around. It's not the cavaliers. Mulin deliberately told. Luli nodded. He was not stupid. Since entering the somewhat dilapidated palace, the Black Dragon has been warning him. There is a strong man in the east, there are two on the west. After walking a few hundred square meters, the Black Dragon discovered the existence of a dozen strong men. It's all strong, so there are so many fierce people. You tell me how powerful they are. Luli was scared by him. Just pick one out of the inside, and you can hang the title Knight Fantasy Sword with one hand. Heilong thought about it and gave the answer. Ah? Is it so fierce? Luli was somewhat doubtful. Although the fantasy sword has a festival with himself, after all, he is also the top 5 or even the top 3 knights in the Cavaliers. When I arrived at the palace, I actually became a one-handed abuse. If the fantasy sword knows that he is inexplicably becoming a measurement unit, it is estimated that he will vomit blood. Do you think the kingdom of blocks is weak? Do you think you are invincible all day and cause trouble everywhere? If you really encounter a master, you will be too late to cry. Black Dragon warned. Okay, then I will be low-key in the future. The more strong, the more motivated, Luli. If you want to peck in a group of vegetable chicken, what else is it? When Luli was waiting for Mulin in place, a discordant voice passed from the rear. Are you Steve? Luli was a little curious. Is there anyone in this palace that people know him? He turned around and found that he was still an acquaintance. Prince Elwin. When Luli had traded at Tianqing before, he also hit the guy and almost didn't kill him. I did not expect to meet him here today. Why, do you know me? Elwin was also a little surprised. This is the first time he saw Luli. How did he recognize himself all at once? Luli suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He had seen Elwin, but it was only a shot when he disguised as a ghost. Steve should have never seen Elwin. I have seen your portrait before. Luli hurriedly found an excuse to confuse the past. Elwin did not doubt, and continued to say, Steve, do you know why I came to you today? I don't know, I'm not interested in knowing it. Pretend to be stupid, right? You broke my good thing in the transaction last time. This account has to be considered today. Elwin is cold. Sorry, I don't remember. Luli was too lazy to take care of this guy, and simply asked what he said. What is your relationship with Lia? Why do you help her? Elwin continued to ask. Have no idea. Luli continued to pretend to be stupid. Steve, Lia is my woman. You who are a kind of low-born guy who wants to snatch Lia from me, it's just a joke. Oliwen also said that he was free to listen to Luli. In the end, Luli's ears were almost cocoon. You're annoyed. How can you be like a fly? It's not over yet. You. Do you know who you are talking to? Elwin was angry. I care who you are noisy to me. Don't you want to listen to me? Well. I tell you. I like Lia. Lia is already my woman. Are you satisfied? Luli simply took out Lia to gas. Anyway, as long as she can help Lia get rid of Elwin, she should not mind her verbal saying Jean cheap. El's warmth trembled. When Luli mentioned Lia, he felt green on his head. You have a kind. Steve. Lia is my woman, you dare to get your fingers. I tell you, don't want to leave the palace today. Luli heard the words, and there was no panic on his face. His Royal Highness Elwin, isn't it a woman, are you so excited? If you really like me, then I will let you not. Hearing Luli's words, Elwin felt that he was humiliated. His Royal Highness Elwin, how could he accept a woman who had been played by Luli? What is the difference between that is the same? Steve. You bully too much. Here to me. Elwin took out the long sword around his waist and roared and rushed towards landing. Although he was not Luli's opponent, reason made him stunned. He didn't care so much. Anyway, many strong men in this palace protect him secretly. If Luli dares to hurt him, he will be jumped out by those people. Elwin is a fearless. As soon as Luli's hand was placed on the blade of Li, the black dragon began to warn him. Don't act lightly, it will cause trouble. Luli had to give up his weapon and turned his hands to fight with Elwin. Even if someone is looking for him, it can be said to be a legitimate defense. After all, Elwin was holding a weapon, and he was barefoot. Elwin's attack has almost no rules, which is a powerful chopping. He was a whole set of diamond equipment, and the sword in his hand was also a diamond sword. The damage is high, and the armor is still high. Luli couldn't break his defense at all. However, Elwin's swordsmanship was spanned. After a few minutes, he was not cut off. Luli hadn't started, Elwin was already tired. That's it? Just your swordsmanship, my grandma is here to cut it than you. Luli ruthlessly mocked. I heard it, where can I stand it? He shouted directly behind him. Come. Give me this guy. As soon as the words fell, Hanji rushed over with a line guard. They held long swords and shields, and quickly surrounded Lu around. Don't move. Hanji scolded loudly. Luli looked at Hanji with a smile. Hanji, which one do you sing again? Say less nonsense. Put your weapons, don't resist. I didn't hold a weapon, how can I put it down? Luli said with both hands, and said helplessly. Hanji froze for a moment, and then he noticed that Luli did not hold a weapon at all. He thought that Elwyn couldn't beat Luli, so he called himself and others to play. What do you say so much to him? Catch it directly. Elwyn urged. Luli frowned, and if the other party really had to do it, he would not bear it anymore. Before I didn't do it, I gave Mullin a face and didn't want him to embarrass him. Luli's hand has quietly held, bladively, waiting for only one opportunity. At this time a thick voice came from the distance. Stop. Luli followed his prestige, and saw a familiar figure. Mark Hugas. Luli was overjoyed. With Mark Hugas's help, he didn't need to do it today. He said that this guy might be a duke. Otherwise, how can it appear here? He hurried up. Brother. Such coincidence. Actually met you here. Luli walked over and said Mika's shoulder. Mark Hughes smiled. I'm afraid I won't come again, you will be caught away. The two were like old friends who had been seen for a long time, and they were very familiar. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially Prince Elwyn, his face was pale and his legs were softened. The other soldiers kneeled down together. Mark Hughes changed. Elwyn. Get it over. Before Luli understood what happened, he saw that Elwyn, who hadn't been able to have just walked over, came over. With a bang, Elwyn fell directly to Mark Hughes, and looked panic. Fuck. Brother, you are so fierce. Even this guy can cure it. Seeing this, he couldn't help raising his thumbs. Mullin's face standing behind Mark Hugas was weird. Doesn't this boy know who is standing in front of him? In the face of Mark Hugas, Elwyn did not even dare to lift his head. Then Hanji, who came back to God, realized the seriousness of the problem. He also kneeling quickly. See your majesty. Everyone shouted in unison. King. Your majesty. Luli was frightened for a moment. You are actually the king. He looked at Mark Hugas, his face was full of incredible. He couldn't think of Luli. The person who called his brother and brother was actually the most lofty king of the kingdom of the block. What? Are you surprised? Mark Hughes smiled even more. Luli quickly took 2 steps back, and he had to salute the same as others. Unexpectedly, Mark Hugas stepped forward to support him. Let's meet with a friend's relationship today, no need to salute, get up. Luli looked at Mark Hugas a little bit. The master of a country in the kingdom of the block actually called himself a friend. What kind of honor is this? Elwyn, who was kneeling on the ground, bit his teeth, his face was ugly. This guy who snatched his fiancée actually met with the king. Although he is also a prince, he is not born by Maxhas. Although there are many forces in the palace, there are many forces who secretly support him, but Mark Hugas has a great power. He does not abdicate, and Elwyn can only be a prince. Moreover, Mark Hugas himself has a son himself. Even if he is older in the future, the throne will still fall from his son. Elwyn can only run away. Leah and his marriage seem to be just an ordinary marriage. But the hidden mysteries behind the back. The power behind the Star Trading Bank is very large, which is enough to affect the inheritance of the next king. He just wants to have a relationship with the forces behind the Star Trading Bank through Leah. In this way, after he has enough strength, he can participate in the competition of the throne. Mika's son is still young, and he is not an opponent of Elwyn at all. At that time, he can just be on the throne of the king. This time, he was completely lost to Steve. However, he recognized One failure cannot explain anything. As long as he continues to forbearance, after the marriage with Leah, everything is his. At that time, he will definitely regret Mikaz and Steve. Mikaz and Luli talked for a while, and took the ins and outs of the matter. After listening, Mark Hugus suddenly said, "Steve, today is that Elwyn is not doing it right, don't go to your heart. Just give me a face." "It's okay, I'm not angry." Luli quickly waved his hand. Who knows, Mark Hugus's next sentence allows Luli to direct petrochemicals. "So, I'll be here for the beauty of adults. Since you and Miss Leah really love each other, then I will get married, so that you and Miss Leah can be right together. At that time I will go to you to testify." "It's..." "Steve, what do you think of this?" Hearing Mark Hugus's words, Luli was dumbfounded. "Ah. You want to marry me with Miss Leah? This is not suitable." He killed Luli, and he couldn't think of Mark Hugus who would say this. He just said a few words just for Elwyn just now, but did not expect that Mikaz was really serious. "Your Majesty." "Never." Elwyn hurried forward and knelt in front of Mark House. For Elwyn, the marriage with Leah is his only chance. No matter what, he can't give up. "I'm talking to Mr. Steve, what's going on?" Mark Juan said coldly. Elwyn was so frightened that she dared not say more. "Come. Bring me down Prince Elwyn. Let him go to the small black room and reflect on it. Without my permission, no one is allowed to let him come out." With an order, the soldiers rushed up, and Elwyn was about to leave. "No. Leah is mine. You can't destroy my marriage," Elwynian shouted. At this moment, a female voice came from behind. "His Majesty. Please let my brother go." Luli always felt that this voice had heard. When he turned his head, he saw an acquaintance. The girl who pleaded for Elwyn was Ailey, who had a relationship in the Wangqing Elite College. Ailey. Elwyn. Good guy, these two people are still a pair of siblings. This world is really small. Ailey, today is your brother's mistakes. If I don't give him a little punishment, I'm afraid my friends will have opinions. When Mark Hugus saw Ailey, his tone became much gentle. Although Ailey and Elwyn are brothers and sisters, compared to the unruly Elwyn, the well-known Ailey is more pleasing. "Ailey. Don't ask me for me. This little thing, I can hold it myself." Elwyn shouted when she saw her sister begging for herself. Ailey ignored his brother at all, and he was still pleading with Mikaz. When he heard Ailey begging, Mikaz was a little soft-hearted. "So, I can open the internet and let your brother a horse, but there is a condition." "What conditions?" Ailey asked, quickly. "You can ask my friends." As long as he nodded and agreed, I could spare Elwyn. Mark Hughes pointed to Luli beside him. Ailey noticed that there was a person around him. As soon as she was about to apologize, she saw Luli's familiar face. "Why are you?" Ailey shouted. "Miss Ailey, I haven't seen you for a long time." Luli smiled at Ailey. "Why? Could it be that the two of you still know?" Mikaz was also stunned. "His Majesty, this is the case. Steve and I used to be a classmate of the college." Ailey explained. "So coincidentally, it seems that the two of you really have a fate." "I have had a fate before, and there is no fate." Luli listened to Mark Hugus's words, so he quickly interrupted him. "Steve, if my brother has any offended to you before, I will apologize to you here. I hope you can let him go." Ailey first bowed, and then said very seriously. At this moment, Luli was a little embarrassed. The resentment between him and Elwyn could not be done in two simple sentences. Seeing that Luli didn't speak, Ailey was a little anxious. "Please. As long as you nod, I want me to do anything." When Ailey said this, her body was unconsciously approaching the landing. Smelling the aroma on Airy, Luli was almost unable to hold it. He took 2 steps back. Miss Ailey, good news, evil, and evil. Your brother is a blame to take himself. Even if we know, I can't forgive him. You still die. Luli said seriously. Hearing Luli's words, Ailey Noodles were ashamed. Mark Hugus waved his hand against the soldiers, and Elwyn was taken away directly. Ailey. Luli still wanted to say something, but didn't know how to speak. Ailey said nothing and turned directly to the scene. As soon as she went out a few steps, she hit another person. Sister Ailey. Where are you going? Hey, Sister Ailey, don't go. Father. What happened to Sister Ailey? A little boy hurried to Mark Hugus and asked. Luli heard the sound and stunned again. Isn't this his own younger brother, Mars? Although I knew Mars Prince, it was a bit surprised to see him here. Mars, how did you run out? Didn't you let you stay in the room? Macau said unpleasantly. It's too boring in the room, so I. Mars is a little guilty and dare not look directly at Mark House's eyes. Mars, your kid is pretty good in the palace. Luli said ridicule. Mars looked back and suddenly shined. Huh? Brother. Why are you here? Is it come to visit me? Wait. Mars, what do you call him? Macau's face became very weird. Brother. Steve is my elder brother. He is amazing. Mars says. Steve, it is a good thing that you and my son can play together, but you can't mess around. We are both friends, but you and my son are brothers and brothers, wouldn't you be a generation lower than me? Mark Hughes held a smile and analyzed Luli. After Luli listened, he suddenly patted his thigh. Yes. Why did I forget this stubble? Mars, you will not call me big brother in the future. Luli hurriedly corrected Mars, but he didn't want to become Mark House's son. Ah? Don't be a big brother, what should I call? Mars scratched his head in confusion. I think about it. Otherwise, I accept you as an apprentice, and you will call my master in the future, how about? Luli thought about it. Good master. As soon as Luli's words fell, Mars called directly. Seeing this scene, Mark Hugus rubbed Mark's head with a smile. Mars is no longer young, but she has been playful and refuses to learn. He was originally trying to find a teacher for his son. It happened that Steve appeared and was so familiar with his son. This job can be handed over to Steve, and Mark Hughes can rest assured. For the first time, he went to Luli's villa and began to pay attention to Luli. After that, everything happened to the auction hall made him even more certain. This young man named Steve is infinitely promising. Seeing Mars and Steve get along so harmoniously, Mark Hughes's face was difficult to hide. Well, Mars, I still have to discuss with Steve, you go back first. Mars looked at Luli a little reluctantly. Luli rubbed Mark's small head. Go back, I will go to you when I finish it. Hearing that, Mars nodded hard, and trot all the way away. Steve, let's go, let's change the place, it's not suitable for chatting here. Luli and Moulin glanced at Mark Hugus. The group came through a long walkway and came to the garden in the palace backyard. The garden is filled with various planting quilts and flowers in the air. Luli Huan looked around, but his brows frowned deeper. What's wrong? After watching it for so long, is there any dissatisfaction with the garden that I take care of it? Macau asked. If this question is resting on ordinary people, the answer must be unsatisfactory. But who is Luli? He shook his head and said, I always feel that there are fewer here. Oh? Listen? Mark Hughes is quite interested. This garden is managed by him every day, and it is also his proud work. Luli actually said that there were still defects, and he was inevitable that he was unconvinced. I think, since it is a garden, there should always be a fountain. Fountain? What is that? Because was the first time I heard of the fountain and was curious. Luli came to the entrance of the garden, and there was an open space here. He took out the stone brick and surrounded a circle of love in the open space. Pour the water inside and make it a pool. Then use the quartz block in the center of the pool to build a platform, and pour a bucket of water on the top of the platform. Those water was slowly left along the quartz platform, forming a fountain. As soon as Luli Gong was built, Mark Hughes was stunned behind him. Oh my God! Is this the fountain? It's so good. Steve, I want to hire you to be a gardener. Luli smiled. If you have time, it is not impossible. Then do you have any other suggestions? Mark Hughes took the initiative to ask Luli this time, and had an advice. I think about it. Luli looked around, and finally his eyes locked on the sunflower of the garden. There are so many flowers here, it's a pity not to breed bees. Can you still raise a bee? Mark Hughes seemed to hear something incredible. In his impression, bees will only appear in the wild and have never seen artificial breeding. Luli walked in front of a sunflower and planted an oak tree, birch tree, near the sunflower. That's it? Mark Hughes stared at the motion of landing seriously. Luli shook his head, took out the bone powder from the backpack, and used it against the oak sapling. Within a few seconds, the oak tree seedlings grew up. Maka's eyes were straight. How did you do it? How did the saplings grow so fast? Luli smiled at Mark Hughes and introduced him to the bone powder in his hand. This is called bone meal. It can be cooked with a bone. So, where is the bee? There is no one on this tree, and you have to plant another one. Having said that, Luli cut off the oak tree and planted the next sapling again. After using bone meal, the oak tree grows up. This time, there was an extra hive on the trunk. Soon, there was a small bee flying out of the hive and began to pick honey in the garden. Wherever a little bee flies, the growth of flowers and trees will be stronger. As long as you plant a tree near the flower, there will be a chance to appear on the tree. When the bee picks honey, it will promote the growth of the surrounding plants. It can be said that it is a natural bone powder. After Luli explained, Mark Hughes suddenly realized. Hi. It's really high. It seems that in the future, I have to ask you to ask for advice. He patted Luli's shoulder and said very much. I have learned a lot, I just understand 100 million points. Speaking, Mark Hughes suddenly patted his head. Person in chatting, I almost forgot the business. Go, let's go up and sit in the gazebo. Lin, Luli, Makuz, and 3 sitting around a stone table. His Majesty, what do you think of me, what is the so-called? As soon as he entered the chat, Luli consciously changed his identity. Before, Max has made noise, because the two got along as friends, but when they talked about the business, Makuz recovered the majesty of the king. That's it. The head of Lin found me yesterday, saying that someone checked the source of mutant zombies. After I learned the real situation, I couldn't get my mind. So, I will ask the head of Lin to invite you to help me think about it together. Steve, talk about your thoughts. Mark Hughes looked at Luli. Luli hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I think this matter is not small. If you conceal the news about the masses, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. Then you mean, let me publicize the news of mutant zombies? Yes. Not only must it be announced, but also call on everyone to take defense measures in advance to deal with possible disasters. Is it necessary to make such a full city of storms? This is the city of Rice, far away from the border. Mark House felt that Luli had done a lot of questions. His Majesty, you may not know, those mutant zombies appear from the portal. This means that these mutant zombies can appear through the portal and appear from anywhere. Maybe, the next second, they will appear in this palace. Luli said seriously. It's so terrible? Mark House was a little panicked. If the facts are really the same as Luli has said, the announcement is indeed the best choice. Okay. Then do this first. I will be prepared when I go back. Beqege thought for a while. This is just a preliminary plan. I have to think about the specific matters. Okay. It's not a trivial matter to deal with mutation zombies. When do you think about it and tell me? Mu Lin listened for a while and couldn't help opening. His Majesty, I have a proposal. Explain. I think it is a special period now. In addition to the publication of the news of mutant zombies, the news of recruitment must also be released. Recruitment? I think of it. Beqege suddenly shined. Because there have been no war for a long time, there are thousands of people in the entire Block Kingdom, and they are only thousands of people, and they are also scattered in various places. At present, the enemy is just taking this opportunity to expand the army and get two birds with one stone. He filmed on the spot and set this incident. After getting Beqege's affirmative reply, Mu Lin got up. Luli originally wanted to walk with him, but was pulled by Mark Hughes. Steve, you stay first, I still want to ask you. Luli heard the words and had to sit back. After Mu Lin walked away, Mark Hughes slowly spoke. Steve, aren't you from the people here? Luli stunned in his heart, his expression was a little stiff. Unexpectedly, Mark House had seen that he was not a person in this world. You, no? After Luli finished speaking, he was ready. Of course I know, you are not a resident of Les City, from the border, is there any problem? Mark Hughes looked at the land with some doubt. Seeing Beqege didn't seem to mean that, Luli took a breath. It seems that I think too much. He thought Mark Hughes saw his origin. No, nothing. Luli said quickly. Regarding your father's affairs, the head of Mu Lin should have told you, right? Mark House's tone was a bit heavy. You mean? Stin? Luli asked uncertainly. It seems that you already know, that's it, so as not to explain it with you again. Regarding my father's things, the head of the group didn't say too much. His Majesty asked this suddenly. Do you want to tell me something? According to Mu Lin, the prince who accompanied his father to enter the fog and deep forest should be today's king, Mark Hughes. Mu Lin didn't know too much about his father's specific affairs. After so many years, these questions, I am afraid that only Beqege in front of them can answer. I was sorry for your father's affairs. It was my momentum that caused the consequences of my current impulse. Mark Hughes suddenly stood up and bowed deeply at the landlord. Luli was surprised. He knew what Mark Hughes bowed his bow. The master of a country bowed to a low-born knight in a low-born knight. If it was spread out, I am afraid it would be a sensation in the city. I am afraid that I can't sit still in the average person. However, Luli was just a little surprised and didn't say much. Now that Mark Hughes was sorry, it means that his father's disappearance must be involved with him. This bow, he should be applied. His Majesty, your apologies, I will take it temporarily. But I still want to hear more than apologizing. What happened to that year? What did my father encounter? Can you tell me truthfully? Luli stared at Mark Hyun's face and wanted to see if he would have any abnormal reactions. Beqege sighed and began to talk about what happened that year. That year, I was just an adult, and I haven't entered the position of the king yet. I usually like to go to the Cavaliers to hang out. Occasionally, I met your father, Stin. I have to say that your father was the most dazzling star in the kingdom of the block, and even I had to give him a thumbs up. Speaking of which, Mark Hughes paused suddenly. Steve, what I want to say next is the secret that only the royal family can know. I originally wanted to tell my son Mars, but he was still young, and the water between the royal family was deep, so there were some things, he couldn't grasp it. I have observed you for a long time, I think you are very good, you are a trusted person. And you happen to be Mars's teacher again, let's tell you these words first, when you wait until the time is right, tell Mars. Are you willing to complete this for me? Hearing Mark Hughes's words, Luli couldn't help questioning. His Majesty, you can tell Mars in these words, why should you tell me? Are you not afraid that I will leak out? Mark Hughes shook his head. No, you will definitely not do that, I believe I see people's eyes. As for the reason why I don't tell Mars and myself, I can't tell you now, you will naturally understand it in the future. Okay, then you continue. Seeing Mika's deliberately selling Guanzi, Luli didn't ask much. People are going to tell themselves secrets, and if they question it, it seems that Luli is somewhat reluctant to trust him. Before the beginning, I want to ask you a question first, how many countries are there on this continent? As soon as Luli heard Mark Hughes's problem, he immediately thought of what the Black Dragon said before. It seems that the so-called secrets of Mika's should be related to the world outside the fog forest. But he still pretended not to know. In addition to the Kingdom of Blocks, is there any other country? Luli's expression, and tone were in place. Mika's didn't find any abnormalities at all. Even Luli wanted to give himself a trophy of Oscar. Not. Mark Hughes shook his head again. His tone was very serious, but Luli looked a little to laugh. It's as if someone has mysteriously pulled you to the corner, and then tells you that he discovered a great secret. 1 plus is actually equal to 2. The most painful thing is that you have to accompany the other party to act and deliberately pretend to be shocked. Luli's current mood is similar to this situation. The kingdom we are in is just a small place on this continent. In addition to the Kingdom of Blocks, there are tens of thousands of countries on this continent. Luli pretended to be extremely surprised. There are still such things. Then why have I never seen people from other countries? This is about to be attributed to the fog forest. There is a toxic fog in the fog forest, which will make people greatly reduce the strength and be lost in it. In addition, the monster inside is strong, and outsiders can't get in at all. By the way, don't you just come out of the fog forest? How did you not get lost? Mark Hughes suddenly realized the question and asked quickly. This time, it was Lou's turn to start a headache. I'm afraid I am getting lost in the forest, so I dug all the way. So I didn't get lost. He managed to make such a reason. Mark Hughes looked like a big realization. No wonder. It's really a good way. It's still smart. Luli looked at Mark Hughes, always feeling like he was teasing a fool. However, Mark Hughes's next words allowed Luli to open the door to the new world. Mist Forest surrounds the entire Block Kingdom. There are 4 major restricted areas in the legend. Among these 4 restricted areas, there is a teleportation array that can lead to the outside world, and every place where each transmission array is leading is not the same. The places where these 4 ports are led by each other are not connected to each other. They are independent of each other, the only connection is the fog forest. The location of our place is equivalent to the intersection of 4 continents. Although the strength of the enemy outside is stronger than us, as long as it reaches the boundary of the Kingdom of Blocks, the strength will be cut a lot. And the reason why I took your father to enter the fog forest together, just to complete a ritual. Ceremony? What ceremony? Luli heard his words and asked, quickly. Mist forests have no place for most people, but for our royal family, it is different. In fact, the fog forest is like the strongest line of defense of the Kingdom of the Block, blocking the enemy outside. Those 4 teleportation arrays were originally built by the master of the royal family. The royal family can control the opening and closing of the teleportation array. Therefore, every heirs will go to the fog forest to complete the inheritance ceremony before inheriting the throne. Only after obtaining the control of the teleportation array can we be successfully entered the throne and become a king. You go to complete the inheritance ceremony. Why did my father encounter unexpectedly? Luli couldn't help but question. If Max has said that they were all true, how could the father only escort him as a accompanying person to escort him into the fog forest? How could it become like this now? Hey, it's hard to say a word. Mark Hugus sighed with a long sigh. At that time, my father and I had a group guard, and I entered the fog forest together. According to the map, we quickly got the first 3 teleportation arrays. We came to the position where the last teleportation array was, that is, Echo the Cave. Just after completing the ceremony, there was a violent fluctuation in the teleportation array. After a few seconds, a very powerful monster appeared in front of us. The guards rushed up and wanted to kill the monster, but they were directly torn by that terrible monster by one face. Your father covered me to leave. We knew that he was defeated and fled desperately. Originally we were about to escape from birth, but that monster actually chased up. Seeing that guy is going to catch up with us, your father resolutely pushed me out, and he stayed to deal with that monster. Luli probably guessed the latter plot. He may even see that monster. It should be the follow-up guard that I encountered in the Amethyst Cave. When Luli encountered it, he almost turned over. Unexpectedly, his father was also planted on it. It seems that you have to find a time to learn from the sound. His current equipment should be enough to defend the sound. He looked at Markhausen and asking, then, wouldn't you just leave like this? Sorry, Steve, I did back to the coward at that time. Makuz was silent for a while and said guilty. Luli waved his hand. This is the end, saying that these are no longer useful. I don't need your apology. Think about it. If you change it at the time, you should make the same choice as your father. The night spirit does not allow Sten to have the idea of retreating. Even if you die, you don't hesitate. In these words, Mark Hugus has been buried in his heart for more than 10 years. After returning, he became the king. However, Sten stayed in the fog forest forever, and life and death were unknown. Steve, if you have any requirements in the future, I will try my best to help you. Mark Hughes patted Luli's shoulders in a long heart. His Majesty King, you don't have to. I can have 2 brushes today. I don't need your special care, and my father has not died. Hearing Luli's words, Makuz suddenly turned on. What are you just saying? Stinwin didn't die? Is it true? Mark Hughes grabbed Luli's shoulders and almost fainted him. Do I need to lie to you? Then you say, where is your father now? Can you take me to see him? Markhaus was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. It can be seen that the relationship between Marcuse and Sten should be good. In the fog forest. Luli returned. So what are you waiting for? Let's pick him back. Luli shook his head. When I saw my father, isn't he alone? Ah? What do you mean? Mark Hughes heard a stun, foggy. My father didn't know what happened, and now it has become a huge zombie system, but it seems to keep consciousness and say hello to me. But, he didn't seem to be willing to meet me. As soon as I ran away, he disappeared. Luli explained. Ah. After listening, Mark Hugus didn't know what to say for a while. After more than 10 years, my friends have turned into a monster. This is still a lot of impact on Mark Hugus. He was a bit unacceptable. Luli believes that his father refused to see him. There must be a reason. But the specific reason is that it is not clear for the time being. But he knew that his father was still alive, and he was already very happy. He believes that one day, their family can be reunited. Right now, mutant zombies are jealous, and Luli cannot take it lightly. He would protect his mother before his father returned. After a while, Mark House came out of blame and guilt. Luli has been with him so much. I'm sorry, it's just out of attitude. Mark Hughes realized that he was really excited just now. As the master of a country, he is always emotional, always a bit bad. His Majesty, if there is nothing, I will go first, and I have to go back to prepare. After speaking, Luli was about to get up and leave. Wait. Mark Hughes shouted Luli again. Steve, didn't you auction the potion that can cure mutant zombies before? Yeah, what's wrong? Luli stopped and looked at Mark Hughes in doubt. How many of you are? All of them sell it to me. I have a 1,000 gold coins to acquire a potion. Mark Hughes said. 1,000 gold coins? Luli thought for a moment. This price is pretty appropriate. None of the potions prepared before were sold. However, Luli dares to be sure that those potions must be effective, but they are not suitable for their mother. Are you buying me? Luli looked at Mark House and wanted to see something from his face. No, you misunderstood, I just think those potions may come in handy. Mark Hughes explained. Okay. In this case, then 1,000 gold coins. Before he thought Mark Hughes was because of his father, so he wanted to give himself some benefits. Luli didn't want this benefit, so he questioned each other. However, after understanding Mark Hughes's intention, Luli agreed quickly. For the sudden change of Luli, Max House was a little bit embarrassed. I was still doubting myself, how did the attitude in the next second change? Where did he know? In fact, his price was too high, causing Luli's doubt. After all, Mu Lin also wanted to pay for the purchase of these potions. At that time, Luli directly opened the price of 888 gold coins. Mu Lin shook his head again and again, saying that the price was too high, and the king would definitely not agree. Later, I did not tell because Mu Lin did not expect that the king actually knew Luli. This time, Luli directly picked up a big cheap. 888 gold coins become 1,000 gold coins, and Luli is not a fool. How can you not agree? He immediately signed an agreement with Mark Hughes. Luli was sold to Mark Hughes 2,000 weak potions and gold apples, a total of 2 million gold coins. Such a large amount of money, I am afraid that only Mark House, a king, can get out. Thanks, I will give you something to you. Luli collected the gold coins and went away. Looking at the back of the landing, Mark Hughes looked complicated. Luli was unobstructed all the way and came to the gate of the palace. A figure suddenly came out of the side and stretched out his hand towards landing. Luli thought someone was going to attack him, and he didn't look at it. He grabbed the arms of the attacker. He dragged him hard, directly falling the man from his back. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Ah! Luli found out that it was not others who fell on his shoulders, it was Elwyn's sister, Ai Li. I rely on. It's over. Luli wanted to stop, but found that it was too late. Ai Li was fell to the ground by Luli. The soldiers at the door were stupid. Say. Princess Ari was beaten. His Royal Highness Aylwin may kill him. His Royal Highness, he was kept by the king. Who is this person? Dare to hit Princess Ailey. Steve. Don't you know? It is the guy who calls his brother and brother. His Royal Highness Elwyn provoked him before being punished. Lied. Cattle. Is this guy a royal family? They whispered discussions, but no one dared to come up with Luli. Ailey was fell like this, and fell directly. She just wanted to say a few words to Luli, but she was tragically fell. Ailey. You, it's okay? Luli came up and asked. It's okay not to ask, something happens when you ask. Ailey heard the sound, and raised her head and faced Luli's eyes. When her nose pulled, she burst into tears. Luli saw this, and some hands were at a loss. Don't cry. I'm wrong. I don't know if you will come out from behind. Grandma. I apologize for you, okay? Please don't cry. But letting Luli comforted, Ailey was indifferent, and even cried even more sadly. Luli couldn't help but numb. Black Dragon. Blame you. Why don't you tell me the person behind it is Eri? The Black Dragon, who had just woke up, was blank. He was just resting just now. Why did he suddenly buckle on his head? Luli squatted down and wanted to soothe Ailey, but didn't know what to do. Let her cry like this, and it is estimated that everyone in the palace will know that she will bully the little girl. Maybe a few days later, his name spread all over the city of Riss. At that time, how can he see people? His hands have nowhere to place. After all, the other party is a girl. If you reach out, you will always feel a little inappropriate. But after Luli thought for a long time, he only thought of this way to coax the girl. He gritted his teeth. Mother. Start. Luli left his left hand, and put Ailey into his arms. Then he put his right hand behind Eri, and began to stroke her back. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm not good. Ai Pear, who was originally crying, was trembled after Luli was put into his arms. It felt like a current spread throughout her body, making her directly paralyzed in Luli's arms. She flushed her face instantly, struggling to leave Luli's arms. But Ailey was weak at this moment, and he couldn't move at all. Luli originally thought that Eri would resist, and he was ready to be slapped. As a result, the other party did not resist at all, but the whole body leaned on him. Lulioshin was okay. The two were holding together, and Ailey no longer cried. From the perspective of passers-by, the two are like a pair of intimate couples. Those soldiers also changed from the initial shock to gossip. Hold up. Hold it up. Nearby. Actually, even Princess Ailey can soak it. It's a model of our generation. His Royal Highness Alwyn saw his sister's abduction by his enemies. I don't know if it would be crazy. Guess, when will the two of them be that? Which one? That's one. The soldier did a pout, and everyone suddenly became clear. Go up. It's not a man. The soldiers looked at Luli, and Ailey suddenly changed. The most afraid of watching the door at the door of the palace is boring. Now there are so exciting melons, they are more excited than the parties. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, there was no picture they wanted to see. Just when they were a little disappointed, there was a footsteps in the palace. I don't know when, Alwyn ran out. He was banned in the house just now, and someone suddenly came over and told him that Steve hit his sister. This here, where is Elwyn who can stand it? He didn't care about any punishment, and rushed out with his weapon. But when he rushed to the scene, he found that his baby sister actually hugged Steve. As a result, it was difficult for him to accept his sister than Steve. Steve. You defeat. You dare to fight my sisterism. I want to kill you. Elwyn had lost his mind, and he had a long sword with a long sword and cut it towards landing. Luli wanted to avoid, but Ailey in his arms made him unable to move. He thought, forget it, I fell once with your sister. If you cut me a sword, this matter is clear. Luli has been prepared for hard resistance. Just as Elwyn's attack was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Luli, and easily blocked the sword. Luli looked up and saw the man, and suddenly stunned. Why are you? It was not someone else in front of Luli, it was the King Mark house. Luli was a little shocked. Makuz was just fast, and Luli didn't even see him. At this speed, Luli asked himself that he would definitely not be able to do it. It seems that Her Majesty does not seem to look as ordinary. Elwyn, what do you want to do? Shouldn't you be in the closed room? How can you come here? Mark Hugus asked, coldly. Seeing Mark House, Elwyn calmed down. He looked at the iron sword in his hand, and his face was pale. Is this a stabbing king? This is the death of death. But he saw that Luli was still holding his sister, and the anger in his heart was difficult to suppress. Elwyn, I ask you. Are you deaf? Because scolding made Elwyn have to bear anger. He released his hand, and the iron sword fell to the ground. His Majesty. I don't want to offend you intentionally, it's the Steve, he is too deceiving. Olliwen knelt down and gritted his teeth. What did he do? Mikaz asked. He is not on Laya. Elwyn pointed to the landing and anger. Oh? Is there this thing? Mark Hyls turned around and looked at Luli and Ailey, who was holding together. Luli's face was a little embarrassed. I knew that I shouldn't fall with that shoulder. This is good, even the king has to misunderstand himself. His Majesty, Luli just wanted to explain, and was interrupted by Mark House. Okay, don't say it, I already understand. Luli's face was happy, and finally came a person who understood himself. He really has no ritual AI pair. His Majesty, you have seen it, the guy of Steve sees the color, and my sister is not polite at the door of the palace. Ailey is your most distressed princess. I think you need to teach this guy a little bit. If His Majesty agrees, I can work now. Elwyn said impassionedly, what he didn't know thought he wanted to help justice and do it for heaven. After saying these words, Elwyn knelt down. He lowered his head, showing a touch of unsightly smile at the corner of his mouth. Steve. Ailey is loved by the king. Even if you have a good relationship with him, you have to peel the skin. When Elwyn was secretly proud, Mark Hugus spoke. Elwyn, how do I think? Things are a bit different from what you said. Elwyn raised his head suddenly. Your sister doesn't seem to resist at all. Did you make a mistake? According to me, the two of them are like an awkward little couple. Is this the love of young people? So vigorous. Hey, the more you look at it, the more enviable. Mark Hugus smiled, showing a satisfactory ant smile. The more he watched, the more he felt that Steve and Ailey had a play. If you can take this opportunity to match the two, it will be better. Hearing Mark Hugus's words, Elwyn was compared. As soon as he wanted to say something, he was preemptive by Luli. Her Majesty, Princess Ai, and I really have nothing to do. You must have misunderstood. I just met her just a few times, how could it be, as you said? Mark Hughes smiled. Elwyn. You and his mother say something. Give me a certificate. Seeing Mark Hugus didn't seem to believe it, Luli was anxious. He took Alwyn to testify directly. A few hours ago, he had just had a marriage contract with Leah. Looking at Mark Hugus, it seems to want to match himself and Ailey. This is never possible. Do not say that he feels about Ailey. Ailey's identity alone is enough to cause Luli's headache. Alwyn is his own enemy. If he has soaked his sister, how should you get along with each other in the future? I treat you as an enemy, do you actually want to be my brother-in-law? This is outrageous. Elwyn was shouted by Luli, and then reacted. His Majesty, you see, Steve said that, this must be a misunderstanding. After speaking, Elwyn's face was a little weird. He did not expect that one day he would stand on the same front as Steve. This is really impermanent life. Mark Hugus looked at Elwyn, looked at Luli, and finally fell on Ari. Ailey, don't you say this, you have to say it yourself. Do you like Steve? After hearing the Max's problem, Ailey suddenly flushed. This question is too shameful. If you come up, you will ask girls to like others. I don't know. As soon as she was nervous, she unconsciously buried her head in Luli's arms. She didn't even notice that her behavior was a bit inappropriate. In this way, things are even more unclear. Luli, Mark Howes, Elwyn, the expressions on the three people's faces became wonderful. The expression on Elwyn's face was shocked, puzzled, and anger. Because was very happy. As for Luli, others are stupid. What's wrong with this today? When he went out, he didn't dress up deliberately. Is it because his charm has broken through the sky, and when the girls see him, they will not be able to resist him? Is this a handsome trouble? Hey, such a life is really tired. After a short silence, Mark Howes opened first. Ailey doesn't speak, it should be embarrassed to say. Then I have to be a elder, you have to say a few words for her. Steve. Luli was stunned. His Majesty, what are the commands? Didn't I promise your marriage with Leah before? Now I have changed my mind. Ah? His Majesty, is this true? Luli Ishi, is there such a good thing? Elwyn was also bright. If Leah and Steve's marriage contract was cancelled, he would still have a chance. What are you talking about? Mark Howes thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. I said, Ailey and Leah, I all want it. As soon as Lulihua exported, Max Haz and Elwyn were stunned. Ailey in her arms widened her eyes, as if hearing something incredible. This is not suitable. Mark Hugus looked at the landlord, and his expression was a little weird. What's wrong with? Since I choose which is not good, it is better to choose all. I don't go to hell who goes to hell. This sin will be borne by me. Elwyn was so angry that his chest was undulating. Steve. Do you want to be shameless? If you snatched me, it's okay, but you still want to abduct my sister too. He pointed out and scolded. If it wasn't for Mark Hugus in front of him, he would have rushed up and desperately Luli. This is you forced me, I can't help it. Luli helplessly spread his hand and said. Enough. Don't talk anymore. Mark Howes stopped the quarrel between the two, and now he has a headache. I knew that Luli had been so difficult to entangle, and he shouldn't even give him a marriage. He looked at Ailey. Ailey gang has recovered some physical strength and tried to break free from Luli's arms. Ailey, you are the parties. One. I don't know what to do. Ailey was a little panicked and her eyes were full of dodge. At this time Ailey was messy. When she just heard the king let Luli choose one choice, she was even more nervous than Luli. Ailey didn't know what he felt about Luli. When they were in the college before, although the two did not deal with much, Luli left a deep impression on her. In those days, she was full of Luli. When she wanted to talk to Luli, she found that Luli had dropped out of school. This made her very lost. Somehow, my heart is empty, like something is missing. After that, Ai Lillian College didn't want to stay, so he returned to the palace and accompanied Mars all day. Mars also joked that he recently recognized a big brother. He was very good and was ready to introduce to Ailey. Ailey just smiled at the time and didn't go to her heart. She knows that in a certain position in her heart, she has been occupied by a figure. But no matter how much you think, it is useless. As a member of the royal family and a woman, she is destined to only marry those nobles. Otherwise, the face of the royal family is too much. So when she heard Luli said that she was all about, she didn't mind too much, but was inexplicable. Ailey, do you like Steve? Mark Hugus asked this question again. This time Ailey did not escape. She thought for a while and nodded. Seeing this, Elwyn saw his head and began to growl. No. Ailey, How can you like this guy? Brother, I'm sorry. Ailey was a little guilty and dared not see Elwyn's face. She knew that her brother was very good to herself, but when she was around her brother, she always felt very depressed. Her brother always told her that the noble children in Les City were more excellent, so that she would think about it early. She also often instills some terrible thoughts. For example, let her control Mars, and after Mars became the king in the future, it was passed on to Elwyn. These words made Ailey feel uncomfortable. She understood that her brother wanted to sit on the king's position. But she just wants to be an unrestrained ordinary person, even if there is no royal family. After she encountered Luli, Ailey's mentality seemed to have changed. Luli was full of flashing points. Brave, upright, witty, dare to do it, these are what she has never seen before. And when I was chatting with Luli, Ailey felt very relaxed. Those who compliment her admire her make her feel extremely hypocritical. Instead, she likes Luli's really straightforward personality, what she says. Except for some steel straight men. Macau was answered by Ailey, and it was clear. It seems that he did not read it wrong. Ailey was indeed secretly to Luli Feng's heart. In this case, he can't sit down. Steve, your kid is really blessed, and you can make Ailey be tempted. No way, people are handsome, I don't want to. Luli was a hand, indicating that he was helpless. Ailey couldn't help but laughed. This guy's face is thicker than the city wall. In this case, that's it, I go back to choose a time and help you to do the marriage in person. What do you look like? Mark Hughes nodded immediately. Unexpectedly, Luli actually said unexpectedly. What about my marriage with Leah? As soon as this statement came out, Mark House's face became a little ugly. Steve. Your kid is almost available. Can you really want to marry too? He thought Luli's words were just joking before, but he did not expect that Luli was still serious. Isn't it okay? Luli asked. You go to ask Ailey, she will not object to it. Mark Hyls thought that the woman in this day was not jealous. Your kid said in front of others to marry another woman, isn't it looking for death? Luli turned his head to look at Ari. He leaned down in Ailey's ear and said a few words, and Ailey's eyes changed. How? Have you discussed the results? Macaz asked. I have no opinion. Ailey said with red face. What? Mark Hyls almost fell to the ground. He really did not expect that Ari could agree to Steve to marry another woman. Alvin on the side was even more bustling. Ailey, you are confused. Did the boy say that you flickered you? Or he threatened you? You say it. I am voluntarily, it has nothing to do with Steve. Ailey said. Just now, Luli told her about Leah. When she heard that Leah was even worse than her experience, she immediately softened. She can still choose, Celia is a completely victim of interests. The two were almost sympathized with the same disease. Ailey knows how weird her brother has a temper. If Leah really married his brother, he might be tortured to death. So she agreed. Even if it is just a show. Mark Hughes hesitated for a while, before reopening. Steve, since Ailey agrees, I have nothing to say. However, one thing, I must say hello in advance. What's up? Luli asked. Ailey is a member of the royal family and has a distinguished status. If you want to marry two at the same time, Ari must be your big wife. Mark Hughes said. This? Luli was stunned. He hadn't considered this. Ailey opened his mouth first. It's okay. I'm small, it's okay. Her voice was very small and almost inaccurate.